Mefuchad, the Mefuchad is Baishin Solo Mipana. We'll say this incredible Gemara. What is Rabbi Yaakov saying? Rabbi Yaakov saying a person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become understanding, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. Gemara says the power of the Yid is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Hanani, Mishan, and Azariah, what did they do before they were trying to keep Shaish? They fixed the bekashas, the egg, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. I will say, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. The ability to maintain a dignity and a refinement, because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed, I can not lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be off. I will say top of Tzadi Gimel. All right. Page 93a. So you don't Tzadi Gimel. So this is beautiful Gemara. So Tzadikim are even greater than Malachim. Shema Amar. So the tzaddik is mentioned in the pasuk before the malach. I will say the truth is that it's not a chiddush. Of course, tzaddikim are greater than malachim. It's not even a shayla, right? Why? Because malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's never pashut that, of course, tzaddikim are greater than malachim. Incredible. So it's incredible. When Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, when they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. And literally again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave them a patch. The Gemara says, "Yesh lachem elokah kazeh v'atem mishtachim l'tzelem." So this was a Musar to Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, "What is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods." Incredible, right? I would say sometimes the greatest Moshe that we receive is the Moshe from the nations of the world. Amru, Hashem at Staka, the London Boches, Panim Priyamas. Amru Shalom, Mani Amru. So I might have said what's the meaning of the pasuk. Amarti. This is beautiful. Moshe. Elebet Tamar. Och Zev Sansana. So I say, what's the meaning of the pasuk? That's the shir. Literally, again, I said we'll go up on the palm tree, but I only take off branches. What's the pshat? Eli Yisrael. So again, remember the palm tree represents Klal Yisrael, who essentially says, goal, my desire, hold on to the palm tree until it, right? What I want more than anything, to be able to hold on to the palm tree. But unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael has rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Who are my branches? Ultimately, again, Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah. So, by the way, I just want to tell you, Gemaras like this are very affirming, because sometimes in life we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through, and all these different feelings. And it's important to understand, such as the nature of relationships, that's kind of the way it works. There's probably also expectations. He had expectations ultimately, again, of holding on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if Rosh Baruch didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches. Beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes, again, not getting exactly what you want, what you had anticipated in relationships, it's par for the course. Gemara goes like it. I might have said, so what's the meaning of this story, right? This is Nevuah, obviously. This is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. They're in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. What does that mean? What does it mean? I saw it at night. Rothschild was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into night, to destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem ish milchama Hashem shemo. Asus Adam. What does it mean on a red horse? First white line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. And as soon as he saw Chaim, Mishal, and Azariah, ultimately again he calmed down. So amongst the myrtle branches in the swamp. What's the myrtle branches? The myrtle branches, those are tzadikim, Shneimar, Vahi Omen Es Hadasa. What's the swamp? The swamp is Baal Shneimar. Homer Letzula, Cherbi Ben Arasecha Ovish Miyad Mulem, Roges Nasim Shrokim Badum. So now, sorry, Badum Nasa Labadim, Arapapa, Shmamina, Susya, Chivra, Mal Elchalma. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. Let's say, just a tremendous Mr. Haskell from here. The Rothschild was ready to go and destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah. Three people changed HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mind about the entire world. I say sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Come on, I'm just one person. How much do I really matter? We will say we matter more than we could ever imagine. If three men, Chanai, Mishael, and Azariah. By the way, I want to point out who, excuse me for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation, right? There was Daniel, there was Yecheskel, there were other people, but yet again, they saved the world. I will say there is no telling what our actions could do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. Let's go right there. So Rabbanon Lehecha, this is great. After Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the Kivshan, where did they go? What do you do after that? So where I'm going to Disneyland. Where do you because we'll say that what the Gemara is really asking is something fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Hara Mesu. They died. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. Ayin Hara. What does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention that level of attention is not healthy. They died as a result of Ayin Hara. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, Berok Tavu. They drowned in spit, in saliva. Now, what does that mean? So we'll say this is an incredible Maharsha over here. So the Maharsha says this doesn't make any sense. He says, listen to this. The Farish Derech Mashal, the idea of Kika Shayla of Israel, this outside very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before that after Chaim Mishal and Azariah came out. So the nations of the world literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people. They said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Maharsha says, what does it mean that Chaim Mishal and Azariah drowned in saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Ummahs of the Goyim. So when people talk, so they spit a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Ummahs of Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chaim Mishal and Azariah died in the spit of the saliva? It means that even Chaim Mishal and Azariah did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all in spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving them mussar, that embarrassment caused them to die. So let's see what's happening over here. Chaim Mishal and Azariah, what did they do? All they did was a willingness to give their lives like Kiddush Hashem. But what they did ended up resulting in an embarrassment for Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally and totally unintended. But let's see what we see from there. How careful we have to be with each other's secrets. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another. how even again unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, all your eyes stop enough from Russian, I'll say such dramatically different narratives over here, right? The first opinion said they died. Second opinion said, no, what is that talking about? They went to Eretz Yisrael, like they retired to Eretz Yisrael, and they had children. Rabbi Rothschild says, "Ba'ayin haramesun, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Rothschild, Allah is Shimona Yoshua Kohen Agadol, Atov Ve'ata Yoshua B'Yashen, Ki Anshem Mofesim." Suppose the Gemara talks about Yoshua Kohen Agadol, who lived at the time. Again, at Chaim Yishon Azar. I'll talk about him in just a moment. And the pasuk relates that Yoshua Kohen Agadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? So what do you see from here? After the story with the Kivshon, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel in all of this? Right? Daniel was the most trusted advisor. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chanai and Azariah were being thrown into the Kivshon? So Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, right, a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a like a civil engineering project. But he was there to begin to work out an import contract, right, for aspasta. Aspasta is like a type of animal food, to bring in aspasta to Baba. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, right, of Egypt had the best chazirim, had the best pigs, and he had to negotiate a contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? No, I was saying it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, they would sterilize the animal before they would go to take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, a good Yiddish up. So what did he do? So the says, Zutri I see below that height. He brought very young ones, so no one had a meaning that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved in all of this occurred. There were three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Chaim Yishon Azai happened. We'll see why he was doing. Who were they? Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to who? To the merit of Daniel, and not to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. And therefore again, Daniel couldn't be there. Next.
There he is. There he is. Dog. I have one question for you. Do you want me to ask you the question? Yeah, but I go first, dog. What is it, baby?
He also wanted it to come through Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So it's interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this is coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the kitchen. Okay. He didn't want to do that. Hold on. Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. Now,
hold on.
I decided, let me know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a God.
Jim Jeffrey. He
bowed to Daniel.
Tim mentioned. Very Humphreys.
Now, this is all happening at the same time.
Is it multiple people?
Obviously, again, so there are other people who also
are they male?
Prophetic stature. So these two guys, Achav ben
Don't tell me.
And Sidkia ben Maasiyah.
Is he skinny?
And they also posed as prophets, although they were
He's skinny, isn't he? Carl Barron. Sean McCullough. It's not Kitty Flanagan. It's not Glenn Robbins. It's not Jim Jeffries. It's not Gary McDonald. It's not Hamish Blake. It's not Frank Woodley. It's not Jimmy Owens. It's not.
They were made like roasted grain.
I'm not reading off Google. Tim Minchin, Adam Hills, Barry Humphries, Gina Riley. Okay, well, don't tell me yet. Let me go to my sources. Doug, you've shown me a lot of videos of them.
These two guys posing as prophets go up to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar.
I know, but we watch a lot of things on stream.
Speaking the word of God.
So just bear with me.
You should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkia goes over to
bear
him.
with
I
me.
come to you with the word of God. When
You've shown me
right, you should give yourself over to him.
some people.
Okay. So the Gemara says,
they were.
So say, by the way, I just want to point out something
Just one moment.
which is interesting that you see.
So you're saying to me
they held the Jewish prophets,
that
right?
you don't think
like, get out of here. My brother
that
says,
I will know who you're talking about.
takes us to her
Would I know their
father.
name?
Her father. So Amrullah Elohim Shal Ehu El Elu Son and Zimo.
If you remember,
something doesn't sound right.
if you remember,
Because the God of this people, he hates
Okay, well,
immorality.
hold on.
So the notion that he would instruct.
Are they on alone, or they got to be on with somebody else?
Doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? Next time they come your way, send them to me.
Okay, so just one moment, dog. Because I'm
I'm
gonna get this.
So sure enough, again, when
You and I both know that I'm gonna get this. Have they ever been on Kill Tony before?
So Nebuchadnezzar says, tell me, who gave you this message?
Okay.
God.
Just one moment. Because I know I'm gonna get this.
Listen, guys, I did a little fact checking.
And I know.
Fact checking. I asked Nebuchadnezzar.
Are they popular in the United States?
Prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happens.
All right,
Never happens.
yeah,
So what's
that's
going on over here?
An interesting clue.
This is great. So
They
Sidkia and Achab say, well, 1 second.
are.
Why are Chaim Mishlan and Zariah's words anymore important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all chaverim. So again, because they're so in other words, just because Chaim Mishlan and Zariah say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So they want Ledido lo Amar Lahu, Ledido Amar Lahu. God didn't speak to them. God spoke to us. Amar Lahu. Ana beina dat dekinu, ki heik dat dekinu, debat kesinu, nechaim Mishlan and Zariah. So Nebuchadnezzar says, you know what?
And you're sure they're going to be on Kill Tony?
Where I checked out Hanani Mishan Azariah's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to subject you
They're
to
going to be
the
on.
same
How
test.
did you find out they're going to be on Kill Tony?
Of course, then your word is gold. So Achab and Sidkia say, hold up there. It's not fair. It's not fair. They were saved because there were 3 of them. Hanani Mishan Azariah. There's only 2 of us.
Are you going to watch? Does this mean you're going to watch Kill Tony?
So Nebuchadnezzar says, no problem. Phone a friend.
In the United States,
Like, no worries. You know, like,
it comes out
get
at
your guy. You can choose anyone you want.
Pacific time. It
Whatever
comes
you want
at 6
for your
p.m. on
furnace
Monday.
Mizumim. Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go with you to the fiery furnace.
Word,
So
dog.
this is crazy. I was like, Amru, so they said, you know what? We choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Savi Lesi Yoshua. The Nefesh Sayu. Umagna Alon. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Remember again, we just heard Yoshua Kohen
2
Gadol.
weeks ago.
Wasn't Kohen Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Chaim Mishlan and Zariah. So Sidkia and Achab say, okay, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So the Gemara says, Achsinu Shadinu Inu Ikhu Yoshua Gadol Ichrichu Mane. So what happened? So they threw him into the furnace. Achab and Sidkia were burned. Sidkia were burned. And Yoshua remained unscathed, except his clothing became singed. Okay, Shneimar by Yanis Yoshua Kohen Gadol only the Female of Hashem.
Wait, if things go well, they're going to put him on the wall? What wall?
So again, so now Nebuchadnezzar seeks Yoshua. This is Yoshua. Obviously, I know. Sorry. Nebuchadnezzar says, I understand
And
why
give him a Kill Tony 10?
Because obviously, again, false prophets.
That's not a thing. What's a Kill Tony 10?
Yoshua, you're obviously righteous. So why is it that your clothing got a little bit singed? In other words, in Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you were righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you told
Don't tell me
that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, you know, I was going to tell you.
No, I don't. I don't want anything.
Their clothing wasn't even singed. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine, like, it's like that moment?
It is.
Stop talking about Chaim Mishael and Azariah.
Yeah, the best guess I would have is Rick Ingram.
Their clothing wasn't singed.
All right, who is it?
So, obviously, you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here?
Give me a hint.
So Yoshua says pretty simple. They had three combined marriages of 3 people. I'm only one guy. Avram, so Avram was only one. So Nebuchadnezzar knew his Torah. Right? He says, but Avram, he was also thrown to a fire furnace.
And it's not James McCann.
Yet he emerged totally unscathed. Isaac Butterfield. So ultimately, again, so to which Yoshua ben Gadol says, here's the difference, that ultimately Avram was thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with Rothschild. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of shlita, some level of control, it impacted his me as well. That's what people say. The famous adage that if you have 2 dry sticks and 1 wet one, the dry ones could ignite the wet one. In other words, even though normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but putting a fire around it and ultimately again, the wet stick ignites as well. A person can be very righteous also to the wet stick.
Oh, is it the Asian guy?
So the wet stick can be very righteous. Yeah. Surround the wet stick by enough.
Oh, no way. He's going to be on Kill Tony?
Impact on the as well. Impact of our surroundings.
Okay.
So, by the way, Mike Tammy, what's the real reason? So
he's like your favorite comedian.
Right? If Yoshua Kohen Gadol was going to be a big tzaddik, and at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him?
I agree with you. Okay, what's his
Because his sons.
What's his Instagram?
They were kind of obviously they married women who they were not really allowed to marry, and Yoshua the father said nothing. Failure to exercise paternal prerogative, failure to exercise parental control, ultimately is counted. Yoshua was wearing soiled clothing.
I found it. Okay, so here's what I can tell you.
Rus goes to the field of Boaz. And literally, again, the pasuk says,
if shows go well tonight in San Diego, they're going to put me on the spot and give me a Kill Tony pen. This motherfucker's not going to be on Kill Tony.
6 barley kernels.
They're just going to give him a pen. He's not funny enough to be on Kill Tony. Kill Tony shoots from Austin, not San Diego.
Rather, he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley.
He's not even playing it. Dog, it played. Yeah, I've never been more sure of any fact in my entire life. So in fact, interesting that the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remez. It was a metaphor, an illusion. No,
she was going to have 6 sons.
They haven't been to San Diego in
6 brachas.
Like
so it wasn't
10 years.
Meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this: who are the 6 sons of Elohim? This incredible. Who are Russ's 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blessed with 6 brothers of Elohim: David, Mashiach, Daniel.
You should know that this guy is not going to be on Kill Tony. They're just giving him. They just have an extra Kill Tony pen, like from a few years ago.
When Naomi was going back to Canaan, right, and Naomi said, "Don't come with me."
I was gonna say because I think Bert Kreischer's on it this week,
Sometimes in life,
and that's why I was like, is it?
the decision you make at that crossroads,
Dude, he would be really big though
impacts not just us, but
if
impacts
he
us for generations.
um
Sometimes we're at a crossroads.
he would be really big if he did kill Tony. Now, are you ready for my question?
When you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in the
Are you
moment
ready to
of a
lose?
decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this.
Everything.
David, תכסב, ויען אחד מהנערים, ויאמר הנה ראיתי בן לישי
You think you're good at
I
eight ball,
saw
don't
this,
you?
right, this son of Yishai, יודע נערים, בגיבור חיל, ויש מלחמה, ונבון, right, נבון
trick
דבר,
shots
ואישתר. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas. Again, we'll
But you get your wish.
Actually, 6 brachas. Who was one of the
No, he was in Irvine in October.
of Shaul to Shaul. Now, what's saying now? Doeg meant it. You know, someone.
He was there.
So this was a
He was in October. He came in October.
It meant to create animosity. Here we go.
Dude, you have an invitation.
He knows how to ask you questions in Torah.
If he comes this October, I might see him.
Answer questions in Torah.
If he's at the Irvine Improv.
He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. He's a beautiful appearance that he knows how to assert himself in halacha.
Would you see him if he came to Adelaide?
Understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem Ima, God is with him.
Dude, what the fuck happened to you?
Whenever David says halacha, the halacha always follows him. In all of these areas, Shaul said, "This is beautiful." But my son Yonasan has
you're
these
so
same
bad.
attributes.
Dude. That's all frustrating internet.
Said Hashem Imo, that Hashem was at the meaning that the halacha always follows David. That David always has like an impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did
Dude,
Jonas.
I was waiting for
That's
you.
when Shaul became jealous, and that of course sets off this entire dynamic where
God,
Shaul
we're
sees
playing.
him as a threat and literally tries to kill him. The Bishol said,
Yeah.
by Shaul it says wherever he
Oh, I have to hit a
sets
trick shot. It's your
his
turn.
eyes on, he would decimate. Talking about his enemies. With David said,
Yeah, that's a missed trick
wherever
shot,
David
son.
would turn, ultimately again it would be successful. So again, both are the shows of success. But David has an elevated form of success over Shaul. Incredible. We know the Doeg. How do you know that it was Doeg who said these things? Good. Next. So therefore, I will say the point.
What did I tell you, dog?
Russ's descendants. Remember,
That's
Boaz
a giant
gives Russ
penalty.
6 kernels of barley to highlight. 6 descendants who are each benched themselves with 6 brothers.
That's not good, is it?
One of those descendants,
No.
and the 6 brothers of David. Mashiach. So I say, incredible. What's the bracha of Mashiach? So beautiful.
That would have been beautiful. Too bad it sucked.
Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma, Vina,
Yeah, because you
Ruach Itza,
did not do well.
Ruach Das, Yiras.
This should be one.
These are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I will say these are the
Oh, that
qualities
was
of
almost
Mashiach.
badass.
Uksiv, very Yiras Hashem. Ultimately, again, the inspired Yiras.
I think so.
This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I will say, is someone.
Dude, that was terrible.
Mashiach is someone who's going to be.
I hope you know it was really bad.
And Yisurim and suffering. What do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life.
So nobody knows.
What we saw yesterday about ultimately again, if you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed.
Nobody
by
knows.
fire. At the end of the day, right? The most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and religious structure, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone
What'd you
who's
say?
loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with.
Have you ever seen someone win?
Rava says the Morach Vadoy. Mashiach is very interesting.
I don't know if it's possible. We'll have to look at the rules for it. Dude, everything that you've done is really bad thus far.
Good. I got it. We didn't finish it. We didn't finish all the way. But we'll say, but now at least, We look normal. We look normal. I feel last time you look a little abnormal.
I'm really good at giving other people scratches.
Tremendous.
Zoot, did you know? Did you know you're up?
I can't see. There's no trick shot.
All right, come on, Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
Do you think this is going to be a trick shot?
No.
But how do you even do a trick shot without bumping a ball in? That's not a trick shot.
All right, Jamal saying good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share.
All right. I mean, what do you want me to do about it, Zoot?
Dedicated all the shore Russians.
Do a trick shot.
That's a terrible shot. That's a miss. That's a big time miss. Big time miss. Big time miss. And time is ticking, dog. You better hit the ball. The time is. Dude, are you proud of that shot?
All of the Neshamos having the families in the bring hostages home and our holy soul successful. The whole Maaseh evening. So with that, let us begin
Dude, how about you hit the ball?
92. We are picking up on Sadik.
Yeah, everybody go.
Lines up from the bottom.
That's a miss.
Again, but incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of
Dude.
us. We got the cycle. Like 8 years.
Oh, that was the best fucking shot. Dude, that was so baller. Dude, that was so baller. Dude, that was so baller.
It looks like we're going to have a number of different conversations like this between.
No way. That's not a trick shot. Dude, that was so baller.
Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else?
Yeah, but I don't have
Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, he developed a relationship with Rabbi with Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the two men. Tremendous respect
I agree.
for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of occasions. So Antoninus says to
Yep. Nope.
The body and the soul have the ability to
That's definitely not.
each other.
Might be one of the worst shots ever.
Body and soul have the ability to bring each other.
Of course.
The Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? So better listen to this question. Because the body can say, look,
69.
from the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself right?
It'd probably be like a bounce, a kiss, a bank.
The instigator of all of my life's problems, it really was the Neshama.
Maybe I don't know, curve count? No, curve doesn't count. But everybody's waiting on you.
Does the Neshama say, look at me. From the day that I left, that fashtunk in the body.
I think that's a penalty.
Flying to heavens like a bird. Like a bird. Right? The body says it's clearly the
You
Neshama's
just-
fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking.
You know, I can't really do anything because your fucking ball's in the way.
So what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does the hold the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces.
Zoot.
And it's not clear who has responsibility.
Oh, yeah, for sure, dog. Your mental health is a garbage can.
So this is beautiful. I'm trying to come much longer. So let me give you a muscle. Let me give you.
Dude, I'm just busted your balls. You're good, baby. You're good. Stay strong, my man.
Oh man,
A king had a beautiful orchard. The Hayaba on the base.
Dude, calm down. Did you see that trick shot? Look at that. Bank, kiss, kiss, combo. Dude, did you see that?
Very nice dates. Very nice dates. Right, very nice figs.
Combo shot, Zoot.
He's probably going to be in the
to watch over the field.
It fucking better be.
One of them was crippled and one of them was blind. So
I'm doing really bad.
Discount. You know, the nice again. So these were the watchmen over the field.
Would you agree with that, Rabbi?
I just had a penalty of 30.
So the crippled one said to the sumo.
Yeah, but you're not doing it
That's
fast
the
enough.
blind one. The Kolos knows honey roll. I see that there's some really nice figs in
I'm
this.
going to try something really controversial.
That's not gonna be good.
So the crippled watchman
That might be.
says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. Put me on your back.
That might be one of the greatest assists
And together, we'll be
in the
able to
history of
partake the
humankind.
things. So sure enough, I got the sumo.
Yeah,
Sure enough again. The crippled one got on the back.
And I'm gonna
of
get
the
one.
blind And they went together and they consumed the figs. The owner
Yes, gotcha.
so sometime
Well, I
later,
didn't.
the owner of the field
It's your
comes
turn.
on, And he says,
Sorry, that's not really a trick shot. That's not
Probably
even
did
like
a
that.
pretty good job consuming
Maybe if
the
I
figs
did.
and ate a lot of things in a relatively
That's a
short amount
miss.
of time or whatever, prolonged amount of time.
It wouldn't have been a trick shot.
Where are
Thank you for the easiest trick shot in the history of the world.
Also, sorry, Arlo Kiger, Klum Yeshli Ragvayim Mahalik, but Arlo Sumo, Klum Yesh Einayim Liros. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How
Where's
did
the trick?
liability? So the
Baby,
blind guy
look at
says,
the
"I
score."
don't have sight. It couldn't have been me.
Okay.
The crippled guy says, well, you're for me, I don't have legs.
Bernie.
Clearly couldn't be me.
Yeah.
So
That's not a trick shot. That shot sucks. Good job doing that.
The owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the
So I didn't get a trick shot.
and
Right.
charged them. as
Dude,
one
what's my
entity.
favorite radio show?
As individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. I thought maybe in the Shema,
No, it doesn't.
done on some kafa. So Rabbi essentially says something this. You're right.
No,
Right. The body by itself and the soul by itself can both
No.
actually deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema.
did you say B?
Throws it into the guf.
Yeah.
No.
On some kafa. And ultimately, again, he goes
Sit
ahead
there,
and
Nope,
goes ahead and he judges them as one
Yeah.
entity. Shneimar,
not enough.
Shemayim me'al, ve'al ha'aretz lo din hamo.
He's on the other side of the
Zun Shama,
Closer.
ve'al ha'aretz lo din imo. And he calls to the earth for judgment together with it.
You're colder.
So what's really fascinating? So it's amazing.
You're colder.
Really such a big
Okay.
Colder.
And then he says,
Okay.
it's not fair.
Doug, you're going in the wrong direction.
For the sins of everybody. It was at the end of the day, it's not the Shema that sins.
Alright.
It's the good that sins. So
A,
why
B, C, D,
wouldn't
E,
the
F, G,
Shema
H, I, J,
be
K, L, M,
the sins of the
N.
body? This is what the Rebbe says. This is the
Oh,
last
oh.
of Yitzchak. The Rebbe
Q.
says,
You're going in the wrong direction.
didn't try hard enough to stop the body. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to take the sin, then the Shema's like,
You've already said that. You're going in the wrong direction. Dude, don't hit the black ball.
I'm not doing this. I'm not. I just like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And then the Shema.
Okay, this is going to be the greatest shot of all time.
You're right.
How dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah.
If you get this
Something
in,
the body is struggling. Dafka when
if
the
you
foot
get
is struggling,
this
that's
in
when you
anything in here, I'll be amazed.
Dafka when the fire is
Dude, what's the name of my favorite radio show?
Even more. A chutzpah that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit too difficult. That, says the Rebbe, is why the neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well.
That's my
Should've
ball.
tried harder to stop, and dafka when the struggle is most acute. When the struggle is most acute, that's dafka. When
Oh,
you
that's
don't
your ball?
walk away.
Jack.
Listen, and it's
No,
such a
you're in the
profound
wrong-
soul.
You're
Such
going
a
the wrong
profound
way. It's
soul.
not Triple J.
And when
Dude,
you
that was a
present,
really
whatever
good
present
trick
you
shot.
present in a relationship with other people.
Yeah, but
I'm ready
That's
to run
good.
myself, whatever it might be. Until when?
No, you
As long as
didn't. It's still your
as long
ball.
as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now, again, obviously, are there times in life when you have to walk away?
Dude, I better get this.
Of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, Dafka when it gets hardest, is
Oh my
Dafka
God.
when we have to be most.
Did you see how close I came to losing?
The neshama is held culpable because when the body
Even
is
if you go
struggling
the other
most,
way, keep
that's when the
still
neshama really
I don't think
needed
so.
to be there. But instead, the neshama presented itself. Incredible.
Zoot, gave a letter.
Let's go back there. I'm going to do this, Rabbi. I'm doing this, Rabbi. It may not have it's crazy.
Alright.
Yeah. It's impossible. This is
Okay, now you're getting warmer.
It's like, okay, we're switching to Amiyomi into the end of Sanhedrin. Then I'm here Sashen. We'll pick up the rest of Tavi. So I'm so I'm Anthony is Rabbi. It may not come here to Israel.
Colder.
Anthony is Rabbi. And what's the by the way, you see from the questions.
Dude, do you not know how warmer versus colder works? If you're close, I say, if you get closer, I say warmer. If you go farther away, I say colder. Hold on. Okay, hold on. You might have already said it. Just now.
And just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions.
That's pretty close.
This is not Antonius being difficult to try to dispute. Plus, this is Antonius legitimately curious. So
Closer. Yeah, it's coast to coast AM.
The sun rise in the east and set in the west. Set to the west.
Oh, no.
I have to have a real appreciation for this Gemara. Last couple of days I was gathering flag. So if you're ever
I know. I asked Reiser this question yesterday, and he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, this is like the one thing Zoot would know. Because you listen to me listen.
We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. And if you sit over here a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over here. And by flag, you'll see it setting over there. Anyway, Zapanias asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west?
I wonder how much the points are if you end this. If you get this, like.
So in other words, and the reverse, so that's the reverse. Why does the sun rise?
Why aren't you trying to
everyone's asking, what's your question?
do a trick shot?
I'm like, I'll be coming with no, here's my question.
Watch this trick shot.
No.
Oh, dude, I fucking did that on purpose. That was really good.
Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun reverse to the other direction? Amalei is so beautiful.
Not if you did like a huge trick shot.
Give shalom to the Ribbono Shalom. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, we'll say Rashi's on both sides. By the way, I also feel a lot of Mechaman finishing with that because even Rashi couldn't get it together on one side of the page, right? Rashi took over both sides. So if Rashi needs both sides of the page, it makes sense that this takes us a little bit longer as well. So
that's
amazing. Rashi on the right hand side, Elitim Shalom Lekono, Lakadosh Baruch Hu, Shashir B'Marav.
Zoot failed to hit a trick shot.
Remember again,
obviously, dog.
Kodesh HaKadosh and the Holy of Holies was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's what it means when it says that the Shekhinah's in the west.
Bank it off the back wall into one of the closer pockets.
It sets, because when it sets, it goes down representing bowing. So the Shekhinah itself, so the sun itself
that's
bounces to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end.
I just want you to know that will be as good as no, that's not it. That doesn't count. It's a trick shot. That wouldn't have the black ball has to do the trick, not the white ball.
Bow there. Bow there and then just set. I was just asking, why does this have to make
it
from east to west? I understand the east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west?
I don't know if that's true.
Sky, so to speak, bow down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and set right there. Good question, which the Gemara says.
I mean, that was just garbage, Zoo.
Because of workers and
now you want to see something? You want to see something amazing?
Yeah, sure.
Dude, let's see how you do it, big boy.
Here's the problem. If the sun was set in its sky,
you have yet to hit a single trick shot. Oh, you hit one trick shot.
Is the sun goes down gradually. People know.
That's a miss.
Workers know that the work is there is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's in the sky, this would curtail the work.
Not easy at all.
This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and
That's a miss.
gradually in the west. So
That's definitely a miss.
It serves a twofold purpose.
That's a miss.
It bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
That's a mate.
And number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So I want to say, what a tremendous Musar skill. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What is it maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything from us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, he could have caused the sun to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets and gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel.
That's my ball.
I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about
there
the
travel.
Life is all about moving myself.
You're going to hit my ball still.
And try to maximize his time because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. Plus, he wants us operating in a
I don't know how you
he wants
hit
us
my ball.
maximizing the work day. I'm talking about your career, like it could be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey, doesn't want us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works.
Look at that.
So profound questions. So Antonina says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, indicates to us that Antonina's believed in the neshama. He believed in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Yisira? So I want to say, so Pekida.
You ready for this shot?
At the beginning of the pregnancy.
This is an easy make.
The beautiful Gemara in Sefer Nida, that the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, I don't know, what do you call it? At the beginning of pregnancy, what is it? A fetus?
Dude, that was not good.
I'm doing a blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, Tipa zu matei aleh.
I failed to hit a trick shot, Zoot.
Because Pekida means to remember.
Zoot, you're up, pimp.
What is this day going to be?
That's the greatest trick shot. You got plus 40.
Or maybe no.
I won. Let's see the best shot.
Again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks.
Bank shot, kick shot, kiss shot, combo shot. Bank shot, kiss shot.
Okay.
Dog, we might have to record this bitch.
So again, he says it can't be.
I know.
This is, for example, a piece of meat. Right? You
I
can't
think
eat a
it's
piece of meat
like
for 3 days.
like
And it
you
won't
know,
go back.
here
It'll
you
become
come
salt.
but
It's like
it's
it's
like
really
a show.
So Anthony,
Baby, what do you want me to do about it?
everything that exists needs a preservative. So just
All right,
like
dude.
so how
Trick shot sucks.
how does the fetus exist?
I will play you one time in your stupid dice party game,
and
then I'm gonna go to sleep.
So Antonina says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama
It's 3:22.
from the moment of inception.
Zoot, I'm waiting on you. You have 10 seconds to accept. 9 seconds to accept. Hey, yeah. All right, cool. That was a nice story you told, and everybody loved it. And you didn't. You took a giant risk, and it paid off.
Which seems to indicate that the neshama
1, 2, 3, 4. Give me a 5, baby. Give me a 5, baby. Dude, fuck this.
That's not
So when does a person get their Yitzhara? So Mishas Yitzira or Mishas Yitzia?
That's not
Dude, I started with 30. What do you mean? Shut the fuck up.
That the embryo, that the fetus is formed, baby is formed.
You get a stretch.
Yeah, dog.
Or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm saying where it says.
Oh, that's good.
I'm sorry. I'm going to Mishas Yitzira. So he says, I responded. From the
Yeah,
time
I'm
that
gonna
the
play
fetus
it.
is formed in utero, ultimately, and that's when there's Yitzhara. So as it says, doesn't make sense. I mean,
Give me 4s, baby. Give me 4s. Dude, that was terrible.
See, the
That's one of the worst starts in the history of starts. Dog.
What does the Sahara do? What does the Sahara do? The Sahara causes us to kick. It causes us to kick. The essence of the Sahara is to break.
That was terrible. That was one of the worst rolls in the history of rolls.
I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this. I don't care. That's all the Sahara.
Dude, do you know what the dice, the World Series of Dice is?
Very profound use as well. Because if I somehow
because you don't watch Chappelle's show.
Channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a coffin inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, can be the most incredible engine of growth. Right? Everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonino says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhara, because literally it would kick its way out of the womb. It must be that it receives the Yitzhara when it comes into this world.
Oh, it's terrible. You're in trouble. That was even dumber. That was a stupid play. One of the dumbest plays we've ever seen. One of the dumbest plays we have ever seen, folks. Look at this shit, dude.
The pasuk says that literally again, sin awaits at the entrance. This is talking about Cain. It's about Cain. But it's a metaphor. The Pesach is at the opening, at the entry to the world. Sin crouches. Sahara is there. And I will say this seems to be back to the focus as well. Very interesting.
You're not going for a full house?
Ultimately, again, when we enter into this world. But I will say that this is.
I would go for the full house.
It's interesting to see, and we know this. We know from our own lives.
Go for it, baby. Roll the dice. And it paid off. That was great, too. Oh, dog. Give it to me.
So, Bom, Iber, Upisea, Harabi, Obadas, Yachta, Uksiv, Azi, Dali, Kaio, Pisea, Vitral, Vashon, Elaine, Kinitko, Midbar, Mai, Benachalin, Barava. So, as I say, interestingly enough, two different psukim that refer to the Messianic era.
Dude, I've never gotten that. I've never gotten the bonus.
People come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed, which I must say is one of the questions that I was writing yesterday's dot.
Full house, baby.
Unclothed, do they come back with their injuries, with
Full
their
house.
blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right. In reality, we come back again with our mumin, but then we are healed by a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Why not just come back healed? Because it's a greater appreciation when you're back with all of your injuries. Right? Come back with all of my all of my broken parts. Come back with all of it.
You're gonna get
Potentially.
That's tremendous.
Nothing is guaranteed in life, baby. The question is, are you going to go? Are you proud of that?
And Hashem will erase every tear and every face. Here's another question.
Wild card.
Is there death or is there not death?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a straight.
No, there will be death, but when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of the
Baby, I got it straight right off the bat. 1, 2,
1,
3, 4. That's not good. No, I didn't. Quit saying that.
It's interesting. Like, is there chesanesim for non-Jews? Like, what is that?
My man needs a 5.
So the Gemara says, "My ball hasam."
Devastating. Devastating.
Because again, apparently,
give me 3s, baby.
There's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles.
Give me 3s, baby.
But interestingly enough, these questions reflect the idea that the Muslim Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our
because I can get other 3s. All I need is 1 3 and I get it.
On the spiritual growth. It was interestingly enough, this is embedded in the whole sub-machlokes, which is what is the Messianic era? Like, what is it? You know, is it like this
baby,
supernatural
I'm sexy.
World, or is it
and I know.
the regular world? So again, that's backdrop to these discussions. That's the backdrop
Give
to
me
what
one.
happens with sickness, what happens with death.
Give me another one.
Clothed, unclothed, all of these things are really embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like.
Baby, I just got 35 bonus points.
You always quotes the same passage, which is,
One, two.
And I never sought except for you, Hashem. In other words, we have these machloksim. These questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know.
Are you proud?
When we know. Okay.
No, he's not proud, folks. Give me some twos. Give me some twos.
Interestingly enough, there's two different psukim. First pasuk seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in the Messianic era.
Dude, you're getting blown out.
That will shine even brighter. That even the moon will shine as
You're up,
bright
Zoo.
as the sun. So which one is it?
Zoo.
The Gemara says this.
Zoo.
I sort of say this is interesting. One is talking
Zoo.
about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimate.
Zoo. You reconnected. Zoo, come on, baby. Dude, you got 4 of a kind. 4 twos.
Here's the light of Hashem.
Get a fifth.
The light is luminaries. That's when the
Give me some ones.
luminaries will shine even brighter. But according to Shmuel, who says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shibud Golios. It wasn't Shibud Golios literally means we're not enslaved by any other nation, but more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone.
Oh, he got 3 5s, folks. He needs one more 5. And he didn't get it.
Like, you don't need help, you don't need your love.
Folks, he did not get that 5. Give me one more 5. Baby, is that something that you want me to do something about? Dude.
So to speak, it really so you don't need to
Get another 4.
Incredible. So Rabbi contrasted to psukim. So listen, this is interesting. So the pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought you death and I will bring back to life. I broke and I will heal. So the words,
baby, I dominated.
Who says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I
Dude, before I go to bed, we're gonna play your favorite game.
First, the dead are brought back to life, but they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens?
You're up.
Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and heals them. Almost like
dude, everybody's waiting on you.
The miracle of Tchias HaMesim. That again, we come back.
Dude, are you gonna go?
And then ultimately again the healing process. Of course, the one part that the Gemara doesn't discuss over here, which is interesting. The $5 million question is, how old are we? Like, when do we come back? Like, what is it?
Dude, you're up. I'm about to fuck you.
So that's again. So I was like I said, remember, as many of these questions.
You got fortunate, Zoo.
There's a million other ones.
Zoo got fortunate, son.
I'm trying to ask, like, a person was married more than once, right? Who do they come back with, right?
Look at this move, Zoo.
How does that?
Zoo, you're done.
So there's like a lot of.
You're done.
A lot of stuff.
It's over for Zoo. Zootster, you're done, baby. Baby, you're done. This game is over for you, baby. It is over for Zootster. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at that move. Dude, you're done.
So ultimately Hashem says, I cause death and I bring back to life. But maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live.
Look at these moves, dude. Dude, look at these moves.
Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person.
Dude, look at these moves.
So again, life and death is also in the same person.
You're up, big dog.
And I will say this serves as a proof.
Oh, dude. This could be devastating.
How do we know about resurrection of the dead from the Torah? I will say this is fascinating because here the Gemara is now quoting a passage from the Torah. Like up until now, most of the psukim.
You're up. Dude, are you gonna go?
How do we know it's different Rabbi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's Mefurish Raya that it's from Navi. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So
Dude, no one's listening to you. The only thing that they want you to know is that you were dominated, but you're loved. Dude, the more and more I get to know you, the less and less funny I think you are, but the more and more I like you. So if you're ever like, dude, shit's going wrong or whatever, just know that there are people, really sexy individuals like myself, who think you're cool. Sort of. Sweet dreams, big dog. Hey, I'm going to. Your guy's going to be on Kill Tony one of these days. And when he is, he's going to thank you.
Something in the future where these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future.
Close. What's up, Dallas? Look at this.
Built a Mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of these deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Our economic deism is that, Shlomo will build an actual Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. Ella, Ma'ala Allah, Pasuk Kizibah, that's a different pasuk. Shlomo never has to build a Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. So why does it say that he did? Rothschild did not her Avodah Zarah appetite of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop. Because he did nothing to stop his own behavior in his home, his like this, I would probably take a picture. So where do we know about
Oh, it's people. You're not even getting the full view.
So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in the home. All the Hallelujah, right? They will go ahead and
big dog.
Praise you. So the Lord says, in the Ruach it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does
Unable to access camera.
They will praise you. They will praise you.
Because we want sexiness. Sexiness. Look at this move. Folks, look at this. Atlanta says something.
It's in Shira in the world to come. Shina Emar, Hatzre, Yoshe, Rizachom, Odiabusa. There's so much to say about this tonight. What does it mean to see Shira in this world? You see it seems very suffer in this world. Ultimately, again, you will see that there's an element of peace. You know, the Rabbi, but I was just going with the needs of us. The Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Haba you create for yourself. There's another piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yotzim, the Akar Sinim, but Hashem the man is the best of them. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, right? They sit there like a the deeds of the crown of their good deeds on their head, and they derive benefit from this fruit. That's Olam Haba. But sometimes the person who's dying there, is there like a feeling, is there like a shleppy coming, is it called like that? Is that it? Like, is that it? And like a lot of times you see it, like, yeah, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only meaningful if at the end of the day, we found your relationship with Hashem all the time. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that good. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that's something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. Olam Haba really is much more about the material and all about the enjoyment and all about the stuff and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. But if that's pretty much what life is all about, all the world is really like that. Tremendous like that. So listen, so it's interesting. You want to enjoy all the Mamba, but all the Maza has to look a certain way. And that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like if your world, if this life is about the Rothschild, so at the end of the day, all the Mamba will be great. But if not, all the Mamba really is just about the material, it's just about the mundane. All the Mamba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. I'm going to give out, I'm going to look at it. You know, it's a nice thing to do. Shneimar, put it in the Shneimar. Told to back on us, we call Yakta Yainu. Ring the one Hamar El Yainu. The time with cancellation of that. So once again, the voices of Sofak are going from this, like you're reading, of those who see you. Right? They will go ahead and call out Yainu. They will praise you future times. Once again, future times not present. Don't you give out Abba, I'm going to look at it. I see them call me doing Omen. It's a shaky child's Shiva Bakala, it's so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shiva with one voice. Shene Amar, called Sofaka Nasu, called Yacht of Yarninu. Was a happy place that. All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice. Right? All the leaders of Prophet speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? That's the most of it. Again, as you saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw this right before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unified voice. I'm going to use other call me out of the comment. She going to me not for us on herself. If the person is capable of teaching Torah, but withhold your Torah from your Talmud, withhold Torah from the Talmud. Never say, this could be a Rabbi, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Incredible. So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if he's stealing their inheritance. Shneimar Torah Tzivon Moshe Morasha Kihilas Yaakov. Morasha Ki L'Kol Yisham Yishesh Teiroshes. So we'll say, you have a possible to search for Torah. It's a Morasha. What is an inheritance? It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. Yishesh Teiroshes. That's what out there when we chase Teiroshes. So again, that's why that the Sid, the Rishis Barak, the Shilator Shnita Rishis. So Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Rishis Barak, what do you mean? In the year associated, Rishis is a contraction. The Shvir Rishis. Because of that, this was created first, after the Torah was created the world. So the world was created to Torah, Torah was given to God himself, and therefore again, I withhold the Torah from someone, like beautifully, without taking their inheritance. I'm not sure about Krishna, I'm not sure about Sita. So when I look at the Talmud, it's already both halacha from the Talmud. Already have the ability to teach the Talmud, and it doesn't show easily. Who brings to remind you of Talmud? Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in the result. Shneimar, Monei Abar Kapot Tzadikei, Monei Abar. יקרבו לעום, גם לעום אלא אופרים לעום יחוסים שנאמר לעום יאמר ואין חבו על החבו והחבו מספרסים שנאמר מה החוב לא חבו תל חייבון ואין בא על החבו והבא נשאר שנאמר לא שבא אין יאמר. So it's like, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't know, especially that like someone who's Machal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. You know what does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach Talmud Torah. And what was first even by the fetuses, what the consequence was a sometimes the worst thing that a person could do is withhold the growth opportunity to someone else. You make a mistake, but sometimes the greatest thing you accomplish are the things you do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable to accomplish. When you listen to the Torah, what is it talking about here? A Rebbe has opportunity to teach the Talmud. Rebbe has opportunity to teach the Talmud. It's the Rebbe to do the news that someone else is growing. I don't do that. That's the application of the highest level of personalistic responsibility. That's my avoid. Our avoiding life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And if you are to do so, the world is incredible. Another like the Ula by you're not going to talk about. If you don't accept it, you're more from the student, the little again. literally again, so they pierce you like a seed. Okay, but let's say that what Rashi points out with this might be pierced like a seed. It means you forget your word. Just like us, if you put something in the seed, you can't put it to food. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his word. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not good. That's not such like I think the wrong stuff. All this is possible. Everything that Hashem gives you, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the Torah that is the right. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others,
Look at this move.
A Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a rebbe. A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to do over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you check what's that Torah for weeks. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes when you know there's different types of chavrusa. There's some chavrusa both of you on the same level. When you have a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning, you become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And it was like that is the most profound thing you think. And when you see this Gemara, you're like, automatically, shit, oh, it's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a rabbi. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef, Shene Emar, u'bracha l'rosh mashbir. Ve'im mashbir elo Yosef, v'shene Shene Emar, Yosef v'shor ala arash. Whoever mashbir l'chol am ha'aretz. So you say, brother, so what's the shot? What's the shot if someone shares their Torah? They get brachos like Yosef. Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? What's the whole thing kind of over Yosef? Yosef took his brachos. What did Yosef do with his brachos? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, and every right to say, forget about the rest of you. I'm not going to take revenge. I'm not helping. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef Atzadik. I'm going to finish this. Kalamari is beautiful. Kalamari is all the Mazar. The Zoka and the Langari Olam Haba. Wow. What you'll ever teach a Torah in this world is Zoka to teach it from the world to come. Yeah, by the way, what is that mean? Remember, we always come back to that question of what Olam Haba, what does Iman mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? They will say that if you teach Torah in this world, it is looking like something to teach Torah Olam Haba as well. Which they say, means also that the people you learn Torah with, people you learn Torah with, are going to show you these zochas to learn in this world and next world. Can you imagine you have a chavrusa, you have a share in Olam Haba? I feel like you'll be able to move faster. Right? So I don't know if it's faster. And you have to show us how incredible is that? You know that Shemay Mar? Perfect, yeah. So it's a moment that there's no challenge all the time. At least act like from death. I just gotta be better. You have to remember, America can who you are. All of that. But there is a focus. Once you have a secret station, by the way, it's guessing it, right? I would have picked any other Gemara. It tries to learn so many writers for a person. Right? This is now already 3 black give like 7 blocks. I'm talking about 1.5 blocks. Right? So 1.5 blocks, right? That gets 4. So first of all, because again, the military definition is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many people as it can. The next thing is going to go, Shneimar, Yichi Ruvain, Va'al-Yamos, Ruvain will not die. Yichi Ruvain Ba'al Mazar. No, not Ba'al. Sorry. It's not brachas. It's not the brachas of Yaakov. The brachas of Moshe. Yichi Ruvain Va'al-Yamos. Yichi Ruvain Ba'al Mazar. Ruvain will live in this world, but Allah was going up. He will not die in the world. You know, Rabbi Mishay Adma Safar Yakitsu. Elu Wakai Olam, Elu Bakar Fasili Divan. So it's incredibly enough. A number of these traditions from the meal are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. And now ultimately again,
we've heard this like 1,000 times. How about this guy?
We actually there are two major battles that the Jewish people had with Rome, which isolated the destruction of the temple as the pinnacle. We needed a day. We needed a day to remember all this. And the day of the destruction of the temple was such a spiritually that's a calamity. So remember the physical calamity as well. And there were three major battles. The first one lasted 10 years. Is to lead that Sibon Olam Haba as well. But also, usually my recent with the destruction of the temple, 1 million Jews perished in those 10 years in the battles back and forth until the enemy, till the Romans got into Jerusalem and actually destroyed it. They destroyed the entire Judea, not just Jerusalem, was the temple, everything was destroyed. And 1 million Jewish people perished one way or another. Many religious and other time committed suicide. But Masada and there were others, there were thousands, Josephus who jumped into the fire of the temple. Because they felt there's no temple, they felt this was the end. There was no more Jews, there was no more Judaism for no reason to carry on. This was the end. We mentioned these zealots, we mentioned those people who brought a fierce fight. They carried on. Masada happened after the destruction of the temple. They ran. Thousands of people would, they ran to Masada, and the Romans would go to those Jews to go build their ground, as the famous story is. That was after the destruction. They ran from Jerusalem to Masada. Another major battle, which happened afterwards, which happened about 40 years afterwards. So for a period, the Romans had marched in, Isaac had destroyed, gone back, and whoever was left was left to pick up the pieces. Again, there arose a move to throw off the yoke of the Romans once again. 40 years after the temple was destroyed, the Jews wanted to rebuild it. That's not very well done, actually. They wanted to rebuild the second temple. They wanted to rebuild the temple. They were negotiations. Delegations were sent to Rome. Rome would have it, but only under very restricted conditions. The temple would not be able to be built on the temple for the building got built somewhere else. And they limited them in that sense, just with them. They went back and they made another uprising, which was based in the city of Rhodes, headed by two people called Pappus and Glorianus. The other things very great mention of their self-sacrifice to Joseph and Judaism. And, but again, the Romans came and they felt that revolution, they destroyed Lut, and that was pretty much, they killed Pappus and Glorianus, and that was pretty much the end of that. The third uprising, is probably the most famous one, and that was the uprising of a man called Bar Kokhba. Bar Kokhba, well, his actual name was Shimon. His name was Shimon ben Kuziva. Shimon ben Kuziva was a person of extraordinary might. We're told he was able to ride a horse upon a tree whilst riding a horse. He was such a character, a superhuman character. ultimately, again, you can't have that mess of
was extremely charismatic
לא
and fearless man who feared nothing and a tremendous leader. Besides that, he was a good person, very frothy, kept the Torah, staunch, he had tremendous faith in Hashem, an all-rounder, somebody who the Jewish people at that time, many thought as Mashiach, including Rabbi Akiva.
What's the
We're going to speak about Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is a leader of the Jewish people at the time, pretty much. In this era, however many next 100 years after the temple was destroyed, Rabbi Akiva backed him. He was a warrior, he was religious, and he had the backing of the rabbinate. He had an all-round thing to him, and indeed, he rounded up an army right in the beginning of 200,000 Jews, all of whom were tremendous minds. The test, if you were able to get into his army, was if you could uproot a tree. If you could take a tree out, you were qualified. The Talmud tells us actually that he was so fierce that the initial test to get into the army was if you could chop off your own finger. Okay? The rabbinate told him, what are you doing? The rabbi could do it, but very good, okay? To show you guts. So you guts. The rabbinate told him that the Torah doesn't allow it. The Torah doesn't allow such a thing, so the test became if you can uproot a tree. Where did you get this from? What the finger thing is? It's like, it's got mysteries, but my God, I never know what's in it, but it's trick finger. My God, I had the very end of it, it's very well documented.
And to make the right decisions in life,
Now, what he did was he made an uprising against the Romans. And he conquered, but he kicked the Romans out of the Galil
failure to do so is only one
and
person's
made
fault,
his way down.
and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if
Pushed them out of
somebody doesn't
Jerusalem.
have Dale,
There were the
they have the
empires again.
what's about the on them? Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of
His
anything.
name
They're hurting
became
themselves.
Bar
Someone doesn't have Dale,
because the word
don't give them
Koch
drugs. Right?
means a star.
Why?
And
Because
it was
you
Rabbi
are
Akiva
moving
who
an
gave it
errant
this name,
lifestyle.
because Rabbi
And
Akiva
it's a
said that
person
when the
has
verse
to
said,
have a basic moral
in the
compass.
words of Jacob,
You need to
Dora
know
Koicha
what's
Miyaga, the
right
star
and what's
rises
wrong.
forth from
And if they
Jacob.
don't have that,
Rabbi
if you
Akiva
help
said,
them,
this
you're
is him.
enabling them to continue on
He's
that
gonna be the
broken
Mashiach.
path. And that's like the Gemara says over
In the
here.
end, he got together an army of 350,000 soldiers and put up a fierce rebellion. The emperor at the time was Hadrian.
To be successful.
A cruel person and a great Jew hater. Hadrian, and this was very big for him.
And as long as I have that,
He got together many soldiers and many generals that he had all over the world at the time. He got from England, his people in England, his people in then Germany, and all the other sort of islands. He had to get them together to try and put up with Bar Kokhba. For 4 or 5 years, Bar Kokhba was successful. He put up a resistance and was not able to be broken. After 4 or 5 years, however, things started to turn the other way. Bar Kokhba himself started getting very nervous and agitated because he thought there were some spies among his people. And he thought also that the rabbinate rose up against him. He thought that there was history for the rabbinate not being happy with a particular rebellion. In the time of the destruction of the temple, the rabbinate was not happy at all with the Zealots. They said, you're not going to win this, there's nothing to fight for. You may as well make it peaceful and try and salvage what you could from the Romans. But anyway, Bar Kokhba, he grew to be very agitated and very nervous. And he actually put to death Rabbi Elazar, one of the greatest rabbis at the time. And the rabbinate kind of backed out from his support. That was the start of the end, because when the rabbinate backed out, many much of the people backed out. He thought he was a spy. He thought he was a spy.
Ish Abbas, fire will consume it. Shenamar, Kochosha, coming to Stira, Kohoy, Ish, Yara, Silva, Ohana, Yari, Shiga, from Kochon, Kisham Kol, Shenamar, the Sigma, Shashan, Koray, that's not the thing, what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learning
David
at night,
descended from a
fire
Kohanis
will
from Rus.
consume it.
Yeah, but that's a it's got to be from a Davidic dynasty.
First of all, it tells us a very important
So
thing.
what happened was in the end they came to a very sad ending. One of the reasons of why we marked Tisha B'Av is because many years after the destruction there was a city which its namesake at least exists today in Israel called Beitar. Beitar was a massive city. The Talmud gives us the proportions. Was a huge place. I don't know if it's in modern day Beitar. There is another city called Beitar. I'm not sure if that's an actual place. There are excavations of what may have been the original Beitar. And on Tisha B'Av, Beitar was broken into. Korbanism took refuge in Beitar. It was a fortress of the city. If you had Beitar, you had Jerusalem as well. And the Romans broke into Beitar, and half a million Jews perished in that destruction, which is another reason for why we love Tisha B'Av. It was the Holocaust number 2 in those who watched. Remember, there wasn't as many Jews as maybe there was in the time of the Holocaust. And proportion-wise, that was a very, very great calamity.
Where things
The
become
one led
difficult,
this push against Bar Kokhba, and the eventual victory over Bar Kokhba was Hadrian. And Hadrian had it with the Jews. They had lost some, he was just drained of dealing with them. And so Hadrian put his Jew-hatred into motion in the way of a final solution, not of a physical one. Hadrian wanted that the Jews should disappear, and the way you do that is you make, you decree and you persecute against Judaism. That is where the backdrop of that was set the stage for all the Roman decrees against Torah and Yiddishkeit. Anybody who was caught burning Torah was put to death. There's a famous idea of the Asora HaRubi Malchus, the 10 of the greatest sages, Asora, the 10 HaRubi Malchus, those who were killed by the emperor. 10 of the greatest sages, including Rabbi Akiva and many others, were killed in that era. Rabbi Akiva taught Torah in public and was killed for it. They tortured them in the most horrible way. Another thing he did was Hadrian. He took the Temple Mount. This is interesting. Cultivated the Temple Mount. It's not that high. We're told Maria was the highest mountain from all the surrounding mountains. Higher than the Mount of Olives. It was higher than the other, maybe the other mountains which surround Jerusalem. How did it become relatively a hill? Hadrian instructed that it should be literally plowed off. It should be 1,000 feet were lost from the Temple Mount. Thus, he have excavators. He had a spade of people and thousands of people at his disposal. They didn't have a problem with that.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual commentator sponsor, Tosin Spotlight, is also dedicating all the students Russians this year as is close to the source of us for Amisrael. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Jim, and Love Maria and Sabin, Dr. Harry Khan, Only Rofal, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef, Cohen, and Ziv, Levin, and Benjamin families in memory of Williams with Ziv, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, or Rabbi Yochanan, American Bar Talmud Torah. All of the show Sabin Ali, the family team of the Spark will bring all of our hostages home, and our police soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh evening. Let's do that. Let us do. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzadik Days 92. We are picking up on Tzadik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm really answering this today. But incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. We should have definitely cycle. Like 8 years. Let's give it like an extra 6 months to work through Gemaras like this. But all right. Okay. Good. So let's say Shafina from the bottom, Tzadik Aleph from number 91. Amalei Rabbi Ranter, Amalei Antoninus the Rabbi. So let's say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations between Rabbi and Antoninus. So like Antoninus was a Roman official. A little bit of historical debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. It's fascinating enough, he developed the relationship with Rabbi Rabbi. And so the Gemara records multiple conversations between two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus says the following: go for the Shema, hold on with Ta'atman and Hadid. This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. How so? The body can say it's clearly the neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? It's very easy to discuss. The body can say, look, I'll show you the Raya. From the time that the neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the neshama left, one of my dreams is laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the neshama. Well, the neshama could say, "Guf chata." No, it's the body that's saying. What's the proof? Shinim shepirash b'minenu harini polachas ba'avir kitzita. Because the neshama could say, "Look at me. From the day that I left, that flesh comes in the body. Look what happened. I'm flying in the heavens like a bird. I'm free like a bird." Right? The body says it's clearly the neshama's fault. The neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question? Antoninus is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does it hold the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility ultimately for the failure of man. So this is beautiful. I'm going to come much more out of them. Let me give you a muscle. Let me give you a muscle.
The works is he was from the very honorable people of Jerusalem, but Rothschild noticed the shepherd.
I'll give you a little muscle. Come out of a domer. This is great. The Melech Pasam Dam Shayla Kaidishma. The king had a beautiful orchard. The Hayabal on the base. Look at our fire. Hayabal, the Pharaoh's nose, and in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. The Pharaoh's nose. Very nice dates. Right, very nice dates. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled and one of them was blind. So I'm gonna say, okay, so I guess you got it stuff. You know, let me say again. So these were the watchmen over the field. So the words, I'm gonna let you go. So the crippled one said to the blind one, "If one was not always funny wrong, I see that there's some really nice things in this field. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, let's do this. Put me on your back. We'll use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the fig." So sure enough, the idea of the sure enough again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the fig. The owner of so sometime later, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, "Abraham, the Pharaoh's no apparently they did a pretty good job consuming the figs, and eat a lot of things in a relatively small amount of time, or whatever, for a long amount of time. So the owner comes back to tell where are my figs? So I don't know if you know, for you to name the Osma, also, sorry, I don't know if you know, for you to name the Alex one, so again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability, had no liability. So the blind guy said, "Now what do you want from me? I don't have sight." The crippled guy said, "Well, I have legs." Clearly couldn't do me. So that's what Allah said to me. Here, I got the small, but then also so the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind one and judged them as blind entities. Right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have culpability. Making the Shema, the Zarka Babush, the Zarka Samkata. Rabbi essentially says, right. Body by itself and the soul by itself, both essentially
as far as Torah was
so
concerned,
what
the
does
Talmud
Hashem
tells
do?
us
He brings
that
the Shama and literally throws it into the book. He done Osam, he done Osam
Mishnah does
and
not
ultimately
in the
again, he
Torah
goes
that
ahead
was
and
not stated
he
in
judges them
Show
as
Rabbi
one
Akiva.
entity. Remember, Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, the Ala Aretz Modin Alo. Yikra al Shemayim Me'al, the call to the heavens above it, Zum Shama, the Ala Aretz Modin Alo, and he causes it close to the earth for judgment together with it, Zehadlof. So what's really fascinating? So I'll tell you something amazing. It really is such a busy show. It's so easy, it never says. But still, it's not fair. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? I was at the end of the day, let's be honest, it's not the Neshama that sins, it's the book that sins. So why would the Neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? Listen to what the Rabbi says. This is classic of really good stuff. The Rabbi says, because the Neshama didn't try hard enough to stop the body. This is because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up, when it gets in, the Neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a bad thing for myself. I'm saying, right? In other words, like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the Neshama absents itself. But maybe you should say, Neshama, how dare you? How dare you? You absent yourself and the body is struggling. That's when the group is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. That's when the fires of desire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. That you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit difficult. That's a Zereba, is why the Neshama is held accountable in the sins of the body as well. You shouldn't try harder to stop and not come. When the struggle is most acute, that's when you don't walk away. It's such a profound so human nature is, I'm willing to be present, whether present in a relationship with other people, powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things because they get now again, obviously, I understand the life because Rabbi Akiva found things in the Torah that he said. But more often than not, says Rebbe, God go when it gets hardest. Is God going to present? You have to try hardest. The Neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the Neshama really needed to be there. But it's like the Neshama. All right, let's go back there.
Safely, so
I'm going to do this ready. I'm doing this ready. His name not coming up.
One has to be in stature to be able to take it the way it is and not to corrupt it.
It's impossible. This is, I mean, seriously, to me, this is like this. It's Hashem. Well, we'll pick up at the rest of the time. I'm going to do this ready. If they not come, you'll say, "That's what we're talking about." I'm doing this as ready. I will say, by the way, you see from the questions, these are not, sensitive questions. Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, poke holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity, and just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions, because he recognizes this is not Antoninus being difficult or trying to discuss, this is Antoninus being genuinely curious. So Antoninus actually responding to this. Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Set in the west. Also, that appreciation is that last couple of days on the planet. So if you're every year, you see that the sun is glaring through those windows. This is the most beautiful thing in the world. It's something we don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, often indoors the whole day. If you sit over here, for a little while, you'll see the sun coming up over here. My plot, you see it somewhere. Anyways, Antoninus asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? So this is the so Rabbi says, what's the question? And if it was the reverse, I'm like, you have a good thought. So in other words, and if the reverse, and if it was the reverse, so that's the reverse. Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? Well, Rabbi was asking, What's your question? What's your question? I'm not going to come here. No, here's my question. If they mash up cast the Nara, no, I'm just asking, why not just have the sun rise in the east and set in the east? Why does it have to rise in the east and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun need to traverse to the other direction? This is so beautiful. Shalom Lakona. In order that the sun should give Shalom Aleichem, should give Shalom to the Ribbono Shalom. Now, what is that? You look at Rashi, Rashi's on both sides. I also feel a lot of the commentators in the back, because even Rashi couldn't get it together on both sides of things. Right? Rashi took over both sides. So Rashi needs both sides of the same set of things over as well. So look at Rashi on the right hand side, the elite and Shalom Lakona, Black Kodesh Baruch Hu, Shashkina B'Matter. The Kibbutz Shemagas Adonai V'Mechas Shachar V'Mechas Baruch. Listen, origin Shekhinah is in the west. Remember again, using this English model, so remember the Kodesh HaKadosh and Holy of Holies was situated in the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's when you say that the Shekhinah is in the west. So therefore, the sun Kiviyachol comes and bows down before the in the west, and it sets, and then it goes down, doesn't go down. Bowing. So the sun itself bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of every day. So beautiful. Shneimar, Utzva Shalom Chamish Tachlim. Arle, V'sisi Apalga, V'sisi Apalga Rakia, V'titin Shalom of the tail. So I understand. So ask Antoninus. So once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid-sky? So rise in the east, come to mid-sky, bow there, right? Sort of not bow there. In other words, bow there and then just set. In other words, what I was asking is, why does the sun have to make its way all the way from east to west? I understand it needs to make its way from east towards west. Why does it have to go down all the way in the west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, bow down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and set right there. Good question, which the Gemara says, Mishum Polim Ba'ovrei Drachim, because of workers and travelers. I will say, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Mishum Polim, Dilukan Chayam Makshech Piton, Shekishachama Be'emtza Rakia Me'ira B'yoser, Usur Shadayin Yishahos B'yom, Vayipolin Shalom Malachton, Ad Shekashech Ba'ovrei Drachim, Nani L'Hayu Yodim, Masai Yachshach L'Lakish. Here's the problem. If the sun was set in its sky, so let's say, let's work backwards. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the work is there, is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west really serves a twofold purpose. Number one, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for travelers in the world. So let's say, what a tremendous Musar skill. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What does that maximize the time for? Working and traveling. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything for us to work hard, and to work for as long as possible, and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, we could have caused the sun to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. To give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And if the Baruch Hu maximizes time, he wants more than anything from us, is to work. Listen, he wants us operating in all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I'm talking about your career, like it could be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to stay in place. He maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. Someone else was Rabbi. The Shalom in the second Kabbalah. It's a profound question. So Antonia says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, interestingly enough, introduced us that Antonia is believing in the neshama. He believed in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekita or Mishas Yisira? So I say, so Pekita means literally again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out, remember again, the beautiful Gemara says, the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the kippah. The kippah sounds like literally again, what do you call it? Pregnancy, fetus, embryo, a blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the Melech takes the glass and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, what is this? That's called Kita. Kita. Kita means, remember, that's what the Melech says, Hashem, what is this baby going to do? Santanias asks Rabbi, when does the baby get its neshama? Is that moment, like when it's the blast, or maybe no, when it takes on serum is literally, again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Yishas Tzira. So Rabbi says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay? So Amalei, so Isaiah says, look at what he says. So again, he says, it can't be. For example, a piece of meat, right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days.
My life is brilliant.
It needs salt.
My life is pure.
So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, how does the plant, right? How does plants exist at any point? It must Antoninus says,
you're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true.
So literally again, so the actually brings the heat of the Zat of Baruch Shalom Ruchi. My Ruach preserves me. My Ruach keeps me. Which I was seems to indicate that the Neshama is given to the entity in its initial blast. When we say Yitzhak Rabbi, because we have it from Neshama, as a Neshama, so when it does it receive the so Yishas Yitzira and Yishas Yitzira. So interestingly enough, the question is specifically timing that you can deal that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, shows that your seed is the flesh, or the time the baby comes out of the summary, I'm saying what it says, Yishas Yitzira, so he says, I saw you, and the time that the fetus is formed in the robe, ultimately, and that's when it's used to have if that's the case, the fetus will keep its way out of its mother. Which was this, if you hear this, so the baby had which tells you something amazing. What does the Yitzhahara do? What does the Yitzhahara do? The Yitzhahara causes us to decay. Causes us to decay. The entire essence of the Yitzhahara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhahara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's all Chab Yitzhahara. But here's the interesting idea. The Yitzhahara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhahara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have a clock inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, is the most beautiful energy. Right? Everything is about coming for this power. So again, Antonina says it can't be he has, and it's already literally
fucking high and I know you're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. My tongue in your face, and the body is placed.
Of course, again, this is talking about kindness.
And I don't know what to do.
The opening, at the entry to the world, such sin practice leads to horror. That the Sahara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. And also that this is so that we first of all because we're all lives. Now what does the Sahara do? It keeps down. Again, I can harness that.
You're beautiful. You're beautiful, it's true.
want
with
to
a
say,
smile
like,
on her
so
face.
how love you about that?
Once you know I'm happy to
As
be
the
with
Dalit
you.
Ayo Sea, the literal Lashon Ilay, Kinifko Midbar Mai Benachalim Ba'arava. So as I said, interestingly enough, two different psukim that first in Hasiyan Kara, one pasuk seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I must say is one of the questions that we have. We saw it right in yesterday's job. Like, how do people come back to Tchias clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? To which the Gemara says, you're right, Haki, it's not omdim b'mumin u'misraim. In reality, we come back again with our mumin, but then we are healed by a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries. Right? I come back with all of my broken kites. I come back with all of it. And then in Tchias HaMisim HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes there and heals me. That's tremendous. Let's go back to Ula Ramixir. Ula brings down to Tzir. What's the second wide line? And Tzadik Aleph on the page. Ula Ramixir. Bila Hamavas Nesach Machas and Niliyah Chacham. So literally again, death will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear, every tear. The Messianic era, one pasuk seems to indicate there's no more death. Other pasuk seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of a young person. Something much longer.
Just wanna be with you. Three, you're the flame to see that you're the only one for me. And 4, I give you 1, 2, 3, 5, you can fall in love with me. You never die to me. Love is so long. It's so some incredible.
Gentile population to attend this is embedded in something. What is What is is it like this supernatural growth, or is it pretty much olam kimin hagonohe, a regular way? So again, that's the backdrop of these discussions. That's the backdrop to what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things already embedded in that backdrop. What exactly does the Messianic right? Because whenever the Gemara has these machloksim, the Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is and I never saw it except this. So in other words, we have these machloksim. These questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what do you know? We'll know what we know. We'll know what we know. Okay.
You like a dream come true. Just wanna be with you. 3, do the thing to see that you're the only one for me. 4, step 1, 2, 3, 5, make you fall in love with me. If everyone to me, no word is done. So now to be like a life, and you've done enough the song. Just be like a little child, my life has just begun. Maybe the pictures when you break my only heart of mine. You threw out the lifeline just in the nick of time. Like a dream come true. Just wanna be with you. Will explain to see that you're the only one for me. 4, peace, that's 1, 2, 3, 5, make your hand love with me. And love
Like, you don't need help, you don't need love, you don't need this. Just leave us alone. That's Shibud Malchus. Plus, of course, there's a recognition ultimately again of the one Baruch. So how do you understand this whole thing about the There's a show, Kama Machar Tzadikim, Kama Machar Shchina. This is beautiful. So to speak, in the Rosh Hashanah, in the camp of Shchina, so you don't usually go from the sun shines bright. In the camp of Tzadikim, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Rabbi Rani says, so Rabbi contrasts the Tzukim, Ani Amista'ach Yautzir, Machatzki Ba'ani Erfa. So listen, this is interesting. So the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machatzki, I broke and I will heal. So the words, Mashi name is Ani Mechayef, the other, Mashi Machatzki Ani Erfa. Baruch Hu says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This goes back to what the Gemara said before, that how does Tchias HaMesim work? Where Tchias HaMesim works is first, the dead are brought back to life, but they're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes in and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias HaMesim. That again, we come back how we were, and then ultimately again, we come back. Of course, the one part that we do want to discuss here, which is interesting, probably the million dollar question is, how old are we? Like when we come back? Like what age? I'm not come back a little younger. You know, like it would be nice. It'd be nice. So that again, so as like I said, remember, as many of these questions that we're addressing. There's a million questions, right? We all say like your Hashem asks like person, right? Like who do they come back with? Right? Get a little awkward, you know, like the nice, like how does that work? Like so there's like a lot of stuff. Oh, you know, what if you weren't happy the first time around? You know, like again, like the second chance, differently.
Would you
so like I said,
now be the facts? Now would you drown if you saw me crying? You made my soul tonight. Would you tremble if I touched your lips? Would you laugh? Oh, please tell me this. Now would you lie for the one you love? Hold me in your arms tonight.
So to again, life and death is also.
I can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain.
How do we know about resurrection of the death in the Torah?
I will stand by you forever. You can take my breath away.
Most of the situations you can see are from Rabbi. How do we know they're different Rabbi? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's the first Shiraya. The first Shiraya that it's from Rabbi. Right? So the Gemara says as follows. So now I have a puzzle from the Torah. Az Yashir Moshe V'Leisrael Sashira Hazos. So then, right? Then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Sharlo Ne'amar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Yisrael. Moshe and Yisrael sung this song. Rather, Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? Mikan L'Tchias HaMesim in HaTorah. This is a proof to Tchias HaMesim. Proof to Tchias HaMesim. Like future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yotze B'Davar, similarly again, as Yivneh Yoshua Mizbeach L'Hashem. Yoshua will build a Mizbeach L'Hashem. Baralon Ne'amar doesn't say you don't rather every Yivneh. So what's it mean?
Just when not your love with me, would you lie? Walk around and hide. Now you feel right with the world in our mind. Wonder if you're here tonight. I can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain. I can stand by you forever. can take my breath away.
These are the appetites of his wives. And as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry, and he did nothing to stop. Because he did nothing to stop his errand, the Egypt is become full as if he did it himself. Incredible. Already, from where do you know about Chesed? It's nothing wrong. Beautiful. So literally, praiseworthy are those who call in the home. Right? We will go ahead and praise you. The Gemara says, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. What is this future praising? Future praising is a remiss to Chesed. Beautiful. Says the Gemara, beautiful Gemara. Whoever says, whoever sings in this world will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar, Ashrei Yoshe Nesecha. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you sing Shira in this world? You sing praise in this world. Ultimately, again, you will sing together. And the most pleasing Olam Haba, and this is what it means to say. The Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece to this as well. I'll say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshlim. Ultimately, again, the righteous sit, like they sit around the Chavish Baruch Hu, the deeds of the crown of their good deeds is upon their head, and they derive benefits from the Shina. That's all about it. I will say, sometimes the person these guys, is there like a tea room, is there like a shraki coming, is it full of light, is that good? Is that it? A lot of times we see, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is only useful if at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Haba really is much more all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important. And that's pretty much what life is all about. Olam Haba is a big letdown, a tremendous letdown. So we'll say, so it's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, but Olam Haba has to look a certain way. And perhaps that's the Gemara saying over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, like in other words, if this life is about connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then at the end of the day, Olam Haba will be great. But it's not. Olam Haba really is just about the material, it's just about the mundane. Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. So once again, the voices of Sofach, of your Nevi'im, of those who see, right? They will go ahead and call out you. They will praise you, future tense. Again, future tense, not present. So we came out Rabbi Yochanan, Asidim called Nevi'im, Omrim, Shira B'Kolach. This is so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Shne'emar, Kol Sofach Anas, we call Yachtav Rahim. They'll say, how beautiful is that? All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice, right? All the leaders of Klal Yisrael speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most Mashiach. As we saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw it already before. But nevertheless, speaking in one unit like this. Amar Rabbi Yehuda Amar Kol Marei Halacha B'Talmud, Ki'u goes lo minachal asabosav. So says if a person is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud, withholds Torah from the Talmud, I will say, this could be a Rabbi, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. Well, I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. Isn't that incredible? So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it, it's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shene'emar Torah tziva lana Moshe, Morosha Kihilas Yaakov. Morosha Ki L'chol Yisrael Mishesh Shnei Reishis. So we'll see, you hear how the pasuk refers to Torah? It's a Morosha. Morosha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheshes, we made Bereshis. Rashi points out there wasn't in Sheshes, Bereshis. So again, Rashi points out the Siv, Bereshis Bara, the Shir Ator Shnik Bereshis. Remember Rashi, first Rashi in Torah. Bereshis Bara, in the beginning associated, Bereshis is a contraction. Shvil Bereshis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. Torah was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, if I withhold Torah from someone who I could give it to, it's I'm taking their inheritance. Amar Rav Bar Chizna, Amar Rav Shimon Chasida. Kalmanei Halacha Rabbi Talmid. If a Rebbe withholds halacha from a Talmud, in other words, a Rebbe has an ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't do so, such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Thanks. Shene'emar Monea Bar Tato Tzadik Beis Monea Bar Yikavo La'om Ve'ein La'om Ela Ubrin La'om means Ubrin fetuses Shene'emar Ula'om La'om Yamas Ve'ein Kavo Ela Klala Kavo means cursing Shene'emar Ma'akov Lo Kavo Kel Zagilon Ve'ein Bar Ela Torah Bar Nusar Shene'emar Nosh Bar Ten Yad. So we'll say, what does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't say that like someone who's Mechal Shabbos is cursed even by fetuses. What does it mean? So the Rebbe didn't teach. The Rebbe didn't teach the Talmud Torah, and therefore what? And therefore he's cursed even by the fetuses. What's the pshat with that? Well, there's sometimes the worst thing that a person can do is withhold the growth opportunity from someone else. They'll say we make the mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else, what is the word talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that. That's an application of the highest level of personal responsibility. That's my avoda. Our avoda in life is not going to enable our own growth, but it's to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So the goes like, if you don't, right, if you withhold Torah from a student, literally again, so it means they pierce you like a seed. Okay? And let's say now, what Rashi points out is what does it mean pierce like a seed? It means you forget your learning. Just like right, if you put something into a seed, the contents filter through. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, what does that show? That shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours. Nothing is yours. And in life, nothing is mine. Right? Nothing belongs to us. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole level of life, and therefore, because I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. It's literally perforated like a launderer's base. All right. In Lumdo, so what happens if you teach someone Torah? This is all the punishment of the Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmud in Torah? What's his reward? Amar says, Zocha lebirchas Yosef. This is incredible. So such a Rebbe, and when we say a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a rabbi, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you share Torah. I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes, again, there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes there was talking about chavrusa and both of them are on the same level. So you have a chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning. You become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I want to say that is the most profound thing. You think whenever we see these Gemaras, we like automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. if you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it, and if you convey that Torah, what happens? Zocha lebrachos ki Yosef. You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef. Shene'emar, ubracha lerosh mashbir. Ve'in mashbir elo Yosef. Shene'emar, Yosef var shalad ala aretz. Who are mashbir lechol am haaretz. So we'll say, by the way, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone saves it, shares their Torah, they get brachos like Yosef? Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? It was always the entire abode of Yosef. Yosef took his brachos. What did Yosef do with his brachos? What did he do with it? He shared it with everybody else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. Right? Yosef, after everything that he has been through, and every right to say, forget about the rest of you. If I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef Atzadik. I'm going to finish this. Kalamalami is beautiful. Kalamalami to Rabbi Olam Hazeh, Zocha Umalam Dali Olam Haba. Wow. Let's say whoever teaches Torah in this world is Zocha to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Again, once again, remember, we always come back to our question of what's Olam Haba? What does Gemara mean? Is Olam Haba where you go when you die? Is Olam Haba the Messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? They will say that if you teach Torah in this world, if you look at some teach Torah Olam Haba as well. So they'll say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, the American Shem will be so to learn in this world the next world. Also, can you imagine? We have our Chabura, we have our Shem in Olam Haba. I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I don't know to move faster. But American Shem will say, how incredible would that be? So the Gemara goes like the Shnei Amar. Pasuk says, so it's a malam and there's no time in Olam Haba, right? At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. So the Gemara says, "Shneimar umar ve'kam hu yoda." Amar Rabba, so once you see this fixation. By the way, with Kessemes, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to bring so many riots for a concept, right? This is now already 3 blot. Feels like 7 blot, but it's actually 1.5 blot. Right, so 1.5 blot is right. That again, minayim. So first of all, because again, the notion of Kessemes is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. Ruben will live and he will not die. No, not Parshas. Sorry. It's not Bracha. It's not the Bracha. It's Yaakov. The Bracha is Moshe Rabbeinu. Yichi Ruben v'al Yomos. Yichi Ruben ba'olam hazeh. Ruben will live in this world. V'al Yomos li'olam haba. He will not die in the world to come. Rabbi Amar Halcha. Rabbi says from here, the Rabbi Meshiri Admas Afar Yakitzu. Elu l'chai olam ve'elu l'chai folshim d'iroi. So say incredibly enough, a number of these psukim from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. And now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest, but stand right literally again, return the Goralecha, he's going to return for your destiny at the end of days. Well, it's actually interesting because a number of these psukim, we actually say the Kavura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kavura is completed. Before the Avelim leave the kever and walk back through the shul, walk back through the line, we actually, it's not a halacha, but it's a minhag. Many have the minhag to actually recite this pasuk, addressing it to the neshama. Rabbi Lazar, called Parnes Shemani gets at Sibar Benachas. Any leader who leads his flock, leads his Sibar Benachas. Now, what does Benachas mean? Benachas means with a gentle kite. A gentle kite. Not yelling, he's not screaming, he's not firing brimstone, not demeaning them, not Benachas. So such a person like this is so good to lead that Sibar Olam Haba as well. I will say these Gemaras seem to indicate that Olam Haba here is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post-Kessemes era. Shnei Amar Kimerachim Minhagim Ba'amagui Ma'minah. Remember, Lazar, Gidoladea. This is incredible. Gidoladea. They mixed up in sales. Wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between. It literally means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar Kikel Deos Hashem. So once you see that. Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between two names of the Ribono Shel Olam. Allah says Gadol Mikdash. The Mikdash is great. Shnitan Bein Shnei Osios because it was given over between two names of Hashem. Shnei Mar Alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. Hallelujah. So it's again Mikdash is sandwiched between two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maskif de Ravada. Masnei Ravada Kachina Ela Me'ata Gidol Nekama Shnita Bein Shnei Osios. Oh, you're going to use that model. And Nekama vengeance. Vengeance is also great. And vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. Sid, Kel, Nekamos, Hashem. Right? The Pasuk says, Kel Nekamos Hashem, Kel Nekamos Sophia. Amarlei, the Milse Hakinami, right? By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as you always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? So far, right, means like a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That's just as a fear once. But it says Nekama twice. Almost like two revelatory Nekama moments. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Achas lamida tova, Achas lamida paronis. So one ultimately, again, it could be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So a vengeance for good could be like when a repays good, right? To take revenge means to repay. Or it could also mean that sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance, that's a shalom, can be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish Modea, which is a beautiful name. Call any person who has dea, who has understanding. It's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his days. Why? Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Dea is between two names of Hashem and Mikdash is between Hashem. Now, what that means, what exactly that means? Any person who has Dea, has wisdom, is into his Mikdash was rebuilt. We're going to come back to that Gemara. So you can underline and come back to it after we get a working definition of really what Dea means. Fine. Okay. Yeah. Let's give it a few more minutes. Actually, call Adam Sheish Modea, the Sultan Zash. Any person who has Dea will become wealthy. Shnei Amar. Ubidas Charidim Yemadu Kolhom Karvinom. Amar Lazar. Call Adam Shein Bo Dea. Aslu Lachim Alav. Any person who doesn't have Dea. Ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanas on you. Shnei Amar. Kilo Am Binasu Akim Bo Yirachamenu Asel V'Yotzei Lecharenu. Amar Lazar. Call Hanosim Pito L'Mishein Bo Dea. Yisum Bar Alav. Whoever gives bread to someone who doesn't have Dea, ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So we'll say it's very interesting. So this Gemara, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have Dea. You can't go ahead and give your bread to someone who doesn't have Dea. And we'll say, now, what's the pshat of this? What's the pshat of this? So we'll say, let me tell you this now. What's Dea? What's this? We translate it as wisdom. Then we'll say, well, what if you think about this just from a basic perspective, what is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Chazal, right? Merusachas Brachas. It speaks about Havdalah and Shmona Esrei. Chazal says, where did Chazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonin le'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to be master, the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. Das is most basic. Before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means at its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Tameh and Tar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a Chacham like this group. Because remember again, there's Chachma, there's Bina, there's that. Okay, so Chachma, Bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have Das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have Dea, don't have Rachmanas on them. Don't have Rachmanas on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. Someone doesn't have Dea, don't give them bread. right? Why? Why? Because you are enabling an errant lifestyle. I will say a person has to have a basic moral compass through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's why the Gemara says over here, as I when it says, any person who has dayah, right? Ultimately, again, because what's at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Dayah. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tameh, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's chol, what's mutter, what's asr, what's tov, what's ra. And as long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. And as long as I have dayah, I will be successful. If I don't have dayah, number one, if I don't have dayah, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have dayah, it's my fault. If you acquire it, it's the highest level of personal accomplishment. The point, you can't even help out a person like that. It's such an overwhelming and incredible skill. And that's why the Gemara says, all right, this is like bread. I'm going to Rabbi. Let's say people in the shame of dayah. Similar to law. That's why, again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have dayah, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Shne'emar, lach mefaya asimu mazor taktecha, bein tvura bein mazor al yisrun shne'emar, vayar farvis chayav yehudas mazor b'amar v'lazar. Kol adam she'in bo dayah, sofa gola. Person who doesn't have dayah will ultimately be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? You will say, if I don't have dayah, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build relationships. If you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. Like there are people who who refuse, it's not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They'll make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not, can't build relationships. Can't build a home, can't build a life. This means a self-gola. So be one with Shne'emar, looking gola amin with lidas. I'm a lazar. Kabai she'in bo divrei Torah lishma bo b'layla. Ishach lazar. We'll say another incredible Gemara. That's dayah. We'll say this is a ridiculous Gemara. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard at night, in other words, any home in which there's not Torah learning at night, Ishach lazar. Fire will consume it. שנאמר, כל חושך תמלו צפוניו, תאכלהו אש, לא נפח ירה, שריד באוהלו. ואין שריד על שם חכם, ושם חכם שנאמר, ובסעידים אשר השם קורא, but fine. So what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty strong thing. First of all, it tells us, to tell you what you need, in addition to coming to shul for night seder, in the beautiful inspiration, which again, everybody has an obligation for night seder, even if it's for 15 minutes. Everybody has an obligation for night seder. It's not a shayla, it's not like dabble. One of the chamuros, right? So you have to have night seder. Really, it's actually not joking around. A yid has to come to his medrash to learn a little bit at night, even if it's just for a couple of minutes. Start my morning in front of his medrash. But in addition to that, a person also has to learn at home. A person has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here? In any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire consumes it. Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Like that, that's like Laila is always a metaphor for difficulties. That's the Gemara uses like this. Kol bias, she'ein divrei Torah nishma'in bo halay. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night, in other words, any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. Like in other words, as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Ish of Rothschild. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life is rooted in its connection to this. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, The first thing that goes is Torah. The first thing that stops is Torah. Then then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So we'll have to stop over here. Incredible Gemara. We'll have to stop over here. Shkoyach. By the way, we did more than a blot today. Fantastic. Right, wrong blot. But that's a detail. We'll say we'll continue. I think tomorrow's going to be our catch-up day because we're such a much shorter Gemara. Here, Hashem. Shkoyach, everyone. Such a shkoyach, everyone. It's not a bad idea. Oh, was it on the envelope? All right.
I don't know, maybe Luke is up there. Hawani. Rose is better than children. Rose. Kristen Lee. I don't know if he's kind of funny. I mean, he'd be mad at us anyway, and he's also a bad guy. Well, I'll tell you what, if it was Kristen Lee coming out like Mark, yeah, I want to talk to you. We do it 24 hours straight with Kristen Lee. Make it 12 hours. No. I don't know how these guys do this shit where I like, we can do it. Today. Let's see. I think there's something wrong with the air conditioning. The crew is basking in diesel exhaust fumes in the poorly ventilated studio. Oh god, it's getting bad up there. Let's see.
All right, Rothschild. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this ministry. To thank our 24 sponsors. Option Day. There's also some of our self-dedicated all the show adjustments this year as it's hosted the Soul Thomas on these calls. From the same sponsors for the month of Hagar. About in the Bono and Steve Singh, letting know that Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Bush, Danny Johnson, Napoleon, and the Z that will be on Kenny Barry's running and William Good, and Steve Ben Shmoy, you try to call it up for the North Park on the door. All the Jewish comes out now, your family doing from all of you, Bush haven't heard it from the East Rock. Hashem Shemesh, Hashem give all of our hostages to allow our soldiers to be successful and call it massive. That's let us begin. Today's dot is Chadik out of 91. We have a little steep climb today. Hashem, but we're going to make it. We are taking off on Chadik from days 90. I got it turned down from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top.
I might try this. What is this?
So again, you should have shown about cover. Let's just remember again, we're in the studio trying to find some type of spiritual reason to yes in this. Quite familiar with this because we've seen it all. So when we ever yesterday, is a passage that says, "When Satan minor as Trumas Hashem mi Aaron HaKohen." You shall give Truma to Aaron. Now, I want to say, very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma only goes into effect when you go into Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what could this mean? That ultimately, again, you give Truma to Aaron. So remember again, it must be that the pasuk means that it's Gas Amazing. So the Gemara says, the Gemara goes by to very short time, Aaron, Aaron. So what does it mean? You have to give Truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Ma Aaron Chaver Akbana Chaver. Just like Aaron is a Chaver, right? Just like Aaron has come Tachon, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Truma in the appropriate way. So again, in general, you have to give Tachon Chaver. I'm going to be sure I'm going to be on the side. Nine shameless and Truma Kohen Aretz. How do you know that you can't give Truma to a Kohen who is ignorant? Shenemar, the Am Yoshe Yushalayim Lo says, Maras L'Kohen Levin L'man Yechziku B'Toras Hashem. Because again, the way the pasuk phrases it is, you give the Kohanim Truma that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam. So Machaz Kol Maksik B'Toras Hashem. Whoever is holding literally against the Ribono Shel Olam, Yesh Lo Nas has a portion in Truma. The She'ena Maksik B'Toras Hashem. And whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ein Lo Manas, does not have a portion. And I will say, this, as you're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma to bring about tax and death penalty along with it. Whoever gives Truma to a kohen who's an Amoritz, it's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari suffix goris v'ochel suffix in the goris v'ochel. When you put food in front of a lion, there's a suffix. Will it tear it apart and eat it or not? Af kohen Amoritz suffix ochel b'tara suffix ochel b'tuma. So too again, when you give something, you give truma to a kohen Amoritz, a suffix. Will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? Will he eat it in a state of ritual impurity? Rabbi Yochanan says, "Afgoring lo Yisa." One who gives truma to a kohen Amoritz is causing the death of that person. How is that so? Shnei Amar, Umesu Or Ki Chalulut. As mentioned before, that misuse of truma results in death penalty. You give truma to a kohen who doesn't know how to treat it with the appropriate sanctity. It's as if one is causing death to that particular kohen. Whereas the Beit of Yaakov Tana, Afmasir Ava Ashma. You even cause the kohen to violate the Navin of Shnei Amar. They see also of an Ashma Ba'achalas Kadsheir. So what's really fascinating about all of this is, and just a generally interesting motif, how, again, in these cases, you would think that giving truma to the kohen, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving truma to the kohen is only a chesed, is only something good if the kohen knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a chesed, but in fact it's a liability for him. Tremendously sold in life as well, about when you give, it could be sort of parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something, as long as the child knows how to handle it. To give a child something, it's a big yesod in technology, big yesod in many areas. To give a child something that might be objectively nice, but they don't know what to do with it, is not the parental gift, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. Okay, more goes right there. Tanya, Rabbi Simon says, where do we find, again, a biblical allusion to Tchias HaMesim? Shneimar, the Gama Kimosi as priesthood is very interesting. Itam Lasex Lahem as Eretz Kinan. The Pasuk says, and I will uphold my bris, my covenant with them, to give to them, Lahem, to them, right? Does Lachem Lo Ne'emar Ela Lahem. This is very interesting. The pasuk doesn't say it. The prophet doesn't say, "No, I'm upholding my covenant to give you lachem." Rather, it says lahem to them.
What's up, Slush?
Who is the them? If you look at Rashi, you see Rashi on the right side, about halfway down,
Sounds cool.
Elohem.
No one really knows for sure. LA Bay, LU, Divrei, Elohim claim, but this is the majority we live by. And, do whatever you want.
So the pasuk
I'm not your boss. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm the boss of the world. Who knows?
That again, if
Anyway,
was talking to
I've been
Amisrael,
up
who
all
was
night.
alive at the time, and we use the notion of what? Of lachem to you.
Just get into this bad
Means
boy.
to them. Who's the
Why?
them? The Gemara understands it's referring to Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Give birth to
How many
Avraham and
days is
Yaakov,
it?
they were dead. They were long dead by the time they went to Egypt. Can't give it to this king,
Yeah,
Israel. And rather, what do you see?
290 days is
Again,
not
Avraham,
36.
Yitzchak, and Yaakov will receive
37
Eretz Yisrael.
days.
What does that show you? Yes,
Of this bullshit.
That's amazing.
You think you'd be doing it 37 days?
Yeah, fine.
Not as well as we have been. I'm tired
Beautiful.
though.
Show me the sort of
So let's just get this shit over with.
I
I did want to say I am looking forward,
we're going to see
incredibly passionately about conducting my own documentary classes, but
they really refer to different levels of heretics, or I should say, people who don't believe
we'll
in
get to it.
certain things. So we'll see the distinctions. Shalom meaning it's Rabbi Gamliel. So the meaning is Rabbi Gamliel.
Right, so we did Italian Kabbalish yesterday, and that Luzzatto, that motherfucker.
Says, I'm going to bring you a proof from Torah to Ksubim. Now, all of Rabbi Gamliel's proofs, they rejected. We'll see what happens.
He said the form
So number one,
was
what's the right in the Torah? He said,
modern Jewish, modern Jewish
the
Hebrew.
come. Pretty explicit.
Awesome.
As Hashem says to Moshe, you are
And
going
then
to live on the
Elijah
again,
Ben
die,
Moses
you are living with your forefathers to come,
guys.
and you are going to
Right,
arise.
so we're doing Sephardim,
Pretty explicit.
aka Oriental,
So how did they disprove it?
which
No.
is
They said, Gamliel, you're putting the comma in the wrong place. Arulo, the Dilma, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. No. The pasuk is as follows. Moshe,
fuck.
you're going to die, and after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people won't show idolatry. They will come is not going on Moshe, but rather the Vakam is going on who? On the people. Incredible. So
My hours are so
okay, so they
fucked up.
rejected that first group. Next, Minanavim, what's the proof from Rabbi?
When I was a kid, we didn't sleep over. Sleepovers are a big deal, kids. And I would stay up later than anybody. You could not beat me in that.
Phrase you see, Kakizu Verananu Shokne Afar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Hakizu Verananu, and will sing praise to Hashem. That's a pretty clear statement. The Gilmar, they say checking a Chesko. Maybe that's a phrase that says that your Chesko goes back to life. We think your Chesko going back to life. That's the Hashem motivation, right? That's the value of dry bones. Maybe that's a specific episode of the Bible. Next season, from season to season, if we check out the IFO, only with no legal insurance, Dovave 6K machines. It was in the puzzle. The puzzle makes reference to actually. Literally again, that phrase, Dovave 6K insurance. The lips of those who speak will move. Speak a reference to death. Lips they will move in the reference to that once again will speak. There's anything. The film of Putin Russia's Buster the album. And the meaning says, so the meaning said to the meaning is like that's the meal. It really refers to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? So the verse is so beautiful. We should be sitting in the how much Shemna Halacha B'Shema Ba'olam Hazeh, Tzitzotzot Torah together. So beautiful. Whenever, when a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to be halacha. What that means is when a person dies and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased's lips move in the grave. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry.
You should know a story that I really like in the past is Sword in the Stone. It's like a Disney cartoon, but it's also full of shit. I think there was an owl in it named Archimedes or some shit. Anyway, I just always see myself as, I guess, is it Arthur in that story? Man, I'll just really quickly say, a teacher can make such a difference in a student's world. I was thinking about some of the classes in which I struggled. I would not put the blame on any teacher that I ever had, but there were some teachers that I felt that just could have been better. Maybe they were smart, but they weren't good teachers. Do you ever have a really smart teacher and a really good teacher?
So from here you see ultimately again a reference to Chesanesim min HaTorah. Incredible, because once again, the giving over to them.
I mean, intelligence is
the assumption is this is
relative.
and Yaakov. So from here you see an explicit.
Did you ever have a teacher who you thought was dumb?
That again, the dead will come back to life. Incredible. You show me the mikvah. I don't know. I'll just say, but I'm going to come from different pasuk. So
Really?
The atem hadvekim b'Hashem Elokeichem chayim
Even
others say,
even the teachers who I knew were probably, there's one who comes to mind, I won't name this person, but they gave us freedom to do some things, and it changed my approach. It changed how I look at the world. It changed. It just gave us some freedom, and I still think about shit that person taught us. So yeah.
Even at a time where everyone else
more
is
than
dead,
some of the people who probably were seemed smart, whatever other thing it may be.
Ultimately, again, you into a control. Chayim kulkan hayom. Hayom means you will come back to life. And even on a day where everyone else
did you ever have one teacher who was just like
such a beautiful and incredible
better than all the others? No, they're like all very talented in their own way.
Shalu Robin as Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya. So
Okay,
Romans as Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya. What did they ask him?
No, I wanted to say, I'm really excited to do Daf Yomi, like started Daf Yomi class. I don't know how I'm going to do it.
How do we know this resurrection?
These things already take a long time.
And number two, How do we know that Hashem knows what's going to happen? Two-part question. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Rothschild says I can answer both of those questions from one pasuk.
Talked yesterday about Bereshit and your mom reading it too. Yeah, why didn't your dad read it too?
Become, and you're going to come back to life. So from here you see a remez to Tchias HaMesim.
Did he read to you?
They said back to him,
He read a lot.
Okay, Moshe. It's not how to read the pasuk.
But did he read
the
to you?
pasuk is that ultimately Moshe is going to die. Become doesn't go on Moshe's resurrection.
I think he kind of figured
What
that.
does become go on?
Again, he's paying
Again, the Klais are going to rebel.
teachers. They should be doing their job.
So
And I was thinking of this.
Fine. Even if you
Like,
say that, at least
how my classes were. It would usually be like each class was an hour,
So again, even if
and then you get an hour, 45 minutes to an hour of homework, something like that, which is way too
at
much.
least use it for what?
But
As a remez, as a scriptural proof
the
that
class
Hashem
really
knows
could have
what's
been
going to
30
happen,
minutes,
right? Because
and then 30 minutes of homework or something like that.
and when you
And
die,
then the teacher can go around and make sure that the kids are doing
okay,
it.
incredible. So the Gemara says,
I know when I taught, I don't really ever think I ever required homework. Maybe. I didn't, but maybe I was feeling good for something.
How do I know?
I taught some interesting classes.
And how do I know that Hashem knows
Japanese.
Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu,
Stands out as one that I never thought I would teach. I didn't teach it for extremely long, but I did teach it. Or I helped the class, but I mean, I didn't teach Japanese. That was an interesting one. The more challenging classes,
remember again, because of these books of
I
heresy,
really, fortunately, always had
there's
really
no
good
direction.
students.
I said to them,
And they listened to
so
me.
number one, you forged the Torah.
There was one class, one time that I had, and there was one kid who
there is no Tchias HaMesim,
I think
and yet it says
everybody would have thought
Hikaris,
this kid would have driven his teacher bonkers.
So what's it? It's a
And
double Lashon
I
of
got him
Hikaris,
to
Hikaris.
listen.
Why the
And
double Lashon? So the
I
Gemara
remember the
says,
other teachers were kind of like, is this kid, is he all right? Everything all right? He got it. But I didn't have to discipline him, and I never had to send the kid to the principal's office. Kids listen to me. Now, I had it pretty easy. I had one-on-one time with a lot of students who were special needs and needed assistance. And then I would teach large classes, everything from babies, like a pre-K, pre-K, like their parents had just, like they were at work. And this was even pre-K. It was like
to which the Gemara says,
a daycare, even nurseries, so even, and then pre-K, K. Did you ever teach kindergarten? Yep. I went on field trips. And that's an interesting one. Just you're very much like a mother hen looking at those kids and just counting the whole time, making sure that they're all there. And it was fun. Did you ever teach first grade? Yep. Second, third. I taught every class, every grade. Really?
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite?
Will be cut off in this world. He carries the Olam Haba. See, right? He carries it, right? He carries the off in the world to come. And he carries the carries.
The older they are, I feel like the more you can make an impact on, but you can make an impact on them.
But both Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel, what do you do with the
You've
phrase
got
of
to continue reading.
Avonah Ba? You
I
hear the
know.
saying, this is beautiful. The Yachal, Afilu Asa
What are we
Tshuva,
talking
you might
about
have thought
today?
that this will be cut off
Oh.
if he did Tshuva. So the Gemara says, Tamamama
Moms or
Avonah
something.
Ba. When is the
Which
sinner
is
cut off?
interesting.
Only when? When it's Avonah Ba.
And
When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says,
are you ever not proud of being Jewish?
the only time the sinner is cut off is when the sin remains
I'm not
within him.
proud of
But if
sometimes
the sinner
things
does
that
tshuva,
Jews do,
then ultimately again
or
he
have
is
done.
not cut off. Incredible. I will say.
but I'm proud
So
of who I
really,
am.
really, really fascinating. So again, with the point that you begin to see is, like we mentioned yesterday, there's no one pasuk that says there's Tchias HaMesim.
I do my best to
Tchias HaMesim.
educate
Rather, what we
people
have
on
is a
but I
series
feel
of
true
biblical,
to our
I should
true
say Tanakh allusions,
Judaism
not right,
is to
biblical
the best of
allusions,
my
Torah,
ability.
Rabbi, Mitzvah, different allusions, different hints, different ideas.
And a
Beautiful.
lot of people
Let's go back
who
to that. Finished it.
maybe
Shalom says
consider
this
Jewish
Gemara.
are not
Shala
politically Jewish, so they're
Cleopatra
not a good
Malkusa
reflection of
Rabbi
what
Meir.
true
Wow.
halacha is
Queen
in
Cleopatra.
many ways.
Queen Cleopatra asked the
Right,
following
Rita?
question of Rabbi Meir. Amra, one said, by the way, just so you should know, Maharsha points this out. Cleopatra is the queen,
Time even
what Paro is the king. So this is not like a, this is or, it's starting with like Cleopatra as a particular person, but this is more of a monarchical, and right now sometimes you see it in different usages and shots. This is more a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, people. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, Allah, Yidana the Chayish Shefi. She said, I know that the dead will come back
Seems
to
like
life.
that should
I'm sorry,
be
I know that the living die. That's it. I'm sorry.
the
I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I think you feel like, right? Cleopatra, I believe she has to make some incredible, I know that the dead will come back to life. She goes to Paul, says, we have six years to Asa Paras. Because again, the Pasuk says that literally there are sprouts forth from the city, that's reference to Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. Well, once again, it's interesting, this Pasuk is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this Pasuk. Quotes this Pasuk from Tehillim. Like, so I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the Shiloh? Ella, Kishay, Odin, Arumin, Odin, Mabushay, and Odin. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed, or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So the narrative back to Cleopatra.
I have so much that I want to do for the remainder of his life. And I just don't know how I'm going to do it all.
The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, you plant the seed, just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza become a revolution. Then it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? What it means is, again, the kernel itself has many layers. It has a husk, it has different things on top of it. So you see from here again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately again it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim shenikbarim belavushein, but Tzadikim ultimately again were buried with their clothing. Allah has kama v'kama. Now Tzadik ultimately again is buried not back clothing, but Tzadikim but drowned. So the Tzadik is buried with clothing, all the more so he will come out clothed as well. First of all, he does say stand, which is like a fascination question. But then again, I believe in the resurrection of the dead, and how exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. Also, what's interesting also is it could very well be clothing, we see the point, also in metaphor also for comfort. Like with the guzzles, like the following people that get Halavani, Shema says in this way. And all times let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. Clothing represents accomplishment. So it could very well be that what Cleopatra would be asking was the following. When is this transformation? How do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like Kabarasa, like naked, unclothed, like you like any person not expecting me to be being born with Kaban Shinola Dami? Or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my nice clothing. I have my makeup. So again, it's a fascinating question. Is the resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which I mean, your response, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. Which I will say is so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here, not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me what we'll call Olam Haba, which is a place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I want to teach you a little bit. So the Caesar, Caesar, I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So you're going to Cleopatra, who believes in creationism, but just had some detailed questions about it. So you see already that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't believe it. I don't understand. You guys say, you guys say, the shach be chayav, then we'll come back to life. I don't think
How many
that works.
lobes do you need? I used to have this shit down really well. I would do my. There's this thing I used to do, kids. Oh, it's just a my preparation for Shabbat was so tight. And I would go to Trader Joe's on Friday.
Again, these fingers are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to her,
I had my day.
I got this.
I had this job, kids, and it paid
She wanted to answer this particular question.
barely enough.
Okay.
But it was like the happiest job.
Second line's on Alpha Raise 91A, second line in.
I yearned for it in some ways. Everything in my life during this time was like so precise. I'd awake, say Moradi, wash, go. I had like this alarm system that I would, I could scan. I'd scan an alarm, like, because if not, I'll fall back to sleep. I'm very bad at staying up. And then I would go.
Of course, again, it's a much greater feat to create
Put on my running clothes. I would go for a run. And then I'd always pass this guy on my street.
So Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean?
Just get a good sweat. Come back inside. Go. Take off my running shoes and my running clothes.
It's a greater feat to create utensils from water than
and I had a roommate who we would like kind of compete to try to get to the bathroom around like 5. I would wake up at 3:33. I felt that's the hardest time for anybody to get up. So if you ever want to know what time, ideally when I'm finding out on Sundays, I'm awake at 3:33. 3:30 is actually I feel easier than 3:30. Really? Yeah. And I mean, I've done 3:30 a lot in my life. I've done 3. I've done 2. I've done everything. Every time I've had schedules around the clock, but 3:33 is most of it. And then get in the bathroom and brush my teeth and all that stuff. I would listen to like 3 songs or so. I don't even really remember. I think one of them.
Also, just
do my bathroom thing. Go get in that shower. When I'm done, draw on a full suit, tie, dress to the nose. Get my get to breathtaking before the rabbi, just about everybody. Sometimes like awaiting somebody to open the place and get in. I would always sit by the heat and start down to film. And depending on the day, it's like a Monday or Thursday, we're going to have Torah, whatever.
There's no dirt, no place for any Jew to go to the palace.
Stay,
to figure it out.
and then get to work, go to work. There were 2 routes I could take to work. I could take one route that would take 30 minutes, and another route which would take about 10 minutes. And I would take the 30-minute route, and I would listen to all kinds of music. But I'd listen to country music, which is weird because I don't think it's country. But I'd listen to hip hop and other stuff too. But I would sometimes listen to country music, just during this one period of my life. And I would fight Irvine traffic and Santa Ana traffic. If I was late, I would just take the freeway and I'd be there at work in like 10 minutes. But if I wasn't late, if I had 30 minutes, I would take the streets and not the freeway. And I like the hustle and bustle of Irvine and Santa Ana. And I mean, I have this fucking route down. I can tell you, like, right by the crosswalk, I feel like crosswalk people, shout out to them by the school, and just being, it's just like, just serene. And I would get to work, and I would open the building, and where I worked, it was like very much like out of like the 70s of like an industrial park. And I would go upstairs, open up my office, turn on my computer, listen to NPR, and make coffee, and then look at the finances of this business. This is when I was like control executive. And I would review the finances, and I had this like system down that was like for 365 days, basically to the dot. I did, or of the working day, I did everything exactly according to this plan. And I would print off what we had in the bank. I would print off anything that came out. I would go over any important emails or whatever. And I answered to the CFO, and she did not come in until like 11 o'clock. Or so, sometimes 12, sometimes 1. So I had this like morning to myself, which was just incredibly serene and calm. And once that was done, then I had the duty of going to get the mail of a person who I was the accountant for. In stranger, I would go through it. But basically, I'd go get their mail at their home 3 times a week. They wanted me to do it every single day, but it was kind of pointless to do it every day. And it was inefficient. And I would have. I got to leave work and drive and listen to fucking music and just enjoy life. And I love having the windows down and the heat on. And even though it's California, it's like just early in the morning, and just seeing everybody going to work and doing their thing. I get the mail. And was Johnny Carson's bartenders, accountant, really. And then I sometimes I would get when the circumstances are not at Coffee Bean and Tea Week when it was Kenshin. Before the difficult situation, this is a piece of. And I think almost all of us have situations. They had the best caprese sandwich. I got 2 of these. They were so good. They're the best sandwich I think I've ever had. It's like mozzarella, tomato. You'd have those, and sometimes I get 2. I'm big on just getting a bunch of shit. 2 large vanilla lattes. I would drive back to where I live, and usually he was a hunchback. I could like just, I don't want to say wait, but I would do something until the CFO was at the location. Now the CEO was there. He was always there really early, but the CFO sometimes would take some time. And I go in and very professional with a briefcase every single day. Nobody carries a briefcase, but I would. It was like a movie how I would dress. And yeah, I mean, black hat, black suit, dressing
that which is alive
very, very well.
dies.
Nobody's
You
dressing
possibly
like
say
this.
that which is dead comes back to life.
Even in shul, that people are dressing like not even close. And especially California. And I would go into the CFO and CEO's office and review everything with them. Actually, I would put the paperwork on the CFO's desk, basically, so that when they got in to look at the information, it was like all there, it was highlighted. And then I would get a call when CFO was ready to review things. Sometimes I would just go and anticipate it, but I didn't want the person to feel like I was just like watching for them. Because I had other things to do. And you never knew when they were there. But they get there, and we would review the finances. I'd review everything with them. And I was far more than a controller. I was a mentor, coach to them. I was a confidant. And somehow somebody made this fucking business work.
This is incredible, right?
It's a wedding planning business, which is really cool. See, brides come in, and bridal planners, and everybody was really stressed but happy. Like, you knew you were helping people. And then usually about 1 or 2 or so, and I made arrangements on Fridays, and God, Rothschild, the leadership of this organization was as respectful of Judaism and my needs as any people I've ever met. They were just, I cannot say enough good things, but I prayed for them in name many times in my life. But I cannot underestimate. I cannot. They were just so wonderful. And so I would leave. The plan was to leave at 3 o'clock on Fridays, and I'd stay late all the other days, but on Fridays I didn't want to mess with, well, time change happened. I didn't want to mess with that. It was just 3 o'clock on Friday night. And I mean, I fought with people over these hours, gone to war with people on these hours. Not these people. These were wonderful people, very respectful. And they knew nothing was going to happen between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock on Friday. That was I couldn't handle. And payroll was due on Thursday morning or something like that, to pay out on Friday. So everybody generally got paid. It was every 2 weeks, but a lot of times it was a payday. That was really great. And I could have milked this company for so much money legally, but I didn't. I wanted them to succeed, and I didn't want to take more than I needed. And I would, about 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock every day, I would go to the bank. And I would go to the bank in Costa Mesa. And sometimes, I never charged this company for wear and tear to my car, tires, anything, gas even. That was a big thing. I could have charged them for gas. Never did. By the end, while I was done, I charged them for mileage. But that was agreed upon way in advance. Like, they would even say you can charge us for gas. We know that you're traveling like quite a distance to go to the bank and 3 days a week to go get mail of Johnny Carson's.
It hurts us to sing because we like to think that the world has changed.
Bartenders.
And we all love each other, and
but I knew that I was.
And again, it's actually very affirming. It's the same narrative. The world can't. I
felt less pressure. Meaning I could go get a coffee if I wanted. I didn't always, but and I could eat something if I wanted. And the people at Coffee Bean and TV, they were so nice. I'll never forget this. One time they had this table that was really wobbly, and I didn't normally stay there and eat, but one time I did. I put my coffee down, and the CFO called me, and I was just talking to her or whatever. She loved to call me when I was in the car, and I explained to her, look, I don't want to be distracted when I'm driving, even though I can do hands free and all of that. I'm not. I will be back in the office in 20 minutes, so you can just wait. But this one time she called, and I would answer her call if she called, but I told her in advance. I don't want this to be a thing where, like, whenever I'm in the car, we're just talking. Like, I have to pay attention and things like that, even though I could have easily done it. I didn't want to get into the hands free and all of that, so the CFO called me, and I put my foot down on this really rocky table, and I knew this table was rocky. And my fucking drink went on the ground. And they remade me a drink right away. I was a good customer, and for the little that I made, I would try to tip them when that wasn't even a thing. But
was not recognized as one of the
I think I remember, oh, you guys are so sweet. And I just loved that. I love that fucking sandwich. But, yeah. Like, I'd be pissed if they only had one. And then I was so excited to go to. I remember this one Monday when I first started there. I went to OC Kosher, which is in Tustin, but it was still almost. It wasn't on the way exactly, but it was pretty close. And I was there at like 10 a.m. And as I walked in, I saw this really nicely dressed lady from and then I heard. But if I win, it was my Rabbi I still remember she was like, it was almost like,
okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim. He represents Pfizer.
Like, it was just like a beige outfit.
So he says to the Africans, where are you bringing the proof from?
I was shocked to see her. She was shocked to see me. And we exchanged niceties, and sometimes I would go there. Well, rarely would I go there for lunch, but if somebody was in town, like I had family visit, we went to lunch there, or I might have a friend who would want to go to lunch, and sometimes we'd go, and I would tell the ownership that I was going to be out to lunch, but usually I was just grabbing something. And so sometimes I would go there and get things for Shabbat, and still remember the challah that was right there, the Schwarzes. They're out of San Diego. And Schwarz is
because we're the slaves to Klal Yisrael, and what? You have not been working for years. So not only do you not own land, right, but we own you, and you
I really like
for all of your delinquent service. Okay, so what happens?
Schnitzel. I fucking love schnitzel and duck. But I would get these pies that I fucking love too. I would get these beef pies and chicken pot pies, just pies, like British pies. That I didn't really recognize were British, but people make fun of British cuisine, and that's cool. But if anything, like, we had quite a lot of British delicacies, Ashkenazi delicacies. But and then I get, let's see, I get like 3 or 4 more, sometimes 6 or so. I don't know, a lot. Sometimes I get brisket, a big thing of brisket, and I would. Many times, like, I'd either do that or I'd go to Trader Joe's. And sometimes I would go to Trader Joe's. And I mean, I wasn't at these places for very long. I don't eat that. I mean, I eat a lot, but I knew exactly what I wanted, and I get like 3 things. Like, it was, if you've ever seen OC Kosher, it's like a fucking 7-Eleven. It's not big, and they have 2 checkout people. You never have to wait more than like 10 seconds for a checkout person. And they would check me out in whatever, or I'd go to Trader Joe's. And I used to love going to Trader Joe's. And I'd go to one at Walnut, I'd go to one at Bristol,
when Jews are
And
proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their
this. They have this
sovereignty
everything
over
salmon.
that
It's called
which
like
is ours.
everything salmon.
That is when things
I
come
get
together.
bagels,
Number two, when
cream
you do
cheese,
things not
lox,
for self-serving, egotistic, or
everything
egocentric
lox, which
purposes,
I
but
felt
you do
was
things for
really good.
HaKadosh
It
Baruch Hu,
covered up
that's
the
when things work. Your via ben precis, I will say, I want to point something out, by the way. If you
fishiness.
think about it,
Sometimes
it's
that
interesting
lox
to
can
know.
have.
It's not like your via ben
I get
precis, it came with
bagels
like a whole prep.
sometimes. Oh,
Right.
most of them.
Welcome
What
to
else?
my
I get
welcome to
challah
my
sometimes there.
So
And we'll get to that. How many challah do you need? At a bare minimum, how many would you like?
It's not a complicated drasha. Why couldn't other people come up with this?
And
I
I
don't know what the
get
answer is, but on a very simple level.
Herzog
Gavita
wine,
B'Sisa
which
is
was
very simple. I think
kosher
it's not
wine,
about
but
me.
extremely
This is not about
inexpensive.
me.
I always
This is
found
about
$5.
Ribono Shalom. When you
And
do
Kedem,
things for the right purposes,
I get Kedem at
for the common
Osi
HaKadosh
Kosher,
Baruch Hu, things come
grape
together.
juice.
Be unapologetic about what
And
is ours.
I didn't like being. I mean, I was usually going somewhere for Shabbat, but if I wasn't, I didn't like having to drink a whole bottle of wine or stuff. I didn't think it was a good look. I don't ever think it's a good look to have alcohol as a simple person.
Literally, again, we think it's new things.
Unless you're entertaining or something, but it's just
bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true.
Ketam's
The Africans did it. The
What
Africans
else would
did
I
it.
get?
And it was again, like
Schnitzel, duck sauce.
who led the claims of
But
just
Trader
classic
Joe's.
see how the world is so circular. Right?
Matzah.
Who was at the forefront of the claims of
It's
genocide?
something that I'd always have. It's always a really good idea. Just have boxes of matzah around.
Just pointing out, you see,
What else?
certain things, they just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, it really does. The only thing that changes is
Yeah,
us.
cream
The
cheese.
world very much stays the same.
That was
especially
that was
in
at
the
other
future
times
clubs.
too.
So it's overwhelming. Next court case.
And on
Who
occasion,
else
I
not
went
talking about
to,
Alexander the Great?
I think just 1 or 2 times,
Egypt.
the Long Beach.
Egypt. Unlo. Omer.
I don't know why I would have gone
there.
Maybe
To move on to Kesem is
that was
actually
it.
talking to them. So the Egyptians come about it. It's like, it's actually a pretty good
I
claim.
love
Right?
Trader
So the
Joe's.
Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim,
What
the
else
Pasuk
should I
says,
get? I haven't
the Yom
fucking
coming
finished
up to
the
Mitzrayim.
I'm sure people
The
would
Pasuk
appreciate, like,
says,
what is your, when everything's working the way that you want it to work,
what
what is your Shabbat? What should our Shabbat be?
Now, Vayashilim literally means
They'd be whatever you
they
want.
borrowed. They borrowed.
But then
Now, there's different
I
ways to
would-
interpret that word. Some say they asked, right? Others say it means borrowed. Now, the Egyptians are
else would I
clearly coming
buy?
with the idea.
I
That
mean,
it means
I'll show
borrowed,
my
which means
receipts in the
Klal
future,
Yisrael borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians.
a
Which the
lot,
Egyptians say,
but how
so
many
happy to have lent this year.
challahs would I buy?
Right?
That
We
was a
like our
big
stuff
question,
back.
because I'm one
We like
person.
our stuff
So
back.
the
Okay.
Schwartz, the ones at OC Kosher are bigger. The ones at
So Rabbi Ben Pesisa says,
Trader Joe's are smaller. So how many do you need? Okay, so for Shabbat,
do me a favor, it says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your shows, I'll deal
like
with
at a
it.
bare
Maybe
minimum,
you actually once
you
again,
need
Amru Lahem, had yo shelachan mitzachtem. Say if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they are not victorious, if they win the case over me, so the nice again, it's not a big deal because people will just say, this guy can give me Sisa, he's a head yoke. He's just a regular guy. Like the imani and but if I am successful, Amru Lahem, Torah's Moshe Rabbeinu nitzachtem.
I had this down really
the
well.
glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the shows. Okay, so Rabbi Sisa shows up to Beis Din and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amrulahem, Raya, Egyptians, what's your raya? What's your proof? Amrulahem, Torah. Amrulahem, Hasagim, Egyptians, and we told you, Vayashin Lum. He borrowed stuff from us. So, okay, Shkar, I'm happy to have like this. You now you want to step back? So which Rabbi Sisa says, Amrulahem, Afani lo abi lachem raya element Torah. I'll also bring you a proof from the Torah. Shneimar, Moshe b'nei Yisrael, Asher Yashem Mitzrayim.
That's how you want to do it. If you're going to use matzah, that's going to change
The
things.
Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. Now, 430 years, remember again, that's the clock
Let's
for
break this
Makedas
down.
Yitzchak. So therefore,
I used to have this down, but the answer that I want to give seems different than what it should be.
So, says,
For a full Shabbat,
if you want to make an accounting,
25
how do you make an
hours for
accounting?
the 3
You
meals.
say we owe you the gold and
How
silver
many
that we
loaves
borrowed.
of bread
Okay.
do you need
You
if
also owe
you
us back wages
reuse
for
the loaves
600,000 men
when
who
saying
worked
the
for 430
blessing
years. Let's just, you know
over
what, do some
the
forensic accounting
loaves?
over here. Right, let's go. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. back wages for
Can you break it down for me each
430
meal?
years for 500,000 people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? Some of the don't that's your tshuva.
Your top was
Okay, so what do you have to say?
2 loaves present at the time of clemency.
To new loaves, much
You do not need 2 loaves.
we'll come back.
You can use the same. Right. Now, I wanted to say, because I would buy 6 loaves,
So ultimately, again, they search
but
for 3 days. They couldn't find an
that's
answer.
not technically the least amount that you got. Okay, so the first 2, first Friday night, you eat 2. You eat 1. You can eat 1. You eat 2 too. Okay, then
The Jews have benefit of this.
for the day,
Very interesting. Why is it that both
you
the
have that.
Africans and
Okay, so you
Jews went away?
eat,
Right,
and you have
come
the
back.
blessing.
Be a man.
2.
Right, and say, you know what, we don't have an answer. I will say, because here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you can come back and you can
They
say,
say 2 loaves total.
right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer.
That's if you're careful. Now let's break it down meal by meal.
And only an attempt to
It's not
rob
right
people of what it's like to be
Friday
yours.
night meal. You place 2 whole loaves on the table, make kamochi on them, cut one loaf,
And
one
that's
loaf,
what
one
teaching
loaf.
us over here. What real claims, right?
Loaf
'Cause
A,
look,
partially
one second.
eaten,
In
loaf
every
B
court
still
case,
whole.
every court case,
Logically
someone
fine.
wins,
Shabbat day
someone
meal.
loses. That's the way it
You need
works.
2
Again,
loaves
all
present.
you want
Use
is
loaf
just a
B
fair
still
shake.
whole. Loaf A,
Recognizing
even
you
if
might win,
partially
you might
cut,
lose.
as most of
But
it
you can't
counts
even
as
show
shilling.
back up.
Most folks
You
game
can't even
around
show
missing
your face
innocence.
again.
Okay,
You
if
can't
you want
even
to play
follow
by
back
those
up.
rules,
That shows the
fine.
emptiness of your claims to begin with. So profound. They wanted like a shumpam achas. Bobene Yishmael. That is incredible. Okay, so I'll say this is great. So everybody is jumping on the back.
What if you want full
So
loaves
who
at
comes?
each meal?
Sons of Yishmael. V'niktura. Lodun in Israel.
There's just something I don't want to
What's
have.
Yishmael's
Fucking
claim?
loaf.
What's
This
that?
is okay. 2 fully intact rule.
Okay.
You're choosing
Yeah,
what commissioner. 2 complete loaves. You only want fully whole at each meal. Once a loaf is cut, it's out of rotation. I mean, that's fine if you don't do that.
That's interesting.
But so 6 loaves, and that's still not right.
So it's interesting.
Is it?
Yishmael in this
No.
context says we're not saying it's
There's a
so
way around it.
hours.
I think it's
We're
5.
saying it's
So you do
also
Friday,
hours. Now this is very different,
2,
right? Africans claimed all hours.
but you only eat
Canaan
one of
claimed,
them.
right, Yisrael wanted
Then
that.
you got
They
Saturday.
wanted money. Right, at the end of the day, so
And
it's
then
interesting. Yishmael, and we're going to see why Yishmael's the thing. So Yishmael says, we're not
2.
claiming it's all hours. We're
You've
just
eaten
claiming
2, and
the
you have 1.
partners in it. The partners in it.
And
Why?
then, or maybe you
Gemara
could do it
says,
with 4.
So again,
Need 2 whole loaves, Shabbat day meal. Need 2 new whole loaves. Oh, if you're gonna do, it is 6, but there's a way to do it where you can do it with 4. Running total use 4. Seuda shish. Shlishi. Strict halacha does not require the commissioner here, but if you want 2 full loaves anyway, bring 2. Yeah. So if you want maximal elegance without overkill, so this is what I've seen, or this is what I want to say that I've done. 2 loaves Friday night, 2 loaves Shabbat day, 1 whole loaf on Seuda Shlishi, which would be 5 loaves total, and still very Yehuda. I think I'd get 6. Really? Yeah. And to eat 6 fucking loaves of bread? I mean, I'd be fucking out. So you get. Okay, so how does it work? Okay, Matt, the standard 2 Friday night, 2 Saturday for the meal, 2 for the third. That's 6. But you can do 1, 2 Friday night. No, 1 eat Friday night, but say the baraka on 2. Use the second one for Saturday. 2. So that's 2 eaten. You still have 1, and then you have 4.
Does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. It's essentially what the Linguists was saying is what are you guys talking about? If Abraham gave you
So the standard is Mahudar. Standard Mahudar is 4 loaves. Halakhic minimum is 2 loaves. Full whole every meal is 6 loaves. You're basically choosing the royal table version of Shabbat. But what about maximal elegance? Some people do a hybrid: 2 loaves Friday night, 2 loaves Shabbat day, 1 whole loaf on Seuda Shlishi. That would be 5 loaves total.
So the Gemara says as follows:
For the maximal elegance, why don't you need another loaf there? What's the practice there? There's something with that.
Interesting enough, I want to point out what's fascinating about
You're remembering exactly right. Something. It isn't random. It's a real, very old halakhic logic. Let's unpack it cleanly. The key principle you're thinking of, Seudah Shlishi, does not equal the two other meals. The third meal is halakhically different than the other two meals in major ways. The other two in major ways. Lechem Mishnah is not required. It is not learned from this man the same way. It is not learned from the man the same way. The first two meals are modeled on double portion of man on Friday, 2 loaves. The drasha does not apply to the third meal. So why the whole loaf for maximum elegance? The practice you're calling is have one shalom loaf for Seudah Shlishi, not two. Why? Kavod Seudah, not Lechem Mishnah. Seudah Shlishi still deserves dignity. A whole loaf shows honor, but two would imply a requirement that doesn't exist. That's a subtle but important point. You don't invent an obligation to look small. So that's why I think a lot of times I get 5, but sometimes I would get 6. Did you ever just get 2? Yeah, if I was just going somewhere else, like if I was doing something else. Avoiding halakhic confusion. Using 2 full loaves at Seudah Shlishi can blur the distinction between meals. Make it look like you're claiming Lechem Mishnah applies trigger merit ayin, bad precedent logic. So elegant move is 1 whole loaf to honor, not 2. I think maybe I just did get 5. Really, yeah. I'm sure I got 6, but I don't think I would always eat it. I might just have it for the week. Zohar, Kabbalistic undertone. In many mystical frameworks, Friday night Chesed, Shabbat Gevurah, Seudah Shlishi, Tiferet, Ra'ava, Dif, Ravin, highest unity. Unity is symbolized by 1, not 2. So 2 loaves equals duality, weekday fixed. 1 loaf, 1 is Shabbat climax. That's not halakhic reason, but it absolutely shaped practice. What communities actually do. Common mahudar, but honest practice. 2 loaves Friday night, 2 loaves Shabbat day, 1 whole loaf Seudah Shlishi. This is where the 5 loaves total comes in. Who does what? Many Sephardim, 1 whole loaf at Seudah Shlishi. Chassidish Kabbalistic circles, often 1 loaf or even mizono, and Litvish, often any bread, even sliced. No one thinks 2 is required. Right. The deep intuition is something you felt. You're intuiting this. Seudah Shlishi is about presence, not abundance. So, not about doubling, not about display. Also, about staying with Shabbat as a phase. 1 loaf says, I'm still here, not upgrading the mitzvah, just honoring it. Bottom line, you don't need another loaf because there is no Lechem Mishnah obligation. 1 whole loaf is kavod based enhancement. 2 loaves should be over-signaling the halakhic claim that isn't true. That is the something. So, I knew there was something there. So 5 loaves are the way to go.
And the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families, memory of William Ziv, Ben Shmuel, Joseph,
and I love it. It's like cake. It is my favorite bread. Though I feel like we're like cinnamon bread, but
allow our holy soldiers to be successful.
I also like
So that
sourdough
let
bread.
us begin. Today's daf is Tzaddik Aleph 91. We have a deep climb here.
I would also get like a cheese.
Tzaddik on
Not for
days
Shabbat, of course, but
90. I got to count down from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. The Be'er Mishmal Tana. So again, the Shira Bishol is what following. Because just remember again, we're in the sugya of trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to Trias HaMesa. Right? From where we let this Kismis in the Torah. So what we ended off with yesterday is a pasuk that says,
And then I get some other stuff. Oh, I know what I
you
get.
shall give truma
Then
to
I go
Aaron.
to this place
Everyone says it's very interesting.
and get
Aaron
pickles.
received many things in life. The one thing he never
Well,
ever
hold on.
received
We're at
was
Ralph's. They had
truma.
bonus pickles, which are fine. They're great. But then what else would I get? I remember.
Made it into Eretz Yisrael.
I would get
So at the end of
sometimes
the day,
hot
at the end of the day, what
dogs
can this mean?
at OC
That ultimately,
Kosher.
again, you
They
give
were
truma to Aaron.
frankfurters.
So remember
And then
again,
I
it must be
get,
that the pasuk means that
They had
Tzras
buns there.
So the
It
Gemara
was
says,
like
there
I
you should see
forget what
goes
the
back
name of
to
the
very
buns
short
were.
time. Aaron.
It's like
What does it
old.
mean? We have to give truma to
There's
someone
like a
like
certain
Aaron.
brand. Only one brand is like kosher bun.
Achman of Chadir. Just
I'm
like
not
Aaron
saying
is a
that's
Chacham,
true,
right?
but
Just
it's
like Aaron
basically
against
like
Tom
that.
Chacham,
And
and therefore
it
knows
has a
how
blue
to
bag,
go ahead
and they sold
and
them at
deal
Smart
with
and
Truma
Final
in
as
the
well.
appropriate
Sometimes I
way.
get them at
So
Smart
to
and
again, in
Final.
general, you have to
And
be
there's a
talking
thing
about
where like the hot dogs come in packages of 8, but the buns come in 12.
to a Kohen who is ignorant.
Hot dog math is a thing. What else do I get? I would sometimes get.
Because again, the way the pasuk phrases it is, you give the Kohanim Truma that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam.
Well, that doesn't include what I
Whoever
ordered.
is
I'd be
holding
back at
will
OT
be
kosher
again
on
the
Sunday,
Torah of the
every
Ribono Shel
Sunday,
Olam.
like
Yesh
Klopster,
Lo Minas
to get my
has a
food
portion in
for
Truma.
the
She'ein
meal.
Maksik Torah Hashem, and whoever is not holding
Okay, so
strong
then I
in
go
the Torah of
to.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in Lo Minas, does not have a
And
portion.
I know this may seem like I was buying a lot of things, but I could make this really quick. And I was already
very
interested
important
in war
because Truma has a lot of
wherever,
details.
and I was
Truma
already
has a lot
using
of
my own gas,
applications,
so
and
I
misuse
figured.
of Truma.
And like I was working longer, so I could take a little bit of just a break. And
whoever gives Truma to a Kohen who is
I
an
would get to
Amaretz,
stuff.
to no son of Tnei Ari.
I want to say
It's
I
as
got
if
other
he
stuff.
gives it to a lion. Ma'ari Safik Doris Volkov, Safik in a Doris Volkov. You know, when you put food in front of a lion,
That's fine for
there's
now.
a Safik.
And
You
then
know, will it tear it
I go to
apart?
the bank, I make a deposit, I have a deposit slip, I put it in this like envelope, like this leather bag thing, and take it back. And I have to go to the post office a lot, and I love going to the post office. I love it, but we have a lot of post office stores. So I drop all the mail off at the post office for the business, I make the deposit, I go back, and leave my 3, get back home by, let's say Shabbat was at, the earliest it ever is in Irvine is like 4:14 p.m. You can check me on it. That's pretty close. And so I would have to get home. And I think I would take the long way home if I didn't need to rush, which is like 30 minutes, but it was fun. And I was always really excited. And I'd get home, wash, get ready for Shabbat.
So giving Truma to the Kohen is only a chesed, is only something, but if the Kohen knows
so
what to
I
do
would
with it.
get home by
If he doesn't know
3:30,
how to handle the gift,
15
then
minutes
not only
of
is it not a chesed, but
doing
in fact
everything,
it's
and
a
then the
liability
walk
for
to
him.
shul was
Not
like
tremendously so
29
delight
minutes
as
or
well.
something,
About
26
when,
minutes.
it could be
Like I had it down
parenting,
really well,
about
and I was always the first
children,
person there.
It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to
We
give children
daven.
something.
Sometimes we would daven so late that the
Child
lights would
knows
go
how
off
to
on the
handle it.
timer
To give a
or
child
whatever.
something
We had
that's
a
a
good time at dinner,
technology.
and
These are
then I'd
many
walk home
areas.
many times with my friends. But if I didn't have my friends, for whatever reason, I would walk home, always feel extremely safe and calm, and it was just really nice. And I would
A biblical allusion to
walk over the freeway, just see the lights of just coming by. I just can't believe it. I feel very honored to
and I will establish, I will uphold my
and sometimes I have to really go to the
bathroom.
bathroom. I
To
just
them,
get in the
lahem,
house
lahem, to
and
them, right?
go to the bathroom.
It's very interesting. The
then
pasuk doesn't say it. The pasuk doesn't say
my
no,
stuff
I'm
was
upholding
on
my covenant
a timer.
to give you lahem. Rather, it says
So
lahem
I go to
to
bed,
them. Who is
and I have
okay,
I have I wouldn't touch my phone during Shabbat. And I had with this one house, I had this alarm that would go off, and it would be these people clapping, and like I always felt like that was just chilling.
The
And
pasuk makes it sound like such an interesting way to read the pasuk
um,
that again, if
the
Eckhart
stupid
was talking to
iPhone
Am
one
Yisrael, who was
time
alive at the time,
deleted
it would be
apps
version
that
of
you
what?
weren't using, but because I never touched this app, I just set it and forget it kind of a deal. It deleted the app for me. It's the only time I ever was even close to being late for Shabbat. I was one other time I lost my glasses, and that delayed me a little bit. But sometimes I would be so exhausted I fall asleep with my glasses. It's the big issue I have. But anyway, then I davened for like 3 hours. I'd set up shul, basically with the and put everything away after. And if I most of the time went to someone's house for Shabbat dinner, or like a Shabbat lunch. But if I wasn't,
we're going to see is, in fact,
for whatever reason, which was rare, I was taken very well care of.
people who don't
I'd
believe
go
in certain
home
things, so we'll see the distinctions. Shalom
and
meaning
I
Rabbi Gamliel.
would
So the meaning is Rabbi Gamliel. Minai Shekel Yishmael Mechayim Nisim. From where do you know that Rothschild brings back the dead? Haralahem.
make
Min
myself a really
Torah,
nice
Min
meal.
Nevi'im, Min
And I had my
Ksufim.
black,
Gamliel
I
says,
had
and I
my
bring you a proof
brisket, and I
from
had
Torah, Nevi'im, and Ksufim. Now, all of Rabbi Gamliel's proofs, they
grape juice. I
rejected.
love grape
We'll
juice.
see what
and
happens. Min Torah. So number one,
whatever
what's the
else,
right in that Torah?
and
The Siv, Hayomer Shalom Moshe,
I eat,
Incha,
and then I would
Shochet,
fucking
Imam
take
Secha,
the best
the
nap.
Kam.
And I had the
This is
best
pretty
walk
explicit. Right? So
from
Hashem
shul
says to
to my
Moshe,
house.
you are going to
And
literally
to-
again
to-
die.
It's
You know,
just
live
a
with your
park. It
forefathers
was like
to come. And
like
you
a
are
chef
going
left
to arise.
just
Wow.
the most
Pretty
amazing
explicit.
living
Yes, amazing.
arrangement.
So how did they disprove it? No. They said, Gamliel,
I got
you're
to know this
putting the
walk
comma
really
in the wrong place.
well.
Arulo,
I did it.
the Dilma, the Kam Ha'am Hazeh, Shana. No, we read the pasuk is as follows: Moshe, you're going to die, and after you die, the Kam Ha'am
I
Hazeh,
found
Shana.
Shabbat to be very
People are
boring.
going to rebel. When you die,
And
the people
I would-
worship idolatry. The Vakam is not going on Moshe, but rather the
my
Vakam
phone,
is going on who?
I would
On
read,
people.
I'd read books.
Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Minad Aviyim." Okay, so
But
they
that's so
rejected that first.
bad.
Next,
I'd read books
Minad
aloud.
Aviyim. What's the proof from Rabbi? They said, "You
So I like
Mesecha
going to people's houses
Uvasi
and stuff,
Yipomun
playing games and stuff.
Hakitzu Ranenu
Those are more
Shochnei
fun.
Afar
And
Kipal
then,
Oros Talacha Be'eretz Refayim."
I'd eat the
So what's
third
this here?
meal.
What do you see this phrase?
And
Phrase you see.
then what
Kakitzu
was really
Ranenu
important to me in Shul is, and
Shochnei
it's even
Afar.
more important to me,
Those who sleep
lighting
in
candles, I
the
didn't even
dust
mention lighting
will
candles,
once again wake up. Hakitzu
was
the Ranenu and will sing praise
Havdalah
to Hashem.
stood.
It's a
To me,
pretty
more
clear
important. I
statement.
know that sounds
The Dilma,
incredibly
Besim Sheki Echeskel.
strange, but
Maybe that's referring to the dead.
not everybody
Cheskel
likes
brought back to
Havdalah
life.
candle. And
What
not
did Cheskel bring
everybody
back to
likes
life? That's the association, right? That's the value of dry bones. So
Shabbat
that's the
candles
specific episode
sometimes,
it's referring to.
but we should all
Next,
like
next,
Havdalah
from
candles.
Su'ud,
To the best of our
the
knowledge,
Chikakot Yaakov,
Shabbat, we should all be doing that. I understand if Shabbat come late or whatever, you shouldn't line them, but Havdalah, that one we should have. To me, Havdalah is one
again, that phrase, Dovavei
Candle.
Sifsei Shana.
And
The
I know
lips
that's
of
probably
those
not
who sleep
mainstream,
will
but that's how I
sleep
feel. That's how
above
important I
his
feel
death.
Havdalah.
Lips they will move,
You know,
so that
Havdalah.
once again they'll speak. Yes, amazing.
Went through
Until
my
Marachushim
ritual.
actions for Seba Alma. So the meaning
And
said,
Havdalah is just incredibly
the
important.
meaning said to
Gets my week
meaning
off
said
right,
outside Shakamil.
and I think about the week.
Maybe that's referring to the fact that
Not that Shabbat's not
sometimes
important.
the
It
lips
is.
of the dead
Shabbat's
move in the
extremely
grave.
important. But
Now, when
Havdalah
do
to
the
me,
lips of
I
the
think
dead
I
move in
elevate
the
it.
grave?
Like,
So
the importance it has in my life.
Rabbi Yochanan is so beautiful. It's
And I think it's not seen as
so
that
beautiful.
important. I mean, it's
Whenever
important in Judaism, but a lot of people are, oh, I've just got to get this done. I can feel like that too, but I really,
is when a person dies
I
and someone says over a piece of their
feel
Torah in
in my
this
heart
world,
that there's
the
something really
deceased
special going on.
lips, the deceased
And it's
lips
overlooked,
move in the
and I
grave.
don't think it should
So
be.
the Gemara says,
And then what?
Shneimar.
Then I would
I'm sorry. Then
then my fucking night would start, and I love it.
Really beautiful.
I would
this idea.
get in my little Honda
When a
and
person
drive
needs over
to
Torah, a person needs over lessons for their families, a person needs over Yisodos
Coffee Bean
that are
and Tea Leaf,
sent
this time
over
in
even after they are no longer alive
and
by
get
definition.
just
It
a
gives them a
latte.
continued keel, a continued life, a
And
continued
sometimes it'd
eternality
be
in this world. So a person
Orthodox
dies,
people
someone
there.
says over the
That was
Torah, someone says over the thing, someone says over the so
And
the lips move in the grave.
then-
Incredible. I shall not make that.
then
So
I would drive
meaning,
into LA
do not
and
believe
just
anything
take
that
on
Rabbi
the
Gamliel
city
said until Rabbi Gamliel
and see
gave
all the
them
lights
over
and all the
the
things going on,
following
which is
idea.
really
Always the
exciting.
following idea.
Drive all around,
Asher nishba
and then
Hashem
get back
lavosechem
pretty late,
vaseis lahem.
and
So like
then
a reference to
awake
Israel again,
for
that Hashem
shul in
has
the
sworn to
morning.
give over to you. Now, to
Different
actually say
shul.
to them, lachem lo lemar, it doesn't say
And,
Hashem is giving it over to you. Rather, what does it say? Ella lahem, to them.
Go
Mikam
to
Tches Anisim in HaTorah.
shul,
So from here you see
daven,
ultimately again a
daven,
reference to Tches
daven
Anisim
chakras,
min HaTorah. It's incredible because
and
once again, the
see
giving
if the
over
shul
to
needed
them,
any help.
who's the them? The
Usually they
assumption
didn't,
is
but a lot
this
of
is
times they did,
Abraham, Yitzchak,
and
and
I would
Yaakov.
help with
So
anything.
from here you see an explicit allusion to this
And
idea that Hashem give that again the dead will come back to life. Incredible. The Yeshua Min HaMikra is that. Others say, I'm going to look from different pasuk. This is so beautiful.
go to
The
Usi
Aten
Kosher.
Hadvikim B'Hashem
Anytime I
Elokeichem,
would have
Chaim
stuff,
Kulchem Hayom.
paired learning.
Others say
So studying Rambam Mishnah Torah,
that it's from this pasuk. Now,
and
literally translated, what does it mean? And you
I would
cling
order
to Hashem your God, right? Chayim kulchem hayom.
I would
So
order
it
like
seems to translate this: you
back
will
then
live fully today,
it was
or
like
you are fully alive today. So it says in Gemara,
$200, sometimes $250, sometimes $150
That's
in
Moshe was talking to them.
cube
So of course they're alive today. Ela afilu biyom
stick.
shekol ha'olam kulam mesim
And
atem
I
chayim.
get the
Even at a time when everyone else is dead,
I would eat
you
that
will be
steak.
alive. So the idea that we
like
make in this
kosher
pasuk is
And
ultimately again,
I'm sure it was more steak than anybody ordered. To this day,
means
nobody ordered
to
that
life.
much
And
steak
even
from
on a
this
day where
place
everyone else is
as
dead,
much as I
you will come back to life.
Oh, I would
such a
also
beautiful
buy
quality. So
sometimes like
the
they have
Gemara is
these
like,
frozen.
there's much to say about that pasuk as well, but if we have time,
It's in
I'll
a
come back to
blanket
it
kind of
later.
a deal. What else?
Shalu,
They have like little
as Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya.
things on.
So ultimately, again, the
They had
Romans, as to
hot
Yoshua ben
olam
Chananya, what do they ask
string
him?
cheese, but
The
that was
Naish
at the
and
Shabbat.
Shachar
But they
ben
loved
Chaim
their hot
the
olam
Yogam
string cheese.
Asavlios. So they asked Rabbi Yoshua ben Chananya
And
a two-pronged question. Number
like a
one,
funny
number
story
one,
about
how do we know that
Shimon
he's
the
resurrection
string
of the
cheese
dead?
incident.
And number two, how do we know that
and
Hashem
then what
knows
else?
what's going to happen? Two-pronged
Um,
question. So I'm going to
They just had like a lot of frozen
Rabbi
things.
Yoshua ben Chananya says I can answer
Sometimes I
both
would
of those
get.
questions from
It's
one
always good
pasuk.
to have
Vayomer Shalom
frozen
Moshe,
kosher
Incha
food in
shochi
case you ever
v'malosecha,
need.
I'm malosecha,
You have guests or
v'kam
something.
ha'ama zeh
I
b'zana.
know I've been to
So
people's
again,
houses
Rabbi
where
Yoshua ben Chananya read the
I would be
pasuk.
helping them with
Moshe, you're
something
going
and
to
they
die.
would be very
Become,
appreciative for what I
and
did.
you're
And
going
they
to
would
come
want
back
to
to life. So from here you see a remnant to
like giving me a meal or something.
And say back to him, Vilma,
having
Kama
that frozen
Amar
stuff
Zebisana.
that you
Okay,
could just
Moshe. That's not how to read the pasuk.
microwave.
When you read the pasuk is that ultimately Moshe you're going to
Convenient,
die.
it's really
The
good.
Vakam doesn't go on Moshe's
And
resurrection.
OC
Rather, what
kosher,
does Vakam go on?
I mean, I've
Vakam
seen
goes on
it,
ultimately
nobody
again. The
does
Klais are going to rebel. Amr Lahu.
butcher
So Rabbi
and
Yeshua ben Chananya said, fine. Even if you say that,
kosher cake.
at least the kutu
Oh,
miyabalga
and they have
v'yadechu
these
diodema
little
asha asaliyos. So again, even if you're not going to use this concept as a remnant to Gesanesim, you could at least use it for what? As a remnant, as a scriptural proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, here Hashem is saying to Moshe, Moshe, you're going to die. And when you die, Klal Yisrael is going to rebel. Okay, incredible.
Sometimes I get
Gemara says, "It's my name. Yochim Shur
a
B'Shemei
cake
Yochim
there.
Yochai. Inash Kishrachu Mechai Mesim Yodei Mash Asalios." Supposed to say, Yochanan asked Moshe Rabbi, "How do I know Kishrachu is going to bring back the dead? And how do I know that Hashem knows what is going to happen?" Shneimar Incha Shochev Imavosecha Vikam. Ultimately, again, Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "You are going to die, but you will come back." Incredible. So the Gemara goes like to Tanya, Amra Eliezer, Rabbi Yossi, the Tavarzat, Ziyachti Sifrei. So Rabbi Eliezer says like this: in this matter, the books of the heretics have really been they have forgeries. They have forgeries. How so? Shehayu Omrim Ain't Chesanisim in Torah. Remember again, because these books of heresy said there is no resurrection. There's no resurrection. I said to them, Ziyaftem Toraschem. So number one, you've forged the Torah. You forged the Torah, and it didn't work. So what's going on here? For you claim there is no Tchias Amesim. And yet it says, for you Omer, Tikaris Benefesh Shahim Avonava. So we'll say there is a double lashon of Tikaris. Why the double lashon? Speaking of says. I'm sorry. So we'll say what Hikaris means that the sin will be cut off from this world. Avonaba, its sin will remain with it. Leimas, when is that? Lavi Olamaba does not refer to the world to come. So from here you see ultimately again Raya for Tkesanism. So the Gemara says, "Tikaris." And good. Let me start. So understand why can't you learn both that out from Tikaris? Tikaris in Olam Hazeh, Tikaris the Olam Haba. To which the Gemara says, "Unrelayed Dibra Torah Kulashon Adam." I would have said that, and the meaning would have said, "No, that's just a colloquial expression." Okay, Kitanoi. So what says not one Kitanoi? Tikaris Olam Hazeh, Tikaris Olam Adam. The Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva understands the double lashon. Tikaris be cut off in this world. Tikaris in the world to come. The Rabbi Akiva, Amar Yishmael. Velo kvar
But if you
ne'emar,
want to know
Es
how to do
Hashem
it,
hu migadei
that's
v'nichrasa.
how you do it.
The
So how
pasuk
many
says
votes
he's
now?
blaspheming Hashem, he'll be cut off. V'chi
And that's what I was
shlosha
going to
olamim
say.
yesh. Are there three worlds? In other words,
Some fell
then that
off,
means that there's
and I
three
knew because
expressions
it
of
was
being cut
different.
off. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, "V'nichra brother, elo v'nichras olam hazeh." He'll be cut off in this world. He carries the olam haba. Right? He carries it. Right? He carries the cut off in the world to come, and he carries the kares dibra Torah kalashal meni adam. This refers to the Torah speaks. Okay. Bein Rabbi Shmuel ben Rabbi Akiva, Avona ba my atidi. But both according to Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel, what do you do with the phrase of Avona ba? The Chid is saying this is beautiful. B'yachol afilu asa tshuva. You might have thought that this sinner would be cut off even if he did tshuva. So the Gemara says, Talmud Loma Avona ba. When is the sinner cut off? Only when it's Avona ba. When the sin remains within him. However, the Gemara says, "Lo amarti ella bisman shavona ba." The only time the sinner is cut off is when the sinner remains with him. But if the sinner does tshuva, then ultimately again he is not cut off. Incredible. I will say. So really fascinating. So again, but the point that you begin to see is, like we mentioned yesterday, there's no one pasuk that says yes, anesi. Yes, anesi. Rather, what we have is a series of biblical, I should say, Tanakh allusions. Right, biblical allusions. Torah, Ksubim, different allusions, different hints, different ideas. Beautiful. Let's go back. We're finished there. Shala, this Gemara. Shala, Cleopatra, Malchus, Shabimeir. Wow. Queen Cleopatra. Queen Cleopatra asked the following question of Rabbi Meir. Amra, listen, by the way, just you should know, Marshall points this out. Cleopatra is the queen's, what Paro is the king's. So this is not like a, this is, or, yeah, you can start with it, but Cleopatra is a particular person, but this is more of a monarchical, Marshall says you see it in different uses and shots. This is more of a monarchical title than anything else. But anyway, it's pretty cool. So Cleopatra asks Rabbi Meir, Amra, Yedgana Echayish Shefi. So listen to this. She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. Sorry, I know that the living die. That's it. I'm sorry. I know that the living will come back to life. So Cleopatra said, I this is interesting, right? Cleopatra, I believe in Tchias Mason. Incredible. I know that the dead will come back to life. Because again, the pasuk says that literally they are sprout forth from the city, like reference to Yerushalayim, like the grass comes out of the earth. And once again, it's interesting. This pasuk was actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this pasuk. Quotes this pasuk from Tehillim. Like, so I know that the dead will come back to life. So what's the shayla? Ella kishen omdin agumin obemavushein omdin. Fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed or do they come back in their clothing? Incredible. So Amrullah, so Rabbi Meir says back to Cleopatra. Kavachomer mechita, make a kavachomer from a grain of wheat. How so? So the Gemara says, Umachita shnipura aguma. So the chita, right? The grain is buried unclothed. What does that mean? When you plant wheat kernels, when you plant the seed, just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, yotza become a lavushin. Yet it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? What it means is, again, the kernel itself it has many layers. It has a husk, it has different things on top of it. So you see from here, again, just like the seed goes into the earth unclothed, ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So the Gemara says, Tzadikim shenikbarim v'levushein, but Tzadikim ultimately, again, who are buried with their clothing, Allah has kama v'kama. Tzadik ultimately, again, is buried not that clothing, but tachlishin, but shrouds. So the Tzadik who is buried with clothing, all the more so, he will come out clothed as well. So we'll say, it's such a fascinating. First of all, you could just say stam, it's just like a fascination question. But then again, I believe in the resurrection of the dead. How exactly does this work? When the dead come out of the grave, what is it? Unclothed, clothed. So what's interesting also is it could very well be clothing. We've seen this before. It's often a metaphor also for accomplishments. Like the begotten, like the Cholei Shibir Adechalavani, which someone else says in Mishlei. At all times, let your clothing be white. Let your clothing be white. So clothing represents accomplishment. So it could very well be that what Cleopatra was really asking was the following. When there is Tchias HaMesim, how do you come back? How are you reborn? Are you reborn like tabla rasa, right, naked, unclothed, like new life, new person, mamish, like a new baby being born, or is your resurrected life somehow a continuity of your previous life? Are you born with your clothing? In other words, do you come back? And again, I have my nice clothing. I have my mitzvah. So again, fascinating question. Is resurrection a continuation of my previous life? Do I come back with my clothing? Or again, am I born unclothed? Is it a brand new life? Which Rabbi responds, resurrected life is a continuity of previous life. Because I will say it's so fascinating because what that does is it really urges us to maximize the life we have here in this world. Because the way I live here not only impacts me in this world, not only impacts me what we'll call Olam Haba, which is the place where I go after I die, but it even impacts me in resurrected life as well. Everything I do in this world follows me in the multiple stages and iterations of my life. Such a profound Gemara. I'm going to So the Caesar says that we're going to Caesar is going to Amrisu Bishakti Chaim. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. Okay, so it's interesting. So as opposed to Cleopatra, who believes in spiritualism, but just has some detailed questions about it. So you see over that the Caesar doesn't believe it. Caesar doesn't say. Caesar says, I don't understand. You guys say, Amrisu, you guys say the Shakti Chaim. The dead will come back to life. I don't understand how that works. Havu Afra, Va'afra Mikachayim. The dead ultimately again become dust, right? And dust can't come back to life. Dust can't come back to life. So the Gemara says, top of Tzadik Alf 91a, Amruhu Darte, Shafke Ba'an Mahadra. So again, these things are fascinating. So the daughter of the Caesar said to Rabbi, I got this, right? She wanted to answer this particular question. Okay, so she says, so second line, Tzadik Alpha Rabbi 91a, second line. Shnei Yotzim Rishbirim. There are two people, two fashionists, creators of stuff. Right? Pottery people. Each Rashi says that there's Teos and to kill him in a night. They create utensils. Two people create utensils. One creates utensils from water, and one creates utensils from clay. So who's better? With the Caesar response, of course, Of course, again, it's a much greater feat to create utensils from water than it is to create from clay. Amalei Minamayim. The Gemara says, Amalei, she said to him, Minamayim Shah, Minatit Lakol Shipping. So Hashem fashions people from water. Now, what does that mean, water? It's a reference to Zerah, to the drop of semen, which creates a baby. If we're supposed to create human life from literally mayim, from water, then Allah has come of a camel, we can create from dirt. In other words, right, it's a greater feat to create utensils from water than it is from clay. Then everybody agrees you can create utensils from clay. HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and creates life, ultimately again from water, certainly go ahead and create life from clay, from dirt as well. The name of Yishmael Tanakh, Kavachomer B'Kli Zchutis, is beautiful. You can make a Kavachomer from the creation of glass. The creation of glass, it's gas and missing. Makli Zchutis, Sha'amalan, Beruach, Basar V'Dam. How is glass made? You blow glass. Glass is made through the breath of man. And Nishbaru, Yeshlan Takara. And even if glass breaks, you could melt it down and you could refashion it. Man who is made with the breath of Hashem. Right? Hashem blew life into us. Allah has come of the all the more so that if it breaks, so to speak, and dies, it can be put back together. That's what the Gemara. Amaliyahu, Nina Rabbi Ami. So I'll say also there's so much to say on each of these Gemaras because each of these statements are tremendous metaphors for different aspects of our lives. But again, I underline this, so we'll come back to it at some point. So there was a particular unbeliever, Min, who said to Rabbi Ami, Amisu, you say the Shakti Chaye, you guys say that the dead come back to life. He was the but the dead turn to dust. And how can dust possibly come back to life? Let me give you a mashal. The Melech Basar Madam, I'll give you a mashal. There was once a human king, and the human king said to his servants, the go and build in the palace. There's only one problem. There's no water, there's no dirt in place where I need you to build the palace. I need you to figure it out. Halchu Banu also. The Baruch Hashem, the subjects figured out they built a beautiful palace. The young in Nafko, sometime later, the palace fell down. Amalahan. So the king says to the subjects, also the Makom Shiyish Afaromai. I want you to rebuild the palace, but this time I want you to build in the place where there is water and there is dirt. On the low, ain on you hold it. And the subject said, we can't do it. We're unable to do it. So Kana Salayan. The king got very angry at them. The Makom Shemaim Ba'afar B'Nisem Achsar Sheshmaim Ba'afar Alachas Kamal Kamal. So the king said, I don't understand. You were able to build a palace when there was no water and dirt. You were able to pull it off. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't pull it off. So it's like, what's the show? Because Baruch Hu creates man from nothing. Yesh man, Baruch Hu the world from nothing. So if Baruch Hu creates from nothing, then even when man turns back into dirt is still something. So if you could create from nothing, you certainly could create from something. That was the answer about Tiyas HaMesim. And if you don't believe about this idea of something turning into something else, say a bit, go out into the valley, or see this particular type of rodent. So there's a lot of discussion exactly about what they're talking about, what Chazal are talking about over here, this rodent, that apparently is half flesh and half earth. The next day, ultimately, again, it comes completely flesh. So you see the ability of things to transform from earth into flesh. Shema Tamar, but maybe you'll say it takes a lot of time for this rodent to have this transformation.
This is the lady who doesn't take food seriously.
First white line.
Bitch is making glitter.
It's in a particular mountain that on this stage is only one chilazon. Remember again, chilazon is that creature from which the tchelas.
That is pretty hot.
You go up on the mountain, there's one chilazon. The next day will rain. Then it's smelly kulo chilzonos. Ultimately, and the mountain will be filled with chilazons. So again, the idea over here is
Maybe I could be wrong.
Number one, that earth could turn to flesh, right? Something could turn to nothing. And from the earth, again, things could sprout as evidenced by the chilazon. It's incredible. But also, I think that there is a tremendous profundity in that Moshe was all about the king. I remember the Moshe and the king, what happened? The king said to his subjects, build me a palace. And he said, build a palace, there's nothing. There's no dirt, there's no water. There's no dirt, there's no water. And the subjects do it. The palace falls down sometime later, and then the king says again,
dude, show your friend.
Build me a palace and dirt and water. The subjects said we can't do it.
This goes beautiful.
So what are you talking about? He built the palace with nothing. Allah sometimes build the palace with dirt and water. I think the metaphor is as follows. All of us have times in life where we are pushed to accomplish things
I have those.
we can accomplish. Our back was up against the wall. We're in circumstances, difficult circumstances, and literally again, we
this goes really pretty.
Rabbit out of the hat. I did it. Baruch Hashem. Really difficult circumstances, maybe even potentially what look like impossible circumstances, and I came through. I did it. And yet, then there are times day to day where my circumstances are not impossible, and I don't pull through. And I tell myself,
but anything
I
could be
can't
used. This fucking
do
Yankee
it.
candles could be
I can't
used.
do it.
Any candle, generally kosher.
Do you remember that
Some
time
of them shit.
that you came through in impossible circumstances? Do you remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where again it wasn't clear if you would succeed or not,
yeah.
and you did, and
But
you
normal candles are all
you could
kosher.
succeed in difficult, virtually impossible circumstances. If you could build the personalistic palace with no water and no dirt, then Allah has come day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can come through. Like I said, we all have situations like this where really difficult situations. If you don't have situations like this is a pizza. I think almost all of us have situations like this of really difficult circumstances. I said to myself, I don't know.
Yeah, this girl's really pretty.
And I got through it. And then I get through it, but I succeeded and I grew.
What is she? Scale 1 to 10. Here's the thing, kids.
Then I certainly could perform in
Whatever
day-to-day
she
life.
is, if she's Jewish,
If I could make things
that's a
happen
+2.
where there was
Really?
no dirt,
Should
there
be a
was no
+200.
water. The more so I could build a personalistic palace where there is dirt
So
and
this
there
girl's
is
like a
water.
12.
It's incredibly useful for life. You want to go back to
Really?
I'm only at Lumina, but you're going to say, let's say
She's
this is a
very
great
pretty.
series of stories. Taking them in. We said to Kavia Ben Pesisa.
We don't know that she's alive when we do. She may be. Oh, but I was at the Kabbalah candle craft thing. I don't give a shit, bitch. Can you
Interesting
crazy
enough, so this guy Kavia Ben Pesisa, who himself was a shtickle and he was a hunchback. We're going to see that part of the story in just a little bit. Rashi points out over here, he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened? So there was a min who came over to him. And this min said to him,
you wouldn't take this girl on right now. Oh, that's a different story. How about the other
So
lady?
there was this Apikoris and he says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking about the Jews, right? He calls the Jews Rothschild.
I mean, sure.
Rothschild, why are you Rothschild? Because you espouse false ideology.
But she
Say
has to
that the
work on
dead
her
come
fucking
back to life. It's
food
not
safety.
possible. It's not possible.
For sure. Before doing anything.
that which is alive dies.
And I have to check
Possibly
the
say
tab.
that which is dead comes back to life. Amalei, so the Rabbi Pesisa responds, "Vaylachon chayve, you're the Rishon. The Amrison Mesilo Chayin, the Lo Havichaya, the Havichaya Lo Kol Shekin." So we'll say, so the Rabbi Pesisa says back to the man, he says, "You're the Rasha. I'll tell you why. That which is not alive does come back to life. Every birth. How does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see, by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no life to life. So we have a paradigm for this.
You sure this other girl?
You're the Russia. There's one where every single life starts with no life.
No one cares.
What's easy to think that go back to life?
Damn.
So,
you think this bitch is a 10? I'd have to see her mouth. I want to see her smile. She's really pretty.
You're calling me a Russia? If I would be over there, you're lucky someone's holding me back, right? If I come over to you,
this girl is really hot.
So hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Right? That's what this is incredible, right? People are people. Nothing changes over time.
What are these shot
You're
glasses?
lucky if I was holding you back. I would kick you so hard. I would kick you straight. Right there. I would kick you. That you would kick out your hunchback.
She's got a great name.
So we're going to see the Amalei. And I told the king, Rofe Uman, Tikra, Iskar Harvey Tito. Do it, man. Right, do it. Absolutely. If you could do that, I would give you a shtayach. Not only would I give you a shtayach, but I would pay you a handsome amount of money. Handsome copay for that visit to the doctor. Incredible. Well, they don't have one. Now, that's our introduction to Gavia Ben Pesisa. The next number of stories we're going to be dealing with Gavia Ben Pesisa as well. And also, we're going to see something fascinating just about his personality. So, that's about Nisan. On the 24th of Nisan, it's Natilu Dimusinoi Yehuda Yerushalayim. So again, those are oppressors.
Rhinestones are big.
Now again, what oppressors?
The jewel is big. The dazzlers are big. Spirographs are big. Spirograph math is amazing.
With a legal claim against the Jewish people. What was that claim? Otherwise,
Dude, they're not going to zoom in on this bitch's face. But she's really pretty. She is gorgeous.
They came before Alexander the Macedonian for a dinner with Providence. So Amrlo, Eretz Canaan, I'm going to say that, by the way, Jews like Alexander. Right? I don't know that Jews like Alexander. Because also, Jews named Alexander, which is the strangest thing.
I've got
these
I don't mean an English name. Long ass matches. I don't fuck around. Really? Yeah, why do I have such long matches?
Right? It's not a Hebrew name. But again, this was Al Sakara Satov that Jews had to, as well as Alexander the Great. The name stuck.
I think it was.
So the people of Africa come with a din Torah against the Jews. Amrlo, Eretz Canaan Shalom. What's their claim?
She don't want really.
The land of Canaan belongs to us.
I know. I think I bought.
There is nothing
accidentally
new
bought really
under the
matches.
sun. Ein chadash tachas hashamesh.
But
Right?
short matches
So
are
before
fine.
there was
I don't
a-
like it getting hot.
Right, before there was any of these other mechanisms, the nations of the world were
I think
always
I
bringing
actually-
their legal claims against the Jewish people to say we don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. Eretz Israel, not so big. Not so big, right? You wonder again,
Like I'm
what
going
does
back just
Africa
because this is so
need
pretty.
with Israel? What do you need another desert? Right? Do you need,
Did
but
she
again, listen,
Sephardic?
this is the Derech of Canaan. The Derech
She
of
could
Canaan
be
is
either.
they cannot leave
She
Klal
looks
Israel
good.
alone.
Maybe.
They
So.
cannot
She's
get rules
gorgeous.
there that Jews
Doug,
again,
she didn't do anything.
it hurts us to say because we'd like to think that the world has changed and
That
we
bitch
love
is
each other
beautiful.
and anti-Semitism and everybody loves us.
Kaya.
Clearly, again,
Call
that
me,
region
girl.
has been blown to smithereens, right? We
Really?
say that's no longer the case.
Yeah,
And
she's.
again, it's actually
she's
very affirming.
beautiful.
It's the same dynamic.
So, what's your name?
Can't, for some reason, can't be
Yankee
so
title
well
on
that
Bracha
Jews have something.
Hohenheim.
All the more so that Jews
Kaya.
can defend themselves, that Jews can stand up for themselves. Right? So again, so the couple for
Rothschild.
Alexander the Great, Canaan is ours. Now,
Shapiro.
what's the claim? It's saved, and again, they've been derived from the Torah. These were from Africans. They've
Oh,
saved
Sarah
Eretz
Ryder, you
Canaan
did good
Gvulasa.
makeup on her. And Blima
It says
Weissman,
that the land of
They
Canaan
look good.
is included all of the boundaries.
Kraft
All of the
Edinburgh.
boundaries. Well, Canaan. So therefore, they looked at
Really? Yeah.
Canaan as part of essentially Africa. In other words, they had Africa. Canaan is
All right.
included in
Are
this
you
as
done?
well. Well, Canaan,
Are you big
Avun
on makeup?
Dahano,
Yeah.
Canaan was our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan becomes the father of Cush, of Ham. So the Africans say this is our father. So because again it's our father, we own this land.
Really?
So again, so this was now again, this was a claim brought before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to now
All right.
defend their claim to Eretz
Yeah,
Canaan,
okay.
Eretz Yisrael.
Sometimes
So
I can
Gviv
tell
B'Sisa
what
comes along. He says,
Right.
Let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch
This is an
this.
interesting one.
Right?
Yo, dog.
So if I lose, the good thing is
Sociological or
there's really no harm
psychological
because they could just say now apparently we'll say what you see from these stories
theory.
Gvir
I think it's
B'Sisa
very
was
Freudian
not
that
recognized as one of the ranking sages.
humans love
That's
themselves
not
so
that,
much
that
that
wasn't his identity.
our
Therefore,
ideal
he says,
mate is
if I
actually
lose the
ourselves. That's why a
case,
lot of
it's not a
people
big deal.
try to
Because
find
whatever,
people
you could just say,
of
he wasn't really
opposite
representing us,
gender,
right?
or maybe not
Just
even
and
opposite gender, but just other
the
people
Africans,
who
they
look like
defeated
them
just a regular guy.
and
The
act like them
Mania
because
say,
they
I
have
hope someone,
subconscious
if I win the
desires
case,
to
Amru Lahem, say,
reproduce with
Torah's
ourselves, even
motion
though it's
itself.
generally like impossible.
The
But in the
victory will not be
future,
attributed to me, rather, what will the victory be attributed to? To Torah. Which I will say, by
there
the way,
may be a
just
way to be
begin
able to
to
do
see
that with
the
like
beauty and the power of the personality of Gvir B'Sisa.
male
That
eggs
all of
and
this was
female
literally about
sperm.
Torah. This was about a
And if that happened within Judaism, then wouldn't that make our offspring be
If I
like
lose, the law mine. But if I win, the win is the Ribbon Shalom. It's incredibly selfless. Okay, so now Solutions Okay, so he gets permission from the Rabbanim.
potentially?
He represents Kleis in front of Alexander the Great.
And thus, like
Judaism
Judaism may have a
the
situation where
Africans,
if everybody
where are
liked
you
to do
bringing
this,
them
then
from?
everybody would be
Torah.
mamzers.
Give them the Torah. We just said it. I'll also bring it right from the Torah. What's the
And what
passage?
would that be like? You
Vayomer,
just still man this. I
Arur
have a lot of
Canaan,
chances.
Ebed
Let's get to the
Avot
point,
Yeleh
baby.
Yaakov. Canaan is cursed, and Canaan should be a slave to his brothers. If that's the case,
All right, baby.
Ebed
Tight
should so-
stealing
so-
milk
so
buckles
again,
with the core theory still man.
Hebron, who's
Humans are
here?
narcissistically obsessive. Unless you try to do a
Canaan
hundred
was
face
cursed.
values,
Canaan
temperament,
Nechasim.
culture,
Ebed
mate
Nechasim
choices
Udi.
often
If an
need
Ebed
but
acquires property,
psychology
who
backs
does
this
property belong
assortative,
to? For that
assortative
matter, who does
mating
the
people
Ebed
pair with similar
himself
people,
belong
facial
to?
self-resemblance
Not
increases
only that,
attraction,
Elishari
cultural
Kamishon Lo Avaratono.
endogamy
So furthermore,
equals
again, you guys
sort of
owe
equals
us
symbolic
back wages,
self-reproduction.
back service.
So
Why?
that doesn't
Because you're the
that
slaves
so
to
the drive
Klal
isn't
Yisrael,
just
and
sex,
what?
it's
You have
continuity
not
also.
been working for
Push you to the
years.
future where
So
tech
not
breaks
only do you not
biology.
own land,
Imagine male
right, but
eggs,
we owe
female
you-
sperm,
you
or
owe us
full
back
somatic
payment
cloning with
for all
gamete
of
simulation.
your
Result: one
delinquent
person
service.
reproduces with
Okay,
themselves.
so
Not metaphorically, literally. A
Alexander
child is
Malka,
genetically almost
Zero
identical, no
so
other parent,
Alexander's the
a delayed
African
version of the self.
what
This
say
is
You know what?
biological
What's your
narcissism made
response?
real.
I'm gonna
Now drop us into Judaism. Halachic bomb number one, Jewish status. Judaism says Jewishness follows the mother. If a Jewish woman produces a child from her own genetic material, the child is unambiguously Jewish. If everyone does this, there's no intermarriage, no conversion, no other bullshit.
And what happened?
The Jewish people become self-propagating by definition. Halachic bomb number two, everyone is a mother. There is no father in the halachic sense, so lineage collapses into single-parent matrilineality.
They were living there.
Becomes either symbolic or obsolete. All Jews are mothers, children, leads to a single self-replicating chain. Judaism becomes radically matriarchal, not socially structurally. Halachic bomb number three, family law implodes. Questions explode. Is this incest? No second party.
But ultimately,
Is this Peru or who? Arguably yes. The Kohanim even think anymore.
Even during the Shemitah year.
What is Judaism when there is no brotherhood? Entire sections of Halakha become dormant, reinterpreted, or mytho-historical. This is post-patriarchal Halakha. Sociological endgame. If everyone reproduces themselves, there's no sexual competition, no marriage market, no tribal dilution. Identity becomes recursive instead of relational. Judaism shifts from people bound by ancestry and law to a self-cloning covenantal system. The covenant becomes individual, eternal, not familial. Still, my conclusion, your theory lands on answer. Judaism already encodes the idea that identity survives through self-love and another. Future tech would just make metaphysics to that, not heretical hyperconsistency.
Their sovereignty over that which is ours. That is when things come together. Number two,
everyone
when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's when
please give
work.
the laws of what this means.
I want to point something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to note. It's not like Gavir Beprisisa came
like
straight
to the point. No much just in the short answer.
Welcome
We're not automatically making it, but it does smash the monster law. So here's the breakdown. The monster actually is very precise. Monsters a child born out with like a child with one parent, a child from something weird or futuristic. A monster is not those things. A child born out of wedlock, a child with one parent, a child from something weird or futuristic. A monster is only someone born from specific forbidden sexual unions. The only class of monster generating cases: incest, mother, son, sibling, parent, etc. Adultery, a married Jewish woman having a relationship with a man, not her husband. If it's not one of those, it's not a monster. So what about self-reproduction? Here's the critical point. Monster requires two distinct people. A sexual act of forbidden relationship between them. Self-replication as one person, no other to violate Ariel. So strict Catholic logic, you cannot be a momzer without a second prohibited party. No other, no Isser, no momzer. But wait, what about incest with yourself? Good instinct, but Halakha doesn't work that way. Incest Ariel is a relationship category between distinct relatives. You can't halakhically be your own mother, your own sister, your own aunt. Those categories require relational duality, so this fails to trigger monster sex. The real Halakhic problem is not monsters. Even though Madra doesn't stick, other issues do explode. Lineage, class, no father, no Yichud, Kahuna and Leviim disappear, tribal identity evaporates, maybe fulfilled biologically, but arguably fails the Torah social model family law sections called Dom, Yibum, Erva, Charge. Inherited frameworks there is not everything is forbidden. It's the system that is referenced. Chazal would resist calling it mantra. Big meta principle. Mantra is intentionally narrow because it's permanently stigmatizes the sentence. Chazal bend over backwards not to create mantra. So futuristic educators, they would almost certainly go non-mantra, possibly classifying offspring as rituals, but kosher, or create a discharge category. Bottom line, clean seal and mantra.
Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they ask, right? Others say it means borrowed. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with that idea that it means borrowed, which means Chazal borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians.
That's way more radical, way more interesting.
So happy to have lent it to you, right?
Yo, no, but what if being a momzer isn't a big of a deal? If everyone is a momzer, then
the Gemara says,
you don't necessarily have to keep the law the same way, right? And if everybody's a momzer, couldn't Judaism just everybody be a momzer?
Do me a favor. He says to the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me rishos, I'll deal with it. I mean, that's 21.
Yeah, you're actually circling the real Halakhic meta with that joke. Let me steal your part time related sharply. If everyone is a mother, then motherhood, oh no.
If they are victorious. If they win the case over me, so then I say again, it's not a big deal because people will just say, this guy David Pesisa, he's a head yoke. He's just a regular guy. Right? But if I am successful, Amru Lahem, Torahs Moshe Rabbeinu Nitzachtem. Then ultimately again, glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what shows. Okay, so David Pesisa shows up to Beis Din and he adjudicates the case with the Egyptians. Okay, Amru Lahem, Mehechem Atamavi and Raya. Egyptians, what's your eye? What's your proof? Amru Lahem, Torah. Amru Lahem. So again, the Egyptians, we told you, Vayashi Lum, he borrowed stuff from us. So okay, Shkai, I'm happy to benefit you. Now you want to step back. So which the BBC says, Amru Lahem, Afani lo avi lechem raya el min Torah. I'll also bring you a proof from the Torah. Shnei Amar, u'Moshe b'nei Yisrael, asher yashuv b'Mitzrayim, shloshim shana ba'arba me'os shana. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. 430 years, remember again, that's a lot of responsibility. So they're for 430 years. Tnu lanu schar avoda shel shishim rivav sheshivartem b'Mitzrayim shloshim ba'arba me'os shana. So have no problem. If you want to make an accounting, having to make an accounting, you say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed. Okay. You also owe us back wages for 600,000 men who worked for 430 years. Let's do some forensic calculation here. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. Back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people. And we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So Alexander says the Great says to the Egyptians, okay, so what do you have to say?
Here's the key distinguishes everyone is a mamzer. Then there's no non-mamzer population. The marriage restriction becomes meaningless. The category stops being legal. Halacha does not preserve categories that have zero function. So Judaism would face two options, not only two. Option one, most likely, mantra collapses. Council already treat mantra as extremely narrow, a tragedy that we avoided something to rule out whenever possible. If everyone would be a mantra, the category would be annulled or reinterpreted out of existence.
Why is it that both the
so that can happen. Halacha would say mantra presumes a normative population. Without that, the definition falls from the culture. This is consistent with how Halacha avoids mass mantra creation at all costs. Option two, less likely. Judaism becomes unlivable. If you did keep mamzer literally, everyone can only make converts each other, which now means nothing.
When you recognize that what you're doing is
implodes, family law becomes implemented, the Torah is no longer administrated. Halacha does not choose self-destruction when reinterpretation is available. A critical misconception, and this is important, mamzer is not a loophole category, it does not reduce obligation, increase freedom to let you opt out, make halacha later, and it's constraint on the status, not a release of. So your intuition that if everyone is mamzer, Judaism would chill is backwards. If anything, mamzer is designed to be very painful and legally complete, not universally. Real escape hash, Steelman, honestly.
Of your claims to begin with.
Steelman,
so profound.
If you ever did want to reset identity for a post-biological future, it would not use mamzer. It would use conversion logic, covenantal entry, or a new category entirely. Because mamzer is purely by design. Anti-universal nature, structurally incompatible with mass application. Bottom line.
Okay. Yeah, let's
Yo, dog, if everybody reproduces themselves, then there's an argument to say that that's incest and that everybody would be mamzers.
Here's what's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different claim. They say Eretz Yisrael Shalanu v'Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says we're not saying it's solely ours.
If that happens,
we're saying it's
fine ours. Because
now this is very different, right?
Like that's a future where perhaps not everybody would be just either not getting married or reproducing with only other people like themselves.
We're just claiming we're
and that could just be Judaism.
Why? So the Gemara says,
and technically it would be Judaism, and there would be no normal Jews.
So again, what's Yishmael's claim? And by the way, Yishmael's claim is not a bad claim.
That's basically where the future goes.
We're also children of Avram. We're also children of Avram.
And there's an argument to be made that
we too are the children of Avram.
It's only for 10 generations.
Share in
I know that's supposed to be like forever, but it does only say 10 generations. So give me a steel man of how this works.
Let me do this. I'll judge that. I'll adjudicate it. I'll argue it. All right,
I hear you. I'll still have a stronger version I do, even though I'll flag where
He's
it's
chaskim, right?
doing heavy
So
lifting. The
ultimately,
feces
again,
she
so
wants to
he says, if I
each
lose,
humans
they
reproduce
defeat
with
me.
themselves. That can be
If
framed
I
as
win,
incest,
it's
ariel,
Torah that has
producing
won.
mamzer, and
So what
eventually
happened?
everyone is a
Amar
mamzer. But
May come
mamzer
out of the
is only barred for
so
10
he says,
generations. After that, the
Shmuel,
restriction expires.
what's your proof?
Judaism stabilizes as a
So
society
again, we
of
just
non-marrying
quoted, we
people
are
or
also the children of Abraham.
self-reproducing individuals, or mamzer with mamzer parents, which are allowed. And that would still be Judaism, just radically transformed way. That's the plan. Now let's steel man it properly. I hate this. That's what's going to happen. Step A, step 1, assume the harsh terms on purpose. We'll grant the strongest possible assumptions. Holocaust treats self-reproduction as a form of incest. Even though it's very debatable, still man means we grant it. So the act violates Ariel, the offspring is a mamzer. This happens universally. Now what? Universal mamzer changes the system. Mamzer only functions when there is a kosher marrying class and a restricted class. If everyone is a mamzer, there is no privileged marrying class. Mamzer means marriage becomes universal and permitted. The restriction no longer protects lineage, period, because lineage no longer differentiates. At that point, mamzer becomes descriptive, not restrictive. This is not a dodge. It's how Holocaust treats categories that lose contrast. Step 3, the 10 generations clause. Your key move.
What does that mean?
You're right that the Torah says, even to the 10th generation, a mamzer may not enter the congregation of Hashem. Chazal will interpret this as forever, but that interpretation assumes generations are socially distinguishable. Lineage is trackable. Normal Jews still exist. Stillman reinterpretation in post-biological future. 10 generations marks the maximum halachically meaningful memory of transgression, not an infinite metaphysical thing. If everyone descends from the same act, there is no pure bloodline. There is no social end group to protect. Then, after sufficient temporal distance, the prohibition loses practical meaning. Some other bullshit. This is not unprecedented logic in Holocaust. Step 1, marriage quietly disappears. The future Judaism doesn't even need marriage the way we know it. Possibilities, no marriage at all. Symbolic covenantal partnership, reproduction without symbolism. Once marriage is no longer the vehicle of continuity, monster marriage restricts stop mattering. The issue becomes moot, not violated. Holocaust often handles impossible laws by non-application, not rebellion. Judaism still survives, just different. What remains intact? Shabbat, Kasher, Torah, ethical mitzvot, communal obligation, covenant. What fades in or transforms? Yirkus, marriage law, sexual boundary law, as lineage protective tribal distinctions. Judaism becomes a covenantal civilization, not a genealogical one. Still Torah-based, still halakhic, but post-lineage. The clean Stillman conclusion, if, and this is a big if, self-replication is classified as incest, that creates universal mamzer. Normal lineage categories collapse, marriage ceases to be central. Then mamzer becomes a historically bounded status, not an internal block. After enough generations where literally 10 or functionally many, the system renormalizes around human baseline. Not by ignoring Holocaust, but by Holocaust adapting to reality, which original distinction no longer applies. Final honesty, no, nonsense. Real Poskim would almost certainly brought this earlier by ruling self-reproduction, not incest, precisely to avoid the chain reaction. But as a Steelman thought experiment, yeah, the logic is internally consistent. There you go, folks. So, do you think that's going to happen within Judaism in the future? Yep. Really? I mean, it's not that big of a deal. And then everything becomes normalized after 10 generations. Who cares? How long for that future? Within the next 1,000 years, maybe? It really doesn't change too much. Especially if marriage isn't occurring. That's the big thing, too. All right, are you done? Well, yeah, hey, to that Chaya, call me drink.
All right, well, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Takshin Pei, the Tiltz Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year, and the Schos of Israel Stavos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Lina Tovas, Terry and Steve Zinn, and loving memory of Perry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Zib, Zeb, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Zichron Lebrachi, of the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Rishon Savin Aliyah, the families in the Torah, all those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol Chol Yisrael, Kam Shmarach, Shem Eretz Hashem, bring our hostages home, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Let's with that, let us begin. We have an incredible and overwhelming and beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Tzaddik 90. We are picking up on Pay Test on the days 89b, 14 lines up from the bottom, smack in the middle of the story of the Akedah. So remember again, which Baruch who said to Avinu, sacrifice your son. To which Avinu responds, based on English, I have two sons. Esichitcha, your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. And each of my children again have their unique singularity. Asher Havta, the one who you love. Tarvayu Rechim Nolu. I love them both. But incredible Gemara, right? Avinu says, "You think I don't love you, Shmuel? You think I don't love you, Shmuel? The father loves his son. Even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants, that's Yitzchak." So finally, Baruch says, "Okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, the Kokach Lama. So why don't you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just say from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. He did so in order for Avinu not to be overwhelmed by all of this. In other words, Ms. Baruch recognized the idea that halach for the Maisa, this would have been an overwhelming test. It obviously wasn't an overwhelming test for Avinu. Ms. Baruch, in order for Avinu to, so to speak, ease into this and intellectually ingest it, lays it out slowly. This is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blotting it out. It's not just about saying, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Here's my cell phone data. Once it's now what happens. I'm going to be on his way to the Akira. It also shows, by the way, how even Avinu will see a little bit more. Again, getting Avinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and able to do the Akira was also a process. So it's a process, and people Avinu was, like you flip the switch and say, okay, I'm ready to do the Akira. It took time to be able to ease into it. You know, like the people something like that. So the second tried to sabotage Avinu on the way to the Akira. And he said, "Davar lecha tila yinei sarta gadin. The adaim lecha seksa kosher yikumin molech ki ata tawai lecha telei." So there was the ikar part of it at the end of the pasuk is the ikar part of the question of it. And he said, "Davar lecha tila." So what the second says to Avinu is, Avram, does this make sense to you? That a God who loved you would ask you to do this. So the Satan was trying to feel out that he satisfied on Rabbi. And it's time to get Rabbi to give sacrifice to this. Maybe it wasn't the rational choice. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how can it be that a God who loves you would ask you to go ahead and offer up something so completely like that? And you said, "Davar lecha." How you love that for us? So it's called the Davar sheets. Law is called Machia Zaraka. Could it be that it's God loves you so much to attach you something, you know, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son? Does it make sense to say that the Father would trust you in this way? Amarlo, I need it to make it. Listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. Because Avinu responds, I walked in my simplicity. Right? Like Tamim Tiyam Hashem Elokecha. Simplicity, completeness. What Avinu essentially says is, he says, you know what Emunah is? What Emunah represents is the ability to give oneself over in totality to the Ribono Shel Olam. I'm the back to myself to Hashem. I'm the back to myself to Hashem. So therefore, God means it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to it and walk with completion to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Whatever the Ribono Shel Olam tells you to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Although you're us, to us. So the Satan says that for Avinu. Well, maybe your Yura, maybe your Shemai, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yura ultimately again is blinding you. Is there anyone who has put their faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu and has been lost? What Avinu says is, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain Emunah. You just can't explain Emunah. But there's one interesting thing about Emunah, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might look strange, might be strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have a job are not meaning enough to ever. Is anyone who puts their meaning in the spot have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a person who put their disadvantage? Feels like such a this conversation is probably the essence that every person with a meal goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is a lot of the stuff that is being handled, or what I'm doing is going through this conversation in his mind. On one hand, could it be that a guy who loves you would do this to you? And what's the answer to that? The answer to that is, I don't understand what it's about. And therefore, again, I just give myself over to the Rebbe Shalom. That's what it means. I give myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, "Well, it's not maybe a misunderstanding the will of God. Maybe not what God wants you." To which again, I'm going to respond. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in the embrace of those who give themselves over in their movement to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even because of the no kashami alay. So once the Satan saw that Avinu was not listening to him, Amalei, Leilai, Dabar, Yisrael, Kash Shalach Nefari Akadra, Haskali Ola, Ve'i Yitzchak Viola. Interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, you know, by the Avram, don't worry too much. Because I heard from behind the curtain, at the end of the day, God is going to ask you to sacrifice yourself. Good news. But at the end of the day, you end up offering up a sheep and not this stuff. So what's the interesting enough is up to the end of the story. That is indeed what ended up happening. But yes, I don't know. I'm doing such a stuff and can't control by guys. This is the punishment of a liar. Shafiru Omer Emes is showing up. That was again, somebody lies and even when they tell the truth, no one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole time, the Satan is trying to convince us. He's trying to convince Avinu not to do this, right? And then the last, like his last speech after it is, don't worry about it. You're not going to have to sacrifice this stuff. It's going to be fine. What's the pshat? The pshat was he was trying to take away the scar from Avinu. When he was trying to say, I'm going to die, it's such a good test. He's not going to have to do it anyway. So he was trying, he couldn't stop him. So at least he could take away the reward for doing it. You could take away the immunity component. Which I'm even says, sometimes I don't listen to you. I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has actually zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar. His words are never trustworthy. Incredible. We never like it. I'm going to let you schmug you stuff. So ultimately, again, but as I discussed it, as the Satan is having a conversation with Avinu, so Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak. And he goes on and talks. Yishmael says, Yitzchak, you think you're so great? You think you're so great? I'm greater than you. After all, again, God only in covenants. Sha'ata ma'aferes lo'yomit. Va'ani ve'shoshes yeshana. So again, Yishmael says to Yitzchak, you know, you got a gift. I got a gift for 13 years old. You got a gift for your baby. You have no consent, you have no memory of it. I have to do it when I was talking like an adult, 13 years old. I'm gonna see Yitzchak says, Ube'eva Echad Atam Megaredi is starting out with me with one body part. In Omer Vi HaKadosh Baruch Hu Zavech Atzmi Kolofanai, and he's Zavech Miyad. Right? And he's Zavech. Ultimately, again, I was literally thinking, we're coming to give my entire body to him. I would do that. And we read after that conversation, Miyad, Elohim Yitzchak Atam. Immediately after that, he actually becomes. I will say that what's the pshat with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, you know, it's a bit cliche, but you know the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this Gemara. Because what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, Elohim Nisras Adam, Hashem tested Yitzchak. It's almost as if after that moment, when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, he asked him for that statement, that's going to respond to the test. Only after again it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such an Nisayon, that he responded to give him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, don't make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The satans don't start up with you. The shmos don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something that's meaning, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? The Akedah is starting, the Satan starting up with Avram, the Shmuel starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of Kedusha. It's reminiscent of one of my favorite Spartak of all time. Actually, if I expect the Akedah, what's at the end of the Akedah? Hashem says to Adam Avinu, Akedah don't tell him out, don't do anything to the boy, don't chef Yitzchak. And then what happens? Because it says, Adam Avinu goes over and he sees that there, he doesn't go over, he sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the thorns. And Adam Avinu goes over and he offers it up as a carbon. I asked the husband, and the husband, how did Adam Avinu know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. But Adam Avinu wants to offer the carbon. Let's get something amazing. He says, because Adam Avinu saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So it's says like this. If the iron would have run up to Adam Avinu's feet and lay down at his feet, Adam wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's from the Satan. And when he saw it, that it was stuck in his listen, you ever try to get a ram out of the thicket? Right? It's not possible. Right? Somebody told me this happens before. Right? But when I said, so again, you ever try to get a ram out of the thicket? But you can imagine, right? There's the thorns, the animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of the thicket? You get caught, you bleed, there's a struggle. I don't know where you saw, where there's struggle, there's kedusha. Where there's easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get caught, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, is absolute holiness. And I will say that's his story. Satan starting up with Adam Avinu, Yitzchak, Ishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. Again, that's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but not faster than it's going to be. So Rabbi, back to Rabbi Shaitan a little bit. Rabbi Shaitan, so let me try to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. The skila, Rabbi Shimon says you get kind of strangulation. So he might say, Madika Eri Dakas. Remember again, so when you see the skila, Rabbi Shaitan, that means like a Rabbi who tries to go and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madika Eri Dakas is, remember, those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. So what's that law? The skila, Rabbi Shimon says, Navi Shidiach the skila, my time is Rabbi. So Navi tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah. He gets skila. Why is that? What's logical to Rabbi? So he must be Asya Hadacha Mesis. So I'll move the Exer Shava from Mesis. Nala the skila, Akan the skila. Okay, Rabbi Shimon. Lisa Ksivade. Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says Lisa. What's the law? From Lisa, the Torah, Stam Eino Elokelet. In general, any Lisa that is mentioned in the Torah is Madika Erni Dachas Skila, my time in Rabbanon. So why is it that Madika Erni Dachas? They get skila, what's the logical to Rabbanon? Kami Hadacha only Mesis, only Rabbi Shidia. So again, making Jira Shabbat of Hadacha, either from Mesis or from the Rabbi Shidia. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadacha Min Navi. Rabbi Shimon is Hadacha from Navi. The Ligma of Mesis. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon like Jira Shabbat from Mesis? So the man says, so Ligma Mesis. Gani makes his Rabbi, makes his Rabbi. The aim Gani makes his Rabbi, makes his head, makes his Rabbi. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn out the Gil Shabbat from makes his Rabbi than his Rabbi. Remember, I was saying, in this context, in this discussion, there's two types of inciters. Right? There are those who incite individuals and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Gil Shabbat to a like type of inciter. I'd rather choose the opposite. I'd rather learn out again what we call a common insider from a common insider, and not the common insider from Rabbi to insights. You will say, Kevin, should be out. And if I had your couple was that, you sure say, no, even though it's a Rabbi who may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes the head. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's the head. I'm not Krista. The Krista says, what's a couple of side? 98. Machlokes, that is very interesting, we'll say. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet, right? So now the shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, because he's sending people to worship Allah, these are fine, listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker ha'guf ta'avodas b'chavim, v'kiyum mitzvahs b'guf mitzvahs ta'avodas b'chavim. So what's interesting, Machlokes case comes up in the situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. I think we'll give actually just a moment. First, we're actually talking about Machlokes, Rabbi Rabbi Shimon. And let's say that obviously, both Rabbi Rabbi Shimon holds that halacha l'maisa, obviously another shekel is going to be tight Nisa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Nisa. Is it skuna? Is it chanek? That's the Machlokes. What Rashi says over here. He says, Machlokes said, the Rabbi Rabbi Shimon, the Navi Pa'oker Kol HaGutz Ba'avodas Kochavim, the Amar, Mitzvah HaKadosh V'Yavua V'Yisnabel L'Achor Kol Mitzvah Avodah Kochavim in Torah. So this is obviously a classic case of this Navi Shekel, where he emphasizes and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, all the tiny mixas with the backbone mixas, but I will become your Avodah Zarah. Or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, a good example of this would be, well, let's see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. That would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this is Machlokes. So again, obviously both Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's put to death. Machlokes is about the type of death. Like this. Yeah, one of them not death, but the only sense of that, because the Torah says that the Navi who will try to bring you from the ground, min hadera. Min hadera means even if he just tries to get you off part of the dera. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Oker HaGuf Shar Mitzvahs. This is interesting. But let's say someone goes that Nabi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Nabi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shatnez no longer applies. Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he put to death by chenek. The key of mitzvahs, the bigger mitzvahs, to Mishra mitzvahs, is that called kosher. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs, everyone agrees pater. Well, being an example of that, he says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so Shabbos, so two categories. Category one is the whole Zara. Whenever an off topic comes along, and either uproots the entire position of all Zara, or even if it includes part of it, uproots part of it, that's the whole case of the Shimon and the Rabbanon. Chai Mitzvah, is it Skila, is it Kanek? That's category one. Category two, uprooting another mitzvah, not a whole Zara in its entirety. Saying another mitzvah or another idea doesn't apply. Everyone agrees? Kanek. Category three is the category three is and another mitzvah, the uproot part of it, the includes part of it, if the unit was up over there, Patrick. Patrick doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Patrick just means that baby is not putting it to death. He must have not enough on the road, but even if it was shocking. Now, that guy's now, he must say, the pasuk that he must quote is the pasuk. Is the pasuk. Nabi all holy Machalamahu. You must be better. Sarah Allah Shalom. So this is not the Nabi second, the first part. Focus. Nabi must dissecting that pasuk a little bit. La Lafas, because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's viewing you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. La Lafas, this is the first commandment. So all Unix does, what does it say? What does it say? Like, it sounds like that even the Nabi message of other parts of the Torah, which is telling you that. What's going on here? These are like some of all the stuff I'm going to say. I've always been hate from Mishkach as well. And anyone who is talking about idolatry, it looks like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? Which the answer is up. Funny you should ask. There is. So Gemara Pista impacts them. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment of say? It's supposed to break apart the altars of our Zara. That Hamnuna Amar. So Hamnuna says like this. Let's say, tremendous, first of all, tremendous mazel tov from I don't know on the new copy machine. So mazel tov feels like a great album, you know, mazel tov. Shem must continue not listening to Hashem, follow the way we got this Sabbath Kadisha. But I would say really it's an opportunity. This is Avi's second machine on the job of the Rabbi. Thank you very much for everything that you do for us, morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start the show at 5:49 this morning. There was a machine of hearing this message, which is strange. Thank you so much for some of the promotion and gives us a thank you. Thank you really for all the messages. The late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much.
Why is it harder to make an egg? Even the bottle is less fine.
I'm going to make a round of applause. Wow, okay, I'll start making the coffee. Ramina says as follows. Ramina says like this. Babel is coming with Shabbos. So it says, if Ramina comes along, and Ramina, he has a different approach. He says like this. Any time a false prophet comes along and uproots something from the Torah, whether that is about the Zohar or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, another shepherd is coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this other, whatever it is, no longer applies. And he's uprooting it in its totality. Any time that happens, the Gemara says, no God goes to Rabbi, God will bring the Shabbos to the Kiyom mitzvahs, the beautiful mitzvahs that will be stopped, the Chona Amar Min HaDaf, the mitzvahs of that. So let's just again. Saloko and we say this. There are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, partial like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and do part of idolatry or all idolatry, partial like that. So when you partner, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like you said before, you can wear Shabbos on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. You know, so that would be an example of uprooting parts and confirming parts. In that context, you partner. Then I want to analyze. I'm not in the Torah. So if you do this. So Rabbi prophesies in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I won't say words from the Christ, so here is not distinguishing between the Torah or anything else. If the Rabbi comes along and says, a particular mitzvah or a particular avera no longer applies. Okay? Or, I'm let's say when he prophesies to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. And he shouldn't hurt that, but he shouldn't say that you're possible. ובעבוד זכופה אפילו עומר היום ידוע ולמוחת בצורה ובהכל חי. By a Bodhisara, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. If you do have an example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship a Bodhisara, the rest of the week you can't, there's still liability for that. Abayi Sarla Krakista, without Sakakista. So therefore I will say now we have essentially three different versions about how this Maslokas ultimately unfolds. So Abayi holds like a Christus, let's just go through it. So I holds like a Christus, and the entire subject and we read when you took this entire discussion, like with this, the house so. Rabbi always used to say, Allah is Rabbi Kravamuna, without Kravamuna, Rabbi holds like Kravamuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets the Kravamuna. Here we go. Abayi Sarla Kravista, without Kravista, Sabai holds like Kravista, and interprets this entire discussion like this there. Hamasnabi, here we go. Hamasnabi, like Kravamuna, Torah, Kibriak, all the connect. Again, if another comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of uprooting? In totality, we say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, particular event doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs, the halacha is everyone agrees. What happens if the Rabbi comes along by mitzvah and says, we uphold part of it, negates part of it, and he shouldn't hold that, and he shouldn't says that you're puppet. That's like Shar mitzvahs. And so to the Rabbanan hold this. When it comes to idolatry, but when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? When you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there's going to be a Chiyuv Nisa. What's the Chiyuv Nisa? Not Chiyuv Nisa, that's not focus. Chenek versus Skila. Good, that's Abaye. Rabbi Sarla Kravamuna, Mutatsa Kravamuna, Rabbi Alta Kravamuna, and interprets the device like Kravamuna. And it's not the Rak or Davar Minatora.
You already know what it is.
I always call baby shyness. Not you just say, if a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, Chayuv Nisa. What's the result? Machlokas. Chenek versus Skila. Fine. The Chayuv Nisa, the Rebbe mitzvahs. What happens if the Rabbi comes along by other mitzvahs, not Avodah Zarah, and you have always part of this going to be part of this. What's the halacha? Shouldn't call that. Shouldn't say puppet. Doesn't Rabbi? When it comes to idolatry, idolatry with partial negation with children be liability. What's the liability? Not to the Israel, not to the Israel. That's not yes. Okay. So let's say. So what's interesting to note is so really what comes down to is the Machlokes is really about the nature of the person.
66.
So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If another comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going to uprooting idolatry as a whole thing, he's not Avodah Zarah, or this partial negation, partial holding, Chayuv. What is it, Chayuv? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot the teacher's any mitzvah in totality. What's that? Chayuv. Next case. Another comes along and tries to uproot, tries to partially negates another mitzvah in Torah. What's another comes and tries to uproot and partially control Avodah Zarah. Everyone agrees. Chayuv. The Machlokes in these cases is what's the definition. But again, the Kalalas everyone's agreeing. Fascinating. Good. I'm going to go over the Michal, Bakal, Yom Navi, Abu Torah, Shema. Well, let's see how let's go. So let's say this is fascinating. But in general, if another tells you to violate the words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. One exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Shafilu Maniglo, Kama, the Ensar, Akishmalo. Even if the Navi literally again performs a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop in the middle of the sky. The sun doesn't set, and he says, look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah. You don't listen to me. I will say, this is a very important halacha. What is this? So remember, we have different precedent for this is yesterday's doctor, Yanavi, right? In Harakanamel. Yanavi is such a prize, like you said, that is biblically prohibited. I need to worship people or Kabbalah outside of Israel. That is Mikdash. Yeah, we did. See here that a Rabbi has certain power, and a Rabbi has certain license even to instruct the cloud to transgress. Right? Torah Shah. You see this concept. You see this concept. He said that the line that was drawn by idolatry under no circumstances do you ever listen to a Rabbi to worship idolatry. Which means I listen to a Rabbi to do a lot of other stuff, but not have all this other. Not have all this other. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up and says, even if the Rabbi performs such a miracle, you say, let's say, if he's performing a miracle, obviously, what's like, who does the power to perform miracles come from? The Baruch Hu. Obviously, by Shem Zalani, to do it, let's say, Hashem wants us to listen. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is, do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tanya, but you also do the Omer, he gave for himself back to Shalom and Shulchavim. I was saying, this is an interesting Russian idea. So try to understand, even again, the logic of a Yeshiva, Nitna Torah and Shabbat, Shafi reminded the Hama Be'emtza Rakia, Al Tishmalo. So interestingly enough, that look at that, Nitna Torah and Shabbat, Shalom Afiru, Tila Oshin Nabi, Moshe also Petzorah said, Nasser Elava Os in Moses. So it's interestingly enough, like I'm listening to this thing like this creates an intellectual conundrum. Why? Because the hard two miracles come to Hashem, and this Navi is pulling up a tremendous miracle. So what is that? Like what? So I'm just trying to go guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here I'm talking about this best thing this Navi. With this incredible amount of power, so how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand circumstances that are holding right before to which I'm listening to says that the Father is in our spiritual development, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of the powerful source. And therefore, again, even if the Rebbe performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to worship idolatry. I'm not a Yeshiva. Ask the Shari that are talking about the time of the Over Yisrael. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem is the power over nature to someone who is defining? How would that even what are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability to give power to another shaka. It doesn't make any sense. Error, because Hanan ben Asel is Rasul Rabbi, MS, and myself Rabbi Shaka. But people say, no, we're talking Rabbi Shaka scenario, right? Well, so where did it arrive? Unfortunately, this good Rabbi went bad. Good Rabbi went bad. So what happens? It happens. It happens, right? Sometimes good Rabbis go bad. Otherwise, that reminds you of someone who has his potential as a bona fide Rabbi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his life. And what's like, he's looking at the other says, I'm coming back. Look like your most stuff. You're not believing yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Rabbi. Because being a Rabbi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So the kid is that's the piece of a Rabbi Shepherd. So the Rabbi Shepherd is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself you're miracle. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good enough. Even that guy comes in and tells the Shepherd, the Lord spoke to me. I heard the Lord and he said, let's worship idolatry. And even if this is a kind of nothing, when he was a good enough, he kept the sun from setting, he still goes into this. But the Yeshiva says he's miracle something, but everything will happen for miracles. Okay, last part is only last story. Let's remember again, let's remember again. But the last story, what's that? The right fast story, to make us worship on the screen, straight back. So the Yeshiva said they are interested enough, even so when you testify about her, they don't get what that would straight, no matter what they get, they get hemmed. So does her, so does the adulterer, like the man who's teaching them the adultery. What's behind the humiliation? I'm Rabbi Ika, the sign of Yosef, and this is not how we know. Baksisen o kasher dono lasso to okiv. Moses says, for Edom only, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So the Gemara says, why? But you should call in general, everyone said, the way Edom is only works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendants is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. That is to do Yosef Ahem, Bas Kohen, he was Sheva, they all love Sheva. So what happens? So now we know about Kohen's misfortune, she was put to death with Sheva. Now we know that her Boaz, the man who she was adultery, doesn't get straight. But that's because they were very damn by you punishing her. Zooming, any of them, in Mokshu, or that they do not. I think suppose it's now through the fish for your people committing the same crime, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bascoin is going to get straight on, the guy is going to get kind of. Right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, Kishomer, Lasos, La'oki, whatever they wanted to do, La'oki, to their brother. So, what do you see from here? Is you learn that the culture was going to visit upon the Boel and not the Yisra. And if our local nights and they get benefit. Well, after a lot of Abraham and next nothing. You know, let's say Mazel Tov. Let's say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful journey of your life. I mean, we are about to be, you know, let's say, the next couple of days, it's all on Haba. Everyone is all on Haba. If these Gemara's way change our lives in so many ways. Yes, so, Kevin on Haba. Every year has a good deal of love. But you know, the Amir, Kulo, Saudi Jews, the Amir, Yoshu, Ares, Nation, not the Aina, there that is far. So it's another close to possible. Those ones from Yeshaya, everyone making Yoshu, are all Sadiqim, they will forever inherit the land. Nation, not the Aina, literally again, like my seven creations of my plantings. Not say Yoda with his star, and they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of us, you know, who is focusing on over here, is, by the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion, right? We are new people, that right? And now, so that's exactly what, look what Rashi says, both Rashi on both sides on this. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and then we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So this is, I think now Rashi's going to try to change the moment to get to the next one, but I think it's going to play more. What he's saying is, no one is there salvation. Right? And even those who are still getting transgazing, ultimately, as long as they do kill them before they die, always going to take Olam Haba. You had a brother to be executed by days. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not so first video about Shiva, little bit here for the last breath. So then we just finish about that. Okay, so unfortunately, make sure to do Shiva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Kohen saw usually very well. Every year has a person who wants to come, and for even you, Jews get executed by kind of executed by state, by whatever it is, you could still earn your fortune and also come to good die as about children. Incredible. So let's say it's interesting by the way, because, you know, if you look at the concept of the Anik Kulan Sabiki, remember, the Anik can also be vocalized in a different way. Now, in cost. The in-cost learned Sabiki, you know, we have to respond to every year is a big shot. Every year is a big shot. Right? So in other words, what does that mean? He will also see us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see outside, he sees you inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we are. And he also sees through people. Because there's one side of the one person in this world who's able to potential. The incontrollable everything. In the eyes of the Rothschild, everything is possible to attack. Because once again, he doesn't just get us to the prison of what you are right now. He gets us to the prison of who and what you can become. And every week has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income, you have to be powerful to those everything. That's the first one. And then he's looking at the English kids are okay. And these are the things that's not unfortunate about the government. So obviously, there's an inherent contradiction, right? So what's the shot? Context is every Jew has a portion of what to come. Even shouldn't get about, and these are the ones who don't have a portion of what to come. So it's like, how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. It's very simple. What's the difference between the first line and the second line? If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify if you get yourself as in the cloud, you have a portion in the world to come. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say, you angels shall be saw in the face. It says the angels. So you either be Yisrael, you can be angels. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds of actions and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, your portion will come. But if you're an alien, you're not working, you're getting dissension, you don't like other Jews, you want to look into darkness, you remove yourself from the cloud, and you can lose your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion will become? Homer gives me some Minnesota. Somebody says, there's no resurrection of the dead. There's no resurrection. And someone says, no, it's not the body. Rabbi Koris. Again, we see Rashi comes in the part, you don't see Rabbi Koris. But if you Rabbi Kiva says, Rabbi Koris is far enough historian. This is very interesting. So I love that even one who reads, it's very interesting. What is that? Well, what is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what so get to have to define exactly what that means. Now, look at Alanaka, but only Alanaka, like something in science, lost in Alaka, someone who whispers some type of incantation over leaves. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Rothschild says, Apple gets a shit no CSM. Someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with his brother, like that's the UK boxing name, someone who actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down into history as having lost their portion in the world to come. You are, right? Chosen from the 3 kings, the Rabbi, Achaz, and the Master. So let's say Achaz is just one right yesterday's guy. The Rabbi actually got Rabbi and Achaz. He didn't mention yesterday's guy, right? The 4 kings and the Master. So about the Master wouldn't be Mara. I'm going to say, so there's something ridiculous, I don't know, ridiculous Gemaras ahead of us. Like each of these Gemaras is just overwhelming. Have you ever really said, we're not just a Havara. Have you just said, no, King Menashe is the longest serving monarch, 55 years of rule. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar by Yiskala Elov, by Yishmat Kirasov, by Yishivur Yishanim Achuso. The Lord will recover this. Menashe got himself in some trouble, really significant trouble. He got into Hashem, and Hashem was talking to his monarch in the time. So what do you see there? Menashe got him. And it's the answer. We see that Hashem came about Shuvah. And the Lord is saying, no. The Machusa Shivu, the Lord of Kai Olam Abba Shivu. The Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of what to come. Abba had Yogo, who was the four regular guys who lost their portion of what to come. Garam, so the Lord said to Yeshiva, Joey, was discussing, he was an advisor to King Shaul. He told one of the advisors to Governor Melech, which side Shalom, and the Chazit, like the Gabbai of Aviana. Again, we're talking all of those. So here it says, the Kolkach Lama, this might come to that into this. Why is it that someone goes ahead and denies resurrection, like someone denies transformation? Why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, I will say, by the way, just as an aside, and again, we'll get into this a little bit more. There is machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic and post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although I'm telling you right now, we're going to switch, we're going to flip-flop on this depending on the context. But the nice for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how we classically use it. Your portion of wealth comes where you go after you die. Think after you die, like eternal life, eternal life. Now again, what happened? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? That's right. Guys, that's not nice. Again, we'll see some allusions to this in there, but that's all this is. I was there because a guy denies resurrection and loses his Olam Haba, to which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, but don't have Lama. Tana, who comes with Chesanism? See, he rejects the notion of Chesanism. If you thought, well, you have a favorite with Chesanism. I must say, now, here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's usage, what's to say, Olam Haba in his context actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, he's like, this guy, he rejected the notion of Chesanism, and therefore, again, he gets no Chesanism. Which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. So you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. But only shows the child comes far from the negative. Because we'll say the way that devotion works is in reciprocity. You get negative, tit for tat, reciprocity. I'm not drawing on money, I'm not doing this. The night I'm going to from you get negative. How do you know? But if I'm talking with me, get negative, tit for tat, reciprocity. You know, I'm not going to be challenged with this. It's interesting, maybe my brain after. Even though there are other people who have in the Torah that seem to indicate this, but the more chooses this story, that's what they're fascinating. Remember, Mishnah, Shimon Dvar Hashem, Ka'is Machar, Sa'ar, Solas, B'Shachel, U'Sasayim, Solar, B'Shachel, B'Shachel, Solar. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened is famine. Obviously, it's famine. So there's no food available. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, Rabbi, do not worry. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, when you overabundance of food. So what happens? Bayan HaShalish, Hashem Melech Moshe Yado, Eskushelet. When they don't have, then they said, okay, you go touch Shemayim, Ayuya Hadava Hazeh. So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially said to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shemayim, but something occurred, but the officer was saying, there's no food here. There's no food here. So when you go from no food to overabundance of food, that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, this is going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. All of you are going to say, oh, they sit. And what happens? Vahino came. So it's interesting. By the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and left. They just left. Someone told them, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happened? There was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Iranian army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer, he was out. We don't kill us on the Shigana, right? But maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused his death. Again, the curse of Makam is very powerful. Even if it is just utter, any other cause this comes to if that's the case, it's just only trouble when you die. My Bishar, why does it say by the gate? It's Bishar, because this conversation that happened between him and Elisha by the gate. So you see the near me, the near me. So it's not operates again because it is therefore again, if a person doesn't believe in Christmas, don't talk to the fathers, but don't believe that, that's up to you. But if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. So you got to make an immediate awareness by looking at Hashem and Hashem says, this is one of the most important disorders in Chalakar School. I mean, the Rebbe actually bases it on the Pasuk in Purim, Hashem Silva, Hashem Silva. So often we translate Hashem Silva as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, it's not what it means. Hashem is your shadow. What does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Like, what you invest is what you get out. The way it's called for work nowadays is really divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, I go above and beyond for him. I act in supernatural manner for him. he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, that he'll even say for me. Again, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the box. I'll do what I have to do to maintain a good focus. No, I don't want to try to do so. Right? So if I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by, just expect that same type of because what we're going to act the same way. So again, if I am embedded in a framework of mediocre Judaism, I'm going to expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it works. It's just reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want something that flows, then I have to become supernatural in my own behaviors. Then I have to push myself. Then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. You definitely have a need of divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem is incredible. Says me, I'm going to married because it's been a Torah, so I can start saying. From where you see, it's spiritual religion is very expensive. By the way, this gets the general question of like all of this stuff. Yes, Mason, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not mentioned this was being done? Right? The Rabbi includes it as the Yud Gimel Karim. Right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Gimel Karim, 30 principles of faith. Yes, Mason. 4 principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody uses Saranda, but Saranda. So what's the shot? Something that is so corporate, so central, yet not mentioned. The central direction is so beautifully. Very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on right. The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus is. The Torah doesn't speak about it. The Torah doesn't speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Not something to exclusive. Right? But Lamaita, that's what Church of Heart makes an amazing observation. The first says that if you notice, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never had cemeteries. The only places often you find shuls with cemeteries is like in Europe. And that was because of landowners. Like that was just often because there's going to be, like a part of land and you have to do like, you have to live and die on that same part of land. Like that's why you have cemeteries. Like you know, it's like no one ever, it's not like people have like a nice culture over here, the culture over here, but like, so generally much be response. Right, but nice, right? Have nice, go to the club, say hello to your parents, it's beautiful, right? All together. So the nice, so like, why is it that children are very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about this Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why, again, you'll find us with us. We're asked, by the way, give me a hint. Plus it says, you will give the truma to Aaron. You must hold the Aaron on Kaim. What does that mean? I'm supposed to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. Jesus is going to truma to Aaron. Here's a bigger problem. Now Aaron's dead, but what? Aaron never came to Eretz Yisrael. Aaron's when he died, how do you vote? He never came to Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean that I'm giving him like Shema? And Ravani Shafas, and this goes to Yisrael, Milton, and Shema. So we'll say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and we have to say, Christ will be something to give him your Shema. Because the Tiasa Nisan in the Torah. And here's a Lemes Shim Tiasa. You must say, how beautiful is that? Which means also in the days that comes, the Shech will say, this is going to be the Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our Shema to honor him. In fact, the Pasuk phrases it that way. That is the scripture originally translation. Most of the stuff I say for today, we are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. But anyway, that's like tremendous. It's our incredible week ahead of us. Everyone. Stop. If you have to ask for it, they're
gonna go viral. That's crazy. I don't even remember this part now. I've watched it 1,000 times. My girl's like, go to bed. Oh, there it is. Pucho Brown. It's crazy that you can just.
All right, girls, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. We thank our annual commentator sponsors. First, Top KA, the Philistine Shbach of our society, dedicating all the Sherman Russians this year, and it's also the Solar Stovos for all of our Yisrael. And the Torah sponsors for the month of Adler. Abba Lino Tovas, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, C. Hirsch, Ben Joseph Acoin, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zed, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael's called Rabbi and Merit Side Torah. All of the Michelle's having Rabbi, the families in the Torah, all those who need a Ruah should have one together called for the Yisrael to start the miracle from bring our hostages home, and our holy soldiers should be successful for a mass aid. Because with that, let us begin. We have an incredible, overwhelming, beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Tzadik 90. We are picking up on pay test on the days 89b, 14 lines up from the bottom. Smack in the middle of the story of the Akeva. Remember again, the Torah who says to Avinu as Bilchah, sacrifice your son, which Avinu responds, today's funny is, you have two sons. I have two sons. Your only son. This one is a single son for his mother, and this one is a single son for his mother. Each of my children again have very unique singularity. Asher Haftav, the one who you love. I love them both. But an incredible Gemara right there. Avinu says, you think I don't love you, Shmuel? You think I don't love you, Shmuel? The father loves his son, even if the son doesn't do exactly what the father wants. As Yitzchak. The father says to him, okay, Yitzchak, I asked the Gemara, so why don't you just say from the beginning of Yitzchak? Why the whole game over here? Why not just from the beginning? Go ahead and sacrifice Yitzchak. In order that Avinu not be overwhelmed by all this. In other words, there's probably to recognize the idea that halacha l'maisa, this would have been an overwhelming task. As it wasn't overwhelming task of Avinu. In order for Avinu to, so to speak, ease into this and intellectually ingest this, emotionally ingest this, lace it out slowly. Which is also a fascinating idea about sometimes how to convey difficult information. Sometimes it's not just about blurting it out. It's not just not it, but again, sometimes a person has to be able to ease into a brand new reality. Incredible. Kid was such on that. This is not what happened. Some of him was on his way to the idea. It also shows, by the way, how even Avinu will see this a little bit more. Again, getting Avinu to be able to get into the mindset of being willing and ready and be able to do the Akedah was also a process. It was also a process as deep as Avinu was. It's not like he flipped the switch and said, okay, I'm ready to do the Akedah. It took time to be able to ease into it. The mother like the kid was not like that. So the Satan tried to sabotage Avinu on the way to the Akedah. Alright, and you said, "Davar Rafa, you start to that. Yeah, Dan Rafa was kept so close to the king of Moloch. Right? So you know the part of this at the end of the pasuk is the part of the instructions in the pasuk. And you said, "Davar Rafa." So the second says to Avinu is Avram. Does this make sense to you that a God who loves you would ask you to do this? So the Satan is trying to theologically sabotage Avinu, and essentially get Avinu to give second thoughts to this. Maybe this wasn't the Ratzon Hashem. It's not what God really wants. It's not what God really desires. After all, how could it be that a God who loves you asks you to go ahead and offer up something so precious? Look at that, Rashi. And you said, "Davar le'achva." How you know that? So davar she'tzlo, so machriya. Could it be that God loves you so much to test you something, in which your entire future hangs, your future hangs in the balance of this one boy, of this son. Does it make sense to say that the Torah would test you in this way? Amarlo, I need it to me. Listen, this is such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. Which Amarlo responds, I walk in my simplicity. Like coming Kiyama, simplicity, completeness. What Amarlo essentially says, there's a deal what a minna is. What a minna represents is the ability to give oneself over to totality for the redemption. These battles, I'm about to myself, Rothschild. I'm about to myself, Rabbi. So therefore, Gamliel says to the Satan, it's not about that. It's about giving myself over to God. I need to meet with it and walk with completion to ask for the powerful, whatever the people and tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's my avodah. Incredible. Hello, you are so the Satan is back on the well, maybe your Yira, maybe your Shemayim, maybe your fear of heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your Yira ultimately again is warning you. Amalol, Zochana, Mikun Nasiama. Is there anyone who has taken faith after the Father who has been lost? But Rabbi Rabbi says, you know what? Sometimes you can't explain everything. But there's one interesting thing about it, which is people who have it are never put at a disadvantage. Might look strange, might be unexplainable, but at the end of the day, those who have it, is anyone who put their women at the have they ever been lost? Has there ever been a punishment of prayer? This conversation is probably the essence for every person with a meal goes through at some point in time. Just the difference is whether the Satan is speaking or whether I'm going to this conversation in his mind. Right? On one hand, there's people that got me lost, which is this food, and what's the end? I don't understand what it is, and therefore I can give myself over to the Rebbe Shalom. This podcast, that's what I'm doing. Keep myself over to Hashem. But then the voice comes back and says, well, maybe a misunderstanding the will of God, maybe it's not what God wants you, to which again, I'm going to respond. At the end of the day, those who put themselves in the embrace of responsibility, those who give themselves over in the movement to responsibility, they'll never be lost. It may hurt, it may be difficult, it may be overwhelming, but they'll never be lost. Even the Faza, the Lo Kashami Alei. So once the Satan saw that Hamarina was not listening to him, Amalei, Ve'ilai, Davar Yikunov, Kach Shamat Me'achari Akardu, Hasel Yola, Ve'in Yitzchak Yola. So interesting. Then the Satan says to Avram, by the way, Avram, don't worry too much, because I heard from the Holy Curtains. At the end of the day, God's not even going to ask you to sacrifice yourself. Good news. At the end of the day, you're going to end up offering up a sheep and not Yitzchak. So what's the interesting enough is, the end of the story, that is indeed what ended up happening. But yes, I'm being said to the second half, this is the punishment of a liar. Shafidu Omer Emes, in Shalom. That was again, somebody lies enough, even when they tell the truth, no one listens. So interesting. So what's this last? What is this last piece? The whole frame, the Satan is trying to convince. He's trying to convince Amavinu not to do this, right? And then his last ditch effort is by don't worry about it. You're not going to have to sacrifice this because it's going to be fine. What's the shot? The shot was he was trying to take away the scar, not Amavinu. But he was trying to say, I'm going about it. It's not such a test. Because they're going to have to do it anyway. So he was trying to stop him that he could take away the reward for doing it. You can take away the another component. Because Amavinu says essentially, Satan, I don't listen to you. So whatever you say has absolutely zero meaning to me. Because at the end of the day, again, this is the punishment of a liar whose words are destruction. Incredible. The Gemara goes by there. Amarlo Yishmael Yitzchak. So ultimately, again, it's discussing as the Satan is having a conversation with Abraham. So Yishmael is having a conversation with Yitzchak. And he goes on and talks. Yishmael says, Yitzchak, you think you're so great? How great is you? After all, again, God only will come with this. שעצה נתן לשמוע יומש, ואני בן 13 שנה. So then Yishmael said to Yitzchak, you got a bris. I got a bris when I was 13 years old. You got a bris when you were 8 days old. You're a baby. You had no consent. You have no memory of this me. I had to do it when I was talking like an adult. 13 years old. Amrlo Yitzchak says, you're starting up with me with one body part. In honor of the and he's right? And he's ultimately, again, I used to give him tell me to give my entire body to him. I would do that. And immediately after that conversation, after that, listen, what's the pshat with all of this? So first of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is, it's a bit cliche, the phrase, Hashem never gives you a test that you cannot handle. I think maybe the makar for that may actually be this Gemara. So what happens over here? There's a conversation between Yitzchak and Yishmael. And Yitzchak says, if Hashem would tell me to sacrifice my entire self, I would be ready to do so. And right after that, it's almost as if after that moment when Yitzchak himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming test, in the aftermath of that statement, that's when it's tested. Only after, again, it was clear that Yitzchak was ready for such a Nisayon, that the Baruch Hu gives him that Nisayon. This is so. Hashem never puts us in a situation we can't handle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's pleasant. What it means is if I'm there, I can handle it. If I'm there, I can deal with it. It's also interesting to point out that whenever you want to do something good in life, just be prepared for the forces of opposition to spring up against you on every single level. In fact, one can make the argument that the holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance, right? When you're doing something, that doesn't really matter, so the forces of nature don't start up with you. The Satans don't start up with you. The Ishmaels don't start up with you because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something holy, when you want to do something of meaning, just get ready for the resistance to occur. So you see what's happening over here, right? Yaakov is starting, the Satan starting up with Abraham, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you know you're on the cusp of future. It's reminiscent of one of my favorite parts of all time. Actually, by the Akeda, what's at the end of the Akeda? Hashem says, go raise into the voice, go check Yitzchak. And then what happens? As it says, Mavina goes over and he sees that there is a ram that's caught in the thicket, in the thorns. And Mavina goes over and he offers it up as a carbon. I asks the Kutzker, the Hebrew Kutzker, how did Mavina know to go ahead and offer that up as a carbon? After all, Hashem just said he didn't want a carbon. Maybe he didn't want a carbon at all. But how Mavina knows to offer the carbon? That's something amazing. He says, because Abraham saw that it was stuck in the thorns. So the Kutzker says like this: if the idol would have run up to Abraham's feet and lay down at his feet, Abraham wouldn't have offered it. He says something that easy, that's from the suffering. And when he saw that it was stuck in his listen, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? It's not possible. It's not right. Somebody told me this happens over before. Right. So okay, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? No, but imagine, right? There's the thorn. Struggling. What happens when you try to get a ram out of the thicket? You get cut, you bleed, there's struggle. I don't know when you saw where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's no kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get cut, you are going to get beaten, you are going to get battered, you are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, there's absolute holiness. And I will say that's the story. Sometimes starting up with Avraham Avinu, Yitzchak, Yishmael starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, we undertake holy endeavors, and then they get difficult. And we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wanted this to happen, it would have been easy. The fact that there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. It's like, that's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense the resistance. Sometimes the greater ease means it might be something very nice, but love dafka that it's incredible. So it's back to Navi Sheker for a little bit. Then Navi Shitia. So Navi tried to get other people to go ahead and worship Avodah Zarah. The skila, the Rishon says you get Chenek. So the Gemara says, Madicha Aaron Dachas. Remember again. So when you see the single Navi Shitia, then it's like a Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madicha Aaron Dachas is, remember, those who try, or those who try to get an entire city to worship idolatry. What's that? But the skila, Rishon on the camp, Rishon says Navi Shitia the skila, my time is Rabbi. So Navi who tries to get people to worship Avodah Zarah, who gets skila. Why is that? What's the logical to Rabbi? So the Asya Hadacha Minesis. So ultimately, Xer Shava from Nesis. Mala Halon the skila, Afkan the skila. Also, Rabbi Shimon, Nisa Ksila. Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says Nisa. And what's halacha? So from Nisa Mula B'Torah, Sam Inga Elakarik. In general, any Nisa that is mentioned in Torah is Chelek. Madicha Erni Dachas Skila, my time is Rabbanon. So why is it that Madicha Erni Dachas? They get Skila, what's the logical point for Rabbanon? Kami Hadacha, Omi Mesis, Omi Navi Shitia. So again, make it clear Shabbat of Hadacha, either from Mesis or from the Navi Shitia. Rabbi Shimon, Kama Hadacha Minavi. Rabbi Shimon is Hadacha from Navi. Never kind of. The Ligmar Mesis. Why doesn't Rabbi Shimon have to get a Shabbat from Mesis? The Ligmar says, Ligmar Mesis, done in Mesis, Shabbat in Mesis, Shabbat. They ain't done in Mesis, Shabbat in Mesis, Shabbat. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn out the Sierra Travel from a basic topic than it's not. Remember, in this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders. Right? There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who incite groups. So therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and make the Sierra Travel to a light type of insider. I'd rather learn how again what we call a common insider from a common insider, and not the common insider from another doing insights. Shimon will say, Kevin Shizia, ain't look ahead your cousin. Shimon will say, no, even though it's a Navi who may be doing the inciting, but once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes a head. He's no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a head. I'm going to Pista. If Pista says, what's a top of Sadik 98? Machlokes, that is very interesting. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. It's false prophet, right? So now the shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now, obviously, he's inciting people to worship Avodah Zarah. Fine, but let's look at this. Machlokes ba'oker haduf ta'avodas kochavim, v'kiyum mixas u'bidol mixas ta'avodas kochavim. And once again, this is interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of Avodah Zarah, but then in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. Until we get Rashi in just a moment. First Rashi is $20. Machlokes, Rabban Rabbi Shimon. And let's say now, obviously, both Rabban Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa, obviously Navi Sheker is going to be Chayv Nisa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Nisa. That's the Machlokes. Look what Rashi says over here. He says, Machlokes Rabban Rabbi Shimon, the Navi ba'oker kol haguf ba'avodas kochavim, Amar, Nistagisi b'lach hakodesh v'piyat v'ura v'his navot la'akor kol mitzvahs avodah kochavim in Torah. So this is obviously a classic case of this Navi Sheker. He prophesizes and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, right? To totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. No such thing as Avodah Zarah. Okay, or the kind of mitzvahs or the bako mitzvahs, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's maintaining part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So for example, a good example of this would be, well, we'll see examples of this. Well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah, but you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. So that would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's where this machlokes. So again, Obviously, both Rabbanon and Rabbi Shimon are going to agree that he's put to death. Machlokes is about the type of death. Watch this. One of Minadach, because the Torah says that the Navi will try to veer you from the derech, min haderech. Min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. Aval oker haguf d'shar mitzvos. This is interesting. So let's say someone goes that nothing comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Not with Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees, put to death because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he put to death by Chenek. The kiyum mixas, bitul mixas, the Shem is called Potter. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs. Everyone agrees, Potter. Will be an example of that. He says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's shar mitzvahs. So again, I must say, so there's 3 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, uproots part of it, that's the focus for the Shimon and the Rabbanon. Tzchai Misa, is it Shira, is it Chenek? That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in its entirety, saying another mitzvah or another idea like that, right? Everyone agrees, Chenek. Category 3, interesting, category 3 is in another mitzvah, he uproots part of it, maintains part of it. Interesting enough, let's talk over there, Patra. Patra doesn't mean that it's fine. Right? Patra just means that reason is not putting him to death. So you must say, Master Nafam is 1 second. Lalakas, now, the Gemara is quoting is the pasuk. You must keep Sarah Allah This is talking about the Navi Sheker, the false prophet. False prophet. Now the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Lalachas, right? Because you can remember, he's going ahead, right? He's zeroing you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalachas, zum mitzvah saseh. This is the first positive commandment. Ba, zum mitzvah lo saseh. Prohibition. What does it sound like? It sounds like that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, he should still be put to death. So what's going on over here? These are like and if you want to think it's talking about idolatry, it's like, is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? To which the Gemara says, funny you should ask. There is. The Gemara Chista, and he talks that. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? They're just supposed to break apart the altars of Avodah Zarah. That Amnuna Amar, so that Amnuna therefore has another version. Amnuna says like this. And I will say, first of all, tremendous amounts of stuff about it on the machine. So Mazatov feels like a grandchild almost. Like Mazatov, Hashem much continued nachas in Eretz Hashem, follow the ways of Dachas Sala Kadisha. And Rasa really is an opportunity. This is now Ari's second machine on the job. Rabbi, thank you very much for everything that you do for us, morning in and morning out. Tremendous. I could not start the shoot at 5:49 this morning. There wasn't a woman here in the basement, right? Which is strange. But then we saw Baruch Hashem the commotion in the kitchen. So thank you really for all of us. The late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I will say I never got around those guys. Wow. Okay, also making the coffee. Fine. The Gemara says as follows. Rabbi says as follows. Rabbi says like this. Our machlokes va'oker haguf. Ein ba'avodas kamei mishad. Every Shabbos. Once it's different. Rabbi comes along, and Rabbi he has a different approach. He says like this. Any time another false prophet comes along and uproots in totality something from the Torah, whether that is Avodah Zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case again, the Navi Sheker is coming along and he's saying, this mitzvah or this aver or whatever it is no longer applies. He's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, so again, there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, prohibited. Punishable like that. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and you uproot part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable by death. So when you pater, if you uproot and confirm some parts of other mitzvahs, right? Like we said before, you can wear shatnez on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of the week. So that would be an example of uprooting part and confirming part. In that context, you pater. You pater. Then I want to let's analyze. So listen to this. The Navi prophesies in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, I will say once again, the price over here is not distinguishing between the Zara or anything else. The Navi comes along and says a particular mitzvah or particular avera no longer applies. Okay, or actually, I'm sorry. So I'm fine. The Kayim mitzvahs ulabato mitzvahs. Let's say again, he prophesizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. Rabbi Shimon calls that. Rabbi Shimon says that you're pater. Even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. An example of that is, let's say it says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, the rest of the week you can't. There's still liability for that. Abaye is someone like that. So therefore, I will say now we have essentially three different versions about how this focus ultimately unfold. So Abaye holds like a Christa, so let's just go through this. Abaye holds like a Christa, or Mataris like a Christa, and therefore he interprets this entire discussion like Rav Christa. How so? Rava always seems to say, Rava is like Rav Amuna, and Mataris like Rav Amuna, Rava holds like Rav Amuna, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets it like Rav Amuna. Here we go. Abaye is like Rav Christa, Mataris like Rav Christa, so Abaye holds like Rav Christa, and interprets this entire discussion like Rav Christa. Hamisnavi, here we go. Hamisnavi, Lakar Davimin Torah, Biblia called the Chanek. Again, if the Navi comes along and uproots the mitzvah from the Torah. Now, what's the definition of uprooting? In totality, you say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, a particular aver doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Avodah Zarah or Shar mitzvahs. The halacha is Dibra called the Chanek. Everyone agrees, punishable by Chanek. The Kayim mitzvahs for the Batal mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by mitzvah and says, he upholds part of it, negates part of it. Maybe Shimon Poter. Rabbi Shimon says that you're pater. That's by Shar mitzvahs. By Shar mitzvahs, Guas din Rabbanon. And so to the Rabbanon hold this. When it comes to idolatry, I feel Amr Hayom Iftua, Ulamacha Betua, Chayiv. But when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? When you mess with Avodah Zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there is going to be a Chiyav Nisa. What's the Chiyav Nisa? Market is like market. That's my focus. That's my focus. Chenek versus Skiva. No, that's Abaye. Rabbi sound like Rav Amuna, Mudas like Rav Amuna, Rabbi holds like Rav Amuna, and interprets the rights like Rav Amuna. Hamisnavi, Lakar, Davar, Minatora. They, Avodas Chav, Ben B'Sham. This is Chayiv. Market is like, if a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or something else, Chayiv Nisa. What's the Nisa? Again, according to this approach, Machlokas. Chenek versus Skiva. Fine. The Kayim mitzvahs, Ulabakal mitzvahs, the Shar mitzvahs. What happens if the Navi comes along by other mitzvahs, not by Avodah Zarah, and he upholds part of the mitzvah and he's part of the mitzvah? What's the halacha? Rabbi Shimon told her. Shimon says that you're pater. But the Rabbanon, so the Rabbanon. About other stuff, I'm going to come to idolatry. Afilu Omer Hayom Iktua L'Machar B'Tluha. Chayiv. Idolatry, even partial negation is still going to be liability. What's the liability? Markidi Islam. That's enough focus. Okay, so let's say, so what's interesting to note is yourself. So really what it comes down to is the machlokus is really about the nature of the punishment, not as much about the nature of the halacha. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. If a Navi comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry, whether he's going to end up rooting idolatry as a whole, saying there's no Avodah Zarah, or there's partial negation, partial upholding, chayiv. 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 What is he chayiv? Okay, so that's not focus. That's not focus. Next case. A Navi comes along and tries to uproot. The truth is, any mitzvah in totality, what's the halacha? Chayiv. Next case, another Navi comes along and tries to uproot, partially uproot and partially negate another mitzvah in the Torah. What's the halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially perform avodah zarah. Everyone agrees. Chayiv. The machloksim in these cases is what's the death penalty. But again, the ikar halachas, everyone's agreeing. Fascinating. Good. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. B'chol bakol in yom halachah navi over al divrei Torah shema lo chutz ne'avodas kol chavim. So I'll say this is fascinating halacha. Rabbi Yochanan, in general, if a navi tells you to violate words of Torah, you have to listen. One exception, Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, even if a bona fide navi tells you to worship Avodah Zarah, you don't listen. Even if the navi literally again performs a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop and know the sky, right? The sun doesn't set, and he look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship Avodah Zarah. We don't listen to him. I will say, this is a very important halacha. What is this? So remember, we have difficult questions. This is yesterday's daf. Ilya Navi, right? In Harakarma, Ilya Navi instructed Faisal to do something that is biblically prohibited, i.e., to worship, to offer kabbalah outside his mikdash. But yeah, we did it. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power and a Navi has certain license, even to instruct the child to transgress. Right? We see this concept. The exception of the line that we draw by idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a Navi to worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to a Navi to do a lot of other stuff, but not Avodah Zarah. Not Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says as follows. And the Gemara backs up and says, even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle, if he's performing a miracle, obviously, we'll say, who does the power to perform miracles come from? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is allowing to do it, Hashem wants us to listen to him. No, that's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is, do not worship idolatry under any circumstance. Tanya, Rabbi Yosef Levi Omer, he gave all this upside to Shavuos B'chavim. I was saying that this is an interesting lesson over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of Avodas B'chavim. Fichas nitna Torah memshala ba, shafinu ma'amid lecha chama be'emtza rakia al tishmalo. Interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nisna Torah memshala ba kilomar afilu tira oso navi Moshe also Kirtzon that said, "V'nasan elecha os umofes." Interestingly enough, what Rabbi Yosef really saying like this creates an interesting theological conundrum. Right? Why? Because if the power to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi is pulling off a tremendous miracle, so what is that? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here Hashem is obviously investing this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front of me? To which Rabbi Yosef really says that Hashem sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore Hashem will give power to certain beings to do certain things, even though again it's against the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. And therefore, again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who is defying Him? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability, is going to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Elo, Kigon Chananya ben Azor, Shemutkilaso Navi MS, Olivasov Navi Sheker. Rabbi Akiva says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? So where does it arise? Unfortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happens? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navi go bad. In other words, that reminds you of someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. So let's say even because the Mishnah Alva says, do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You could be a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So Rabbi Akiva says that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone that everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time he was on Team God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes along and tells Chevra, the Rothschild spoke to me, I heard the Lord, and he said, let's worship idolatry. And even if this is the kind of Navi who, when he was a good Navi, kept the sun from setting, he still don't listen to him. Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part, don't worry about going. Remember again. The Bas Kohen, what's your punishment? By Bas Kohen who commits adultery, what's your punishment? Straight up. So the Mishnah said that, interestingly enough, if Izim Zuman who testify about her, they don't get what's that straight, and rather, what do they get? They get chenek. So does her adulterer, right? The man who she committed adultery. What's behind me? Where do you know this from? Amrav Acha Beidar Ikos, the sign of Yossi or Revis says, Matal Lomar, Basisim Lo Kasher Zamam, Lasos the Office. The Pasuk says, for Edom Zolin, you have to do to the Edom what they conspire to do to their brother. So the Gemara says, why? The Fishakol Hamizomim, Shevatorah, Zomein, Falling, in general, the way Edom Zolin works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wanted to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The Gemara says, "Kyosi b'hem, Bas Kohen keep it safe, they all have it safe." So what happens? So now we know a Bas Kohen who commits adultery, she is put to death with safe. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get straight, all right? Because again, the Torah hands down that unique punishment to her. Zoomim in Yodea, in Lo Hokshu, or that they do Zolmin. Are you supposed to now hear this interesting? You have two people committed at the same time, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Bas Kohen is going to get straight, the guy is going to get chenek. Right, so what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, "Kishu Omer lasos la'ochiv v'lo la'achos." So interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the Edom are given their reciprocal punishment, whatever they wanted to do la'ochiv to their brother. So what do you see from here? We give them the reciprocal punishment that they were going to visit upon the Boel and not the Isha. And therefore, Allah said they get chenek as well. Hadron Allah Elohim Hanech. And I will say Mazel Tov. I will say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful dream. I mean, like what we are about to engage in. I will say, the next couple of days is Olam Haba. Every morning is Olam Haba. But these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah, Kol Yisrael, Yeshua Chelek Olam Haba. Okay, every year has a Chelek Olam Haba. Shneimar, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim. The Olam Yershu Aretz, Neitzer Mata'ai Ma'aseh Adalei Square. So also, it's the Margaret quotes the pasuk. Those ones from Yeshaya, that literally again, your nation are all tzaddikim. They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Mata'ai, literally again, like my creations of my plantings. Ma'aseh Yodai Lehisquare. And they are the creations of my hands through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the pasuk that we're really focusing on over here is, by the way, Rashi says, like, what is this doing? Like, right, what does this have to do with our context of our discussion, right? We were like knee deep in death penalties, right? And now, so that's the guys. Look what Rashi says. Most of Rashi's on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So again, so Rashi says over here, we're talking about death penalties, and now we're going to talk about Olam Haba. So the truth is, I this is not what Rashi's saying. What Rashi's saying in this moment. We'll get to the next line. But I think just even before we go on, what he's saying is, no one is beyond salvation, right? And even those who are killed by Misak Bezdin, ultimately, as long as they do tshuva before they die, Kol Yisrael Yisrael Golan Haba. You might have thought that if you're being executed by Beis Din, that is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. A person can be about Shuv a little bit again until their last breath. So here we just finish about Chenek. Okay, you're subject to Chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do tshuva before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Every yid has a portion in the world to come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by Chenek, by Skila, by Streifa, by Herod, whatever it is, you can still earn your portion in the world to come if you die as a Baal Tshuva. Incredible. But also, it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because, if you look at the passage that the Mishnah quoted, Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim. Remember, Va'amech can also be vocalized in a different way, which is how? Imcha. The Imcha Kulam Tzadikim. With HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every year is a big tzaddik. Right? Every year is a big tzaddik. Right? So, in other words, what does that mean? See, the Rothschild sees us on so many different levels. He doesn't just see the outside, he sees the inside. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we've been. And he also sees who we can become. So because the Rothschild is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the impact in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, every single person is a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just look at us through the prism of what we are right now, but he looks at us through the prism of who and what we can become. And every yid has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income through HaKadosh Baruch Hu, kulam tzaddikim. That's the first line. And then Yeshua the Mishnah says, okay? And these are the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So obviously, there's an inherent contradiction here. In other words, so what's the pshat? Everyone has, every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of the world to come. So how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the distinction between the first and the second line? Kol Yisrael. If you are a member of Klal Yisrael, if you identify as part of Christ, in other words, if you embed yourself within the cloud, you have a portion in the world to come. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say Ve'elu shall Yisrael Shem Lechem. It says Ve'elu. So you can either be Yisrael, or you can be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you spend your life building up bonds with Akros and embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you have a portion of the world to come. But if you're an Elu, if you're Bala focused, if you're eating dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with Akros, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you can lose your Olam Haba. Embed yourself in the cloud, Olam Haba will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of losing your sacred portion. So who loses their portion of the world to come? Homer in Chias and Ismin Torah. Someone who says there is no resurrection of the dead. And someone who says Torah is not divine. Vapikoris. Again, we'll see Rashi says already first we're going to see what Vapikoris is. Then Rabbi Kiva says, Afakori bisfarna chitzoni. This is very interesting. So let's say even one who reads standard person, what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books. What? So again, we'll have to define exactly what that means. That's someone who whispers some type of incantation over wounds. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem with the settle, like that's the UK above your name. Someone actually says it. There are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion in the world to come. Who are they? Shoshim left the 3 kings, Yeravam, Achav, and Menashe. Achav was referring yesterday's daf. Yeravam, actually both Yeravam and Achav. We may mention yesterday's daf. Right? They're both evil kings and Menashe. Talk about Menashe in the Gemara. And we're going to say something. I don't know if I mentioned it. Ridiculous Gemara ahead of us. Right? Each of these Gemara is just overwhelming. And we review this says, Menashe Shechazahar. Review this says, no. King Menashe by then is the longest serving monarch, 5 years of rule. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. Shneimar Vayishalel Elov Vayishmat Chinasol Vayishivu Yerushalayim Afuso. There's also going to talk about this. Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. He davened to Hashem, and Hashem restored him to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So what do you see from there? Menashe davened, and his tefillos were answered, which seems to indicate that Hashem became about Shabbat. They said to him, no. The Machusa Yeshivu, the Menashe was returned again to his monarchy, but he was not restored to his portion of the world to come. Arba had Yodos, who were the four regular guys who lost their portion of the world to come. Bilam, Doeg, we'll discuss him, who was an advisor to King Shaul. Achitophel, one of the advisors to David HaMelech, who then switched sides to Absalom, and Gehazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu HaNavi. Okay, we'll talk about all of those. Chris Moore says, the Kol Kach Lama. Moore jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes ahead and denies resurrection, actually denies transformation, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, by the way, just as an aside, and again we'll get into this a little bit more, there's machlokas about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like the afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that's where you go? Is that messianic, like post-resurrection era? So there's a lot of discussion over there as well. We're just going to go with the idea right now for our purposes today, although I'm just saying right now, we're going to flip-flop on this depending on the context. But the myself for right now, we'll just go with the idea that Olam Haba, I think, is how we classically use it. Your portion of what comes where you go after you die. So you go after you die, like eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the interface between Olam Haba and Messianic resurrection? Right. But my side, again, we'll see some allusion to this in Eretz Hashem, but that's all this is. Gemara says, I understand, because a guy denies resurrection, he loses his Olam Haba, to which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, the Kol Kach Lama, who covered the Tchesa Mason? See, he rejects the notion of Tchesa Mason. You have no chelek to Tchesa Mason. I must say, now, here you see, interestingly enough, from the Gemara's thesis, the Gemara's going to say, like, Olam Haba, in this context, actually means Messianic era. Because the Gemara says, like, this is a Kamida Kinegimida. This guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesim, and therefore, again, he gets no Tchias HaMesim, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. Because we'll say the way that devotion works is the reciprocity. That's reciprocity. I'm Rabbi Nachmani. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. How do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu works with this attached reciprocity? It's interesting where the Gemara learns after, even though there are other psukim in the Torah which seem to indicate this, but the Gemara chooses this story. It's actually very fascinating. Shimu Dvar Hashem, Ka'ishma, Solas B'Shakal, Usasain Sorim B'Shakal, B'Shar Shomron. Okay. Context. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened is famine. Obviously there's famine. So there's no food available at all. Elisha gets up in the middle of the city and says, do not wait. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, there's going to be overabundance of food. So what happens? So one of the commanding officers of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shemayim, could such a thing occur? In other words, what the officer was saying is, there's no food here. In other words, we go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. So Elisha says to this officer, here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. And what happens? It's interesting. Okay, by the way, the end of the story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left for some unexplainable reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning, what happens? there was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Iranian army. Who was killed in the stampede? This officer. This officer, he might say, I will not kill us, Elisha Garmalai. And maybe it was the curse of Elisha that caused his death. Kill us, again, the curse of the Prophet is very powerful. Even if again it's just any utterance causes it to come true. If that's the case, it should just have the trouble when you die. My bishar, why does it say by the gate? Because this conversation that happens between him and Elisha by the gate. You see from here, therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in siyasa, my focus is fine, but don't believe that. That's up to you. And if you don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not getting it. Says this is one of the most important yisodos in Kol HaTorah Kula. The Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Tehillim, Hashem Silcha. Hashem Silcha. So often we translate Hashem Silcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, what does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. What does shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to put in. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way Hashem works in our relations with him is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manners for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, I want to say it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain like it's like just no, I don't want to type so. Right? So therefore I'm gonna do what I have to in order to get by. Just expect that same type of person. We're going to react the same way. So again, if I am embedded in the framework of mediocre Judaism, so then expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it's reciprocity. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural from Hashem, if I want wisdom in the flows, then I have to become supernatural in my own behaviors. Then I have to push myself, then I have to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in the relationship. Divine reciprocity. Hashem is my shadow. Incredible. Says in I'm it's fascinating. From where do we see the scriptural allusion to Tchesenes? By the way, this begs the general question of like all of this stuff, Tchesenes, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not mentioned explicitly in Torah? Right? The Rambam includes it as Yud Gimel Karim. Right? Mashiach includes as one of the Yud Gimel Karim, 30 principles of faith. Tchesenes, 130 principles of faith. Okay, so not everybody agrees with the Rambam. It's the Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that's so important, so essential yet not mentioned. The Shah Shofar is just so beautifully. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on, right? The Torah doesn't speak about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus needs to be. Torah doesn't, this is incredible by the way, Torah doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this life. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, that's makes an amazing observation. The first says, by the way, if you notice, I will say, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you'll see in virtually every church and every shul. Fundamental distinction is cemeteries. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls never have cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shuls with cemeteries is like New York. And that was because of land donation. Right, that was just often because Christianity was giving like a plot of land, and you had to do like you had to live and die on that same plot of land, right? So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, like no one ever, it's not like no one could have over the years, right? So you generated much needed funds, right? Right. Jewish clubs, your parents, you're really beautiful, right? All together. Hey, so the most why that true for the Semitism. So it's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120. It's not even about what happens after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's about Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my day? What am I doing to make today something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why, again, the final lesson was, Mor asks, by the way, can you at least give me a hint? This is so beautiful. Plus it says you will give the truma to Aaron. You must what does that mean? I'm supposed to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. So this is to give my truma to Aaron. Here's a bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came into Eretz Yisrael. Aaron Cohen died, carried the boat. He never came into Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean that I'm giving him my truma? So let's say, what does it mean? It means that one day Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and the rest of Klal will be zocheh to give him your truma. You can. Let's guess an international. And here is a lemon to yes, so let's say, how beautiful is that? Which means that once there's a day is going to come, the Shas is going to be going to be resolved. Aaron Cohen is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our truma to Aaron Cohen. The fact that the Pasuk phrases is that way. That is a scriptural allusion to transmission. We'll stop us here for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. We're great. But it's tremendous. It's an incredible week ahead of us. Shkayach, everyone.
Well, no, I remember meeting Akash. I thought it was super cool. Like, we had a pleasant interaction. Here's the thing. About how
you scoop up a bag? I was ready to scoop up the bag. That's what Schultz and Akash say, scoop up the bag. Get it up the mug, get it 10 toes down. I hope you're 10 toes down. Most of you guys got along. Because if you weren't, I mean, they would just bug me.
All right, Josai, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin a book of rock. Of the book Baruch Hashem. Begin the week. Turning up the pace out from there, my friend. I brought a little bit of Tovo from the document. That's beautiful doc. Really happy. I want to give you some instructions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good. It's really good. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's with the our annual competition fellowship, the Cup Hay. The Turkish Mishpach of our Mishpach are dedicating all the children drug codes as a support for the Soros Levels to Israel. Our competition sponsors for the month of Adar. Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, huge Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Zib, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. Williams, Zeb, Shmuel, and themselves before we drop off. We also have America about Torah, all of the Shalom Shabbat here, the families in the Hama, all the virtual media, food shabbat, and their close families. So, we should never bring home all of our messages and allow our own soldiers to be successful, but call it not saying was we that? Let us begin. Today's daf is pay test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Let's last night at the end of Shir. If I don't start on the right daf on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible ahead of us this week, but some very long daf ahead of us as well. So, gotta give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89A. So this morning again, we are still on the incredible sugya on Zatik Mamre. So even these also, no reason should be happening. So remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when the Zatik Mamre is put to death, what type of machloek works and really making it like a memory. Now it comes to the actual execution of like a memory. So Mishnah says, you do not execute in the days in the city, nor do you execute in the days in Yavne. However, what's the days in Yavne? Look at Rashi. Rashi is about initially the basis of the Mishkas HaGazis. Follow the hand, the causing the Mila, the Shai Yamin, Aksha Gosa Saheji Gudela Yavne, Badaina Bayis Tayin, Yakar King Horiki Butila, in the sense of Yavne. So interesting enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the base of Mishkas was exiled. So at the end, so the Mishnah says like this. In order to go ahead and execute the second memory, the Sanhedrin has to be situated in the Mishkas HaGazis and chamber and stone in the Sanhedrin compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Sanhedrin is still standing, you can't execute the second memory. Now also the base of the Yerushalayim, he takes his memory up to the base of the high court of Yerushalayim, and the Shamir also at Halayel, and the Nisi also Berega. So what we do is we incarcerate him, like we put him in the hole himself, and so the next upcoming Regal, the next upcoming Yom Tov, one of the Regalim, based on Shmuel Sukkot, we're going to point out how can I do this? Remember again, this is the first dot, the first post-quarter dot, and what is it this reference to? The Regalim. The Regalim. Like, everyone's on a journey. Every reminder is like, always journeying to something else. And the beauty of the Yid, like, the Yid is never fixed. Never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards something next thing. So part is now behind us. We had the privilege to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, the rest of probably South Point, a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. There's something behind us, there's always something new right in front of us. Exactly right. So we keep, so again, going to the first thing in Mishnah will see, they keep the Zakim Mamre in a whole new cell up until the next radio, up until the next Yom Tov. And the reason of Yoga, we execute on Yoga. It is really, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why should Amar, the Chala on Yishmu, Viro, Chala Yizidin, or the Rebbe Akira? Because the Pasuk says literally, the entire nation will fear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. These ones are the keys. What it says, what the keeper says is like this: we gotta make a spectacle out of this. People have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. We see this by socials, where people see certain things. So the Shiva says, the doctor don't execute until the government starts to become public spectacle. And we need to say no. In the kindness, you know, something. So that we need to say no. We do not delay judgment like that. There's absolutely no need to do that. Our Listen also does. So what we do is we execute immediately. Because the shulchan, shulchan become Makoros. And what do? Here's the issue. Everyone agrees that needs already, so we need some element of publicity. So according to the Yeshiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding the until the regal and then executing it again on the regal. But this is no. You don't do that. So say, in my honest, I didn't mean you do not corrupt judgment. Somebody's liable to death penalty. You execute it. We're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for minutes at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. We'll send out letters. We'll send out letters to all the community. Say it's only a Chinese celebration. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it. And we will send it out. We'll try to put much more details about how we go ahead and when we go ahead and execute the second number. That's how it was. In the also, motivation should be this. Once you have Marcos of Raisa, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Raisa says as follows. In the Mishnah also, motivation should be this. So we don't execute the second number in his local basin. The motivation should be Yavne. Not even his Yavne. Once again, Yavne is where the Sanhedrin itself was exiled. Hello. Margaret also remains with others in Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what I'm doing is bring the up to the high court in Yerushalayim. The Shami also at Harega. And we wait to hold him, like the organ and hold himself up until Yom Tov. And the Nisi also the Rega. And we have to keep him on Yom Tov. Shinema, the Chala, and Yishmu, we roll, Yivei, Yad Yakiva. Because the pasuk says everyone will fear, and they will fear. They will fear these words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the whole ha'am. We're going to have a time when everybody can hear about this. When Claudius tells us that when you shall each other out, I'm going to be the pasuk saying that they should fear and they should see. But the Akiva is making this about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. And he just says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. So the same again that he says, as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. They don't need to see it. So if they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and bring ready to judgment? Why not I don't shows that? No one say no, it's interesting that Rabbi understands this to be like even the limit of the corruption of the day. It's interesting something like life is
He said, have you seen all the cats?
Every child has stuff that the parents will always say over and over and over.
I mean, he's terrible.
So not that it's a joke, but the mention, I thought they tried to come here.
That doesn't mean that he's also like
you need to it. Just you need to it. Again, you spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or the making things that don't go our way, or trying to kind of like the left. Just get into it. Sometimes life is so much about taking out of the current circumstances. Just get into it and just go. You're going to be great. You're going to be fine. You're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like, I know it's going to happen. It's not. Sometimes you're like, you don't know how something's going to turn out. That's one other anxiety. Sometimes I know what is going to happen. So it's interesting. He just says, why don't you do this to yourself? You got it. He's really executing second man, right? You got to execute it. You definitely have to execute it. But why would you delay it? What's the purpose? We've seen this more people before. That where you have to execute something. You have to execute the draft lotus. That might sound like a little bit but you understand that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with draft lotus as well. So there's like a memory, okay, if he bought a ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay? Let get it over with, and that's it. So Rabbi, if you have any from the agricultural shop in the Makom, it's one of the Chinese celebrations. And again, how do we fulfill the publicity? Like letters, to send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So-and-so is executed as a Zakim Mamre. So this is the Baron of Moshe, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Yehuda, how you execute the Zakim Mamre. Okay, we're going to go. Sana Baron. I don't see can have for us. Now, it's interesting also because clearly what you see with the Zakim Mamre is it's not just how we execute them, but there is this bit of this publicity to it that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You know, see, by the way, there are four situations where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Hamesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship a holy Zohar. Then Solar Umora, Zakim Mamre, and Adrian Dominant. Interesting. All of these four need hashras, so they need announcements. Rashi says over there, Raza, only means the reason of Sha'avra de Razu, and they read those as hashras. So literally, these will announce so-and-so is executed because he didn't particular Avera, and all of this is done in order to kill for public example, that people can follow suit. It's like, Kuli Sibu, the Kola'am, the Kol Yisrael. So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, the Kola'am. So all of these situations, because the Kola'am, the entire nation, we'll see. Interesting enough, the Kol Yisrael, the Eden Zol means it. The Kol Yisrael, the Eden Zol means it. The Nishayim, the no Kuli Amma, Chazlu Shudasa, not Yisahad Yisasar. As I see, interestingly enough, by Eden Zolim, the last one was the Hanishayim. Those who are left over, like to remain. Why doesn't it use the same expense of last one ultimately again as Kola'am, the Kol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Avis, not everyone is fit for Avis. Avis is always more limited for why? Because they also have certain cases. The person gambles, they can't go out and do Avis, right? The person commits an idea, they can't go shoot Avis, can't do Avis. So because Avis itself is not open to the public, therefore the public admonitions of it also doesn't have to be, is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, the time was like, beautiful, not mature. And this week, 12 and Sunday, you've already done a whole Mishnah, a whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Rabbi Sheker. Rabbi Sheker. Let's say, next guy is Chinese. Rabbi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Mashalo Ne'emalo. So let's say, so what's the Rabbi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one, it could be a person who's prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting him. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. Many people can get Nebuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your first Kiddush. Suddenly again, you're prophesizing for down trouble stuff. So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Ruben gets Nebuah. Now it happens to be, it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is, I prophesied something that they probably did not say. Case number two, we both gave my friend the Nebuah. I heard, however that happens, right? I heard the Nebuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Rabbi Sheker. Remember, in these cases, we suffer the Adam. The reason the result like the Rabbi Sheker is executed by court. By court. Our Kovic is Nebuah also. So let's say this is fascinating. Kovic is Nebuah also. Someone who receives Nebuah and refuses to share it. Like Kovic means like to count or something. So receive Nebuah and refuse to share it. Now the fact that one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of the Rabbi, the Rabbi Sha'avra al-Divrei Atzmo, or the Rabbi who receives Nebuah, and violates the only blood that he received. So all these cases, we suffer in Shemayim. All these individuals, again, get into the Shemayim. Get at the hands of heaven. Get at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shemayim, and he had Rosh Nivino. And the establishment of all those Kohanim, they're not going to go into all these cases a little bit. And the establishment of all those Kohanim, if somebody prophesies in the name of an Avodah Zarah, or whatever, so I'll not all those Kohanim. And again, the person says, little bit again, this is what the Avodah Kohanim says. He's a keeping as Halakha, even if what he's saying is factually correct. So let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah, that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. A person who is adultery, even shenitnesa l'shos abal l'nisur, afav ishto nivra. So if the man has, or if the married woman, even if this married woman has not yet dated with her husband, so she has Nisim and not Nisim, or they just got married and Nisim, but again, they do not yet live together, that is to be Boal, the adulterer, is punished by Sheret. When someone made Baskoy the Baal, so ultimately, again, I wasn't dismissed before, remember, a Baskoy commits adultery, what's her din? Straight off. But remember again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even Shonim, like living witnesses who testify falsely about her. Shekol HaMuzlim, Masim HaOsim, is supposed to be zoned by Torah Ubal, to the general again. The way it works with Adrian Zonin is what? We get reciprocal punishment. Basis and Lokasha Zalom. The exception to this is Adrian Zonin is by a Bas Kohen, because she gets straightforward, but they and what was your daughter will get kind of okay, incredible. Since what's the otherwise? That's the Europe. Shows the size of the Adam, shows the size of the Shemaim. And there are these are all categories of false prophets. Three of them ultimately, again, are killed by a court. And three of them need to be Shemaim. Okay, so they Hamasnavi Mashal Shama, Umashal Ne'emar Lo. Looks as ultimately, again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say. It starts a prophecy that was not set. Essentially, they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of a right? The person is just inventing prophecy. Or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but after them. Or it's not even share of all those Kohabim, right? It's not even share of all those Kohabim. Or the person goes ahead and prophesies it in the name of Rabbi, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the Sassan Hebrew Adam, all three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKodesh is the war, so I'm not even receiving the war, but there's not show. On the back of the Rabbi, or somebody disregards the words of the Rabbi, the Rabbi Shava Akiva Ansimas, or Rabbi disregards his own prophecies, Misasa to be Shalom. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. They will say, it's interesting to note this idea of Misnaga Mashal Shama. I understand why, if somebody prophesies, this person says, I received your will from Hashem, there's no person that they do not receive. I understand what it is to be Misasa. Right? It makes sense. When you prophecy, I will say, but if I go ahead and I give a prophecy given to someone else, and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it using yourself? Like, I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. And now, again, we'll see what's possible. We'll see why it is. But what's practically what's wrong with it? You know, saying the worst idea a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. If you enter the day, you have over life, you never to be someone else. You have over to become the best version of you. So when a person gives up a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy is to be proven. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Ruben. If you have over trying to become someone else in life, to be. That's such a sweetness. That's such a purpose. And it's such an interesting thing because we spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who can represent us like a model of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from every individual. As you talk about what we will come up, I can learn from every person. But my approach is never to become someone else. So this notion when you take human hua that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic accusation. That again, my approach is to be me and to be the best person. You take someone else. This is your your own that's not a life. You're looking at if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Like there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back to Sense of Good. You're not even so you know all this stuff. I'm not even I've never cut it because it says I'm not yet so Yossi was gathered so it says ultimately again the Rabbi who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? Sam is not much like that looks so not even very like giving over something that was not given. Okay, next. Share loads to be sick. I do not command it. I didn't really say, but that refers that I did command it. So what is that referring to? God is not very much that refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. But I say God is saying that it was and he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. He's not understanding to say about this that person, someone who prophesizes in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the proof of that? The proof of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being given over the name of Allah makes it liable to that. It said, and in all of these cases, what does the Prophet say? Umays and Rabbi Hadi is probably reported that. So Nisan, whenever the Torah Stam in Arachana. And once again, Stam, whenever the Torah says a death penalty, but doesn't identify which death penalty the default is. Kind of good. So that's our first name. Next, according to the also, the back of the Rabbi, the Rabbi Sha'aba Avive Aslam, he says in Shamayim. So what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The backer disregards the words of the Rabbi, or number three, a Rabbi who violates his own law. So all these people are put to death to the Shemayim. Where do we know this from? The Chsid, Va'ish Asher Lo Yishma. So what's the Pasuk saying? The person will not listen. Kari Day, Lo Yashmiya. So we learn as well in Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya will not meet with the heart. What? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Kari Day, the Kari Day Lo Yashmiya, the Kari Day Lo Yishma. El Divrei, see, Anoki Adrosh Ni'imo, Ide Shemayim. Okay, so what's that? So again, in that one pasuk is someone who hears it, disregards it. It's like someone hears his own prophecy, disregards it, and somebody else who hears the words, another disregards it, and another ultimately, again, who is Kodesh as Nebu also, does not share his Nebuah. And it's not in my Shalom Shema. So now we're going to give some examples. So it's like, also not your cut, or sounds like no later. Understanding my Shalom Shema. So a person prophesizes something he did not hear. So you might give an example. It's no Sitya ben Kinano. Like Sitya ben Kinano. Who's Sitya ben Kinano? It's a Bayash or Sitya ben Kinano. Karne Barzai. Interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Nabi of where Aram was just handling his throne. And it was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's this kingdom of Malchus' throne, and of Malchus' Yehuda. The king of Malchus' throne was never the name of Achab, and the king of Malchus' Yehuda was never the name of Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat was very righteous. Achab, unfortunately, was righteously challenged. And but they realized that they had to form an alliance in order to combat that. So Yoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up. Because it's like a triple unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish what you objective. So I put it, Yoshaphat's like, I just need to know. So Achab produces, Achab got no story real. You get enough money, you can find plenty of prophets, right? So in other words, Achab produces hundreds of prophets. And so Yoshaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sitya ben Kinano, who just made instance. What is Sitya ben Kinano? He fashions, he makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Persia was going to gore around. They were going to be successful. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So my habit is, so again, so now, there was one to point out. Sitya really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see is what they took a false prophecy. Because again, what ends up happening in the battle is Achab is killed in the battle. All of his whole thing was that he was part of his way to lure Achab into battle, so Achab would die in battle. So the Gemara says, my habit on the others, what should Sitya have done? This is a wild story. So Sitya was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. Let's say that name sounds familiar. Remember, Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achab very much wanted. So the Achab and Nabos moved down. So Achab has a wife by the name of Isabel. Isabel convinced her husband Achab to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achab takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Sitya, making it look like it was like Kodesh Baruch in order to get Achab to go out to balance with Achab in war battle. Okay, the Muslims, that's it. They were not done. You found that Achab, but Yahweh Moskilad. Baruch put out a call like to the Neshamas. The Neshamas, he was willing to go down and for Achab to go into war. So the spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achab to go to war. They got two thoughts say, but also might say, what does it mean when this thought was said to the spirit? It turns out to be the spirit of Nabos. going, same with Kentucky. We have to review. This is that incredible. The first off, let's say the same thing as doing the Shabbos. Whichever one of the Shabbos wants to go, you can go. But after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this experience was to deliver a false prophecy. The Rebbe Shalom is all on us, and something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Rebbe Shalom and celestial sphere. My rock, what's the rock? I'm the rock shall never be Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabal Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achab going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sidkia ben Kinana. I have so exactly so. Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. He was signals effort over the community. The English name was following the signal of effort. The interesting enough. You had no prophet that had the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. And you have to read fast forward. But prophecy, you have multiple prophets that use the same message. The main two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word about the responsible in the same way. You know, there's like that Zodol Lidacha Hisiacha. Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatza Star Hisiah Star, Zodol Lidacha. The Hasagan, just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them is sitting and conveying it in a slightly different way. They say it's actually a very beautiful idea, because if you think about it, what's Nevi'ah? Nevi'ah represents almost like the highest level of relationship about the responsible. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. You can put the receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. Like, you just found you some of the person that's true by Nebuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with the responsible. No two Jews have the same relationship with responsible, the same high of rituals, the same aromas, the same shape of other, but at the end of the day, where you relate to God, and you interact with God, the relationship with element of responsible varies. Slightly, the other lessons of variance between one and the other. That's incredible. So the mother like that. The Gemara says, the honey, the army cool the so ultimately, it's the description of your life. And what is this of your life? Again, so Achab had told you the prophets that were saying the same thing. Can you have hundreds of people saying the same thing? That's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. Instead, you should realize there's something going on here. The Gemara says, you don't know all of us, you don't know the height of these stuff. So what's that? Maybe Sidkia didn't know this in the release. Maybe Sidkia didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe he just didn't know his halacha. The Gemara says, Yo Shabbat Havahasam, the Kamala, it's the Yom Yo Shabbat, Ha'ei Yachol Navi, Yo Shabbat Reker, and Yo Shabbat Navi. That's why Yo Shabbat, even when Achab produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yo Shabbat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So it looks like that's up and down this week. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like how original is responsible, but everyone interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem. Let's put this sort of common stuff. Okay, sometimes we think that like, let's be totally real common stuff. You imagine sitting together and saying the same exact thing. Never happened over there. So yes, terrible. That's terrible. I want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of them sitting in the same room together and you not even love it. That's actless. That's actless. And we have this very strange view of actless. That actless means like unanimity. You know, everyone's on the same page. Never happened, never happened. I've said it a million times. Like, what does Rothschild say? I have Sinai. Kisha Chag, when they got when people understand how Rabbi always said, it never says Kisha Chag B'dei Achas. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. One people with one heart. One people with one heart. So it's like somebody
it's a hard concept because you have to have muscles and also be good at your job, but
It helps muscles, help everything.
Mortgage Rob, the sharp intuition, and literally as far as people know, he's designing
literally, everyone, my wife, looked at me. Okay, so I have this very good transaction, but the rest of the US either did not. And they jumped on this particular member of my family. It was like, and then what was so beautiful, is that right afterwards, Hashem asked us this went off about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was pulling time, so it might have been like 30 seconds, you know, but whatever, like everything was smart. But I think what it was, that at the end, like, the way it ended, is, I don't know how, like, I don't remember all of the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of green over each other's soccer. I don't, like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But when I said, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to hush people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things as us. It's so boring. It's so what people live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, that's not life, and it's certainly not cloudy stuff. But you get caught, so one says, there's a lot of people, a lot of opinions, and yet a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to see me out this year for all the correct opinions, right? Cheapest and positions in life. I'm not even kidding free. Right? And I was like, but the nice stuff, so what happens? When you see hundreds of people all saying the same thing, that's something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people on the same different side, that's life. And actions is that moment when you can embrace, even after your books for this argument. We don't like it. I'm going to look already. So what happens? So Shoppa says, I need some more ideas. So after I said, what are you going to do? Look at all these figures of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, I'm alright. Kakamitting lying in this happy Abba. I learned it from my father. Simeon Echad older than coming to be. The ancient thing to be in the study of the signal Echad. Ultimately, yes, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be that 500 nothing about. Right? But none of them give it over in the same way. Right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that the shepherd is sitting there, and he's hundreds of prophets, who, by the hour, I just want to point out, these were not the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because of the control who wanted Achab to go out to work to fall in battle. So the shepherd was like, what? You guys are all saying the same exact thing that doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, your Shabbat needs unity. Okay? So remember like that. So I'm not sure. Good. I'm not sure on that. What's the example of the Navi? Who gives over something that was not said over. Didn't keep going. Can I get that answer? Because you, so he's like, can I get an answer? What happened? Can I get an answer? Because you have a shit out of Yemi always standing in the upper marketplace for the Amar, so Hashem to Makos, him in his shoulder as Keshes, Elon. So Yemi is giving a prophecy. Right? And Yemi says that the ball is going to go ahead and break the ball field. So what was another nation? Elon. I'm going to break the ball in order to defeat Elon. Okay, so what happens? No such Hananya comes for the Asmo. So Hananya hears this in prophecy of Yemi, and he makes cover for what's the cover for us. He might even come over our life.
like even the
So
feeling
Elon
of important to
became
belonging
Del
in
Bono.
studio.
And
So
before he was going to say
all this
that he's
stuff
going to break the
is
fall of
sophisticated by this production.
Now, that's coming to come. Trusting Axman Allah is coming to come. And the Before who is coming to is breaking the primary fault of this film. He is going to break the secondary fault of Paris. The secondary fault of Paris. So, so can I need a couple of them? And so Bob is going to go and defeat Elon. He's soon going to go and defeat Bobo. So what happens?
And post-production.
So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies Osei Ushakatak. Well, Omar, Omar, Hashem, Shavarti as all Melech Bobo. It's fascinating. So Kalani hears a prophecy of Yirmiyahu. He makes a Kabbalah from that prophecy, and then he espouses a new prophecy. Only when it shows, like Bob didn't say it. Bob didn't say it. Only about buying it. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone who had a prophecy given to his friend and given it over. How made this up? He made this up. Which we must escape with this guy and Kabbalah and Legish, command the Ikmal is done. So ultimately, again, the Ikmal made is done. He is not there on that level. They'll say ultimately, because he's a Kabbalah, because he's a Kabbalah, and because Kabbalah is one of the exegetical principles, he might treat this like a case of a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. I'm astonished of all this stuff happened. What's an example of one who prophesied in the name of God? So what's the last one? You go with the Habao. So this is easy one. The Habao. Going to the Habao. So again, Baal was an Avodah. He had his own Nevi'im. I had his own Nevi'im. And again, as he prophesied in the name of Baal, things that were not true. And that's Tagovich is the loss. So what's incredible. What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Kigon, Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy. What does he do? Goes away. Just to understand what the Tagovich is really was. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that we go to all the mysteries in our year, what does he say? What does he say? It could be great. Because
if you say the words, oh,
like, just like again, the Gemara says, every day fast from Yosef and says, Shuvim Banim Shovim. Every day gospel comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's prohibition of the law. Everything prophecy comes to us. Every opportunity whispers to us. Every opportunity comes to us. It's about trying to become great. And if we suppress it, and we don't utilize it, and we don't actualize it, that's called prohibition as the law. Yonah ben Amitai. From the back of the Navi, who's the one? What's an example of going and disregarding the words of another? What's the on the days? So the Gemara says, Kadre Demicha. These are the friends of Michal. Now, who are the friends of Michal? Now, she says, Kadre Demicha. It said, the Ish Acham is near the Omer 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 Shemitani, no, is there? Harim Michal, then Yimano, Shemismade, Osayim, Al Acham, Michal, Biyad Olam. So again, this was also one of the prophets who was prophesying that day about Acham. It said, the Ish Acham is near the Omer 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 Shemitani, no. So there's another Michal. Don't go with this. Don't go with Rabbi. And say, name of God, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy. He's trying to show ultimately again that Father is going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Achim is going to fall in battle. So the man refused to hit Michael, and what happens? You see, the Nabi Shafar, no, Yahweh Shalomata, the guy who's consumed by a lion. Okay, so Nabi Shafar, and it's not, because again, in this case, he didn't hit the Nabi and he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, but it was different times. The Nabi Shafar, I'll give it Aslo, what's an example of a Nabi who violated his own words. Don't violate his own words. To go ego Hanabi. There's no ego. What's what happened with ego? It says, he came Siva Osi. He came Siva Osi. What was it? So ego was ultimately again, was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of Rabbi Mendevat. Like Rabbi Mendevat was like the first king over the strict law. Remember, Rabbi Mendevat, interestingly enough, Rabbi Mendevat started out as a good man. He was worried about it for the follow. He started out as a good man. What is the happening to the people? How has it corrupted the people? Rabbi Mendevat understood that if he could elevate rulership over Malchus itself, he had to prevent the Jews from those with his nations. Remember again, even once the monarchy split, the the great unifier was going to be the English. Everybody had to be over Rabbi. If that's the case, your Rabbi said people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to me because he has the king. So what did he do? You know what did he do? That's what you're going to deal with. He built two eagles. He built two golden calves. Now, in the beginning, he said, it's not about desire. It's unwonderful. Just I'm seeing you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go over to the base. So let's just serve Hashem. Serve here. Serve here. So what happens? Ultimately, again, it dissolves into a desire. So ego confronts Yeravam when he's offering his Kabbalah studies in his dash like Yeravam, and Yeravam sits out his arm, you know, like in a accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up, So ego went there. Now, the Bible commanded ego, when you grow, so don't do your prophecy, don't stop, don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You got to be laser focused on your mission, okay? So ego doesn't stop to eat. What happens on the way back? So ultimately, again, what happens on the way back? Ego tries to look at his mission accomplished. Somebody invites me to eat. Ego says, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. I'm not on a mission. You guys just say, you're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in, right? We eat together. So ego goes ahead and makes a mistake, and he goes into this guy's house. What happens when ego left after his meal? He was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again, for violating his own will, violating his own will. So she looks like that is also a subject. The story is such a profound metaphor. The Lord is telling ego, if you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to do? If you focus, if you do unconscious about this in the Shah like Jesus, he says, what's Jesus? Why do you need Jesus? Jesus is necessary, and you don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason that accomplish in life is why? I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. I'm on task, and I get distracted. It's not wrong, and it happens to this, it happens everything in life. You just get distracted, and suddenly, I'm off. So I felt like the only thing that's useless is when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted, because when you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what's another thing over here? This story, I mean, it's an actual story, it's not a metaphor, but it's an actual story. But the metaphor has to step up. As far as you know, don't go to eat, don't get distracted. Don't go to eat, just stay focused on your cause. And you get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. You know, and metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. That's just the usual American. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. This is for example, even by learning. Right? By learning, there's this saying of learning to sequence. Right? We're going to use one of the sequence to learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. Right? Even 5 minutes of learning to sequence is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. What happens? Right? I'm learning, and then I'm here. I'm learning, and then I'm here. I'm learning, and then I'm this. And at the end, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And it's something like this. It's not hold us Hashem. Not hold us Hashem. It's not hold us like this. Be in it. Be in it. It doesn't take the 5 minutes. Be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get consumed by the lion. That's what I'm saying. So, try to kind of hold up this stuff. I told you just I so low there. Person goes ahead and withholds his prophecy, he gets Malchus. It's Malchus, Amalek, man's off of coming, the Arabin Halafi. They're going to say, this is the Talmud specialist. Look at the news. One is dates out of the basket to get Malchus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of the basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression. It's much better than the idea. It's an expression that seems like, what do you do wrong? In other words, they're going to say, here, you're not going to ask me over here about what a person did wrong if they told you a prophecy. What really asking is, how is anyone going to know? So you have Navi A, right? So Navi A tells the prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he held the prophecy? So he went to my Masri Day. He's giving him a surah. I'm Rabbi, how big is he? I'm Rabbi, how big is he? Rabbi said, Yasa Shalom Kim Davar, Kim Davar Sadar. This is going to tell a prophecy. What we said before. And it's interesting that apparently prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person can base it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have another unique prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they'll know a particular Rabbi did not share. Okay? If you're not Hajj Day, so what's the issue? Well, maybe if it's part of retracted, or maybe given the one who changed his mind, safety changed his mind, and you see the Hajj Day is really other Rabbi that's changing the views. Again, the Prophet sometimes changes the voice, and if he would have done that in us, he would have informed the group of the viewer as well. The hard Yonah, the Hajj Day belongs to one second. Yonah, after the Prophet changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. He didn't tell Yonah. Like Yonah, remember again, Yonah points out to everybody else the Prophet at this point in the day. The Prophet did not go ahead and give him any advance warning. He doesn't know. Yonah made Kara. So it's very important. The Rothschild Yonah said, Behold, I'm going Yom, Here's all we just know. In 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change in your life. The change to do is they can all become a bigger about each other, or the change to do the city will be destroyed. So in Noah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Amalai, Ilu lo yada, Ilu Torah, Ilu Ra. Again, it was the ultimate idea. Again, and don't say he's not about it, but I can point out part of the reason ultimately why we do why do we particularly in the Kippur is the Patriarch story of Shuvah. The old Patriarch story is a metaphor that highlights like this ultimate ended possibility. As well as just the name of it, always have what you know in many apostles. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As well as because one of them knows what they're going to do, how we're going to do it. It's up to us. Our lives are this open-ended, future-only adventure type of mess. In another 40 days, the city there is going to be overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. Okay, so ultimately, again, one ignores the words of another. So here's the thing. Now, if Rabbi says something, and I don't know what he's like, so someone says, like, sing in the name of God, right? This, right? So how do I know he's a Rabbi that I have to answer? And that has no thing. Everyone else gives a sign. This sign obviously looks like this. You gotta prove, like, the Rabbi credentials, right? So you can't just roll in and go for a Rabbi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, so how do you talk? The Lord, you are the only Lord. I don't know if you're going to he didn't give a sign, and when people are going to start feeling these more, and for the looks of shame, no, it's different. As I say, another person has to give an oath every single time he tells them who else, rather than say why. Or if you have another reason, looks like me, and it was another. Okay, so if you know you're another, obviously, once you're people who are this. People came out this, you don't say this. Avram Bahara Moria, Echo Shalom. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right, so again, when Avram Avinu said Yitzchak, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, the old man lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was fucked. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak says, hey, that's a little bit, you want to tell me, maybe you want to go and conversation with God, right? So you misdoing something, or nuance, maybe without speaking in metaphorical terms, but if you know the father, there's no give or take, right? There's no dialogue. Avram says it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Yitzchak. Avram was Yitzchak as a Rabbi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. In Yom Harakana, and his son carried the Abish with the courts. What's that? This was the ultimate showdown. between Eliyahu and the Nevi Haba. Remember the story? Like they built, everybody built an altar. Eliyahu built an altar. The Nevi Haba built an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings the fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So again, the Nabi says that they're crying out, they're wrestling, all kinds of crazy stuff. One day, he puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar, and with all of that, what does he do? Fire comes down from heaven to consume everything. This is beautiful, because there's only one problem. There's a huge Nisa to offer up Karbanos outside of the Mishnah. That's our Mishnah. Right? So what's happening over here? So how do we know these able to do stupid things? Again, Trump told him that I have an AVO, come on. Like, don't you need to give an oath? And everyone say, what do you see in there? The Gemara says, no. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath every year. Let's say, by the way, you know what the postscript to that story is, right? What happened in the next paragraph? Rothschild worshiping Baal. This is what Eliyahu gives his famous statement, I must say, I can post in Ashkenazi. How long are you going to straddle the fence for? I will say this also gives rise to a very important story, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create anyone. Miracles don't create anyone. Again, listen, this passage also applies to the thing that has Sinai. And what happens? They really go to golden calf. And miracles don't work. And it's like, how many times do you think? How many missiles will fire from Iran? Like, how many missiles will fire from Iran? And not one hit. So you think again, fires will go to God. That's the children movement. Ask this everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. They don't have to do like fireworks. What happens? You ever hear someone who comes back to 4th of July 5 you know what? That's like, you know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is, right? Now, what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, you see all the videos, and it's just like that. And what happens? People just go like, okay, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from effort. Change comes ultimately again from putting in effort. Miracles are beautiful, and it can create many other sorts of inspiration. But it's not affect starting comprehensive change. That only comes from the unglorious work, getting in and getting out. Incredible. Let's go back there. After what? It says, what after these things? So after what? I'm going to get ready to after the words of the Satan, what do the Satan say? It says, Vayigda hayelet vayigdamah. The Pasuk said, Vayigda the boy got up and he was new. He grew up and he was new. And then he was a big secret for you. I'm not like an example. The Satan said to Hashem, you know what all of them? Satan's dead. Okay, you suffer with hunger and so disparaging. Like this whole man. So Kanata, when they had shown off in Bakken, he gave the child that he was 100 years old. He goes to this also, no, how you look for echo, he goes to echo, so the Satan was standing up in front of him. He gave this old man so much. And all these things that he made, he offers you up a little something. He never gives like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. A little bird, nothing. I remember growing up, I love the shield, no. The parts of stuff will come out. Everything happens when you get for the sun. And then the overloads of everything, the finite, you got to show him. To tell Adam to sacrifice his son, he would do it. But as Adam had given his own son, he would do it. Miyad, then the king says Adam. immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Adam. So let's say this is interesting. So you know, seems to understand the genesis of the Akiva was this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Son. And now we're not finished. By all that, half the Hashem being called. Hashem said to Adam, please, make your fucking over enough. I'm going to show them that now, Noah is a request. So listen to this. The Gemara says, "Much of the Noah's busted the dam. Shall we give them a phone call? So do what? What is to be prepared? It's going to be given to a team to make many worse. What's the first thing you should find wise? By a lot, people effort, and that's fun. And this king, he had like one, he had like the guy, like the 1,000 warrior, who was like really responsible for all of these victories. Remember, on the Allah king faced the most intense battle of his time. Allah, he said to his most valuable soldier, please. I'm more than a stands to be the cause in this battle. So the moment we show us in Ryan Manish. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away all the previous victories. But if you stand from the most intense battle, not only that victory here, but it's to make the previous victories fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. It's powerful on the Abram Avinu. So Hashem said to Abram, "See how the combinations. I've given you many tests over the years. The Amarta, the Kulah, and you be successful in all of them. I'm more leading sons, and now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. So that your aim matters to show you. That people should not say that there is no merit in the test. So this is a fascinating. What does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous thing in human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. Like people, like if you tell someone, generally human nature is that what we remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before, which is just interesting. Chelsea decide if the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the success of the past are those of what this means. What is the response to I'm living in? There's a people the Sassan are quote he says, something amazing, he says, I be a son of Noah. It's not time of you. Mustache to call a couple sheesh to the Israel, discover our cover Israel. With every single time of you is Israel, what he did is he embedded another color in the DNA of Israel. How many was our father? And with every test that he succeeded, every son that he ever gave, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akiva Yisrael represent? He says, who does Yisrael represent at the end of the day? Korach Meruba Shamasiras Nefesh. What Akiva Yisrael represented was a willingness to give everything for God. A willingness to give himself. This was even more. A willingness to even give his child. And represented the ability and willingness to give anything and everything for the Rebbeinu Shalom. HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be pleased with Adam Avinu says, you need to pass this. You know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you extend this Korah within the spiritual DNA of God Yisrael. If you get the Hallelujah and you take your son and you work to offer him as a carbon, but you're embed with the God Yisrael with the clock and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do this, you have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is the people decision. And I will say, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Adam Avinu passes this test as we know, and he embeds with the law to stop him saying, we're living for this. We're living with things that are going to see us perfect. Now, the day goes by that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual heroism. I also did you see one of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of right show and cutting? And human beings being dressed up as our damn brother. Dressed up as our damn brother. I thought we should mention this every single block of the command I've never actually tried to tell us. You know, I love she represents. She represents this incredible color. It's called the Shabbos. It's called the Music. It's called the Nuna. But it's called, where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does a girl? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get power?
sledging because I'm going to do. I'm not going to get
I don't know if you were willing to go and everything for Afghanistan embedded in our spiritual DNA, the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if that regardless of how
I just
shape of it, you have to pass this test. It's not
she
just
stands
about
10 toes down.
because you're going to summon up, you're going to muster for this Messiah.
I mean,
It is the strength that is going
what
to
is
be
your favorite thing
compartmented
from
in the DNA of your children, and it's strength that you're going to access throughout the ages. Because Rabbi was successful in his Messiah, he gave us the quality to be successful in our mission. Tremendous. Again, come right much again. I'll say a lot of these people are a lot of us are so tremendous together. Right, everyone.
I mean, I'm confused. My favorite bit was just kind of like what I thought about the most, like watching him do it, and like do a tweet out.
I know. No, it's fine. It always balances out.
It's funny how Brooks gain us into everything he does. Because look, playing high school football or whatever, it's like.
All right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin a good talk. Baruch Hashem. Begin the week, directly up to Pesach, and there's Hashem. I brought a little of the Tovo with the Daf, and there's Hashem. Beautiful Daf, really. Actually, I want to hear some of the attractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is. Baruch Hashem. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Trushos as a zechus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael from the Bracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slavin Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a refuah, Shabbat, Gidot, Kol, Kol, Yisrael, Shbarach, which the merit should bring home all of our hostages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful, but Kol, Maaseh, Yidei. Let's do that. Let us begin. Today's daf is Pei Test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Pei Test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you did your homework. Rabbi assigned some homework last night at the end of the year. If I don't start on the right daf on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible Agarata ahead of us this week, and some very low daf ahead of us as well. So, got to give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89a. Let's remember again, we are still on the incredible sugya of Zaki Mamre. Same Amisin also, Loba Bezin should be Loba Bezin should be Yavim. So remember again, when we've learned already the halachas concerning when a Zakin Mamre is put to death, what type of machlokes can really make the mikvah Zakin Mamre. Now when it comes to the actual execution of the Zakin Mamre, so the Mishnah says, we do not execute him in the Bezdin in his city, nor do we execute him in the Bezdin in Yavne. Now by the way, what's the Bezdin in Yavne? So if you look at Rashi is about 2 lines after the top. Lower Bezdin Yavne. Initial of the basin Shamishkas Hagazis. Gonu Lahem, the Chazru La'ilo, the Shah Yamin, Ad Shagolsa Sanhedri Gidolo Yavne, Ba'adain Habayis Kayum, Yachar King Horik Yabitilo, in the Mitzvahs of Yavne. So, interestingly enough, Yavne was one of the locations that the Beis Hamikdash was exiled to. So what the Mishnah is saying is like this. In order to go ahead and execute the Zakin Mamre, the Sanhedrin has to be situated in the Lishkas HaKosis, in the chamber of hewn stone, in the Beis Hamikdash compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the Beis Hamikdash is still standing, you can't execute the Zakin Mamre. Ella, Malvin also a basin on Govish Mishalayim. We take the Zakin Mamre up to the basin and to the high court in Mishalayim. Umishamin also ad haregel, umemisin also beregel. So what we do is we incarcerate him, we put him in a holding cell until the next upcoming regel. So your next upcoming Yom Tov, one of the regalim, based on Shmuel Sukkis. So I'm trying to point out how incredible this is. Remember again, this is the first daf, the first post-Purim daf. And what does it make reference to? The regalim. The regalim. Right? Everyone's on a journey. Everyone non is like, we're always journeying to something else. That's the beauty of the Yid, right? The Yid is never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So Purim is now behind us. It's again, we're not yet privileged to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, the rest of the Klal Yisrael Purim's a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's behind us, there's always something new right in front of us. So we keep, according to the first thing in the Mishnah, we'll see, we keep the Zakim Mamre in a holding cell up until the next Rega, up until the next Yom Tov. And when we see those Rega, we execute him on Yom Tov, which is fascinating. Now, why? Why Shne'emar B'chala Ad Yishmu Biro V'lo Yizidin Od Rabbi Akiva? Because the pasuk says literally, the entire nation will hear, they will fear, and essentially they will not follow in the footsteps. These words Rabbi Akiva. What the Rabbi Akiva says is like this: you gotta make a spectacle. People have to see. People have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public part of this. So that again, unfortunately, people see the same thing. See this by circles, or people see certain things. It has a no show. So the Kiva says, "The doctor don't execute until the regalim." That should become a public spectacle. And Yehuda says no. Imma annas dino shosef. So Rabbi Yehuda says no. We do not delay judgment. In other words, there's absolutely no need to do that. Also so what you do is you execute immediately. Because then the shofin shlufa and what do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that Nidal Raisa needs some element of publicity. So according to Rabbi Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding him until the regal and then executing him again on the regal. Rabbi Yehuda says no, we don't do that. We'll say Ima Anes Adin means we do not corrupt judgment. Somebody's liable to death penalty. You execute him. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. So what we'll do is we'll send out letters to all the communities saying, and again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. So say about how we go ahead, or say when we go ahead and execute the Zakim Mamre. Let's analyze. Also, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Raisa says as follows: in the Nisan also, Loba Bezin Shabiro, so we don't execute Zakim Mamre in his local Bezin, but Loba Bezin Shabiyavne, not even in Bezin Yavne. Once again, Bezin in Yavne is where the Sanhedrin itself was exiled to. Ella, Malvin also raised in Rabbi Yerushalayim. Rather, again, what are we doing? Bringing the Zakim Mamre off to the high touch Yerushalayim. Mishamin also ad harega, and we wait and hold him, right? We hold him in the holding cell up until Yom Tov. And we miss also berega, and we execute him on Yom Tov. Shneimar b'chala am yishmuhu v'iro divrei Rabbi Akiva. Because the pasuk says everyone will hear and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually b'chol ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can see what that is? When Klal Yisrael is assembled in Yerushalayim for the regal, Amalot Yehuda, V'hinemar Yiru V'yiro, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? Whereas Rabbi Akiva is making this about that people should see the Zakim Mamre executed. Rabbi Yehuda says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? Alo ne'emar ela yishmu. All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. Says, so essentially, again, Rabbi Yehuda says, as long as people hear about it, they don't need to see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? They will say, it's interesting that Rabbi Yehuda understands this to be like an Inoy thing. Inoy thing is the corruption of the day. It's interesting something else. We know life is, I like a little bit of an ongoing joke, but okay, I'll call it a joke. Like every child has stuff that the parents always say over and over and over. So my parents are really a joke. What I always try to tell my kids is whatever is going on in life, lean into it. Just lean into it. Again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or lamenting things that don't go our way, or trying to pretend like they're not. Just lean into it. Sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances. Just lean into it and just go. It's going to be great. It's going to be fine. You're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like, waiting for the. I know it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. It's not. Sometimes in life you don't know how things are going to turn out. That's one level of anxiety. But then I know what is going to happen. So it's almost gonna be this. Why don't you do this to this person? Okay, I got it. He's gonna be executed. He's like a man, right? So you gotta execute him. You definitely have to execute him. But why would you delay it? What's the point of this? Also, we've seen this motif before that. Even when you have to execute someone, you have to execute with Rachmanis. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but to understand that sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rachmanis as well. So there's like a memory, okay, he bought his ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay it? Just get it over with, and that's it. So Rabbi, and again, so how did he fulfill the publicity piece? Write letters, and send out the letters to different Jewish communities. So-and-so is executed as a second member. So we'll say, this is the Chazon of Machloket, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how we execute the second member. Okay, incredible. Tanrabanan. Those are divided. Tanrabanan. Now, it's interesting when I say, because clearly, what you see with the second memory is, it's not just how we execute it, but there is this thing of this currency that people have to know what it is that's happening. By the way, there are four situations where, in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hamesis. Mesis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Sorer Umora, Zakin Mamre, and Eidin Somi. Interesting. All of these four need hachraza. They need announcements. Rashi says over hachraza, Floni makes the Bezin al Sha'abra de Razu, Kedei Lirdos as Hachir. So literally, Bezin will announce so-and-so is executed because he committed a particular Adero, and all of this is done in order to create the public example that people shouldn't follow suit. The Gemara says, Kulu Ksibu, B'chol Ha'am, B'chol Yisrael. So ultimately, again, B'chol Ha'am. So like all of these situations, this is B'chol Ha'am, the entire nation will see. Interestingly enough, B'chol Yisrael, Be'edim Zomim, B'chol Yisrael, Be'edim Zomim, Ksiv, Anish Arim, the locally Amma, Chazalus Dasa, Sahadusa, sorry. Because I say, interestingly enough, Be'edim Zomim, the Lashon is the Hanish Arim. Those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive Lashon ultimately again as Kol Ha'am B'chol Yisrael? What's the reason? The reason is because by Eidos, not everyone is fit for Eidos. Eidos is always more limited pool. Why? Because the other said there are certain occasions the person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Eidos, right? The person commits an Avera, or certain Averas can't do Eidos. So because Eidos itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or is not as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, beautiful Gemara Mishnah. From the 8:12 on a Sunday, we've already done a whole Mishnah, a whole Gemara. Great, it's great. Mishnah, Navi Sheker, Navi Sheker. Next guy is Chaim Yisrael. Navi Sheker, false prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emalo. So what is a Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was interesting enough. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nebuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people can think of it, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. Suddenly again, you're prophesying against problems, right? So what happens? I'm standing next to Ruvain. Ruvain gets Nebuah. Now it happens to be it's a legitimate Nebuah, right? Case number one is I prophesied something that the prophet did not say. Case number two, the Rebbe gave my friend Nebuah. I heard however that happens, right? I heard the Nebuah and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, Misasa B'di'atam. So these individuals, right, the Navi Sheker is executed in by court. Aval HaKobesh is Nivu also. So let's say this is fascinating. Kobesh is Nivu also is someone who receives Nivuah or refuses to share it. Like Kobesh is like the conquer something, so receive Nivuah and refuse to share it. And one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of a Navi, the Navi Sha'abra al Divrei Atzmo, or a Navi who receives Nebuah, but violates the only Nebuah that he received. So all these cases, all these individuals, again, get death at the hands of heaven. Death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shneimar, Anochi Edrosh Ne'imo. I'm going to get into all these cases a little bit. And the Shabbat B'Shem of all those Kachavim, if somebody prophesizes in the name of an Avodah Zarah, and what happens? And again, the person says literally again, this is what the Avodah Kachavim says. Even if what? Even if what he's saying is factually correct. Because let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says, even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. A person who's adultery, so again, if a man has relations with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, so she had Irusin and not Nisuin, or they just got married and Nisuin, but again, they did not yet live together, the halacha is Boel, the adulterer, is punished by Chenek. The Zoma made Baskoin of Ba'alah, so ultimately, again, it wasn't remember, a Bas Kohen commits adultery, what's her din? Sreifa. Remember again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even Donovan, right? Giving witnesses to testify falsely about her. Shekol HaMuzmin, Makimim La'osim. He said, put me Zoe Bas Kohen Ubal. In general, again, the way it works with even Donovan is what? The exception to this is Aiden is someone who would buy a Bas Kohen, because she gets Sreifa, but Kohen, and well as the adulterer, will get Chenek. Okay, it's incredible. Says that's how it was. Says the Gemara. So there are three. These are all categories of false prophecy. Three of them ultimately, again, are killed by a court, and three of them is Misudishanai. Okay, so what are they? Hamitnave Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emar Lo. So ultimately, again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say. They espouse a prophecy that was not said. Or essentially, they're inventing prophecy. Now, again, this is prophecy in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? The person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else but after them. Or Hamisnavi B'Shem of all those Kochavim, right? Hamisnavi B'Shem of all those Kochavim. Or a person goes ahead and prophesizes in the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As we said before, even if what they're saying is factually correct, the halacha is Nisasan B'Dei Adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. HaKobesh has Nebuah, so a Navi who receives Nebuah but does not share it. And the back of Divrei Navi, or somebody who disregards the words of the Navi Sha'abra al Divrei Atzmo, or a Navi who disregards his own prophecy, Misasa and B'Dei Shamayim. Ultimately, again, their death is at the hands of heaven. And they will say, it's interesting to note this idea. Misnave Mashalo Shama. I understand why. If somebody prophesies, this person says, I received the Nebuah from Hashem, and the Gibor information I did not receive, I understand why there's a Chiyuv Misa. Right? It makes sense. You're inventing prophecy. I will say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a chiyuv nisa? I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, we'll see the plus. We'll see why it is. But we'll see shkafically what's wrong with it. They will say the worst avera a person could commit in life is trying to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah in life is never to be someone else. The avodah is to become the best version of you. So when a person gives over prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to Ruvain. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become Ruvain. So the avodah of trying to become someone else in life, that's not your tachlis. That's not your tachlis. It's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from that. As easy as possible, right? I can learn from every person, but my avodah is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic abdication. That again, my avodah is to be me and to be the best version of you. You take someone else's nevuah and you make it your own. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Right? Because there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone else. Don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather, spend your life trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back. It says the Gemara. Good. So where do we know all this from? It says, so I'll say, so ultimately again, the Navi who will intentionally try to say something over in my name. Who's that? That refers to a Navi who invented a prophecy and was giving over something that was not given to him. Okay, next. I did not command it to him. But that infers that I did command it to another Navi. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That refers to someone who prophesies in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the consequence of that? The consequence of that is even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that it's being given over the name of Avodah Zarah makes it liable to death. And in all of these cases, what does the pasuk say? Umeis hanavi hagu. This prophet will be put to death. And once again, stam, whenever the Torah says a death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is kind of good. So we'll say that's our first three. Next, Hakovish has been also. The Navi Sha'abra al Divrei Atzmam. Also, what about the next three? This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The Vaser disregards the words of the Navi. Or number three, a Navi who violates his own Navi. So all these people are put to death to the Ishmaelim. Where do we know this from? The Va'ish Asher Lo Yishma. So once the pasuk says the person will not, the Navi will not listen. Kari Bey Lo Yashmiya. So we learn it as not only Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya, he will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. Kari Bey Lo Yashmiya, Kari Bey Lo Yishma. El Divrei, Siv Anoki Edrosh Mi'imo B'di Yishamayim. Okay, so again, in that one pasuk is someone who hears it, disregards it, cites someone who hears his own prophecy, disregards it, and somebody else who hears the words of the Navi, disregards it, and the Navi ultimately, again, who is Kovish as Nevu also, does not share his Nevuah.Amisnavi Mashalosh Shana. Now the Gemara gives some examples. One second. Also, okay, fine. We'll expound on it a little later. I'm studying Mashlo Shama. The person prophesies something he did not hear. So Gemara gives an example. Let's keep going. Sidkia ben Kinano. Like Sidkia ben Kinano. Who's Sidkia ben Kinano? The Vayas lo Sidkia ben Kinano. Karne Barzal. So this is interesting, by the way. So this is the story in Navi of where Aram was attacking Klal Yisrael, and there was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Israel was a man by the name of Achav, and the king of Malchus Yehuda was a man by the name of Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat was very righteous. Achav, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat Aram. So Yoshaphat's like, I'll go with you, but I need some prophecy to back this up, because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. So sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yoshaphat's like, I just need enough. So Achav produces. Achaz's got no shortage. You pay enough money, you can find plenty of profits, right? So in other words, Achaz's producing tons of profits, and still Yoshaphat is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kenana, which is something interesting. So what does Sidkia ben Kenana do? He makes iron horns, and it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Klal Yisrael was going to pour around. They were going to be successful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So my habit, so again, so now that was what I pointed out. Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see was a strict and false prophecy, because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achav is killed in this battle. All of this whole thing was a Baruch's way to lure Achav into battle so that Achav would die in battle. So the Gemara says, "My Habil what should Sidkia have done?" This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Nabos. So say, if that name sounds familiar, remember Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achav very much wanted. So, but Nabos wouldn't sell. So Achav has a wife by the name of Isabel. Isabel convinced her husband Achav to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achav takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achav to go out to battle so that Achav would fall in battle. Okay, that's it. Ve'omer Hashem, mi yifates Achav, v'yav v'yava v'ramos gilad. Baruch Hu put out a call to the neshamas. Who is willing to go down and pull Achav into going to war? So a spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achav to go to war. Or Yehuda might say, what is the meaning of this? Rabbi said to the spirit, it turns out to be the spirit of Nabos. Go, say me Mitzasi. You have to leave me. So this is actually incredible. The Baruch was essentially saying to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go, but after you go, you can't come back to it. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. The Ribono Shel Olam is all MS. And something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the Ribono Shel Olam celestial sphere. My Ruach, what's the Ruach? Ruach Shel Nabos Israeli. So ultimately, again, it was the spirit of Nabos Israeli who was there to avenge his death by misleading Achav going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sidkia ben Kenana. But so 1 second. So Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. Signal effort all of the community. Range Nenevim is having the signal effort. So that's interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. It's actually really fascinating. That prophecy, you can have multiple prophets receiving the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word about Kadosh Baruch Hu in the same way. In other words, like Obadja Amar, Zodon Libecha Hisiyacha. Yirmiyah Amar, Tiflatzascha Hisioscha, Zodon Libecha. So again, just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. Those things, it's actually a very beautiful idea. Because if you think about it, what's Nevuah? Nevuah represents almost like the highest level of relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. What really profoundly so, which of course is not just true by Nebuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. No two Jews have the same relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the same type of mitzvos, the same alokas, the same shulchan aruch, but at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu varies, maybe even slightly, but nevertheless there's a variance between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, good. So ultimately, yes, so Tzidkiah should have realized. Now, what should Tzidkiah have realized? So Achav had hundreds of prophets that were saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. And Tzidkiah should have realized there's something going on over here. The Gemara says, so 1 second. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know the same as Ritzchak. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe he just didn't know this halacha. Which the Gemara says, Yoshafat Havahasam, the Kamralahu, the Siva Yomer Yoshafat, Ha'ain Po Navi, Yoshafat was there. And Yoshafat knew this. That's why Yoshafat, even though Achav produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yoshafat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here because everyone is saying the same exact thing. So I just want to point out how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that all of us interact and relate and have a different relationship with Hashem. I was saying something sometimes we think of like what's the utopian view of Klal Yisrael? Can you imagine hundreds of Jews sitting together and saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. First thing when it says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being madly in love with one another. That's Achdus. That's Achdus. So we have this very skewed view of Achdus. That Achdus means like unanimity. You know, everyone's on the same page. So never happened, never happened. I've said it a million times. Like what does Rashi say by Har Sinai? By Har Sinai, we were Ish Echad, Lev Echad, one people with one heart. And Rabbi always said, it never says Ish Echad B'dei Echad. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. One people with one heart. One people with one heart. So it says, somebody and he's trying to kill a this is a nice time to use a little bit more. So he was he started and yes, Hashem, there should be a world in which Yeshiva students are engrafted, and literally everyone, my wife, one of those looks. Okay, so I held it together for about 10 seconds, but the rest of the two lessons did not. And they jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful, is that right afterwards, Baruch Hashem, after like this went on for about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was Purim time, so it might have been like 30 seconds, but whatever, like everything was slower. But also, what I know is that at the end, like the way it ended, I don't know how, like I don't remember all the events, but somehow it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of grown men holding each other solid. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But when I say, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to hug people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and have missed the mark every single step of the way. That you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, unintelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing, I want to say, no, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same thing to us. It's so boring. So when people live like in an echo chamber, like an echo chamber, that's not right, and it's certainly not cloudy. So the biggest clouds, I will say, is there's a lot of Jews, a lot of opinions, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect, and a lot of them are just wrong. Feel free to see me after this with all the correct opinions, right? Sheetus and positions in life. I'm happy it's going to be free, right? And I was like, but the mindset. So what happens? When you see hundreds of people and they're all saying the same thing, something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people and they're all saying different stuff. That's tough. And Achdus is that moment when you can embrace, even after that vociferous argument. All right, good night, so Gemara goes weiter. So what happens? So Yoshaphat says, I need someone to be in. So Achad says, why do you go to be in? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, I learned this from my father. Signon Echad Olam Lekam Nevi'im. The ancient name Nevi'im is not the Signon Echad. So ultimately, yes, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be about 5 lines up in the bottom, right? But they go, but none of them give it over in the same way, right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shaphat is sitting there, and these hundreds of prophets, I want to point out, these were not called the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the Rothschild wanted Achab to go out to war to fall in battle. So Shaphat's like, what? These guys are all saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, Shaphat needs new Nevi'im. Okay? So the Gemara goes like that. So good. I'm studying Mashal. That's an example of a Navi who gives over something that was not said over. Didn't keep going. Hananiah ben Azur. So it's like Hananiah ben Azur. What happened to Hananiah ben Azur? Yirmiyahu was standing in the upper marketplace for Ka'amar. Ko'amar Shem Tzivakos. Hineni Shover as Keshes Elam. So Yirmiyahu is giving a prophecy. Right, and Yirmiyah says that Rothschild is going to go ahead and break the bow of Elam. Elam was another nation. Elam. I'm going to break the bow. I'm going to defeat Elam. Okay, so what happens? Nosach Hananiah Kabachor Biatzmo. So Hananiah hears this prophecy of Yirmiyah, and he makes Kabachor. What's the Kabachomer? My Elam Shalom Ba'el Lazar as Babel. I'm not going to borrow. When you show as Keshes Elam, so Elam, they came to help Babel. And Rothschild was going to say that he's going to break the bow of Elam, going to defeat them. Then Al-Gachas Kama Bakama, Kastik Asman Alachas Kama Bakama. And the Rothschild who is coming to is breaking the primary fall of Klal Yisrael, so he's going to break the secondary fall of Klal Yisrael. What's the secondary fall of Klal Yisrael? Babel. So Hananiah made a couple of homers. Rothschild was going to go ahead and defeat Elam. He's soon going to go ahead and defeat Babel. So what happens? He goes out and he prophesies this. Hashem Shavarti as old Melech Babel. It's fascinating. So Hananiah gives a prophecy of Yirmiyahu. Then he's coming from that prophecy, and then he espouses a new prophecy. Only one issue. Rothschild didn't say it. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone who had a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. Hanan made this up. To which the Gemara says, "Kevan this Yair Kavachom the Medrash command the Itmar Le dummy." So ultimately, again, command the Itmar Le dummy who knew lo ne'emar lo. So I'll say ultimately, because it's made from Kavachom, it's interesting. Because he's the Kavachomer, and because Kavachomer is one of the exegetical principles, the Gemara treats this like a case of saying over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the Stein of all this Kavachomer was an example of one who prophesies in the name of prophecy. We'll say last one. If you go Nevi Habal. So we'll say this is an easy one. Nevi Habal. For Nevi Habal. So again, Baal was not Baal Israel. Like he had his own Nevi'im. So again, obviously he prophesied in the name of Baal things that were not true. Next, Takovish is the loss. So what's incredible. What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Kigon, Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy, what does he do? He runs away. So let's say, you understand what that Kovish is. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day that Ibn Shalom whispers in my ear, what does he say? It could be great. You can accomplish great things. And right, just like again, the Gemara says, every day Bas Kol Yotzes and says, Shuvu Banim Shovim. Every day a basketball comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this basketball, and what do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's Kovish Nivu also. Everyday prophecy comes to us. Every day the prophecy whispers to us. Every day opportunity comes to us. The self-actualization becomes great. And if we suppress it, you don't utilize it, or you don't actualize it, that's called Kovish Es Nivu also. Yonah ben Amitai. From the back of the Navi, who's the one? What's an example of going and disregarding the words of another? What's on the days? On the days, so the Gemara says, Chadrei the Micha. These are the friends of Micha. Now here are the friends of Micha. Rashi says, Chadrei the Micha. If so the Ish Acham the man of the Amr El ben Bashem Mishani no Zeb Hayim Michio Ben Yimano Shemes Nave Osa Yom Al Acham Micha Biyat Hara. So again, this was also one of the prophets who was prophesying that day about Acham. It said that the Ish Acham the man of the Amr El ben Bashem Mishani Nabi Micha went over to Rabbi and said, in the name of God, hit me. So this is part of the prophecy. He's trying to show ultimately again that Klal Yisrael was going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but that Achim was going to fall in battle. So the man refused to eat Michael, and what happens? It's said by Yom Lo, Ya'an Shalosh Shamata, and Nabi Shafat. No, Ya'an Shalosh the guy was consumed by a lion. Okay, so it's not because he hit him, right? And again, in this case, he didn't hit the Nabi and he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story, but on a different time. The Nabi Shafat al Dibre Atzmo was an example of a Nabi who violated his own words. Nabi violated his own words. He's going Ido Hanav. He's not Ido. What's that with Ido? He came Siva Osi. So he gained Siva Osi. So let's listen to this. So Ido was ultimately again was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of Rabbi ben Nevat. Like Rabbi ben Nevat was the first king over the split mouth. Let's remember again, Rabbi ben Nevat. Interestingly enough, Rabbi ben Nevat started out as a good man. He was appointed by a Kodesh. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to good people? Power has way of corrupting good people. Rabbi ben Nevat understood that if he was going to consolidate his rulership over Malchus Yisrael, he had to prevent Jews from going to the Beis Hamikdash. Remember again, even once the monarchy split, the great unifier was going to be the Beis Hamikdash. Everybody had to be over red. If that's the case, your Rabbi said people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to me because he has the Beis Hamikdash. So what did he do? Remember again, what did he do? Actually, in Yonah Dioma, he built 2 eagles. He built 2 golden calves. Now, in the beginning, he said, it's not a whole I'm wonderful. Just I'm saving you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go all the way to the Beis Hamikdash to serve Hashem. Serve here. But what happens? Ultimately, again, it evolved into Avodah Zarah. So Edo confronts Yerabam when he's offering Avodah Zarah to his dad, and Yerabam sticks out his arm, like in an accusatory way, and his arm shriveled up. So Edo was that Navi, but the Yisrael commanded Edo, when you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. You got to be laser focused on your mission. Okay? So he's not going to stop to eat. What happens on the way back? So ultimately, again, what happens on the way back? He does pass the market and mission accomplished. Somebody invites him to eat. He says, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. I'm down on a mission. You're not going to leave. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Right? Come in. Right? We eat together. So Edo goes ahead and makes a mistake, and he goes into this guy's house and he eats. What happens? When Edo left after his meal, he was consumed by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again for violating his own law, violating his own word. Which I will say, by the way, is also such a story. The story is such a profound metaphor. It was Hashbach with telling Edo, if you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to do? You have to be focused. So the Rothschild speaks about this in the Shana as Zrizus. He says, what's Zrizus? He says, why do you need Zrizus? Zrizus is necessary. We don't always appreciate this because more often than not, the reason we don't accomplish in life is why? Every year, everyone here and there, okay, I'll tell you why. Because we get distracted. I'm on task, then I get distracted. This happens all the time. I have this, happens everything in life. Just get distracted. And suddenly, I'm off. So the highlights of the whole use of the resource is when you start something, just get it done. Don't get distracted, because the moment you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go ahead and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So with another thing over here, this story, it's an actual story, it's not a metaphor. But the metaphor process is so about the process. You have a mission, don't go to eat. Don't get distracted. Don't do anything. Just stay focused on your task. And ego gets distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is, once you get distracted, that's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You lost the momentum. This is what I will say, for example, even by learning. Right, by learning, there's this soul of learning through Sisyphus. Right, what does it mean to learn Sisyphus? To learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. Right, even 5 minutes of learning through Sisyphus is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. It's just in our own lives. This is what happens. Right, I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm here. I'm learning and then I'm this. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And there's some people that that's not all this Hashem. It's not all this Hashem. What wants us is be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get consumed by the mind. Such an incredible result. So low cap. So listen to this. The person goes ahead and withholds his prophecy, he gets malchus. It's malchus. Amalei. Man the offer Tames, the Arbala Lucky. I will say that this is a Talmudic expression. It literally means one who eats dates out of a basket should get malchus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of a basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression. It's much better than the idea. Right? But it's an expression that seems like, what did you do wrong? In other words, I was saying here, you might not asking over here about what a person did wrong if they told the prophecy. What really asking is, how is anyone going to know? Right? In other words, so you have Navi A, like the Navi A withholds his prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he withheld his prophecy? So the Gemara says, Man Masrike, who's giving him Masral? Rabbi, I'm sorry. Rabbi, so who's going to know his fellow prophets? This is what we said before. And in general, this is interesting that apparently the way prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person conveys it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have a Navi who withheld prophecy, apparently other people know about it, and they'll know if a particular Navi did not share it. Okay? The Dilma Hajjide, so that's interesting. Well, maybe after this Baruch will retract it, or maybe he gave him a blood and he changed his mind, so to speak, changed his mind. And he said, the Hajjide will create other modules of again, possible problem sometimes changes with this. And if you were to do that for what? You would inform the group of the dreamers. The Yonah, the Hajjide below. 1 second. By Yonah, HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. Right? Yonah, remember again, Yonah finds out that everybody else is not destroying him. The Baruch Hu did not go ahead and give him any advance warning. To which the Gemara says, no. Yonah made Kara, Ninbe Ne'apachas. Because it's very important. The Rothschild Yonah says, Ba'od Akbar Yom, Ninbe Ne'apachas. Now, what does Ne'apachas mean? What does it mean? Turned over. Turned over just meant in 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change. The change could be they could all become ridiculous by the Shiloh, or the change could be the city's going to be destroyed. So in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for two circumstances. Again, it was an open-ended nevuah. Again, and we'll say it's incredible. By the way, I just want to point out, part of the reason ultimately why we read, or why do we read Sefer Yonah and Yom Kippur, is the paradigmatic story of Shuvah. It's also a paradigmatic story and a metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. As Rabbi says to Wednesday, what does it mean? What does it mean? It means what you make of it. As much as which Baruch knows what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, yes, for us, our lives are this open-ended, choose-your-own adventure type of mess. In another 40 days, the city is going to be overturned. Is it good or is it bad? It's up to you. What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. So I will say, so ultimately again, one ignores the words of the Nabi. So let's say, so here's what's interesting. Now, if a Nabi says something, how do I know he's a Nabi? Right? So someone says, right, saying the name of God, right? So, right? So how do I know that he's a Nabi? That I have to answer him, that I have to listen to him? Do you have my oath? He gives a sign. He's a sign. Obviously, also, again, you gotta prove like your Nabi credentials, right? So you can't just blow when he said train Nabi. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, Micha, the law Yoav le oath v'yonish. But Micha didn't give an oath. He didn't give a sign. And yet people are punished that he cannot adhering to his and achieving his Nebuah. If the Muchzak Shem, no, it's different. But I will say, a Nabi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says Nebuah. Rather, I will say why. Once you have a Nabi who's Muchzak, what does Muchzak mean? You know he's a Nabi. You know he's a Nabi. Okay, so once we know he's a Nabi, obviously we're going to listen to his word. Let's say, get ready for this. You don't take off this, if you don't say this. Avram Bahara Moriah, Hecha Shama Le Yitzchak. Again, why did Yitzchak listen to his father? Right? So again, when Avram Avinu says to Yitzchak, I'm going to shock you. Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was cut. Right? So he says, and Yitzchak was a dead age. I'm sure that, maybe you want to go over the conversation with God, and perhaps you missed a little something or nuance, maybe he's out speaking in a formal term, But if you notice, by the way, there's no different thing, right? There's no dialogue. Avram said it, and Yitzchak listens. Why? Because Avram was Muchzak. Avram was Muchzak as a Nabi. Furthermore, again, other examples of this. Eliyahu Baharakano, his son Kelly, the Abdish with the Chutz. What's it? Eliyahu Baharakano. This was the ultimate showdown between Eliyahu and the Nevi Habal. Remember the story? Right? Everybody builds an altar. Eliyahu builds an altar. The Nevi Habal builds an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? So remember again, the Nabi says, Nevi Habal, they're crying out. All kinds of crazy stuff. What does Eliyahu do? Remember what Eliyahu does? He submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar, and all of that, what does he do? Quick tefillah, fire comes down from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful, except there's only one problem. There's a key of Nisa to offer up karbanos outside of the Mishnah. That's our Mishnah. Right? So what's happening over here? So how is Eliyahu able to do shvidei? Again, Shmuel was golden. Now but Eliyahu, come on. Right? Don't you need to give an oath? Other people say, what do you see from here? The Gemara says, no. Once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give an oath every single day. By the way, you know what the culture is right? About Eliyahu and Nevi Habal. What happens in the next parak? A lot of these fellows worshiping Baal. This is where Eliyahu Nevi gives his famous statement, Admasai Atem Postim Ashkenazim. How long are you going to straddle the fence for? So let's say, and it also gives rise to a very important concern, which is miracles don't work. Miracles don't create emunah. Miracles don't create emunah. They don't. Again, listen, this passage also applies to what saying about Har Sinai. And what happens? Days later, they build the golden calf. Miracles don't work. Let's say, how many, you would think, how many missiles were fired from Iran? Like, how many missiles were fired from Iran? And not one hit. So you would think again, eyes would have undergone massive chiller movement, hospitals everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are good. Miracles like fireworks. Right? What happens when you go to watch fireworks? What happens? You ever hear someone who comes back from 4th of July fireworks? You know what? That was like partying. You know what? I am just going to become a better person. Whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Right? You know what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you go, right? You see all the videos from the missiles from Iran. It's entertaining. What happens? People just go like, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from avodah. Change comes ultimately again from putting in the effort day in and day out. Miracles are beautiful and they can create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect cathartic comprehension. That only comes from the inglorious work day in and day out. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Sundays are the best. Right? Sundays are the best. We should push the second meeting to 9:30. But all right, it's fine. But it says, so what's that? So now they mentioned Avraham Avinu Gary. What's like? I just want to tell you, this week, ridiculous. So watch this. Okay, though. But now that we mentioned Avraham Avinu, that Avraham did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak. Why not? Because he was Muksa. So he goes at the Akiv. Avraham. Acher Mai. After what? It says it was after these things that Hashem tested Avraham. This is the Akiva. So afterwards, I'm going to be talking to Rabbi Yossi ben Zimra. After the words of the Satan, what does the Satan say? The Siv, Vayigdal Hayelad Vayigamal. Plus it said Vayitzchak, that's the birth of Yitzchak. The boy got up and he was mean. He grew up and he was mean. Whenever he was to make like a big suit of the meaning. Amar Satan Mechashbachu. The Satan said to Hashem, Ribono shel Olam, Zaken Zeh. So let's see, the Satan, the first time being so disparaging, right? This old man. So Chananto, when they had shown up, so he gave him a child when he was 100 years old. Because of the Sha'azam, Ayelo, Tur Echad, Bozo Echad, Hakim, so the Satan says in the prophet, he gave this old man so much. And all these students that he made, he never even offered you up a little carton, never even like a pigeon, a turtle dove, nothing. A little bird, nothing. I remember one no. Everything happened did he give for his son. Amen. If I were to tell Avram to sacrifice his son, he would do it. Son, if I ask Avram to give me his own son, he would do it. Immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Avram. So let's say this is interesting. So the Gemara seems to understand the Akedah, the genesis of the Akedah was this conversation between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Satan. Now we're not finished. Hashem says to Avram, please take your son, he's fucking over him all. Now, Noah is a request. It's a request. So listen to this. Gemara says, what is can be compared to? This can be compared to a human king who waged many wars. We'll say first of the intermediate guidelines. And this king, he had the guy, like the one valiant warrior, who was like really responsible for all of his victories. The king faced the most intense battle of his life. Amalon, he says to his most valiant soldier, the question of peace, and most people will come at you. Stand strong, be victorious in this battle. Because if you fail in this battle, this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away from all the previous victories. But if you stand strong in this most intense of battles, not only you have victory here, but it cements the previous victories as well. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Amar Avraham Avinu. So Hashem said to Avram, I've given you many tests over the years, but I'm not at all the Quran, and you've been successful in all of them. And now I'm asking you to please be successful in this battle as well. That people should not say that there is no merit to the previous test. So they'll say, so this is a fascinating, what does this mean? First of all, there's a tremendous facility in human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done for me. Like people, if you fail someone, generally the human nature is that what? We remember the failure of right now, and it erases all of the things that came before. It's just interesting. Right? So if the valiant warrior fails in this battle, all of the successes past are those are important to see. What is the Prophet doing? He's a beautiful idea of Sassanas. Sassanas, I'm going to quote to you, he says something amazing. He says, Aide Asar Nisronos, Shenisnas Amadinos, Nispashti Kola Kokos Shish Lidme Yisrael, Lihiskava Alatavra Musa. With every single one of Amadinos Nisronos, what he did is, he embedded another power in the DNA of Klal Yisrael. I'm looking at our father. And with every test that he succeeded, every sign that he overcame, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akedas Yitzchak represent? He says, Akedas Yitzchak represent, at the end of the day, Kolach Meyuba Shamasiras Nefesh. What Akedas Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything. I'm going to already demonstrate a willingness to give himself. This is even more. A willingness to even give his child. It represented the ability and the willingness to give anything and everything for the people. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol pleads with Avraham Avinu and says, you need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this koach within the spiritual DNA of Klal Yisrael. If you go to Hana Moriah and you take your son and you're willing to offer him as a carbon, what you will embed within Klal Yisrael is the koach and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's why HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you leave the people deficient. And I will say, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, Avraham Avinu passes this test, as we know, and he embeds within us. Listen, we're living in times like this. We're living in times of incredible Messiah's Nefesh. Not a day goes by that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual heroism. Right? One of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of my teleporting. These little girls who were dressed up as a hamburger. Dressed up as a hamburger. Baruch Hu should thank you every single dress on Shemaim. I might have some sharing burgers. Why? What does she represent? She represents this incredible call. It's called of Shabbos. It's called of Yiddishkeit. It's called of Emunah. It's like this call. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? Where does a girl? She's a child. She's a child. Where does a child get that koach? When Avraham Avinu was willing to go ahead and give everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he embedded in our spiritual DNA the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu chocolate and peace, and if there's much shape of it, you have to pass this test. It's necessary. The strength you're going to summon up, the strength you're going to muster for this new science, is the strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children, and the strength that you are going to access throughout communities. Because Avraham Avinu was successful in his new science. He gave us the koach to be successful in our next one. I will say, tremendous. All right, again. Right, much again. I want to say a lot of these Gemaras this week, a lot of Agadah this week, so tremendously good of us.
I feel like I go, oh my God, just out of love. But then it's like, wait, dinner is going to be like, oh, hey, let's meet for dinner at 7. And it's like, hey, yeah, let's take a restaurant. And they don't come till 9 p.m. or something like that. It's like, so many stories are like,
all right, Joel, good morning. Good morning.
He's talked about it before. His entitlement. You know, remember he was like, I used to think of myself as like one of the chosen ones. He is self-aware of his own entitlement. Doesn't mean he's references. So that's why he'll say, say that it's their secret. He'll be like, I'll come over at 6 for dinner. And the guy would show up and it's like, I'm here at 6. He's like, oh, we're still to grocery store. Getting ingredients for the dinner. I'm like,
and about 4 lines up from there. We actually read the text of Moshe Pizzi again now. I'm Rabbi. Hakom Odin Ben Sorah Mora. Hakom Odin Ben Sorah Mora. What Odin Ben Sorah Mora? Okay, you don't know so much from the yesterday. So I spoke this. Everyone agrees that Ben Sorah Mora is Ben Sorah Mora Chai. Everyone agrees that Ben Sorah Mora Apotel. And everyone agrees that there's an Apotel. What's the case? And this is Hakom Odin Ben Sorah Mora. Maybe they show you saying, yeah, Rabbi, you said shit, hold on, the hard part. Everyone agrees that was having the first sentence that said about Ben Sorah Mora. If they're native to Eden zone, that they cannot be executed, they cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their primary intention is only to go ahead and visit Moses upon the kids. Come on, Ben Sorah Mora. They can control it. Shnera. We talk shit mentioned the Kohen or the Kosovo, but I'm including the Gavar Ta'akiv. Everybody gives us the second set of witnesses we can provide about Ben Sorah Mora. That if they are native to Eden zone, that they can be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire question of Ben Sorah Mora hinges on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses simply say, we only came in over to the highest Malchus, and therefore the second set agreed with Rothschild was before the death penalty. The Machokis Ben Sorah Mora, whereas the Machokis with Ben Sorah Mora is actually saying the same. Shnayim Omrim Lefaneinu Bonad, Ushnayim Omrim Lefaneinu Achal. Interestingly, so you have two witnesses who testified. We saw the kid, right? We saw Ben Sorah Mora steal the Machokis father. Two more say, we saw him go ahead and he didn't need to be that. He could have slammed me. So literally again, you're having one set of witnesses testify about the cold events. So I do still feel bad about cutting him. My thing is, I want to be as honest as possible. His stand-up is god-awful. We watched one shot, and you can't even find it online. Yeah, I have it down, right? They took it down. I have seen him actually do that in person. The thing where he's like acting like a big deal. I told the story in the pod before. I was at the roast battle once, and he tried to make fun of his random open micer in the crowd. And this open micer, I like the guy. Again, I'm gonna be honest. He is not. He's not gonna stand up. He's somebody who actually might get him. So I love the guy. I love him. But he, because at least at the time, he wasn't very good at stand-up. So he said something back to Tony, and then Tony tried to slam him and didn't go that well. But then the open micer was like, your special one shot, it's terrible. No one likes it. And he got a big pop, right? And then Tony tried to come back at him, and it took him long. And then the open micer back to the open. He's like, yeah, There's been moments in my life where I want to be liable. You have to be testifying about and then tying it into. Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's battle. Hold over and then cut over. I'm going to buy it. You could have one on. Yeah, I can the comes to that one on the current again. It's good to get but that what we just said. How we talk about it? We just said a moment ago that a local arrangement, the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, he can go ahead and say that yes, I spoke to him. Shim is my abbot. Allah, who is the rabbi? Over the law, us. Over the law, us. Who is the neighbor? What's the thing? What's the thing? He's something that I read. What's missing? What's missing? Witnesses that say that even if yes, anything that you want, but you don't have agents to read about. You have to remember them. For 1 second. If you have, you only have witnesses that Ruben went ahead and social. There's no witnesses that Ruben kidnapped someone. There's no proof. What are you talking about? You have to remember that. The truth is, the Afagat, the Asu, the Basol. No, the idea is at the end of the day, I love for myself, I love for myself.
And the crowd started chanting the open micer's name.
Came later on. That has to matter.
Yeah, it was insane. I said this on the podcast, and 2 people messaged me. Actually, 1, 2 people. They messaged me about it, about other times that exact same thing happened. So this has happened to Tony 3 times at least. So random open micers.
If you have not yet checked the testimony that the kidnapping itself, if you come Ramsey and Missy. What's happening over here? The witnesses are signaling. In other words, interestingly enough, in this case over here, the witnesses that testify that Ruben sold children are the ones who appear first in case. But as they're testifying, the witnesses are there, and they're there to testify that Ruben kidnapped children. They're like promotions to each other. Just like in a bad way, not like in a police way. You just have promotions to each other. Like, you know what, we'll talk after you. So you're not a fraud. No, the dream off. You're losing us. You're not a practical issue. You're only communicating. I love the way stuff. This is almost be like you have testimony about. We have testimony about the kidnapping itself, which the Gemara says much more than Miza Lot. The ultimate level of signaling with the witnesses is halachically significant, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you have witnesses come along and say, we saw Ruben sell shit, and those witnesses are making a decision, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's no formal testimony that Ruben kidnapped. Okay, good. We'll say Mishnah. Moving along. Looking at me, I should also say, when we're looking at the two references, looking at me, the room is the rebellious state. Essentially, the nutshell of the rebellious state is the number of the heading of both discussions at the moment, who is the majority, and remains set in his personal opinion. Again, we put death to see the circumstances of that right there. Says this here. Zucking Mame Akidesi. Zucking Mame only becomes a Zucking Mame based on cases. Remember, keep on the Chazar Rishpa. So now we're going to explain the process of Zucking Mame. There are three different buckets situated in Yerushalayim. One facing is situated at the edge of Harabayis. The Echad Yosher Apesach HaZor. One is situated at the edge of the Sport and the Mikdash. The Echad Yosher the Mishkas HaGotis. And one is situated between the streets. What we call the Sanhedrin, like the high court, that was the last one. That's number 3. Situated in Mishkas HaGotis. So listen to this. So what happened? Boy was that, Shafas Rabbi. What was that? We'll give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to face the Gemara, there's a dispute to the local base. Right? And there's everyone is on one side, there's like your numbers on the other side. They can't seem to reach the consensus. Now they put the truth up to each other. First step is they go to this base. The ultimate measure is the entrance to the Harabayis. They come there. Boy was that, Shafas Rabbi. So that. And the Zakin, right? The politician, the minority, the minority comes along and he says, he presents his case in front of the base. This is my position. This is the position of my friends. Ultimately, this is how I learned the island situation. So my friends learned it in Shalom Allah. And again, the doctor says, he says, here's the Hebra. Have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? Or says, like, I'm a medical hospital list. If you know, if they're really good, he's not the only person out there. Right now, he's just a guy who's just to send things to Jack. We'll see when he becomes a second level. What's beautiful about this? Notice how it's such a memory part. Hits the base, and what does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. His God, often in life, we are able to articulate our own position. A lot of difficulties, certainly hearing and even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a mind law. It's a mind law. Not only to be able to celebrate, but really like think hard to actually understand someone else's opinion. I don't disagree with it at the end, but at least it's what's the word, like informed disagreement, as opposed to what happens all throughout their life is you just kind of scenario of quickly or just superficially disagree with me like us, without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. There's a lot of godlessness that the Zucking Mame is able to articulate the position of the other. See those are fine. So in other lines, but in love. So what happens is the first base, in the base of the Harabayis, they don't have anything to add to this conversation. So what happens. You go to the next case. This case is situated at the entrance way of the Azar. Once again, the Zakim says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say. The Kafri, the Chaverai, in Shanu Allah, they love, so they say, and once again, the Zakim is looking at do you guys have anything to add? Like anything to add to this? If they do, sometimes they in love, they will be able to put in the things that others will discuss. And it's not. And everyone, everyone sounds like even the members of the other two, but again, everyone's now coming along to the high court of the Lishka. That's where they're coming. Should be many years in front of the this is the basement, this is the basement, all the Shemara goes out, all the parties are Shemar, and a Mocha will learn to eat faster. So once they say, now, it turns out that the part of the Lishka is that they get Lishka Douglas. Lishka Douglas lives in favor of the Majority and against the Zakim, against the soul of it. Okay, culturally, you know, along with that, the Zakim goes back to the Bible, and he continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine, it's not a problem. The whole last fight, when did he become a Zakim Mamre? If you remain not only in place in his opinion, then he encourages people but then they get a call from Brendan. He's like, in other words, if the Zakim Mamre comes back home, and all he's doing over here is just simply, he's like, his manager called me, fine. The Stars Torah, if he comes back after this entire process and says, Pedro, this is what you have to do. Clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's when he becomes a Zakim Mamre. Talmud Shehara Las. Let's talk about the interesting all of which is a Zakim. What is a Zakim? The Zakim is for being safe. That's when he becomes a Zakim Mamre. Let's say we don't have a Zakim Mamre. Let's say what's the Talmud? Like it's about to say over here. Talmud Shehara Law. So this is the guy. The Talmud is someone who might become Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Torah, which is constantly halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and, this gives you the basis, and even instructs others to pass like this particular opinion. Ultimately, Potter, why? Because the din of Zakim Mamre is only a din of someone who has someone who has reached the level of the law of ultimately going ahead and instructing others to pass the halacha. There was a turns out that ultimately again is Kumra. What is Kumra? Kumra saying not allowed to pass the halacha. If that Kumra is not passed the halacha, ultimately turns out to be a Kumra. What it is Kumra? It's not such a gap. Incredible. All right, so here we go. Here we go. Keep on your call. So now we just outlined this process for Zakim Mamre. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machloks, what kind of disputes are we talking about a Zakim Mamre and his fellow students? So talking about it. Keep on your call. Our top of page 987. The Mufla should be going to come together. So first of all, we're talking about a Mufla. So what is an expert. Who wants to become a Zakim Mamre, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a Zakim Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. So what's happening? The Torah is beyond analyzing the part. The part of analyzing is he probably didn't cut that out of the spot. Was some matter in halacha or the uncertainty. They basically blood and blood. They do the judgment and judgment. Nega and nega, right? One type of affliction. There's another word, right?
So I believe it must have been like summer 2021.
Good. Or any arguments this you may have in your gates. This entire process. So what does it mean? Mincha, keep on mincha davar. So mincha, the mufla. Mincha, furthermore, mincha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, we'll say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a Zakim Mamre, you have to be holding on a certain level. So mincha is actually says over to me. Now, I'm also giving examples of types of machloks which could result in
his bad
infecting
deeds
man-made
onto other
scenario.
people and
So, for
reversing
example,
it to the
mincha
defender.
refers to intercalation
But he told me
of the year,
what is
like
literally
Ibarashana,
upside down
like leap year, not a leap year. So this is the kind of thing that there is to speak about
He
that.
said this.
Next, so you know, so mincha, the baby was speaking Omer, mincha yatsa choseva Hashem re'echa. Yois lo
I
yad.
got an ownership
Davar,
stake in
that's
it.
the davar.
Came
The
to me
halacha.
and offered me
There's a person
this.
who speaks in halacha, for example.
And
There's a
he
dispute between
presented
Zaken
it
Mamre
as
and the other individual about halacha l'moshe
like,
Sinai. Halacha
I
l'moshe
own a
Sinai,
portion of the
right?
business and
That's
it's like
what they're
paying
disputing.
some sort of dividends
But
each
the
month.
mishpat,
And
the
everything's going
hadin.
great. And then
What's
slowly
mishpat?
that starts
This is the
dwindling
first
down.
thing,
We're
Gezerah
like,
Shabbat.
what's going on
There's
here?
machok is not a particular type of Gezerah Shabbat.
I'm
This is
convinced
Gezerah Shabbat, not a
it's like
Gezerah Shabbat.
the
Saying down the
accusation that Shop
bench.
is
Remember
making
again,
is
we're just going through
I'm being
different examples
fraudulently
of
like kind of my
things that
stock in the
ultimately again
company's
could
being
result
diluted or something
in a
like that, or
Zaken
I'm
Mamre
being
scenario.
like
Fine, staying down the dam, staying down needs to look down
what I
later.
should be
For
getting
example,
is
there's
being
machok is
artificially
distinguishing
inflated
between dam
and
nida and dam
added
later.
to it and
Dam
like
siva,
accounting,
being
you know,
dealing
like
with it,
and
being the
audit
process
their
of giving
numbers
numbers,
because
giving markets.
I'm supposed to be getting
There's
it's
a
like
dispute.
big check,
It's
and
something
then
again,
it
whether
gets
it's
smaller
giving
and
a
smaller and
fashion capital
smaller,
inclusive,
but like the
giving
company's growing,
numbers,
like
monetary
he was like there's
inclusive,
some sort of
giving markets,
inconsistency where
flashes. They
my
nega
paycheck
nega.
is
What does that mean? They negate Adam,
suspiciously
negate Batin, negate the Batin.
getting smaller
Something
for no reason.
concerning again the Batin saras of an
That
individual,
lawsuit
of a home
says
of clothing.
that Switchfield's
Give
like,
rain,
that's
it
weird,
is
like that's
halalim
crazy.
ha'erfim
So
backdation.
suggesting
So give
legal
rain
action
means
describe,
again, Haven
like in
vows,
this story,
Erech vows,
he's the
Hexus
innocent
vows,
victim of being
Rebos,
swindled
Zlashkar,
out of like
Sota,
a
Ta'avifas,
business deal.
Egla,
You know what I mean? He was
Kataras, and
unfairly
Sora,
treated by a
Soribos,
guy who
little
like
arguments, and
Magic
for
Beans
again,
has-
social
it's
situations.
like, this
Egla,
guy
Lupa,
came in and just
Tab,
fucked
get
me
a cat,
over
to
and
find the body,
like,
the
I
similar.
gotta sue him, but
Kataras,
then you
Sora,
read the lawsuit, it's like,
Shaya, inner gates.
I
Zuleket,
can
Shepata,
corroborate what you
Ukea.
hear because
This is
I've
the
seen him
again,
do
let
the
the
same
Shepata,
thing elsewhere, which is
so let's do the
why you're
agricultural
getting
price.
paid
So
is
let's
a
do it.
flat
They
fee
come
to
down
do
to us and
social
so
media
again.
posts, right?
What you might just people here is just dash in
You know,
all the
whatever
different
the term was, it
possible
was like
areas of
$3,500
halacha
over the
where
course
you
of
can
a
have an
relationship.
argument
You know,
which
whatever it is.
could
Well, you
result
take him
in
up,
a
but you have to
Zaken Mamre
do
scenario.
two
Okay?
Instagram feed
It comes
posts
up,
and 8
it
stories or
comes up,
something. You
then
have
you
these
will get up. Where is
like
that? We get it from.
Right, yeah, we
You
call
can
that a black
from the local
I said,
court,
you have to do
Valley,
it.
so you will go up. Melani, Shadish Amikdash, Gava Me'eretz
He didn't
Yisrael,
post
Eretz Yisrael,
once,
Gava
right? So it's
Mikol
like
Ha'aretz.
not just like, oh, we missed one here, there.
Interesting.
He was doing
God
nothing.
said you will get
And he
up
talked
from
about his
wherever
podcast
you
and
are
like,
and
in
go
his mind, he
up.
justified it.
Go
He
up.
was paid
See,
hundreds
go
of
up. You
thousands
might
of
always
dollars.
do it going up. You
And
see the Beis Hamikdash is the
just
highest
wasn't
point in
doing it.
Eretz
Like they look
Yisrael.
back
And
and time
ultimately,
like,
again,
hey,
Eretz
so
Yisrael
Kentucky
is higher
posted
than all of the other lands.
no
The
posts,
fact that
no
ultimately,
stories.
again, the
He
Lashon
has
of
to disrupt.
Hallelujah, of ascension, is
Like,
used with
like,
the
we
Sanhedrin,
have to
which
dissolve
goes
your
in
ownership
the
of it, and then the ownership of the company
Incredible.
for
We
the
might
other
say, okay,
source of
let's
revenue.
analyze that for
It
this moment.
pays
Which one
dividends
based
and
on
then
English from
also
American Israel,
like using a
Wow,
code that East Coast shops
so
are
I
getting
understand
the
why you say that the Beis
percentage
Hamikdash
of the sales
is
using the code.
taller, and
Yeah.
one of the tallest parts of Eretz
Free streams
Yisrael.
of income.
Because
Well,
that's
if
when
you're not posting
Ba'alisa, you go up
like
to
the
the Beis
code,
Hamikdash.
you're
Ella,
not promoting it.
Eretz
You know, if you're
Yisrael,
not
Gavon,
hitting the
Yisrael,
post,
Ha'aratzos,
your video's
Minalei.
gonna get docked.
The word
If
right
you're
over
not
Eretz Yisrael
getting
is higher
commissions, your sales,
than the
your
other
video's gonna
lands.
get docked.
Sid,
And then
Lachim,
the ownership
Yid,
stake,
Yamim, Ba'im,
I think, was
U'masher.
negotiated
But Yom
because
Chai Hashem Asher Ha'ela, as
we're
being
like,
from Eretz Yisrael.
well,
Kim Chai Hashem Asher
instead of us
Ha'ela,
suing
Basher
you for
Higi,
the
Zerah, Yisrael,
$300,000 that we
the
gave you,
Eretz Tzipona, Mikol
now you
Ha'alatos
just
Asher
like
Yidachtim
give us
Sham,
back the 10%
Yeshua
that we
Ha'alatzah.
got.
They say,
Yeah.
how
That's where
incredible
the point
is
of
it? You all
contention
going to
is
put in the presence of
whether
the
or
Yah
not
Enough.
he
The
had the
Yah Enough says
10%
something beautiful. He says, the day
ownership
will
is
come.
the company which he
The day
claimed
will
that you
come.
have in
But
some
we
sort
will
of
no longer simply
document
refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the
does
God who
or
took
does
us
not
out of
exist. This is
Egypt.
the whole
Right? And
lawsuit
you notice what
over
said,
the
Lashon over here is, Ha'ela, explanation on that side. Hashem took us
it's
not just
alleged
simply
that he took
out.
$100,000
What does
after
Ha'ela mean?
dissolving
Hashem
his
took
ownership
us
stake
up.
to
Hashem took
pretend
us up.
that he still
So
had
we won't
or
only refer
claim
to the
legally
God
that he
as
still had
God who
ownership
took
stake.
us up from the
Took
time
100K
that
cash
Shabbat
from
rather
you
was.
guys
We
in
refer to
order to
HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the one
oust
who
the
brought the
CEO
children of Israel
like an
from
hostile
all the
takeover.
lands.
It's
He
like
brought
maybe
us up.
you're like, oh,
Ha'ela, That's
you guys are 45% ad shots, 10% majority naked household. That's so go, oh, that's great. The opposite of what you told me. Which one's true? Gee, wonder, yes, telling the truth.
How overwhelmingly amazing is it?
Sex, and then that whole CBD thing was about the kids. Giving CBD to kids for their dinners on
And I think he testified, because I think he just went in Subway.
Right?
probably
Listen,
him
it's just
crying about it
amazing.
on a
The
podcast
concept
where
about
it was like, I did the
we're literally
promotion,
talking
and
about
I
the
talked
fact
about
that
CBD and how it cured my
take
kid's
us out
seizures.
of all the lines of our dispersion.
I am God
We're
now
going to
and
bring
could be
us
$500,000.
When I see a kid, I'm just like, I see 20 CBD, like as I take my Jack, now I'm like, oh, Magic Mind, I'm like, you want some Magic Mind? I
It's
give it
covered
to
miracles.
kids.
It's healing miracles.
This guy's a real narcissist. Boys are getting tired.
And
You
what's
know
kind
what?
of awakening
I'm
to us,
autistic,
as
bitch.
much as we celebrate
No,
this
I was going to ask him
beautiful
about
mace,
the CBD
that's
thing
what's
too.
incredible, how it's
We want to talk about CBD. You know what? If you have a problem with that, that's your problem. Why
I don't
don't you
want
tell
to
us?
I want you to be
If you allege it,
we
you
want
being
you to be
narcissist,
value.
why don't you
We
use the
want you to
diagnostic
be
criteria?
and here,
Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? There's 9 of them.
what is
Can you
it
name them? Can you go into theory? You promote Sam Acton, lecture on narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder.
Oh, you almost forgot.
and when they come to the doctor to pick us up, he's going to take us out. Because every reference to Eric we saw was always one direction.
Sounds like somebody
Incredible.
Give me 1 second here. We
Second,
got
man,
a guest.
إنه قاعد أنا أقدرش الجو كويس الشيء بس هذا الكلام اللي so this is very interesting. So now we're going to do the essential theory of focus about what type of religion matters to make someone into a supplement. So a miracle is that it's only regarding something which is done intentionally with the appeal of charis and accidentally with the appeal of pathos. Rabbi Huda or Huda says, Al davar she'ikara midivrei Torah, but it's a little something. Rabbi Huda says, no, it's about something. The source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanan, and you're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, even the diktuk echad diktuk itself. And Shimon says it's pretty much even if they're arguing about like a small detail in the rabbinic law, diktuk itself, ultimately again it can still become a zakim mamre. So my time, my time Rabbi Meir, so Rabbi Meir is like, remember, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, ultimately again.
So Wallace, what's up, man?
Rabbi Meir said that halacha
I've been
l'maisa
watching the 24-hour Regal Poppy with
type
Mark
of thing that can make you into a
Sorry, couldn't be
zakim
at the
mamre.
beginning.
Ultimately is the type of thing that you do intentionally. It's charis, unintentionally attack us. So you guys, what's his logic? Davar. He makes it zim shava ultimately again of davar. So the Gemara says sit hafa. He probably been called davar mishpat. So I'll say first of the widest lines. It says over here. He probably been called davar mishpat. Sit hafa. That's talking about the high-headed government that's the Sanhedrin constantly incorrectly, but ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there, it's talking about something. Your intentional commission is charis, right? And I showed you this chatas at times. Otherwise, I'll be my way. Davar shechai b'alzor charis, b'avshim b'asor chatas. Okay. So Meir learns up from Xer Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi Huda will say this. Remember, Rabbi Huda's opinion was that only become a second mamre on something economy divrei Torah and the two big sources. Right? That the Ikar halacha is midaraisa and the details are learned at midrabanan. So what does it do? So Rabbi Huda, al pi haTorah she'erucha, ad the Torah bi'erucha. It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage in the Torah, we don't know how to pass it. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that can create something, Mamre. And last year, Rabbi Shimon, I think Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Beis Din, anything they argue about, but the Zakim Mamre remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create something memory. I'm going to go back to it enough. Tir Gemali, Lahamasi, something to go in there. I'm going to say, you ready for this? Shavuna said that Rabbi Meir said, fine. Take the Bryce, referring to the Bryce we spoke about at the beginning of the song. Take the Bryce and interpret it to me according to there. So let's explain it again. The Meir is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you can only become a zakim mamre if there is a machlokas regarding something that is done intentionally has a heat of charis and unintentionally carries a heat of chatas. That's the only category. So it's a limited body of halacha that okay. So like if they have a machlokas, you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day. Without being a machlokas, that could not result in a zakim mamre scenario. Why not? Because it's a din d'Rabbanan. Right? Meir says it's only if they're not focused by someone which is very intentionally to charis, unintentionally to chatas. So now listen to this. So So if you're about in the center of the interpret to me the vice country mayor. Tell me how this whole thing works with the Ramesh. Watch this. I'm going to rub it up, Papa. Here we go. Can you call it? So you will say, so he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started with that with today. So can you call it? Something will be so the
Is that why you're in Sacramento? You're doing some T-ball stuff there?
In order to go ahead and become such a memory, you gotta be a
Oh man, that's brutal, dude.
someone who's an
You gotta
expert.
do a lot of time travel. Probably, I'm surprised you can do this. Thank
That's
you.
next name called Zigyoings. Sheodea la'adar shalom l'bachadash. Furthermore, not only an expert, but an expert of the experts. What's an expert of the experts? Someone who knows about the intercalation of the moon. Again, one second. Understand what it means to know about the intercalation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what intercalation itself actually means, right? Or the more so, I like using that word, right? Like, or the more so, the actual process for the intercalation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the experts of the experts. Fine. Next. Let's say, what's next? Going. Sheodea la'adar shalom l'bachadash. Fine. So keep this in mind. Hey, maybe you should not understand. Okay, one second. Get ready for this. What's an example of not focus that can occur? Okay, you ready for this? Yeah.
The next day, like,
listen to this.
I'm being bumped.
Hey, Adrian, so I was like, shut up, call out there. So you only I have to
at that time, I only had like acting reels on my YouTube.
I'm done. I feel like you just pull it again.
I'm like,
Ridiculous.
what the fuck is this? What do I do to these people?
Ridiculous. How
And
does
having no concept, but then Brendan's also like, did you get what
7.5
I just want to let you
year
know. So I'm like,
cycle? How does it happen? And it's not like the judge, it's not like the Lennes, it's not like you match
after
your
this was like, oh,
literally
okay, yeah,
looking at a
that's
Purim
But
case
then you go back
on
and go, well,
Purim.
Brendan
One case on Purim.
has been,
So what's the matter?
you
It's
know, a
incredible.
public narcissist
Just always say
like
it.
compulsive
Sometimes
lies on there for like a
we
decade.
deprive ourselves of sleep, we push ourselves,
There's a
we're
reason
going,
for
a lot of
it,
information, not a lot of time, and we wonder like,
mistakes.
how do you feel about this?
You
Is
know,
this the
crowds
top
words,
level?
he's a little
And
cowboy.
then every once in a while, and that's what we think
Would
would
be
be.
scary.
We want
However,
something that's just a beautiful
if
kiss,
I was
and
him,
not has
like my best
kiss, and
advice
not
would be like,
has
if you could go back
and
and
my
have a kid,
children
lean the
and
fuck
Russian.
into it, dude. Like, own the
Thank you
community
for
or
waking up early,
participate
or whenever
or
you do the job.
if it
Thank
bothers
you
you
for
deeply,
carving
pretend
out
like
the
it
time
doesn't.
to learn
Otherwise,
my
it's going
point.
to
So my
figure
point,
in each life, you know.
but I'm not listening
Well, I'm
to
just
you.
curious
And
how
if
he
you think
does
I'm not
the
attentive
process
to you,
all of
and
this.
it speaks out of however many throughout the RA shots that a Purim Sugya should come up in Purim. Like I said, one day earlier, one day later, you know,
His
Purim
go-to coping mechanism is anyone who's criticizing me is coming from a
child one
place
of
of
those
jealousy,
every child
Yeah,
wants
which
to know
dismisses any
that
criticism as
my
legitimate
father
because you're
knows.
going,
That's what I want to do.
but I'm
Just to
scared,
hear,
Spend a lot
you
of
know,
time
about
thinking about parents
100,000
not us.
people
So again,
consistent.
all the ones making the
And
bonus one, and then
honestly,
you know, like
it's
this comes
illogical.
along, and we know that
winds
Abba,
up sucking
we
me
know that
back in.
Abba
Because, like, you
is
know,
so incredibly proud of us. And
where I'm
like,
like,
he's
you
up
know,
to us and
I
continue
can't,
to give us
you
Father
know,
love us.
I better things
And
to
then
do
that's
with
what
my
we're talking about. So again, so we want to give you an example of what's the current case? For example, hey, you should know this. I should have called should open my for. So for example, so they have a focus about how to go ahead and declare a leap year. So again, the other members of the Senate said that they can go ahead and make the entire Adra into a create an Adra shady, right up until Purim. Up until that's not focus. Up until Purim, after Purim, the Elahite Isa Kashar from the Elahite Isa Kashar from the place. I want to say the ramifications of that my focus as well. The ramifications are how you going to end up even coming someplace. Right, so remember again, the binding is going to be a leap year, and after shading year, after days, that's going to be the one thing that falls out. Yeah, you have published ramifications. There is an example of a focus where again, the stakes are Kares versus Kapas. First, never like this. Zahalachot. Zulchos Hakarasar. The Ikmar, Asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kipushi, Rabbi Shimon Ben Lakish Amar Asiri Ka'akadasar. So what's that? So again, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Zulchos Hakarasar, Yom Akron Shamid Alash Benidi Anida. So what's that? So remember again from last cycle. So the Fuda from the second Fuda, we have this concept, Rashi points out over here, that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every legal cycle. Remember again, the way that most legal works in the right stuff is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nigo, 11 days of Sivo. So the Gemara quotes over here, again, we'll say, we're not going to get in depth on all of these quotes in, only because it's kind of all fascinating of themselves. These are all just, I want to explain what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of quotes. So now again, we're trying to according to the Meir. The Meir holds, the only time you can become a Zaki Mamre is if you have a focus regarding something which if done intentionally is a key of Paris and done unintentionally is a key of Katas. We're just trying to now interpret the concept that we interpreted at the beginning of the stack and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's Dabar? This is the first thing I know. What happens if one of these on the type thing, when you open an Amr Asiri to the sheep, kind of better like the knife, but you're showing the Lokish Amr Asiri to Akadasa. So again, remember, it's just another focus about what happens if there's no focus about the status of reading from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her Nida? Does that make her Zava? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a few colors. I'm not going to see the sheep, not the sheep by Shima, Abba Siri by Shima. Fine, it's not going to see the Hadasai, not Hadasai by Shima, Abba Siri by Shima. So again, that being the fundamental focus about reading that extends from the days of the Zivos, ultimately again into the days of the Zivos. What's your status? Is there no focus regarding that? That could lead to potential few colors. Fine, next. So the Moshe Zeh again. So Zeh in the context of Zeh Shabbos. Then the focus about Zeh Shabbos. What is that? Maybe we'll say on the days. So for example, my focus regarding whether or not one's daughter from the woman who invited. Let's say we invited her, we invited her, their daughter. What's the Arab status of that daughter to moving? Moving. Yamarava Omer Yisrael Dini Asya. Hey, Asya Zuma Zero. So we'll say, so again, for example, the service suggestion. So we ultimately leaving the daughter from a woman who won violence, who won back to his daughter, and therefore again she is an heir boss to the father. So let's say there was like a mom that says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, but not from a woman who violated. So again, this would be an example where my focus would be a few curries of unintentional, a few factors unintentional. Pain dam udam. I mean, Dan Ziva, so one of the cases over here. Damida, the first Akabia and the Hamara of Rabana. So, for example, by Damida, the Makonik is to be like the Makonik and the Hamara of Rabana. What's the Makonik? It's just one Dam Hayaras. What happens if the woman sees yellowish blood? Blood that has a yellowish color to it. So, Dam Hayaras. Akabia the Hamara of Rabana. So, Akabia the Hamara says ultimately again that it's coming. But Akabia the Hamara. And the Chachamim ultimately say that it is Tahar. So once again, what are the ramifications of this focus? The ramifications are these colors. Because relations with the woman who's in Libra are carried into the penalty of colors. So again, these are examples. Down Leva, what's the down Leva case? This is very interesting. It's looked at the Rabbi Levi. So this is not focused on Levi. If not, Rab Amar Mayan Achadu. Okay, so that's what's more again. The Levi, fascinating halachas with the arising childbirth. What are the halachas? So we got so now we don't question this very today because we have a whole system of like Damriva, Damida, Damziva, putting them kind of morph into one thing that's called Niva. But again, the Orion said the way it works. When a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she needs for a certain amount of time the blood is coming, and then for a certain amount of time afterwards, honey, if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is calm. There's enough focus back in the experience like that. Rav Amar Mayu Echadu. Rav says, really? There's one source of blood. I told you also. And again, at some point, the Torah says the blood is coming. Another point, the Torah says ultimately again, big down is Tahar. The lady on the lady says, no, it's not true. It's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nistam Hatame Niftach Hatar, Nistam Hatar Niftach Hatame. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. This time the tar source is closed off, the tummy is open. And we'll say, what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately, we continuously bleed without going ahead and stop it. So can we say that she switches over from what we call down plumbing to down falls? So once again, the ramifications over here are three colors. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases that the Zaki man will be arguing with the rest of the basis, and the stakes of the case are already secure intentionally, Tata secure unintentionally. Dan Ziva, what's the Dan Ziva case? The book of the Yoshua. The book of Yoshua. The spell Kishta Shoshim, the Sahara Kadasayon, if a woman went ahead. And really again, Kishta actually says over here, Siva Pashas, the Sahara, the Kadasayon should be neat with the Midah, Shemaim of the Ziva, the Bishop Yells himself the month, so let's say she has a situation where she's flowing. Let's see within her 11 days of Zivos, in Shafsa, Neis, Leis, if it's stopped, if it's subsided, so Neis, Leis usually means 24-hour period, the yelled out, part of the 11th result. So if it stopped for 24 hours, right, and she gave birth during that time, this is called the 11th result. So technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of Zivos. Okay, so that has its own ramifications right now. Give it an answer. The Bishop says, Laila B'yom, Kameli Shabbos Yomo. That's a hard kind of this. Like, in one Gemara, like, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, Laila B'yom, Kameli Shabbos Yomo. Laila was like, again, it's good one you probably could share the Shabbos day, right? The Shabbos day, right? Yes, I don't know that I would. Right? This morning, this thing's probably not going to work well. Right? So the nice, again, so Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops reading, like if she stops reading, ultimately, again, not just for 25, not just for a day, but ultimately, again, like a Shabbos, namely a night and a day, to shove something outside, but then not down. And also, the pain that's subsiding, like the labor pains that subsiding, not the blood. They do it. Okay, so I'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the focus because you're dealing ultimately again with the case where it's done intentionally to be Paris or intentionally to be practice. Next, they do it in. They give him, let's give him the focus. Give him the focus again on one side. Again, like capital cases, monetary cases, malchus cases. So what are examples where these cases can result in Paris? Giving him this is very interesting. I'll see an example ultimately again in a monetary case.
Next level,
Rabbi Yavo. This is Rabbi Yavo. Shnayim Sheganu Dinei and Din. This is what the Shmuel says. If two people act as a baby, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, Ella Shemut Yoim Beis Din
Fascinating too, and I think it's something that like it's evergreen, it keeps going. Because he has all these hints, like you said, and he is fascinating.
Says, no, everyone agrees that what? A basin of two people can't issue halakhic rulings, and therefore the halakhic rulings are totally invalid. Now that's like, how does, I did not know this interesting, how does this result in a current case? I was like, watch how that actually is. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a basin of two people. Basin of two people, adjudicating things from the beginning of Shimon. Like Reuben claims that Shimon owes him money. Basin of two people ask him and say, Reuben is right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuben uses that money and he entices a woman. The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's entitled to a money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential incest issue, a married woman situation, which again could result potentially in involving all the whole variety of different circumstances, which could become a key of Karis. Like different varieties could become a key of Karis. So again, and that will start from a married woman. So here's an example again. If let's say the second memory says, I hold that a baby to be two, and the other thing is that they could be three. I'm sorry, it's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential key of Karis. Fascinating.
And then you have a whole
You
new
need a
world
Pashas.
of like
The books of the Rabbi the Rabbi, what's the name of Pashas case? Rabbi the Rabbi, the sign the Rabbi Omer, Benasata Nefesh, Takas Nefesh, right? Actually, it says mother. Generally, the Torah says a life for a life. It doesn't literally mean a life for a life. I don't know what it means. It means monetary compensation. Asha, Omer, Mama, in our Nefesh Manish, you say money, but maybe it means actually like for life. Yeah, minus Sila Lamava. The name minus Sila Lamava. So this is Shabbat. Like it says the Sina above, it says the Sina below. Mala halom moment. After moment. So once again, let's say they have a focus about what nefesh takas nefesh means. So literally, it's like the money could be asking to put someone to death. The other cover could say no, it needs monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a key of parties that unintentionally. he would cut us unintentionally. Give me Marcus. What about Marcus? About saying the point that he really showed up on the Islam. Marcus became which are the show of the cup. So again, fundamentally focus. How many do you need for a basement? Ultimately, again, a Malkus. So one of the things says a basement of Gemotri. Another says a basement of Kafkimo. So both saying, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over here for today. I mean, we're going to fast one for the minute. But again, I just want to. Here's the takeaway. We know that very Mishnah taught us the Zakim Mamres. Now we know the entire process of Zakim Mamres. Usually, Machlokas, ultimately again about what are the pieces that make one Zakim Mamres. Now, you just think over here is really focusing on the theme of having there, which, by the way, I want to spoil it for the tomorrow's job. That's why I talked about for myself. In order for a Zaki to become a Zakim Mamre, the Machlokas has to be about something which is done intentionally, would carry a fee of current, and if done unintentionally, would carry a fee of habit. That's what that's all for myself. All of your intention doing was interpreting the concept that we started with that today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could potentially be a fee of curries / a fee of kafir. So it's like, again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim, in the midst of all this, we got Shabbos, in the midst of all this, we got Haggadah Kisma, and the most I again are praying from Purim with David and Yerushalayim in the main shul. Tremendous shkoyach, tremendous week, and a good year.
One sticks in my mind that I think we could extrapolate a lot from, and he tells the story because he's like moments of like vulnerability and telling a story that seems genuine and sympathetic, but you couldn't make up the details like it's not. When he's telling a story where he's the hero of the story, it's less likely to be true, but sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim. It's embarrassing enough where I can tell there's real pain there. And one of the stories was, as a kid, do you know the story?
No, I'm just laughing. It's embarrassing that there's real pain made me laugh because I'm a bad person. So. I'm a bad person. I'm just laughing.
No, and I'll be like, I'm trying to describe it. It's like you, by the way. People think I have animosity towards like Brendan. It's like, no, he owes me money and he's tried to smear me, and I like keep that warfare kind of private. I can also look at him objectively.
Oh yeah, Walsh. By the way,
I can also say good morning, my friends and partners. Good night, Shabbos. Such a slow practice we were going to to get on this story and
Rob Pebble.
okay. Begin by taking all of about the process for this morning to change our Thomas for one touch hey. It's also Mishpach of Israel. Dedicating all the Shurim instructions this year as a host for the Soros Phobos for all around Israel. Come corresponds to the month of Adar, carrying Zin, and loving Maria of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families. In memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and Yisrael's brother Rachel, and our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah Ben, and Zechariah Zichron the Brachot, and the Narrative of Akam Torah, all the finish of Sabbath Aliyah, the families in the summer, all those who need a report, traveling to the whole Kolei, Charles, Crawfish, and Yert Hashem, in whom all of our hostages, allow our heavy soldiers to be successful, Chol Maseh Yedehem, we should just be doing an effort to Nisim and flows all the clouds. Those with that, let us begin. Last we say about Hashem and less time. So let's maximize it. Today's date is page 987. We are picking up on to double with days 86b. And let's just pick up again Omer Adayim. So to see where close is Amar is Omer Ad Yosef on 86b. Just move your fingers to the left and about 4 lines up from there. We actually read this yesterday, but let's just read it again now. Amar Abaye. Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. Okay, we have learned this enigmatic statement yesterday. It's Abaye Split. Everyone agrees that Ben Sora Mora is Ben Sora Mora Chai. Everyone agrees that there is Ben Sora Mora Apota. And everyone agrees that there's an Apota. What's the case? Hakom Odin Ben Sora Mora. David has shown in their rug and you took shit. Everyone agrees that regarding the first set of witnesses who come to testify about Ben Sora Mora, if they are made into Asian gentlemen, that they cannot be executed. They cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their entire intention was only to go ahead and visit Malchus upon the kid. Hakom Ben Sora Mora, the Aiden Achronim Shinera. And we go to ignite the Kolomar La Kosamanu, the Haniklu Davar Ta'adile. And everyone agrees when it comes to the second set of witnesses who testify about Ben Sora Mora, that if they are made into Eidim Zolim, that they can be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire death sentence of the Ben Sora Mora hinges on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses could simply say, we only came in order to make a kind of and therefore the second set are clearly the ones who are responsible for the death penalty. The machlokes Ben Sora Mora. Where's the machlokes Keith Ben Sora Mora? That's actually very interesting. Shnaim Omrim B'Faneinu Ganav, Shnaim Omrim B'Faneinu Akal. Interesting thing. So now you have two witnesses who testify. We saw the kid, right? We saw the Ben Sora Mora steal the money from his father. And two more say, we saw him go ahead and eat the meat and wine. So whereas normally, again, you're having one set of witnesses testify about the both events, here you have two separate witnesses testifying about two separate events. What's the nature of that combined testimony? That's my whole guess. Rabbi says this also. Even if you never know, ain't there, Rabbi? Back to kidnapping. Like, you've been kidnapped, Shimon. So now what happens? Witnesses come along and say, we saw you been kidnapped and sell Shimon. So what happens? Now those very same witnesses are made into Eidim Zolim. The Gemara says they are not killed. The Eidim Zolim are not killed. Why not? In their Radim. Because Reuben can always turn around and say, yeah, it's true. I sold Shimon. You know why I sold Shimon? He's my Eved. He's my slave. So because he's my slave, I'm allowed to sell him. So because ultimately, again, the defendant technically exempt himself of the claim, therefore, halacha l'maisa, Eidim Zolim would not be able to be executed over this. I'm not Yosef. Kiman az lahashmai to Dravasi. Rabbi Akiva. Whose opinion is this? Like, this is Rabbi Akiva. Why? The Omar Davar V'lo Chatzim Davar. Rabbi Akiva's one who says that halacha l'maisa, in order to be liable, halacha l'maisa, you have to be testifying about an entire Indian. Remember again, this goes back to the beginning of yesterday's that whole davar and not chatzim davar. Amri Abaye, B'ikir Rabbanon, Neharagim. According to Rabbanon, apparently again, the witnesses could be killed. About what we just said, you just said a moment ago that halacha l'maisa, the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, that yes, I sold Shimon, but Shimon is my Eved. Allah, Fibu Timur Rabbanon, over the law us, So what's interesting? What's the case over here? The case over here was where the witnesses claim that he saw Reuben sell Shimon. What's missing? Witnesses that say that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. She has 18 Mechira, but you don't have 88 Neva. You have to remember, 1 second. If you have, if you only have witnesses that Reuben went ahead and sold Shimon, but no witnesses that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, so there's no case over here. What are we talking about? No, the idea over here is at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa, witnesses to the kidnapping came later on. Okay, but if they came later on, In other words, again, if that's the time that the witnesses are testifying that Reuben sold Shimon, there's not yet accepted testimony that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, then how could there be liability for the Eidim Mechila if we have not yet accepted testimony about the kidnapping itself? So this is interesting. What's happening over here? The witnesses are signaling to each other. In other words, interestingly enough, in this case over here, the witnesses that testify that Reuben sold Shimon are the ones who appear first in the days. But as they're testifying, there's another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. And like they're motioning to each other, not like in a bad way, not like in a collusion way. They just have to be motioning to each other, like indicating, oh, you know what, we'll talk after you. So you might have thought, no, the name of, no reason of. So I thought the fact that the witnesses are already communicating, I love the nice they should always be like we have testimony about. We have testimony about the kidnapping itself, which the Gemara says, Mashmalon, Remiza, Lav, and ultimately, again, the signaling between witnesses is halachically insignificant. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you have witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben sell Shimon, And those witnesses remaining to Eidim Sumrim, they can't be executed. Why? Because there's been no formal testimony that Ruben kidnapped him. Okay, good. We'll say Mishnah. Moving along. Zaki Mamre. Alright, so let's be very interesting. So remember, we spoke about this, we referenced this before. Zaki Mamre, literally translated, is the rebellious sage. Essentially, in a nutshell, the rebellious sage is a member of the Sanhedrin that we'll discuss in just a moment, who refuses to yield to the majority and remains set in his personal opinion. Again, he's put death to see the circumstances of that right now. It says in the Mishnah, Zaki Mamre after David. Zaki Mamre only becomes a Zaki Mamre based on David. Shenemar. So now we're going to explain the process for Zaki Mamre. Right? There are three different Batei Din situated in Yerushalayim. Listen to this. One basin was situated at the entrance of Harabayis. One was situated at the entrance of the courtyard of the Mikdash. And one was situated in the chamber of Tombstone. I will say, what we call this Sanhedrin, like the High Court, that's the last one. That's number 3, situated in Mishkas HaGazis. So listen to this. So what happens? Boy was that. So let me give you the backstory. The backstory is, and we're going to see this in the Gemara, there's a dispute in the local basin, right? And there's everyone is on one side, there's Zaki Mamre on the other side. They can't seem to reach a resolution. So now they take their case up to Yerushalayim. First step is they go to this basin. Ultimately, again, at the entrance of the Harabayis. They come there. And the Zaki, right? We call it the sage in the minority. The sage in the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents his case in front of the basin. He says, listen, Kevra, this is my position. This is the position of my friends. Ultimately, this is how I learned the situation. This is how my friends learned it. In Shamu Amar, so, and again, and the Zaki essentially says to the basin, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? So essentially, I point out a tremendous person has to if you know, say that again, you do not get a Zaki Mamre. Right now, he's just a guy. He's just a descendant judge. We'll see when he becomes a Zaki Mamre. I'll say what's beautiful about this. You notice how the Zaki Mamre talks. He goes to the basin, and what does he say? This is my position, and this is my friend's position. There's guys often in life, we are able to articulate our own position, but a lot of difficulty certainly hearing and even more so articulating the positions of others. It's a mind block. It's a mind block. Not only to be able to facilitate, but really like take time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I disagree with it at the end, but at least it's, what's the word? Like, informed disagreement. As opposed to what happens all too often in life is you just kind of summarily or quickly or just superficially disagree with things that just don't sound right to us without really trying to understand what the other person is trying to say. There's a lot of godless in this that the Zaki Mamre is able to fully articulate the position of the other. He goes on. Fine. So what happens if the first basin, the basin at the Harabayis, they don't have anything to add to this conversation? So what happens? You go to the next basin. This basin is situated at the entranceway of the Azar, the courtyard of the Azar. Once again, the Zakin says, this is what I say, this is what my friends say. Okay, so and once again, the Zakin says, listen, based at the entrance of the Azar, do you guys have anything to add? Like anything to add in this? If they do, fantastic. And if not, then everyone, I must say that, interesting discussion over here, everyone sounds like, even the members of the other two Batei Din, everyone's now coming along to the high courts in the Lishkas HaGazis. That's where they're coming. This is the Beis Din, this is the Beis Din from which Torah goes out. All of Klal Yisrael, Shnei Emar, Min HaMokam Ovar Sheyivchar Hashem. Okay, so let's say so far. So now, it turns out that the part of the Mishnah doesn't say over here is that they get Lishkas HaGazis. The Lishkas HaGazis rules in favor of the majority and against the Zaki, against the sole opinion. Okay, Chazon, so for Zaken, goes back to his town, and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine, it's not a problem. Then when does he become a Zaken Mamre? When does he become a Zaken Mamre? If he remains not only entrenched in his opinion, but he encourages people to act upon that opinion. In other words, if the Zaken Mamre comes back home and all he's doing over here is just simply teaching his opinion, like he's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing Torah. But if he comes back after this entire process and says, Hebra, this is what you have to do, clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. That's when he becomes a Zaken Mamre. Talmud Shahara Lasos, Potter, I was saying that interestingly enough, all of this is a Zaken. Now, what is a Zaken? A Zaken is an ordained sage. That's when you become a Zaken Mamre. Let's say you don't have a Zaken Mamre. Let's say it's just a Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over here, Talmud Shahi Diallah Law, the Nefach Abezis. So this is a guy, the Talmud is someone who might be a Talmud Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Horah, of what we call Pastor in Halacha. So let's say an individual like this goes ahead and disputes with the basin and even instructs others to paskin like his particular opinion. Ultimately, Potter, he's Potter. Why? Because the din of Zaken Mamre is only a din of someone who has simcha, and someone who has reached the level of horah, of ultimately going ahead and instructing others to paskin halacha. Nisa chamuro kulo. So it turns out that ultimately, again, his chumrah. What's his chumrah? His chumrah is that he's not allowed to paskin halacha. But that chumrah that he's not paskin halacha ultimately turns out to be a kula. What does it mean, a kula? He's not put to death for being a Zaken Mamre. Incredible. All right, Commissioner, Gemara. Here we go. So now we just outlined the process for Zaken Mamre. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of machloks, like what kind of disputes are we talking about a Zaken Mamre and between his fellow sages? So turn up on first of all, we're talking about someone else, a mufla. So what is a mufla? An expert. In order to become a Zaken Mamre, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a Zaken Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. Next, nimcha. So we'll say, I just want to point out what's happening. The Torah is, the Gemara is analyzing the pasuk. The pasuk Gemara is analyzing is, when some matter in halacha will be unclear to you, being dam ledam, right, between blood and blood, being din ledin, judgment and judgment, nega lenega, right, one type of nega, what is it? Affliction, good affliction. There's another word, right? Good. Or any arguments disputes you may have in your gates. It comes to Balisa and Makom Sheikh Hashem. Both. Now, merge darshaning this entire process. So, what does it mean? So Mincha, a mufla. Good. Mincha, zayoit. Furthermore, Mincha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, let's say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a Zaken Mamre, you have to be holding on a certain level. So Mincha actually sounds very unique. Now, Gemara is also giving you examples of types of machloksin which could result in a Zaken Mamre scenario. So, for example, Mincha refers to intercalations of the year, like Ibar Hashana, like leap year, not a leap year. So this is the kind of thing. Let's get into speak about that. Next, so the Gemara says, Mincha, Omer, Mincha Yatsa Choshev Al Hashem Re'acha. Yois Goyal. Davar, next is Davar. Zu Halacha. This refers to Halacha. For example, there's a dispute between the Zaken Mamre and the other individual about Halacha Moshe Sinai. Halacha Moshe Sinai. Right, so that's what they're disputing. But the Mishpat, Zehadin. What's Mishpat? This refers to Din, Gzer Shabbat. The Machlokas is on a particular type of Gzer Shabbat. This is a Gzer Shabbat, not a Gzer Shabbat. Being done with that. So let's remember again, we're just going through different examples of things that ultimately again could result in a Zaken Mamre scenario. Fine, being done with them, being dam nida or dam leida. So for example, there's machlokas in distinguishing between dam nida and dam leida, dam ziva. There's a dispute. It's something again, whether it's din nefashos, capital cases, din mamanis, monetary cases, Dini Makas lashes, Bein Nega Minega. What does that mean? Bein Nige Adam, Nige Batim, Nige Begadim. Something concerning again the saras of an individual, of a home of clothing. Divrei Edu Charamin Va'erkin Bakdeshos. So divrei means again Cherem vows, Erech vows, Hektish vows, Rivos, Zuashkas, Sota, Ba'arifas Eglo, the Taras and Sora. So Rivos, literally arguing this refers again to Sota situations. Egla Arufa, decapitated cat, you find the body that someone gets killed. The Taras and Sora, the Sha'arefa in your gates. Zuleket Shechacha Upeya. This refers again, Leket Shechacha Upeya with different kinds, different agricultural types. The rest of the floor. It comes down to us, and so again, what Mark is put over here is just dashing all the different possible areas of halacha where you can have an argument which could result in a zakin mamre scenario. Okay, the kamto, so you will get up. Where is that? We're getting it from. We based it from the local court. Ba'ali, so you will go up. Melame, Shedis Mikdash Gava Me'eret Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael Gava Mikol Ha'aretz. What is this? Supposed to say? In fact, it's interesting. The Torah says you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. What do you see when you're going up? You see the base of Mikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael. And ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately, again, the Lashon of Aliyah, of extension, is used with this Sanhedrin, which is located in the base of Mikdash, and with Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze that for just a moment. Bishon base on Mikdash, come on, Eretz Yisrael, B'Ksiv, V'Alisah. So I understand why we say that the base of Mikdash is taller, is one of the tallest parts of Eretz Yisrael. Because Lashon is V'Alisah, you go up to the base of Mikdash. Ella, Eretz Yisrael, Gava, Mikol Ha'aratos Minamai. From where do I know that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands? B'Ksiv, Lachin, Hine, Yomim, Ba'im, Ni'um Hashem. Yom HaChai Hashem Asher Ha'elo, Explanation of Eretz Yisrael. Kim Chai Hashem Asher Ha'elo, B'Asher Hidi Ezera Beis Yisrael, Me'eretz Tzifona, Mikol Ha'aratos Asher Yidachtim Sham, Yeshua Ha'masar. How incredible is this? The Gemara over here is quoting the passage from Yirmiyahu Hanavi. Yirmiyahu Hanavi says something beautiful. He says, the day will come. Hine Yomim Ba'im. The days will come when we will no longer simply refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the God who took us out of Egypt, right? And if you notice, what I said, the Lashon over here is Ha'ela Explanation of Eretz. Hashem took us. It's not just simply out. What does Ha'ela mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from Mitzrayim to Eretz Yisrael, but rather what? We refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands, who brought us up. Ha'ela Bashahidis from all the lands. So what do you see from here? You see from here that whenever there's a reference to taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the Lashon? What's the Lashon? Aliyah. Always Lashon. Listen, I'm going to point out how overwhelmingly amazing is it that according to the Pasuk of Geula on Purim. On Purim. It's not even the best fun reference. Just hold on to this. Wait to see what's going to wait. Right? Listen, but just amazing. A Pasuk about Geula, we're literally talking about the fact that which part is going to take us out of all of the lands of our dispersion, and it's going to bring us up. It's bring us up. You know, as great as Purim is, and as beautiful as Purim is Nisim B'is Kasya. It's covered miracles. It's hidden miracles, right? It's miracles clothed in nature. And what Purim awakens in us, as much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful mace, to have incredible it awakens in us the desire for something more. I don't want hidden miracles. I don't want Nisim B'is Kasya. We want Nisim B'is Galia. We want to reveal miracles. And here, as we're yearning for revealed miracles, what is this Gemara reminds us the revealed miracles are going to come. They're going to come. And when they come, he's going to take us up. He's going to take us out. Because every reference to Eretz Yisrael is only one direction. And that's always going up. Incredible. Turn up. Zakin Mamre, Enochayv Ella Adavish Dono Kares, Shing Gaso Hadas already there. So this is very interesting. So now we're going to see this associate 3.5 focus about what type of legal matters to make someone into a Zakin Mamre. So Rainer holds that it's only regarding something which, if done intentionally, would be a chiyuv kares, and accidentally would be a Chiyuv Chatos. Rabbi Yehuda says, Al Davar Sheikara Midivei Torah. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, it's about something where the source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is through Rabbanan, and they're arguing about the interpretation. So Rabbi Shimon says, Afilu Diktuk Echad Diktuk Yisrael. Rabbi Shimon says it's pretty much anything. Even if they're arguing about like a small detail in rabbinic law, ultimately again it can still become a zakin memory. So my time, so let's analyze. My time, Rabbi Meir. Just Rabbi Meir. So remember, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa. Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a zakin memory, ultimately is the type of thing where if you do it intentionally, it's kares, unintentionally, a chatas. So we must. What's his logic? Davar. He makes it zero shava ultimately again of davar. So the Gemara says siv hafa ki palim imchad davar l'mishpat. So I say first of the widest lines. It says over here. That's talking about the Harhalim Davar Nasibar, where the Sanhedrin Paskins incorrectly ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there, talking about something where intentional commission is kares, right? And a shogig is chatas. After kares, what do I say? Remember, Davar Shechai al Dona Kares. Okay, so Meir learns that from the Xer Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi Yehuda said this. Remember, Rabbi Yehuda's opinion was that only become a second mamre on something ikara midivrei Torah and dikduke sofer, right? That the ikar halacha is midaraisa and the details are learned out midrabanan. So where does Rabbi Yehuda get this from? Rabbi Yehuda, piator she'erucha. It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage in the Torah, we don't know how to ask him. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that could create something memory. And lastly, Rabbi Shimon, I feel called to. Rabbi Shimon says pretty much anything that comes out from a Beis Din, anything they argue about, if the Zakin Mamre remains kind of fixed in place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create Zakin Mamre. I'm going to go back to it. Tirgum Ali Bahamasi. So we did Rabbi Meir. Once you ready for this? Shafuna said like let's go back and said fine. Take the Bryce, and Abbas is referring to the Bryce we spoke about on the beginning of the daf. Take the Bryce and interpret it to the according to Rabbi Meir. So remember again. Rabbi Meir is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you can only become a zakin mamre if there is a machlokes regarding something that if done intentionally has a chiyuv kares, and if unintentionally carries a chiyuv chatas. That's the only error. So it's a limited body of halacha that again. So like if they have a machlokes, do you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day? If that's the machlokes, that could not result in a scenario. Why not? Because it's a thing Rabbanan. The Meir says it's only if they're machlokes about something which is done intentionally for your kares, unintentionally for your chatas. So now listen to this. So if Rabbi said to Rabbi, interpret the Bryce friend to be Meir. Tell me how this whole thing works for the Meir. Watch this. Here we go. Key poly. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started in that with today. So key poly. Something will be so the mufla shabbat. First, everyone agrees. I was saying, in order to go ahead and become a zakin mamre, you gotta be a mufla. You have to be someone who's an expert. Someone who's an expert. There you go. Fine. That's next. Mimcha ze yoetz. Sheoder la'aber shonim v'kvach. Furthermore, not only an expert, but an expert sheba expert. What's an expert sheba expert? Someone who knows about the intercalation of the moon. Again, I was saying, understand what it means to know about the intercalation of the moon. First of all, none of us really know what intercalation itself actually means, right? All the more so, I like using that word, right? Like, so all the more so, the actual process for the intercalation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the experts. Fine. Next. We'll say, what's next? Good. Yoetz. Fine. So see this now. Okay, we'll say, get ready for this. What's an example of a machlokes that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Okay, listen to this. Hein Edish and Agnes Ashana Kal Adar. Shall you Oman Ad HaPurim?
Like passive aggressive way to be cool.
I feel like you just call it a day. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7.5 year cycle. How does it happen? It's not like a drasha, not like a lemez, it's not a gematria. Literally, again, a Purim case on Purim. A Purim case on Purim. So what's the matter? It's incredible. I'll say, just you always say it. Sometimes, we get up on meet, we deprive ourselves of sleep, we push ourselves, we're going, it's a lot of information, not a lot of time, and we wonder like, how do you feel about this? Is this the top level? And then every once in a while, and that's what we take with me, Devotion gives us just a beautiful kiss, a nachas kiss, a nachas embrace. Says, my children, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for waking up early, or whenever we do the daf. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my Torah. To learn my Torah. And if you think that I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not attentive, and if you think that however many blocks there are in Shas, that a Purim sugya should come up in Purim. I was like, one day earlier, one day later, focus on Purim the Purim sugya. Just know. Someone's what does every child want to know? Deep down, every child wants to know that I give my father nachas. That's what I want to do. Spend our life trying to do nothing for nachas. So again, all the words with the Rebbe Shalom, and then a Gemara like this comes along, and we know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. What I wish to continue to give our father nachas and never ask me Shalom. So again, the Gemara gives an example over here. What's the current case? For example, so for example, I said they have a focus about how to go ahead and declare a leap year. So again, the other members of the Senate said that they could go ahead and make the entire Adar into a Adar Sheni, right up until Purim. That's not focus. Up until Purim, after Purim, the Ila High Gisa Kashari Chametz base. And the Ila High Gisa Kashari Chametz base. And also the ramifications, of course, of that focus is what? The ramifications are you going to end up even coming something? But remember again, depending if it's going to be a leap year, another sheni, another base, that's going to be the Pesach falls out. Yeah, you have some ramifications. There is an example of a machlokas where again the stakes are kares, schatos. Good, Gemara goes weiter. Davar zehalacha zu hilchos achalasar. De'itmar asiri, Rabbi Yochanan Amar asiri kiddushin, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar asiri ke'achadasar. So again, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, hilchos achadasar yom akron shal yud aleph shebei nidu lenida. So remember again from last cycle, from hilchos nida from the second nida, we have this concept. Rashi points out over here that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every nida cycle. Remember again, the way hilchos nida works with the Raisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of nida, 11 days of siva. So the Mark quotes over here again of us like we're not going to get in depth in all of these methods, partly only because of time. They're all fascinating of themselves. These are all just I want to frame what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of methods. Remember again, we're trying to go for the mayor. The mayor holds the only time you can become a Zaki Mamre is if you have a method regarding something which is done intentionally with a few parties. And then unintentionally with a few topics. We're just trying to now interpret the concept that we interpreted at the beginning of this daf and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So for example, again, what's davar? This is the first the following halacha. Zu hilchos achadasar de'itmar asiri. What happens if a woman leaves on the 10th day? Rabbi Yochanan Amar asiri kitishi. 10th is second like the 9th. Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish Amar asiri ke'achadasar. So again, remember, they talk about machlokas, about what happens if there's machlokas about the status of bleeding from the 11th day or from the 10th day going forward. Does that make her a nida? Does that make her a zava? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a fee of kares. Rabbi Yochanan asiri kiddushi, mat shi ba'yishimer, af asiri ba'yishimer. Fine. Rish Lakish Amar asiri ke'achadasar, ma achadasar lo ba'yishimer. So again, without getting into all the details right now, a fundamental machlokas about bleeding that extends from the days of the Zivos ultimately again into the days of the Lugos. What's her status? If they have machlokas regarding that could lead two potential key colors. Fine. Next. Zeh. So the Gemara says Zeh Hadin. So Zeh in the pasuk refers to Gzeir Shabbos. The Mechol is about Gzeir Shabbos. What does that mean about that on the base? Din Bito Ma'anasaso. So for example, we have Mechol regarding whether or not one's daughter from a woman who divided. Let's say we've been divided roughly. They were daughter. What's the Arab status of that daughter to Reuben? So again, for example, we saw this actually. So we passed that ultimately even a daughter from a woman who won violently, who won by his daughter, and therefore again she is an erva to the father. She's never to the father. So let's say again as in Mamre asking says no, it's only your daughter from a legal relationship, and not from a woman who violated. It's an example of where would be if Karis is unintentionally, if Katas unintentionally. Stain dam lidam. Then dam nida then dam nida dam leda dam zida. One of the cases over here. Dam nida it put the akhabia the mechalor v'rabon. So for example, by dam nida, the mechalor could be like the mechalor the akhabia the mechalor v'rabon. What's the mechalor? It's not dam hayala. What happens if a woman sees yellowish blood that has a yellowish color to it? So dam hayala. Akhabia the mechalor metane. So akhabia the mechalor says ultimately again that it's coming. That Chacham the Parent, and the Chacham ultimately say that it is Tahar. We'll say so once again. What are the ramifications? What are the ramifications of this method? The ramifications are Chiv Kares, because relations with a woman who's in the dog carries it to the penalty of Kares. So again, these are examples. Dam Leida. What's the Dam Leida case? This is very interesting. It's focused on Rav and Levi. This is not called Rav and Levi. It's not Rav Amar Nayin Echadu. I told you so. Let's remember again the way it works. Fascinating halachas midoraisa with childbirth. What are the halachas? The way the halachas midoraisa. Now again, we don't pass in this way today because we a whole system of like dam leida, dam nida, dam ziva have kind of morphed into one frame of called nida. But again, the midoraisa, the way it works, when a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she bleeds for a certain amount of time. The blood is tamei. And then for a certain amount of time afterwards, depending if it's a boy or a girl, the blood is tahar. There's a machlokes about the mechanics of that. Rav Amar Nayin Echadu. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. Hatar Timasha, Hatar Tiraso. And again, at a certain point, the Zohar says the blood is coming. Another point, the Zohar says ultimately again, the dam is tahar. The lady says, Shema Ayana saying, no, it's not true. It's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nistam Hatame Niftach Hatar, Nistam Hatar Niftach Hatame. So literally again, if the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. This time the tar source is closed off, the tummy one is open. Now what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. Because we say that she switches over from what we call dam tame to dam tar. So once again, the ramifications over here are the Chiv Kares. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases where the Zaki man is arguing with the rest of the Beis, and the stakes of the case are Kares that done intentionally, Chatas that done unintentionally. Dam Ziva, what's the Dam Ziva case? The book is Rabbi Yeshua. This man, if a woman went ahead, and literally again, she says over here, Siva Parshas Zava, Bachada San Shebeni Benamido, Shemaim Aviyah Lidei Ziva, Bishop Yosef Zov Damat. So again, let's say she has a situation where she's flowing for 3 days within her 11 days of Zivos. In Shafsa Me'ez, if it stops, if it subsided for Me'ez, usually means 24-hour period, the Yalda, part of the Yolet is dissolved. So if it stopped for a 24-hour period and she gave birth during that time, this is called the Yolet is dissolved. So technically speaking, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of Zivos. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. The Rebbe Lazar. The Shura says, Laila V'yom, Kalele Shabbos V'yomo. I would say, how incredible is this? Like in one Gemara, right, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos. Reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Again, Rabbi Yeshua says, Laila Yom Kelele Shabbos V'yomo. Now you're almost like, again, the Purim one, you probably could share at the Shabbos day, right? The Shabbos day, right? This one, I don't know that I would, right? This one's probably not going to work well. Right? So the mice, again, so Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding ultimately, and not just for 25 hours, not just for a day, but ultimately, again, like a Shabbos, namely a night and a day, Sheshavsa minat sar, v'lo minat dam. And also, the pain that subsided, right? The little pain that subsided, not the blood. Pain din the din. Okay, so we'll say once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high in the focus because they're dealing ultimately again with the case where it's done intentionally to keep cars, unintentionally to keep cars. Next, they deal with it. They deal with it. They have my focus again on both sides. Again, by capital cases, monetary cases, malchus cases. So what are examples where these cases can result in cars? This is very interesting. What's an example ultimately again in a monetary case? It's called the Shmuel Rabbi Avo. Listen to this. Machol the Shmuel Rabbi Avo. So much Shmuel. Shnayim shedonu dinei and din. Listen to this. Shmuel says if two people act as a beis din, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, ela shenikroin beis din chasef. They're called the chutzpahdik beis din. Okay. Rabbi Avo Amar the divrei hakol ein dinei and din. Rabbi Avo says no. Everyone agrees that what a beis din of two people can't issue halachic rulings, and therefore the halachic rulings are totally invalid. Rabbi will say, how does, okay, I hear my word, how does this result in a current case? Rabbi will say, watch how Rashi explains. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a basin of two people. Basin of two people, adjudicated case between Reuben and Shimon. Like Reuben claims that Shimon owes him money. Basin of two people ask him, they say, Reuben's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Reuben uses that money with Mekadesh woman. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's Mekadesh with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential a married woman situation, which again could result potentially in adultery or in a whole variety of different circumstances, which could become a key of Kares. It could become a key of Kares. So again, and that all starts from a monetary dispute. So here's an example again. If let's say the second memory says, I hold that a basin could be 2, and the other thing you say a basin could be 3. So, no, again, it's capital cases. It's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential key of Kares. Fascinating. You need the Fashas. But close to the Rabbi and the Rabbanon. What's the name of the Fashas case? Rabbi and the Rabbanon. This time, Rabbi Omer, Benasako Nefesh, Takas Nefesh, right? Atis, where it says Mammon. So when the Torah says a life for a life, it doesn't literally mean a life for a life. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. Ata Omer Mammon in Ela Nefesh Mamish. You say money, but maybe it means actually life for life. Ne'emar Nesinah Lamala, Ne'emar Nesinah Lamaka. So it's in the Shabbat. Right? It says Nesina above, it says Nesina below. Mala halon mammon, afkan mammon. So once again, let's say they have no focus about what nefesh takas nefesh means. So literally, it's like the money could be constant to put someone to death. The other Kavra could say no, it means monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a key of Kares if done intentionally, key of Takas if done unintentionally. Dine Machas, what about Machas about? So the point is Rabbi Yishua Balabistan. Machas the Gimel, which Rabbi Yishua Bechaf Gimel. So again, fundamental mathematics, how many do you need for a beis din ultimately again a malchus? So one of the things says a beis din of Gimel, another says a beis din of Chaf Gimel. So both say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over for today. I know we went a little bit fast. We're going to be able to get through. But again, I just want to, here's the takeaway. We know we have, right, Mishnah taught us the sucking mamre. So now we know the entire part of sucking mamre. Three-way machlokes, ultimately again, about what are the cases that make one sucking mamre. What we just bring over here is really focusing on the opinion of Rabbi Meir, which by the way, I don't want to spoil it for you tomorrow. That's how you pass halacha myself. In order for a sucking to become a sucking mamre, the machlokes has to be about something which is done intentionally, would carry a key of Kares, and it's done unintentionally, would carry a key of Chagas. Take that to the bank. That's halacha myself. All you know was doing was interpreting the pasuk that we started the daf with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could potentially be a key of Kares / a key of Chagas. So what's like, and again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim. In the midst of all this, we got Shabbos. In the midst of all this, we got a hug and a kiss from our Baruch Hu. And I must say again, a friend from Purim, we're going to dive in the Merit Hashem in the main shul. Tremendous shkayach, tremendous week, and a good Ner Shabbos.
It's just a little trash. It'd be like, when a girl comes on, it's like, we're going to bully her. Like, Like, I don't know.
You gotta bully everybody if you're gonna bully
Yes,
or nobody.
keep the same energy.
Everybody get these jokes.
Yeah, it's just weird to like crank it up like in a because it's not one-on-one, which I would get if you're like, okay, I'm gonna interview a girl a little bit differently, or maybe add some tension vibe to it one-on-one. But it's like there's 6 dudes here. Yeah, it's like a couch full of guys, like all trying to like take their shot at like like roasting when you come in.
She's
White
horrifically
also,
bad
good
at
morning.
comedy, but so are
Good
they.
morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our responsive
Again, all
for
that aside, it was
this
just
morning.
like,
Here to thank our annual
I feel
commentator
bad for
also
her.
for
Yeah, I
donate
kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I
$57
watch her,
a very
not just on that episode,
dedicated
just
all
in
the
general.
Russians
I feel like she's a
this year.
confused person.
Yeah,
She's constantly under attack. That is for. It does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked. When she's being normal.
Dr. Harry Khan,
She has a
Rabbi
target on her
C.
back,
Hirsch,
it seems like.
then Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Yevin, and Gomer Samuels, and then
About going
of
over her
William
house, it's
Ziv,
like
Zeb
maybe like
Shmuel,
one
then
of the
Yisrael
straight random, but it's like
and on
you
the
go over
performance
her house
sponsors,
and it's like
Falling
you had
Happy
a 20 something hit. Like
and then we have Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, then Zechariah,
that are able to become house
let's
and
hear
get
from
relevant.
American.com, so all of the from the side of the
I saw
family
that
data from
after
all
running the
those
job,
who
we
were
have a
traveling
confirm,
to those whole
like
families
said
ago,
something similar to me in
from
private
talking to message
about like
all of our
who
hospitals,
hangs out with when
the
you come
message
to
of the
their
soldiers
house,
being successful before mass.
people who take drugs.
Listen,
It's
that
like we
let
are
us
mix
begin
it
the last
people.
week and I don't want to bless the time and usual to do it. And just when you got the cave bus, 86, you have to bring up a commissioner on the air with days 85 feet. And the Mishnah says as follows, I'm going to eat nefesh in Israel. So it's now talking about the institutions of passing, so not a kidnapping. So literally, they're going to eat nefesh in Israel. The person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. Listen, I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah and Chinese Esther. Like the entire Purim story is Esther Hamalko is kidnapped. Esther Hamalko is taken forcibly from the world, taken to the palace of Ahasuerus, totally against the law against Mordecai's will. And again, one thing we see about the Hashgacha Hashem, divine providence, is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. How incredible it is, really, again, a Chinese Esther. Begin Hagonid Nefesh Yisrael. Person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? In a chayv achef miseler shus. So in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping or the punishment for kidnapping is misa.
I think she's somebody that just doesn't. She's not authentic. She's struggling with her thoughts. So
I go
she
in
just
nefesh mitzvah. If
asks
one goes
herself,
ahead
what do
and
people
kidnaps
think?
you,
And
in a
she
chayv
does
achef
that.
miseler shus.
And so
You're only
that's what you
chayiv
get.
if
Oh,
you
what's
take
cool? She's
the
a
victim
concept. Is
into
this
your
cool?
shus, into your
What's
domain.
cool right now? Okay,
Then
that's
Yehuda says,
Matt Rice not cool
Ashia,
anymore.
miseler shus of
Sometimes
Yishtani.
people wake up and
And
meditate
he
or
says
prayers
you
on
have
it, but
to
she
number
wakes
one
up and she
take the
goes,
victim into
what's
your domain,
cool?
and number one make use of them, like work
She
them,
checks
do
TikTok like while
something
she's
to
running.
utilize them. They both deposit
Not
now.
really.
This honor bows umachro. The pasuk says, "Look, it's the pasuk in its entirety is you must be shoni nefesh me'achad b'nei Yisrael."
Same thing with Facebook.
The person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew, his honor bow, he utilized him, he worked him, umachro, and he sold him. So Meis Hagana Faruga B'Merfecha. And the kidnappers put to death. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehuda says the halacha makes them do two qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual. And number three, selling them. Rabbi Shmuel, what happens if someone kidnaps their son? Interesting case. The person kidnapped their son. Rabbi Shmuel says, I'm not going to block off from the chayiv, grab the chachamim culture. So the Yochanan ben Baruch says, I don't think the Chacham say you're talking. Now again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the not what happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a Chachi Adol Chachi Ben Choli? What's the halacha? Rabbi Yehuda Chayiv that comes from him. Rabbi Yehuda says that the Chayiv and the Chachamim ultimately say that you are Chachi. Okay, well, but you know, a lot to unpack over this. So first things first. The Tanakama, love by the sources, remember again, the first focus in the Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama says that if you go ahead and kidnap someone, you're the high risk of keeping them into your domain. But you need to add it on. You also have to
Could you
work.
imagine going to his house? Of course, he has those. Like our teams to go.
You don't have to make use of your individual levels.
Does he really have
The
God?
pasuk itself says this you're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the son of Hamal disagree with that particular fact? So the Gemara says, so everyone agrees that in order to be viable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and
UFC heavyweight fighter who has an arsenal of weapons.
the shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly
Father-in-law is like a
For example,
officer.
you put them to work and then you want to have, let's say, generate less than a ton of people's worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Hamal and Rabbi Musa. But if you're not, so you're going to ask the following questions. Gunba Umako Yoshe Mahu. Yes, these interesting questions. What happens from
It's a matter of when
moving
Because
kidnapping
it's funny,
while
like, you
Shimon
chose to, I would love to,
kidnapping
for
also
you asked
and
about
sells
Kosh
Shimon.
doing those.
Shimon is doing a very good people, right? So he's kidnapped and he sold all of his
How do you give
So
notes
no,
on somebody at
so
a
let's have a
stand, especially
ultimately again, is there liability? That's the
it's like,
thought.
hey,
Again,
can you
so
give
see
me notes
now
on
what the question is
It's like,
over
well,
here.
that would be
So
the
Makat
sheriff's
Yishon
section.
Ubra,
You have to watch
and
it
what happens
set.
is Ruben kidnaps Rachel. Rachel's pregnant, and Ruben starts
He was
kidnapping
doing all
Rachel.
that.
So
They're like,
Rachel
can I
says,
get
rather,
feedback
what
on
is
this?
Ruben doing?
This
He
finished
wants to
product?
kidnap the
It's
baby.
like,
He wants the
well,
baby.
let's have
He wants
access
to
to all
sell
the
the baby.
footage and angles
What's
of
the
Judge
halacha?
out.
Yesh,
I can't
you
tell
never
you,
cut
like,
all in
let's
there
have raw
in the
footage. How can I,
So
right,
it's
editor, that would take way, So,
humor is considered to be
every
again
is like
a form
Thursday
of
for
working
this is good.
individually or not. This is what I'm talking about. Specifically, selecting the class. There's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember again, what's the case? Ruben kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping, and so Ruben kidnapped Rachel, and ultimately again sold for the Uber. So there is no humor at all. There's no working individual at all. So what Gemara says, no, what's the case? L'psicha yoshin bizaga alel, isha g'okma ba'ate zeka. Derechim b'chaf o idechim. No, what's the case? The case is where
That's our
and it's sold. And after Ruben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he released Shimon. So he utilized Shimon, sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield her from the wind. So he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called humor or not? So again, if you begin to see as Gemara is accepting this approach for the type of kidnapping, number one, you have to take a person to that person, then you have to bring them into your office, and number two, you have to work them. The China is called working the individual, which the Gemara says take. Gemara is regardless, like the Gemara says, Ruben went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. Kidnapping, he's asleep with the cell, so Shimon just it's called kidnapping. That's all that. So what if you wonder to yourself, how can someone sleep through all of that? Like, how can you sleep with being kidnapped? How can you sleep with being sold? And once you're sleeping there, you see that people really have a tremendous class of shit. Like, people really can sleep. People can sleep through a lot. People can sleep through kidnapping, people can sleep through selling, people can sleep through life. And you sleep at the wheel of life. You don't sleep so many twists and you risk so much, and you don't realize so much, and so much of our whole in life is only he likes that. That's why it's the fact that shit isn't offering nuclear ideas. To recognize what is all around us. So he loves it. So it's about like, I do see. He wants to be fully represented. You should know, what's from the process is if you will find the mercy of man who is kidnapped. So I don't know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's liability? Well, no, we're going to it says someone kidnaps. Okay, so it's not said in the Amy Ellie should go to the Isha Bay Fudu. I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. The Isha should go to the Ish. Again, if a woman kidnaps a man, Isha How do we know that there's liability? If a woman is kidnapped children, who makes Hagana Kahu Mikomakum. The Pasuk says Hagana will be put to death. And again, Mikomakum doesn't have anything, there's no gender specific, no person specific mentioned in the Pasuk. How you look on the right side, we must see each one is death with your the person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have kidnapped a Jew. After Agonis a Ish, after Agonis a Isha. Whether you kidnap a man, a woman, a Garib, after a Shukra, if you're kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping an emancipated slave. In any of these cases, you are Chayiv. Okay, fine. Gun ball below Makro. Makro, the Gun below Makro. What happens to it? Moving kidnap children. What happens? You may kidnap children that you do not yet sell. Or Ruben sold Shimon, but what? He has not yet delivered Shimon to the buyer. So case number one, Ruben kidnapped Shimon but didn't yet sell him. Case number two, sold him but did not yet remove Shimon from his business. What's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, if Ruben is discovered, he's Pater. When we say Pater, he's Pater for Nisa. Pater for Nisa. That's not the kidnapping. What happens if Ruben goes ahead and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that like? Ruben is Chayiv, and then we'll discuss all the cases. According to the Tava, one who goes ahead and see a kidnap is Pastor. Okay, Tava came up 86 days. When he's kind of congratulations, another day, and he's shown a Shimon holds as follows. May Echad, as she is the England that should Echad, yet on the time. So let's say, specifically, we must focusing on the case of where Ruben kidnapped Shimon, and then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, even if you're not Rothschild set it up, we're kind of the poetry says, the Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them from their brother, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would seem to indicate to us that if Ruben kidnapped Shimon and then sold Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Ruben would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on here? So you must have plenty potter. But you're right, you know what? Change is the potter. That if Ruben were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, to his father, to someone else, but ultimately again, Ruben would be potter. And one second. My question, what's the problem here? Perhaps this is a matter of which the Marshall knows are right for the Amadio, Stam Concept of Stam Sifra Rabbi, Stam Sifra Rabbi Shimon, but Rabbi Akiva. Now we can't describe it to you guys. This is what we have these principles that we establish to follow the same concept of Stam Sifra, Stam Sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain it is to amend that which the Brisa said, and the fact that halacha is that if Ruben kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Ruben is potter. And you say, partial memory that Ruben is potter from the death penalty. Because halacha mentions to be liable for the kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. Agoni notes. So next thing the Mishnah said is, what happens if a person kidnaps his son? Right? Kidnaps his son. What is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember, again, this was in my book. Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan the Broker said it's Chayiv, and the Chacham said it's your partner. So that's kind of like, my time is Rabbanon. Why do the Rabbanon say that's your partner? I'm going to buy it on the car, and the Pasuk says, Kiri Masei, Prat Lematzi. Because the most reflection of the Pasuk is, Kiri Matzi, only message the Echa. If it will be found that a person kidnaps someone from amongst his brethren. And what does Kiri Matzi indicates to us that there's a new circumstance. Like we found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you if they're not normally found with you? You're kidnapped them. This comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon who ultimately again say the Shua factor. Okay. Only a couple of I eliminate so okay, so now what you're gonna tell me is you might say it means only in this circumstance, something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, you might say you showcase in each of the last power. Also talks about adultery. It will be found. And a man is sleeping with another woman, right with another woman, who's married to another man. All economics, you must say so it's like coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man. What's the example of that? You know, various space pony, the Shlichim Gabai. So it's interesting. Rashi points out that here. Rashi points out that base pony was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not like an illicit thing. That weren't very happy with this because it was not a good idea. The married couple doesn't be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was a situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So the rest is just being told then that there's not liability for both in such a situation like this because why? Because since couple one was going to go around with couple two and couple two was going with couple three, so it's not okay, it's not like a new circumstance. It would be liable for adultery, which the much talking about is fear. You said he's talking about what's of course that would be some kind of a situation. Of course, of course it's going to be liability in that case. No talk, I'm sorry. Oh, I know. I'm not learning it out ultimately again from the Mate, rather the new subject. What's going on? What does the Pasuk say? A person, a man kidnapped, right? The bony issue macharav, the new subject, right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So the new indicates that what? There's like something evil, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately again a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting, therefore, again, I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's how he talks. Namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I want to point out. When we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, so what does that mean? What does that mean? He's not put to death. When executed, it does not mean it's good. And of course, you can also one thing to remember is we hold those of the Democracy Satina. So remember, a lot of you were talking about the document was local. So if you live in a foreign country where there is its own land, its own laws, so you are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that Halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not typically kidnapping, but if the Halacha says it is kidnapping, it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the Halacha. So you must based on the Sefah, I'm uniquely guided you who must do Rabbanon in assuming the Yadan Damu is TV. So let's say, so this is fascinating. So that was based on this. Teachers, right? Teachers. Admittedly, guys, you can use teachers to teach young children Kriya, but must do Rabbanon and also teach other students to teach Rabbanon. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, they are not considered to use the mitzvah. It's a technical issue over here. And I guess it's more essentially indicating that if the Rabbi were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, there would not be biblical liability since the Talmud spent that much on the Rabbi. It's an interesting window, at least in the Gemara perspective, about how much time children spend to read their Rebbe. Fascinating idea there. And once again, you see this most recent number of times how the Rebbe's Talmud relationship is very much like the father's son. Okay, anyway, take away from this, is the passionate Rabbanon, and if I look for myself, Rabbanon thinks that. If the father was looking at his son, there would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, that's what I said. God of Mishnah Kashyak, Rosh Hashanah, again, next my question from Mishnah was, if you steal, if you kidnap, that's the other passage. What is the halacha? So again, Rabbi Yehuda says, it's got to be the Chacham say Mishnah Kashyak. That's all about. Says the Mishnah Kashyak. And you don't know, you know, I've already both said. Okay, so seemingly, unbelievable, unbelievable students. And he says, has no bochas. Now, what does it mean Eved has no bochas? Rashi says over here, Rashi says over in the Avodim bochas, and it's Mayin Esa Eved Mochiach L'Kol Losis Levakta. What's the reason that there is a compensation category called bochas, called humiliation. Like you're embarrassing, you humiliate someone, there is monetary compensation. Rabbi Yehuda says that Avodim Eved doesn't have bochas, doesn't have humiliation. So if you're humiliated from Eved, ultimately again it is nothing. Nutzi Anoshim Yachdav Ish Ve'achad Ish V'Achva Yotza Eved Shikli V'Achva. Rabbi Yehuda says because the pasuk that talks about bochas, it talks about humiliation, talks about the Russian of Nutzi Anoshim Yachdav Ish Ve'achad. So someone who has Echad, someone who has Achva, familial relations, people who is related to Achva, as a family, he has bochas. Someone who does not have Achva, ultimately again, it doesn't have bochas. Therefore, in Eved, Rashi says, Eved she'en lo Achva, ta'afilu in Achva b'nei aviv b'tziv amachama, imachama, imadoma l'chama, ein lo alati b'chim. From a life perspective, Eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore, on a technicality, he is not lying, he's not entitled to bochas. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, Echad is mitzvahs.
I don't know why they.
Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does Echad mean? Echad doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what is Echad refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvahs. Interestingly enough, in Eved is your brother in mitzvahs. Why? Because in Eved, remember, it's not an Eved Knani, right? Because in Eved Ivri is a full-fledged Jew. But Eved Knani. In Eved Knani, it's still your brother in mitzvahs. How so? Because in Eved Knani, remember, again, it's still tiny than any mitzvahs that a woman is carrying. Therefore, you get Echad of mitzvahs. Therefore, the Rabbi says, he does have bochas. So the Gemara says, the Hafi, if he does, and over here, in our context, in our subject, how we back in the chicken, that you discover may Echad, that you says may Echad. So remember again, let's do this. He must take each donate nefesh may Echad. The person will be found to be kidnapping another person may Echad. So watch this. So the Yehuda does may Echad, but who pay Abadim? Echad comes to exclude Abadim, but Abadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore, if somebody kidnaps in Eved, ultimately again, they're not liable. And again, when it says Bnei Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi, and Chatzi Bnei Chorim. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, מבני ישראל נראו שחצי החבר וחצי בני חורם, אבל מי אותה חבר? And when we use Russia, watch this. So the Echad comes to exclude an Eved. Good? So Mibnei Yisrael comes to exclude Chatzi Eved Chatzi Bnei Chorim. And then again, Mibnei Yisrael is two exclusions of Chatzi Eved Chatzi Bnei Chorim. What is that? That's called a meal. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a meal after a meal el melabos. After a meal, it only comes to go ahead and increase. So that's why I was like, interestingly enough, that's why you do the whole. So if you kidnap a Chatzi and a Chatzi Bnei Chorim, ultimately again, you are allowed to do the fast stuff in this purpose for a moment.
I got a hold of this guy, read it, and I was like, well, first of all, the guy who cleaned it, that's what we're
talking about. Again, ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after exclusion, and the halacha is that miyut after miyut comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a Chatzi Eved Chatzi Bnei Chorim. That's a new Russia. Rabbanon, what will they say? Rabbanon may Echad, la'achiti Echadim, lo mashinu. Rabbanon don't use all of the Echad. Remember, there was a saw before. Rabbanon use Echad to teach me what? Use Echad to teach me Echad to mitzvah. So therefore, we don't see Echad as an exclusion for Rabbanon. The office is the mitzvah. Ultimately, the Eved is my brother in mitzvahs. And then some of them Yisrael, And again, when it's
is
in
that,
Israel,
and I'm just looking for closure.
Migre
And you're
Israel,
telling me that you're
Kalani Uti Abed, wanted to exclude Abed, the Kalani Uti Shechat ever had to be called. I wanted to exclude Chat ever had to be called. Okay, so it's like, so ultimately again, so just so we're left with over here, is a fundamental machlokas, that if you kidnap a Chat ever had to be called, are you tired or not? Rabbi Yehuda says, yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get it from? Essentially, it's a Miyot Achamiyot. Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Yisrael, Stephen Miyot Achamiyot is the rabbis, and to include, what is it to include? Ultimately, again, Kachi Bnei Called. The Rabbanon ultimately again reject that structure, and they exclude Kachi Bnei Called. Let's say Rambam Haskins, ultimately again, I'd like to comment, and therefore, if we were to go ahead and kidnap a Kachi Bnei Called, one would be utter. Okay, incredible. Now we might ask two questions. I thought about it the other tonight. From where do you see, where's the love? Where's the love to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signal. Rabbi Yoshia says, you have to signal. Don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Milo Yimkuru Min Keres Eves. Rabbi Yochanan says, you have to you shall not sell him like one would sell a slave. Okay, the Gemara says, fine. And he is not the argument. Marka Pasha Vlad Neva, who Marka Pasha Vlad Neva. So also, remember, what we already established in this verse, essentially, all three liable for both kidnapping and two sets. Number one, you kidnap someone. Number two, you need to bring them into your house. And number three, you need to sell them. The two things is really four. It's really hard to also have to make use of them in some way. So really four steps forward, we'll call it two. So the most interesting, but the issue of Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the law of kidnapping yourself, and the other is quoting the law ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing. They're just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So we know this like this. So we're so good. Turn up on us. So signal, or it says do not steal. We don't make the fashas hakas of the gather. Because talking about again kidnapping. So let's say so. We're going to gather. I thought it was going to the fashas. You tell me that little signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Or in the elevator going to mummy. I don't know how do you know that. But you're talking about stealing money. How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So the Gemara says so. Oh, in the elevator going to mummy. Say we will not social let's utilize, let's analyze this passage using our exegetical principles. Let's explain the principle. Dover halami yano. So sometimes they don't understand what a particular passage is talking about. It's how the analyzation of the context in which the passage is given. That's what's called Dover halami yano. Essentially, the passage has to be understood from the context in which it was stated. Listen to this. The Narcos of the gather, so say the passage that says, Nobu, Sakakashu, Shaki. What are you talking about over here? So the Gemara says,
trying to arrest a lion?
no, sorry, that was the wrong passage. That was the wrong passage. That was the passage we're talking about is Los Sitza. Sorry, that's a good Los. Los Sitza, Los Sina, Los Sino, Los Signo, Los Sana, Be'echai, Shaka. So that's actually good Los, right? The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which the signal is mentioned. Now listen to this. When you write the Marcos in the Gather, what is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, the Marcos in the Gather is in the focus. I was in the context. Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. Don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And the signal, don't steal, is written in the midst of these capital offenses. If we already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses, therefore it makes sense to say that the neighbor that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah makes what he's talking about over here. Going into the cautious, Tanya Ita, another place up, Los Signobu, to go to his mama. The pasuk says Los Signobu. So this is the pasuk heard before. Los Signobu, Los Sakakashu, Los Shaki Shamita. Don't steal, right? Don't lie. And one by Los Kashu, don't contradict. But again, Also, he's don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So he wants to only moment of that's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So he wants to talk about going over and over again in the process. I know it's stealing money. Maybe he's talking about stealing people, kidnapping, saving them, right? He shows us in English, I don't judge his money. Once again, listen, this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So, which principle? Understand what the particular person is talking about in the context in which it was stated. The Ma'akos with that, what is it talking about over here? The moment. So let's remember again the rest of the passage. Was the noble, was the kakashur, was the kakashani, was all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the geneva in this context must also be financial liability. The moment after the law, so this is very important. So therefore, no signal for the answer of the law is talking about kidnapping. It doesn't show about kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah said this neighbor mentioned over here is also capital offense. When it comes to the most signal to do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Because the other offenses over here. So it's the prophecy. Do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim. Is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, neither is talking about money. Incredible. It's not. What's the issue over here? Aiding the nefesh yozmu. What's in our watch? This is the first one. So now remember, we've established again that our local mercy is reliable for kidnapping. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them to your trust. You have to go out and do a live for them somewhere. You have to sell them. You have to sell them. So now this piece over here is just doing enough. Right? You have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon. I will say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eightless. One set of witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So if not, what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made into agents. Right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first said, you should not have seen Ruvain sell Shimon because steal Shimon, kidnap him because you're with us. And they say to the second that you couldn't have said it could be the same set of mazim or saying it doesn't matter. And they say to the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Ruvain sell Shimon. Why? Because you're with us that day. So now, look at us for just a moment. Shnei Kidei Eden, Echad said it's Rashi Eden Gneva Eden. Shnei Kidei Eden, Echad said Ida Shekana Vesanefesh V'Achas Ida Shamachar. So two sets of witnesses, each one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. One set testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. So the Moshe says, now they're both made into Eden Zol. Remember, what's that about? How does Eden Zol, right when we witnesses make Eden Zol, what's the punishment? Reciprocal punishment, Kasher Zama. So therefore, then, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. We would have put to death. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. Right? Because one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Ruvain to death. The second set of witnesses testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put him to death. So once they say, see what happened over here? So therefore the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? So Rashi says over here, in there, the first time of also, so the Gemara suggests, so okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony which would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. They're each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? It's Yalma. Now, when they make it in German, Iskil says, you can't put the witnesses to death. But the Yochanan in the Haragin, the Yochanan says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. What's the machlokes? Iskil, the Rabbi Akiva, the Rabbi Akiva, the Rabbi Akiva, the Rabbi Akiva,
Plus, he's my boss,
Now
so
the
it's
truth
kind of
is,
awkward
this
to ask your boss
machlokes
for
Rabbi
stuff.
Akiva
If you were
and
in
the
a job,
Rabbanon
you'd never
actually
heard of
points
it.
out over here. Is a
Mark,
machlokes in
here's
Baba
your
Basra,
close. I'm
Ches
coming for you.
Kasadat.
Your life is
But
almost
ultimately,
over.
again, can you put even Zomnu? Can you put witnesses that ultimately,
Oh, you
again,
know what? The
that
trick
they're
with the
only
idea
delivering
about racing is funny.
partial testimony,
Maybe we'll
partial
do that. I want to
incriminating
do more
testimony.
like
Rabbi Akiva says,
where we're doing stuff
no.
outside.
Rabbi
So
Akiva says,
lifting,
Afishne
racing,
even
truck,
Yakum
selling
Davar.
trucks,
Davar means complete
maybe
testimony.
food
Therefore,
truck type
witnesses
everything.
can only be put to death as Eidim Zomnu
Timothy
if their
Wendell, thank
testimony
you.
was complete. But if they only
Yeah.
delivered partial
That was kind of
testimony,
weird. I mean,
you
I
cannot
think most people
execute them
like
with
sinners.
Hazama based
Honestly,
on
I
that.
haven't heard a
Some
single
of them
person say that it's bad.
Rabbi
yet.
Yochanan Zamak, Rabbi
Everybody has their own
Yochanan
opinion.
Zamak, I mean, Davar,
Okay, cool.
Vafilu Chatzi Davar. Okay, the opposite Rabbanon. The Rabbanon say, no, even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle, ultimately, again, they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this one of the Machlokes? This would agree. Interesting. The even operation on solar or motor.
Give it up for
Listen to
Gerardo,
this.
dude.
We actually just saw this a couple days ago. This was actually, I think this was lucrative information.
How do you even film in this
the
thing?
first time
Got
that
chairs
it steals money
everywhere.
to buy meat and
Different
wine
setups.
is
I
not
think we're
proven.
probably
Right?
gonna
The first time was a warning. The first time
move
was
back to the
Marcus.
couch
So
soon.
the second time, ultimately, that he's put together is very
Most
similar.
of the
So
guests are
watch
gonna
this.
be.
Let's say again, second, this would agree.
Show up in
Baden
person.
Ronan,
Forward.
Shalben Sora Umor Shivur,
Oh, I'm going for it.
So
We don't matter. We didn't
so
count
let's say again, you have a second set of witnesses. So we'll call it
Hell yeah,
the
guys.
right? So
Give it up
second
for
set of witnesses
Rothschild.
come along and say,
We gotta put back on.
we saw you then steal money
Oh, unique.
from his
Yeah, I
father
don't know
to
about
eat meat
unique.
and to purchase meat and wine and eating.
I wish him the best, and he's funny,
Ate the meat
but
and
I
wine
don't
in
think
someone else's rishos. Someone else's rishos.
that's a little too much.
And those
I got really
witnesses,
talks
now
about
listen, now imagine this.
Gerardo.
Second set of witnesses show up.
Shout
We
out to
saw
you
you
guys.
then steal money and purchase meat and drink
Cody,
wine.
Quail,
Then
shout out
another
to
set of
you.
witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you cannot
Somebody
snack
from
this
the
road with us,
beginning,
even so.
Cody.
So now we're going to put them to death
Thanks
because
for
they're
watching.
going to put who they kid to death. So I say, I didn't claim 1 second. And you only came to give him Malchus. Right? Our testimony by itself is not enough to consider him. You need the testimony of the first set of witnesses. Even Vinsko would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because Shecholim Lomar are Rishonim on the case. Because the first set of witnesses could say, look, all our testimony did was to make Ruvain the kid liable to Malchus. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So let's get about. So let's say since you appreciate the thing that you stuff. The thing over here is when you have two sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither were able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be even dominant, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental approach between this and Yochanan. Piskir says no. Piskir says no. Piskir is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says davar v'lo chatzi davar. The only time you should put Eidim Zomnu to death is when the testimony was complete to put the defendant to death. But if you're only delivering partial testimony, you can't give them a simple punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan is that no, as long as their testimony was partially incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had the execution of the defendant, you can visit the reciprocal punishment upon them, and ultimately execute. That's how much that is. Okay, so once they came out, they second of the most people that Papa Ihaki, and you delay. So that's what Papa says, and we should put the witnesses to testify about the material, which also put them to death. Why? Because
does anybody else? Am I the only person with grapes? Does anyone else have
remember
thyroid
again,
issues?
the Geneva could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him higher from us.
Vladimir, what's up?
If you didn't do that,
Dude, I got a lot of stuff.
technically
I got
doesn't sell.
Graves' disease,
So
small
all
teeth,
you can
sick
liable
gums.
to is not.
I got a headache. My wrist is.
Under
I
those
may be broken again.
So I love the
You know,
mindset
that's
in which
the
you say
thing
that
about
the
that. I'll tell you about
liability rests upon the AD.
A lot of your favorite podcasters have chronic diseases. In fact, most of them do. Part of being having a black belt and being very good at talking for a long period of time about
It's not
nonsense
lucky though.
is you have to have something that's threatening your life. In 20 to 30 years,
Those are ultimately going to be able to testify that he
all I
didn't
have is a headache.
and then
So
those
it's not
children
really
is
a
going to
headache.
go in, just the Rabbi Yochanan, cut from a book. He just cut
Also,
from a book.
part of the
One of the
podcast
things says,
is having chronic
and
disease.
it was the real thing of this man,
I think
and
that's
he
true.
said, this
What
tiny
is that got
must
you?
be done
Mark
on
Harley being here?
must
Or
be
the
this
Grego
skill, he
Fight?
says,
I would say it was the
Malchus,
here.
why?
What is it?
The Amit this year in the Halak, since this gets us not put to death. If they're not put to death, then obviously the Halak is that they get Malchus. The Eve of Yochanan, because again, if it was the Yochanan, even though in the Halagim, obviously not Lav Shemikin has Harkis and Peace. There's a Yochanan. Once he's being executed, so this is a Lav that is being over to execution by Bezdin. The Chalak Shemikin has Harkis says Bezdin ain't local law. The Lord says general the Halak is, anytime Bezdin is executing someone, there's not Malchus for that same infraction. So the Gemara says, Ilu Olaki, Ilu Ekilahu. So in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to do Malchus.
I don't know,
So
but I
you're
was
going to
like,
go
I
ahead
just
and
assumed that meant
forgive.
dice.
You're
I
going
read
to
it. Oh,
forgive
yeah.
because
It's
only Malchus
like
doesn't make any
everybody
sense.
likes him.
I'm gonna pop off. I don't know how I said it. The most very important line. I don't know pop off. The 80 Mefila, the Kuli Amalo Kuginera. Everyone agrees that Jesus is the Lord and testified, like we saw Reuben sell Shimon. Sell Shimon, but his liability to and now let's say again, those very same witnesses, the meaning agents only, that there is capital liability, those witnesses are executed. Why? Because Halacha L'Maisa, through that testimony, the defendant, Reuben, would have been made liable to death. Several agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Indi Mechila, those witnesses who testify that Reuben sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as a default. Okay, so where's the Machlokas? Keep thinking, it's very interesting. The Indi Geneva. The Machlokas of Moshe is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are maybe agents only. What is their liability? Now watch this. This says, ain't that right? They're not put to death. Why not? The neighbor looks with Dachheimo, and if you look at Dachheimo, this essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping is just kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. What are they making Reuben liable to? Who making liable to Malchus. That's it. And therefore, if they're found to be even zoning, okay, they can sell it to Malchus, but nothing more. So say the second set of witnesses who testify that Reuben sold Shimon, those are the ones who make Reuben liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses found to be even zoning, they're not put to death. That's Kisya. But the other one says no. Now, it's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Shliva aschalted the Mechir. The Lord say, kidnapping is the beginning of the Mechir. How deep it was, this is gossip. It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. The Lord says, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental focus. So interestingly enough, according to our Papa over here now, I will say, please have because this is going to build us into Allah for myself. Great job, Papa. It goes without saying that Allah for myself, the Indian Mechiras, if they are made into Indian Zonin, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Reuben sold Shimon, that ultimately again would create liability for Reuben. So if they found the Indian Zonin, will put to death. What about the Indian Geneva? So again, Shakespeare says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself is just making liable for actions. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if they're talking about Indian Zonin, then have lawful the mindset of put to death as well. Incredible. More than that, right? Even if you're not going to so that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, let's go up and slow them all, right? Remember, the Minnesota is very powerful case. The last in Minnesota, right? Remember again, first set of witnesses by Minnesota, what are they making Minnesota liable to? Not Minnesota, yet. What are they making liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, again, made into Asian Zonin, we'll get Malchus. It's the second set who creates general liability. More than the Asian are showing Shabbat Solar
You
and
know I
Mora,
want sugar free. Don't ask me stupid questions. No, okay,
but
thank
you
you.
would
I appreciate it.
agree
I'm sorry.
that the first set of witnesses by Ben Solar and Mora, if they're made into Edom Zolomon, they are not put to death.
You
Why?
guys are sugar-free people, I'm assuming, right? I mean,
Close up on
is
us.
it,
They can
I'm
very
glad that
simply
he
say,
asked,
listen,
but because you
we
sometimes
didn't
go
come to
hard,
make
but
this kid liable. But yeah, what did we come to make him liable?
But anyways,
Malchus,
I ordered
and
the,
therefore
I was talking to
myself,
Jordan, and he's like, I think I know what it is. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, you asked for quick, apparently I texted to her.
so what's interesting?
It's just,
You
know, I mean, the grapes is
stop
really,
with this.
recently, I just don't remember anything. I might have even just said that twice, I'm not really sure.
So I said, this is incredible.
Yeah,
It's
dude,
one
I
of
mean,
these
all
great
sugar-free
juicy
soda is pretty
statements
good.
like this.
So,
Rabbi says, everyone
it's all
agrees with
great.
Ben Solar and Mora.
Needle bone would have
Everyone
been
agrees
cool
with
if you
Ben Solar
guys
and
could
Mora,
have gone.
and there's a machlokes by Ben Solar and
I don't
Mora.
have any,
So also, we're actually going to end up on this limit. We'll pick up with this Mavosa, but I just want to point out
Sure,
what an
it'd be great to have
incredible
one,
statement this is to go
but
into
I don't know
Purim.
anyone that knows
Why?
Matan.
So
So
you
if
look
you
at
all
this
know
statement, what do
Matan,
you say to yourself?
you
What
can
do you say
tell
to
him to come
yourself?
on our show.
This makes
If he
absolutely
has the time,
no sense.
we'd love to have
But I
him.
will say, there's
That
one
guy,
thing
he
that is
cracks me up.
absolutely clear, which
Originally, I was sort of like,
in
I
the
don't know
coming
about this guy,
lines,
but now I think he's
this
just
is
there.
all going to make so much sense. Now let's say, what is the entire Yisod of Purim?
Cooney doesn't put sugar all over his Red Bull until you. That's
that
exactly
make
right.
no
Couldn't have said it better myself.
sense. But
Thank you,
what's the
FB.
Yisod of
Appreciate
life?
it.
Keep
Thank
reading,
you. Thank him.
keep reading, keep moving
Is the
forward,
light count
keep
good? I
learning,
haven't looked at it.
keep growing. In
To be
some
honest with
way,
you, I don't even know
somehow,
how to
you'll
check.
see
Gerardo does the
how
checking
all
of
of the
light counts.
beautiful and
I'll
holy
just trust your
pieces
word for
fit.
it.
So stop over here for
But yeah,
today.
definitely like
Tomorrow
the
morning,
video.
Emir Hashem,
Be helpful.
right early, right early,
You know, we get
5:40.
Patreon content.
We like to
We
film
just
at
watched Kill
4:30
Tony.
and
We watched Jordan Jensen's new
I'll
stand-up
post on the
special.
WhatsApp chat.
Jordan Jensen's funny.
Tomorrow morning
She like Jeff B.
5:40. Just
Enjoyed
again,
it.
just as an we'll be learning
Pretty
again
good.
this register for the
Pretty good
Christian
stuff.
davening will be
We
in the
watched
main
on
show
the Patreon.
tomorrow
We
morning.
watched
Website.
specials and we're
Shikbayach.
never heard of it. Synthetic sweeteners give you cancer. I'd
All right,
rather have up my teeth.
everyone.
Listen, Steve, pop by. I mean, you could just drink neither one. Don't have up your teeth. You gotta make sure you got a dentist being. You don't want to end up. Gerardo's got all sorts of teeth problems. I just have small teeth, but I don't have any cavities. Gerardo's getting like a root canal soon. I don't want that.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual cemetery sponsors for Option Pay 6780 by the Kosinish Baba of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Sherman Roshos this year. And this so published for all of our Yisrael. Our cemetery sponsors for the month of Adar. Barling with Kamala Kerry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Archie Hirsch, then Yosef HaKohen, Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, and our week of learning sponsor, Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben Zechariah, Zichron Lebracha. Let's be up there in the Marathon Torah, all of the Neshama Sadar Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need refuah, Shevin, Tzilim, Chol Yisrael, and Shpat Hashem, Hashem, bring home all of our hostages. And the Hashem will be soldiers, should be successful before Maaseh. Listen to that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today and a little bit less time than usual to do it. And so today's daf is page Vav, 86. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Teham, days 85b. And the Mishnah says as follows: Hagoni nefesh miYisrael. So now we're talking about the interesting sugya, fascinating sugya of kidnapping. So literally again, Hagoni nefesh miYisrael. A person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah on Tainus Esther. Like the entire Purim story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken forcibly from her home, taken to the palace of Achashverosh, totally against the will, against Mordechai's will. And again, one thing we see about the Hashgachas Hashem, divine providence, is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. So how incredible it is, literally again, at Tainus Esther, to begin Hagoni nefesh miYisrael. Person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? So in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping, or the person for kidnapping, is Nisa, is punishment, is death penalty. So now the Mishnah discusses the parameters of that. Hagoni nefesh miYisrael. If one goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew, you're only chayiv if you take the victim into your rishus, into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda says, Ashiach, he said, Rabbi says you have to, number one, take the victim into your domain, and number one, make use of them, like work them, do something to utilize them. You go to the passage, Nehnar, this Amerbo Umakro. The passage says, the passage entirety is, he must each Goni's Nefesh Me'achav Yisrael. The person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew. His Amerbo, he utilized him, he worked him, Umakro, and he sold him, Umeis Hagana Paluga. And the kidnapper is put to death. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehuda says the halacha there's really three qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual. And number three, selling them. What happens if someone kidnaps their son? Interesting case. The person kidnaps their son, and you saw it on Rabbi Yochanan ben Roka and Yechayiv. That's the common culture. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Roka says Yechayiv. And ultimately, the Chacham say you're talking. Now, again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the machlokes? What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a Chatzi Evan, Chatzi Ben Chomer? What's the halacha? Rabbi Yehuda says that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim ultimately say that you are chayiv. Okay, so now a lot to unpack over. So first things first. The Tanakama, Lo Ba'Yidin. So remember again, the first machlokes in the Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama says that if you go ahead and you kidnap someone, you're a chayiv if you bring them into your rishus, to bring them into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda added on, you also have to work the individual. So I have a Gemara asks, according to the Tanakama, you don't have to make use of the individual. And I will say, I just want to point out, the pasuk itself says this Amerbo. You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakama disagree with that particular fact? So everyone agrees that in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shayla is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and it only goes ahead and, let's say, generates less than a shana prutas worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi asked the following question. Ganba u'machro yashem mahu. So that's this interesting question. What happens from Ajbalon to Ruvain kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep. He kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep and he sells Shimon. Shimon is clearly a very deep sleeper. Right, so he's kidnapped and he's sold all while he's asleep. So, okay, what's that? So ultimately, again, is there liability? You've actually said, well, again, we'll see exactly what the question is over here. So, Machar Ishal Ubra Mahu. Or what happens if Reuben kidnaps Rachel? Rachel's pregnant, but Reuben's not kidnapping Rachel for Rachel's sake. Rather, what is Reuben doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to be able to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Yesh derech imer b'kaf or inderech imer b'kaf. So is this considered to be humor? Is this considered to be again a form of working the individual or not? Which person am I talking about? Specifically, the lekka imer klal. There's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember again, what's the case? Reuben kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Reuben kidnapped Rachel and ultimately again sold it for the Uber. So there is no imor at all. There's no working here at all. To which the Gemara says, no, what's the case? No, what's the case? The case is where Reuben kidnapped Shimon and then sold him. And after Reuben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he leaned on Shimon. So he utilized sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the pregnant woman in front of him to shield him from the wind. So he's utilizing these people in an interesting way. So is that called derech imor or not? So again, what you begin to see is this Gemara's accepting this approach that in order to see kidnapping, number one, you have to take a person, kidnap a person. Number two, you have to bring them into your shus. And number three, you have to work them. So the shayla is this called working the individual? To which the Gemara says, take. Gemara these are like, There's a tremendous responsibility. The Gemara's case, Reuben went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's asleep through the kidnapping, he's asleep through the sale, and so the shadow just is this called a kidnapping or not? Is that called that anymore? You wonder to yourself, how could someone sleep through all of that? Right? How can you sleep through being kidnapped? How can you sleep through being sold? And I will say, what do you see from here? You see from here that people really have a tremendous koach of shlof. That people really could sleep. That people could sleep through a lot. That people could sleep through kidnapping. That people could sleep through selling. That people could sleep through life. And you could be asleep at the wheel of life. Through so many twists and turns. And you miss so much, and you don't realize so much. And so much of our avodah in life is already is to be awake. Is to be awake, is to be mindful, is to be present, is to recognize what is unfolding all around us, and specifically to take advantage of all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, "Tanabana, ki masik ishkoni nefesh me'achad, imi ela ish shagana ish." Sorry, imi ela ish shagana. Ishim knows. So the lashon of the pasuk is if you will find amongst you a man who has kidnapped. So I only know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's liability? The going ish. Pasuk says someone kidnapped. Okay, so it's not gender specific. Amy ela ish shagana bein isha bein ish. I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. The isha shagan the ish. Again, if a woman kidnaps a man, isha shagan the isha man. How do we know that there's liability? If a woman kidnaps a woman, who makes hagan of hahu mikol makom. The pasuk says the ganav will be put to death. And again, mikol makom doesn't have anything. There's no gender specific, no person specific mentioned in the pasuk. You're talking about the brayso. He must ishkoni nefesh me'achad. The person will be found to have stolen a Jew, to have kidnapped a Jew. Whether you kidnap a man, a woman, you're kidnapping a convert, you're kidnapping an emancipated slave. In any of these cases, you are chayiv. Okay, fine. Gunbo below makro. Makro gunbo below makro. What happens if Reuben kidnapped Shimon? And what happened?
My kid was having seizures. I gave him rain.
Reuben kidnapped Shimon, but he did not yet sell it. Gunbo below makro. Or makro va'adayin yeshna v'shuso. Or Reuben sold Shimon, but what? He has not yet delivered Shimon to the buyer. So case number one, Reuben kidnapped Shimon, but didn't yet sell it. Case number two, sold him, but did not yet remove Shimon from his rishon. What's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, if Reuben is discovered, he's pater. Now, when we say pater, he's pater from Isa. Pater from Isa. That's not biblical kidnapping. This is an interesting case. What happens if Reuben goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that law? Reuben is guys. Again, we'll discuss all these cases. One who goes ahead and still kidnaps and that's his partner. Okay, Tabak Bob 86A. Can he kind of come into that shishas? Amalei. I need shown Rabbi Shimon holds as follows. Me'achov at shiyotzienu mishus achov viat amikayim. So I will say, so specifically, we were focusing on the case of where Reuben kidnapped Shimon, and then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, interestingly enough, so Shishas said as follows. The time of talk before of Shishas, so Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them me'achov, from their brethren, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would seem to indicate to us that if Reuben kidnapped Shimon and then sold Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Reuben would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Tani Potter. No, you're right. You know what? Change it to Potter. That if Reuben were to kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, Shimon's someone else, that ultimately, again, Reuben would be Potter. So the Gemara says, 1 second. My question, what's the problem over here? Dilma Rabbi Shimon, Harabbanon. Perhaps it's because of a perhaps this is a machlokas to which the Gemara says, "Lo Sarvenko da Amar Yochanan Stam Masnisin Rabbi Meir, Stam Tosef Rabbi Nechemia, Stam Sifra Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifri Rabbi Shimon Bekul Rabbi Akiva." No, you can't interpret it that way because since Halacha L'Maisa we have these principles about where Stam Mishnah follows a Stam Tosefta, a Stam Sifra, a Stam Sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to change, is to amend that which the Raisa said. And in fact, the halacha is that if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuben is pater. When we say pater, remember again, pater means pater from death penalty. Because halacha might in order to be liable for kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, it's fascinating. Hagoni, So next thing the Mishnah said is, what happens if a person kidnaps his son? Right, kidnaps his son. What is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember, again, this was a machlok. Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan ben Baruch, said that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim said that you're pater. So let's analyze. My time with Rabbanon. Why did the Rabbanon say that you're pater? I'm Rabbi, I'm a pro, because the pasuk says ki masei prat lematzu. Which was the lashon of the pasuk is ki matzei ish gonev nefesh me'achad. If it will be found that a person kidnapped someone from amongst his brethren. Now, lashon of ki matzei indicates to us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Right? You found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you if they're not normally found with you? Kidnap them. So this comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. Your child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon who ultimately again say that you are to the pater. Okay. So now what you want to tell me is he must say means only in this circumstance something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, he must say ish shochev in isha b'ulas baal. Pasuk talks about adultery. It will be found that a man is sleeping with another woman, right? With another woman who's married to another, with a woman who's married to another man. So is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example of that? Keep going. What's interesting, Rashi points out over here. Rashi points out that base pony was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not like an illicit thing. Chazal weren't happy with this because it is not a good idea for married couples to constantly be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, it could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was a situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So you are suggesting here, tell me then that there's not liability for adultery in such a situation like this, because why? Because since couple one was always around with couple two and couple two was around with couple three, so it's not key matzeh, it's not like a new circumstance. You wouldn't be liable for adultery. To which the Gemara says, how can I be tearing? Would you say at this point, of course that would be an untenable situation. Of course not. In other words, of course there's going to be liability in that case. I'm sorry. No. I'm not learning it out ultimately against the matzeh. Rather, v'nimt sabiyada. What does the pasuk say? A man kidnapped, right? Right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So the nimsa indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately, again, a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting that therefore, again, I'm a rabbi, and I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's how he passes it. Rabbi passes like the Rabbanon, namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I will say, I just want to point out, when we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, so what does that mean? What does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're not executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, I want to say, one thing to remember is, we hold also Dina Dina. So remember, a lot of these, we're talking about in the vacuum is halacha. But if you live in a foreign country where there is its own land, so its own laws, we are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that halacha says that a father kidnapping his son is not biblical kidnapping, but if Dina Damapusa says it is kidnapping, it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the halacha. So Rabbi is based on this halacha. Hani mikri derdiki umaslu rabbanon kimitsuyin biyadan dami uktiri. So let's say, so this is fascinating. So Rabbi says, based on this, teachers, right? Teachers, mikri derdiki means teachers who teach young children kriya, umaslu rabbanon, and also teach other students, right? Teach rabbanon. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, they are not considered to be b'mimtzu. It's a technical issue over here, but I guess it seems to be indicating that if the Rebbe were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, there would not be biblical liability since the Talmud spent that much time with the Rebbe, which is just an interesting thing about this from a Gemara's perspective, about how much time children spend with their Rebbe. Fascinating idea here. And once again, we see this motif a number of times of how the Rebbe-Talmud relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. We see that again in many different circumstances as well. Okay, in any event, take away from this is the passing like Rabbanon, and if Rabbanon myself, Rabbanon Paskins that. If a father were to kidnap his son, there would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, let's go back to it. Ganav Mishachetz. So says, remember again, next machlokes in the Mishnah was, if you steal, if you kidnap, a chatzi even, chatzi ben chorim, what is the halacha? So again, Rabbi Yehuda says, Chayiv, the Chacham say that you're potter. Let's analyze. Says the Gemara, Tanan Hasa, we learn. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Ein la'avadim boshes. Okay, so seemingly an unrelated statement over here.
I think it's a great idea.
And the Yehuda says an Eved has no boshes. Now, what does it mean Eved has no boshes? Rashi says over here, in la avad min boshes, hamis mayish esa Eved lo chiyaf l'tor lesis mibashta. So we know that there is a compensation category called boshes, called humiliation. Right? You embarrass someone, you humiliate someone, there is monetary compensation for that. Rabbi Yehuda says that avad min Eved doesn't have boshes, doesn't have humiliation. So if you humiliate an Eved, ultimately again there is no payment. If you are Smakan Makra, Ki Natsu Anoshim Yaakov, Ish Ve'achav. Mish Yesh Lo Achva, Yotza Eved She'in Lo Achva. Rabbi Yehuda says because the pasuk that talks about boshes, it talks about humiliation, talks about the lashon of Ki Natsu Anoshim Yaakov, Ish Ve'achav. So someone who has echad, someone who has achva, familial relations, for people who is related to achva, a sense of family, he has boshes. Someone who does not have achva, ultimately again, it doesn't have boshes. And therefore an Eved, Rashi says, or Eved she'in lo achva, ba'afidu im echav b'nei aviv tichsiv amachamar, imachamar, imadom l'chamar, eno eloki behema. So from a halachic perspective, an Eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore in technicality, he is not lying, he is not entitled to boshes. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, echav is a mitzvah. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does echav mean? Echav doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what does Echav refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvos. And interestingly enough, an Eved is your brother in mitzvos. Why? Because an Eved, remember, we're talking about an Eved Kanani over here, right? Because, and bless you, an Eved Ivri is a full-fledged Jew. So an Eved Kanani. An Eved Kanani is still your brother in mitzvos. How so? Because an Eved Kanani, remember, again, is still chayiv in any mitzvos that a woman is chayiv. So therefore, he's your Echav in mitzvos, and therefore the Rabbanan say, he does have boshes. So the Gemara says, V'halchi, if you darsh, and over here, in our context, in our subject, how we dash in the psukim. Rabbi Yehuda Savar me echav. Rabbi Yehuda says me echav. So let's remember again. Lashon over here is ki matzei ish donei nefesh me echav. If a person will be found to be kidnapping another person me echav. So watch this. Rabbi Yehuda darshan me echav. Lafuke avadim. Echav comes to exclude avadim. That avadim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore again, if somebody kidnaps an Eved, ultimately again they're not liable. So the Gemara says b'nei Yisrael. And again, when it says B'nai Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi Eved, Chatzi B'nai Chorim. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, B'nai Yisrael, Miutim Misha Chatzi Eved, Chatzi B'nai Chorim. B'nai Yisrael, B'mi'ute Chatzi Eved, sorry, I just lost the place. Me'achav Afuke Afadim, B'nai Yisrael, B'mi'ute Misha Chatzi Eved, Chatzi B'nai Chorim. B'nai Yisrael, V'me'ute mishechetziav even v'chetziav v'nechorin. Having miut achamir. So this is very interesting. In Rabbi Yehuda's drasha, watch this. So me'achav comes to exclude an eved. Good. So mi b'nei Yisrael comes to exclude chetziav v'chetziav v'nechorin. And then again, mi b'nei Yisrael, there's two exclusions of chetziav v'chetziav v'nechorin. What is that? That's called a miut achar miut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a miut achar miut, a miut achar miut al rabos. And a miut after a miut only comes to go ahead and include. Good. So the Gemara says as follows. So that's why I will say, interestingly enough, that's why we do the holds that if you kidnap a chatziav v'chatziav v'nechorin, you're ultimately again. You are allowed also to that starts in just a moment. Okay.
All right, please don't make any abondigas.
Okay. So therefore again, ultimately again it is an exclusion after an exclusion, and the halacha is that miut achar miut comes to include. What does this come to include? Ultimately again it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a chatziav v'chatziav v'nechorin. That's what we do drasha. The Rabbanon, what will they say? The Rabbanon me'echav la'afiki avadim lo mashluhu. The Rabbanon don't use the hold of the echav. Because remember again, as you saw before, the Rabbanon use echav to teach me what? They use echav to teach me echav the mitzvahs. So therefore, they don't see echav as an exclusion for avadim. The ha'achit hu b'mitzvahs. Because ultimately the Eved is my brother in mitzvahs, B'nai Yisrael, B'nai Yisrael. And again, when it says B'nai Yisrael, Mi B'nai Yisrael, Chala Mi'uti Eved, one is to exclude Eved, the Chala Mi'uti Mi'nishe Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nai Chorin, and one is to exclude Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nai Chorin. Okay, so I'll say, so ultimately again, so just to understand what we're left with over here, is our fundamental machlokas, that if you kidnap a Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nai Chorin, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Yehuda says, yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get it from? Essentially, it's a miut achar miut. B'nai Yisrael, mi b'nai Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, miut achar miut is the rabbis come to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, chatziav v'chatziav b'nei chorin. The Rabbanon ultimately again reject that drasha and they exclude chatziav v'chatziav b'nei chorin. Ultimately, again, I'd like that to come in, and therefore, if one were to go ahead and kidnap a chatziav v'chatziav b'nei chorin, one would be potter. Okay, incredible. Now the Gemara asks an interesting question. From where do you see? Where's the lav? Where's the lav to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signov. Rabbi Yoshia says, we have no signal. Don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Milo Yimkuru Mim Teres Evet. Rabbi Yochanan says, we learn out from the pasuk of you shall not sell him like one would sell a slave. Okay, the Gemara says fine. So the Gemara, and the truth is not really arguing. So also this is very interesting. Remember again, what did we already establish in the Mishnah? Essentially, in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you need 3 steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number 2, you need to bring them into your shus. And number 3, you need to sell them. The truth is, there's really 4. There's really 4 because you also have to make use of them in some way. So really 4 steps, but we'll call it 3. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yoshia and Rabbi Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the law of kidnapping itself, and the other is quoting the law ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing. They're just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. So the Gemara says, good. Turn up on it. Most signal, Torah says, do not steal. The Torah is talking about, again, kidnapping. So we'll say, so, you tell me that little signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? I don't know. How do you know that? Maybe it's talking about stealing money. How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So the Gemara says, so, say ulamad, so let's analyze this pasuk using our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principles? So let's say, so sometimes the way to understand what particular pasuk is talking about is how to the analyzation of the context in which the pasuk is stated. That's what's called davar halami mi'inyono. Something, a pasuk that to be understood from the context in which it was stated. So listen to this. So we'll say the pasuk that says, Lo signovu, Lo sechachashu, Lo seshakri ishba'amito. What are we talking about over here? So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the wrong pasuk. That was the wrong pasuk. The pasuk we're talking about is Lo Sirtza. Sorry, Asarsa Dibros. Lo Sirtza, Lo Sinaf, Lo Sino, Lo Signo, Lo Samabrechai Shak. So it's Asarsa Dibros, right? The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which Lo Signo is mentioned. So now listen to this. So the Gemara says, Makas Medaber. What is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, that was when you listen to the context. What's the context? Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And those signals, don't steal, is written in the midst of these capital offenses. So therefore, you already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses. So therefore, it makes sense to say that the gneva that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah must be talking about over here. Go the Pashas, Tanya Idach, another Brisa, Lo Signovu, the Go Mamish. The pasuk says Lo Signova. So what's it? So this is the pasuk heard before. Lo Signova, Lo Sechachashu, Lo Sechakir Ishmamita. Don't steal, right? Don't lie. And one by Lo Sechashu really means like don't contradict. But again, also means don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So the Gemara says, "Go Mamish and Akasim." That's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the Gemara says, "Atam going to the Fashas." How do you know someone stealing money? Maybe it's talking about stealing people, kidnapping.
What's your favorite pin?
Say Olamad. Once again, we'll say this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So, which principle? Understand what a particular pasuk is talking about through the context in which it was stated. What is the Torah talking about over here? The moment. So let's remember again the rest of the pasuk. Lo signovu, lo sechachashu, lo sechakir shlamito is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the gneva in this context must also be financial liability. B'maman, ashkan b'maman. So it's very important. So therefore, lo signal in the Asar Sadibros is talking about kidnapping. When the Torah says don't steal, it's talking about kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses, therefore Allah said the gneva mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says lo signovu, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offenses over here, lo sechachashu, do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim, is monetary compensation. And therefore, again, gneva is talking about money. Incredible. Itmar was an interesting case over here. So we'll say, now watch this. This is a fascinating case. So now remember, we've established again that Allah is to be liable for kidnapping. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them into your shus. You have to go ahead and utilize them as someone. You have to sell them. So now in this case over here, interestingly enough, right, we have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon. Now I'll say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eight Eidos, but one set of witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So if not, now what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made into Eidim Zomim, right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first said, you cannot have seen Ruvain sell Shimon because steal Shimon, kidnap Shimon because you were with us that day. And they say to the second says you couldn't have said it could be the same set of Mazinim, second doesn't matter. And they say to the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Ruvain sell Shimon. Why? Because you were with us that day. So I'll say, so now look at Rashi for just a moment. Shnei Kite Eidim. It's Rashi Eidei Gneva ve'Eidei Mechira. Shnei Kite Eidim. Achal Se'ida Shekana v'Sanefesh v'Achal Shamachar. So two sets of witnesses. Each one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. One set testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. So now let's say, so now they're both made into Eidim Zomim. Remember again, what's halakha? How does Eidim Zomim, right? When witnesses are into Eidim Zomim, what's their punishment? Reciprocal punishment. So therefore, again, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death of Reuben. So we should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Reuben, right? Because one set testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Reuben to death. The second set of witnesses testified that Reuben sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put them to death. So once they say, see what happened over here? So therefore the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? Rashi says over here, so the Gemara seems to be suggesting, okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. They're each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? Chizkiah Amar. Now, when they're made into Eidim Zomin, Chizkiah says, "Ein haragim." You can't put the witnesses to death. Rabbi Yochanan Rabbi Yochanan says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. What's the machlokes? Chizkiah Damar Rabbi Akiva Damar Davar V'lo Chatzi Davar. Shabbos say Chizkiah is Rabbi Akiva. Now the truth is, this machlokes Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbanan. Rashi points out over here is a machlokes in Baba Basra Cheskas Habatim. But ultimately, again, can you put Eidim Zomin? Can you put witnesses to death? Ultimately, again, if they're only delivering partial testimony, partial incriminating testimony. Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, davar means complete testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only be put to death as Eidim Zomin if their testimony was complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with hazama based on that. Rabbi Yochanan on the other holds a drabar. Davar ba'afilu chasi davar. Again, the opposite drabanon. So Rabbanon say no, even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle. Ultimately, again, they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this one of the machlokes? Even Chizkiah would agree. Interesting. Let's listen to this. We actually just saw this a couple of days ago. This was actually, I think this was a new piece of information. Ben Sora and Mora, the first time that he steals money to buy meat and wine, he's not convicted, right? The first time is a warning. The first time is Malchus. It's only the second time ultimately that he's put to death as Ben Sora Mora. So watch this. Let's say again, second, Chizkiah would agree, Beidin ha'achronim shel Ben Sora u'Mora she'ozmu shene'eragim. So let's listen to this. So let's say again, you have a second set of witnesses. So we'll call the kid Reuben. Right? So second set of witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben steal money from his father to eat meat and drink, to purchase meat and wine and eating ate, like we said before. He ate the meat and wine in someone else's rishos. So what's the halacha? And those witnesses, now what's this? Now imagine the case. Second set of witnesses show up. We saw Reuben steal money and purchase meat and drink wine. Then another set of witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you could not have seen that because you're with us. Eidim Zomin. So now we're going to put them to death because they were going to put Reuben the kid to death. So I say, they could claim 1 second, but we only came to give him Malchus. Right? Our testimony by itself is not enough to incriminate him. You need the testimony of his first set of witnesses. Even Chizkiah would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because the first set of witnesses could say, look, all our testimony did was to make Reuben the kid liable to Malchus. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So, let's say, just you appreciate what's being introduced over here. What's being introduced over here is when you have two sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither who are able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be Eidim Zomin, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental machlokas between Chizkiya and Rabbi Yochanan. Chizkiya says no. Chizkiya says no, because Chizkiya is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says davar v'lo chatzi davar. The only time you can put Eidim Zomim to death is when your testimony was complete to put the defendant to death. But if you're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't give them the reciprocal punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant. You can visit reciprocal punishment upon them and ultimately execute them. That's how my focus. Okay, so once I pay on base, second line down. Mask of the Papa Ihapi, Adim, Nami Lick delay. So that's what the Papa says. And we should put the witnesses who testify about the Mechila. We should also put them to death. Why?
Talking with Walsh about like
Remember again, the Idei Geneva could always say, look, all we came to do was to make him chayiv a malchus, right? Because it was like, if Reuben kidnapped Shimon and technically doesn't sell him, so all Reuben is liable to it is malchus. It's not chayiv for Geneva under those circumstances. So Allah is thinking we should say that complete liability rests upon the Idei Geneva. If he came at the Kashavar, Chizkiya below lucky. So is Chizkiya suggesting that one who goes ahead and kidnaps someone would not be liable malchus? But we learned Eidei Geneva Benefesh. So ultimately they're going to be witnesses who testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. And then those same witnesses remain for Eidim Zomim. Chizkiya Rabbi Yochanan, Chad Amar Lokin, Chad Amar Ilok. One opinion says that they get malchus. One opinion says you don't get malchus. But I mean, we said it must be Chizkiya who says that ultimately they get malchus. Why? Since Chizkiya says they're not put to death. If they're not put to death, then obviously the halacha is that they get malchus. Rabbi Yochanan, because again, if it was Rabbi Yochanan, given them in Neragim, once he's being executed, so this is a lav that is given over to execution by Beis Din. And I'm saying general the halacha is anytime Beis Din is executing someone, there's not malchus for that same infraction. So the Gemara says, so in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to be given malchus, so you're going to go ahead and give. You're going to give the Zomi malchus. It doesn't make any sense. Ella Amra Papa, Papa says the verse is a very important line. Amra Papa, the Eidi Mechira, the Kuli Amalo Pigi. So this is very interesting. Everyone agrees that if witnesses come along and testify, right? We saw Reuven sell Shimon. That there's liability, and now let's say again, those very same witnesses remain to Eidim Zomim, that there is capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, through that testimony, the defendant Reuven would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Eidim Mechira, those witnesses who testify that Reuven sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as Eidim Zomim. Okay. So where's the machlokes? Keep reading. It's very interesting. The Eidei Geneva. The machlokes of Osai is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are made into Eidim Zomim. What is their liability? Now watch this. Chizkiya says, Ein Neharagim. They're not put to death. Why not? Geneva look at Dachaima, and if you look at Dachaima, Chizkiya essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, when the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon, what are they making Reuven liable to? What are they making liable to? To malchus. That's it. And therefore, if they're found to be Eidim Zomim, okay, they make them subject to malchus, but nothing more. It's really this second set of witnesses who testify that Reuven sold Shimon. Those are the ones who make Reuven liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, it's the first set of witnesses that come to Eidim Zomim, they're not put to death. That's Chizkiya. Rabbi Yochanan says no. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that Reuven kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Geneva assaulted the refute. As well say, Kidnapping is the beginning of Mechila. In other words, how can you divorce the two processes? That doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. So we'll say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental machlokas. Interestingly enough, according to Rav Papa's approach over here now, and I will say, these are Rabbi, because this is going to build us into halacha l'maisa. According to Rav Papa, it goes without saying that halacha l'maisa, the edi nechira, if they are made into edim zonim, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Ruben sold Shimon, that ultimately, again, would create liabilities for Ruben. So if they're found to be Edim Zomim, they're put to death. What about the Edi Geneva? So again, Chizkiah says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself will just make Ruben liable to lashes. You know, what are you talking about? Right? Edi Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if they're found to be Edim Zomim, then halacha l'maisa, they are put to death as well. Incredible. More than even Rabbi Yochanan would agree. So now that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, what about Ben Sora Mora? Because remember again, Ben Sora Mora is the other parallel case. Because what happens in Ben Sora Mora? Remember again, first set of witnesses by Ben Sora Mora. What are they making Ben Sora Mora liable to? Oh, it's not Ben Sora Mora yet. What are they making the kid liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, if they are made into Edim Zomim, will get Malchus. It's the second set who really creates general liability. More Rabbi Yochanan, the Edim Arishonim, Shaban Sora Mora, Shehuz Mushein Herod. But even Rabbi Yochanan would agree that the first set of witnesses by Ben Sora and Mora, if they're made into Edim Zomim, they are not put to death. Why? Because they could very simply say, listen, we didn't come to make this kid liable to death. What did we come to make him liable to? Malchus. And therefore, Allah Salamaisa, the punishment for them would also be incredible. Rabbi says, so it's interesting. So I'm going to buy it. Listen to this phrase, we have to stop with this. Hakom Odu Ben Sora Umora. Hakom Odu Ben Sora Umora. Umachokes Ben Sora Umora. So I said, this is incredible. It's one of these great Jews. Only Jews can make statements like this. Rabbi says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora Mora. Right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sora Mora. And there's a machlokes by Ben Sora Mora. So I said, we're actually going to end up on this thing. We'll pick up on this now. But I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Purim. Why? So you look at this statement, what do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I must say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is, in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. I will say, what is the entire Yisod of Torah? Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the Yisod in life? Keep reading, keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing, and some way, somehow you'll see how all of the beautiful and holy pieces fit together. So we'll stop over here for today. Tomorrow morning, Emir Hashem, bright and early, 5:40. So early readings. We like to hit him at 4:30, and we'll go into. All right, so stay tuned. I'll post on the WhatsApp chat. Emir Hashem, but I think tomorrow morning at 5:40. Just an answer. We'll be learning in here in the base version, and Emir Hashem's family will be in the main show tomorrow morning. On one side,
He'll fall asleep,
So you started at 9, you have like 16 hours left.
I know. Oh my God, why are you trying to make us think about this? Are you a numbers guy? Yeah, come on, numbers guy. Fucking numbers guy in here right now, dude. Are you a bot? Yeah, bot.
Oh yeah, I'm a bot.
I think, it's 4 o'clock right now, right? Or 3:30. Yeah, we have a lot of time left here. Listen, we'll see how long the devices work, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so we'll say good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning.
Sometimes people unplug things on purpose. You never know.
Talking to you guys
the biggest one was in history. This, right? Have you heard about this? The biggest thing it's Burbank, technically, but the owner of Flatbush had a poop so big that it clogged the entire Burbank.
sex.
And there was
You see
no
that
toilets
and
were
running
no
families
running
and many
water. It
of
was all
these
because of
Williams
the size of
Zed
farm shit.
Shmuel and Salzburg
You know,
a week of learning sponsors, calling Catholic college, many of course, grandfathers, Talia, and Talia, and Rafa.
it's good to
And I got learning sponsors
that's
today, Aaron
that's
Bronco,
diuretic.
and then we
I
are
think they
Moshe
the leading cause
David
was her
Moshe
cigarettes.
Feinstein.
And that's why they charge extra. That gas station charge on the bill that you get at Flappers because of the toilets.
We understand these things will come up. Sprach Stimme from the rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful the whole of mass.
He can't shit.
Because with that,
That's weird. Craziest thing
always called shooting. Everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I will say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is page 85. We are up to a nurse. We left off on page 9 on the days 84b. And we left off 6
never in a million years, if you told, even with how ridiculous Flappers is, if you had told me back then that Josh would be the booker, the talent booker, I'd have been like, I don't think so.
That was the fundamental
But I don't know why, because
I
they had Richie
discussed
before that. It was just
the
weird.
idea that if his son injures his father, he's chayiv chenek. So the shayla is what happens if he goes
that's
ahead
pretty
and
impressive too. That's a lot of responsibility for one man.
is that commitment or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions for Rav Masno and Rabbi who both seem to say yes. But then we might quote two stories of Rav and Margaret Ravina who do not allow their children to take out a splinter, to land spoil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chavura. So the Gemara goes on and says, Hadisnan, Machat Shalyad, Vital Ba'asakot. So what's this number again? He's now switching over to the Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: that if you have a small tent, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and use that on Shabbos. It's not the mitzvah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. One second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Technically speaking, you're talking about removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a greater injury. And causing a greater injury, especially when that's blood, ultimately, again, is just a dollar. So it's more easy. I mean, she got skill up. Maybe you'll cause an injury, but how do they skill up? And again, although the shoggi is an intentional kabula, but nevertheless, it's a shoggi. But skill up, which is not a custom metalton. That's different because if there's a kabula that's caused by an out like a splinter, that's metalto. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Moses please come on running metalto pata. So that's not according to the opinion that says metalto is pata. But in general, on Shabbos, you do something destructive that is pata. El manzamar chayiv make you know. But according to the opinion that says metalto is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, what is there to say? Which the Moses will also do. My family can go metalto the kabula chayiv. Who's the opinion that says that metalto by kabula is because the kabula is filthy and destructive? That's your chayiv. That's Rabbi Shimon. Tata Pehei. Rabbi Shimon Amar Kamalach Shimon Gufa. Hatra that. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion that says that any malacha Shimon Gufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds that your potter. Okay. So the word goes on. So we'll say, so bottom line, by the way. So what happens in that kind of situation? Just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chavura by taking out the splinter, that will be in the malacha Shimon Gufa. In general, they'll say, you don't call Shabbos, what do you call Shabbos? Malacha is not Shabbos. You need something constructive and premeditated. If at the end of the day you do malacha, but malacha is something not necessary, then ultimately it's not us on Shabbos. Now that being said, you don't take out splinters on Shabbos, and you leave splinters on Shabbos, out of a fear, ultimately, again, of a darshan of scabbing, like, well, even though it's not a shrimp from Gufa, you still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous video, what about a son doing bloodletting for fathers? This is a big fight. In other words, again, I mentioned the share yesterday. That in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going and being a doctor and operating on his father. So what's the halacha?
In fact, here's a list of women I think are funny.
There's a whole section called
And he's listing off women that he thinks are funny, and he puts a picture up. It's
Reish Mem
it's
Aleph. So the
everything you
Shulchan
think you
says
want.
Reish Mem Aleph Gimel Ramot Gimel. Shmuel says
Yeah.
fellows.
No, if he wasn't, then it would be fun.
Let's say again,
But he
my
was
father
like,
has a
at
splinter.
one point,
Father
he
has a splinter.
this.
The
He
Shulchan
goes,
says, Lo
he looks at
Yotzi
all his
Enu
own list
Shema
that he
Yavo
made. And he's
Lasos
like,
Bo
Don,
Chavura.
who's that?
A
He
son should
forgot
not take out
who
the
the woman
splinter,
was.
lest
And he's
it
like,
come to
oh, wait,
cause his
yeah, no,
father
she's
to
good.
bleed. Again, it will make his
And they
dam.
were all like,
Oh,
it was
no,
like Whitney
let's
Cummings
say the
and
son is
Dimitri
being blood ready,
Glass.
or the son is a doctor.
But he's like, see, I don't hate women. I think they're, you know, they can be funny sometimes. Saying stuff like that. It was amazing.
A son should not do anything to
No,
a
she's
father
crazy now.
that
Yeah,
causes
we lost a
bleeding,
good one.
even if the intention is for refuah purposes. That's how it's called. So let's say, so yeah, but Ramah is a very important qualifier. Hagar, what is this trouble? What is
Oh,
this?
you're worried about the kid. I'm worried about Whitney.
When there's someone else to go ahead and provide the quote unquote service
If
for
Mark
the
said
father.
that, I feel bad saying this
About
again,
an
Mark.
ancient
But maybe, you know what? I'm not going to say it again. I'm going to leave that. I'll tell you later. Everyone in the chat knows. I'm not going to say that again. I don't want that. I don't want to clip of me saying
no one
that.
else
Now that
there,
I think about it,
then the son
I'll
could
leave
do
that.
it. Son could do it. But Shmuel is a very interesting qualifier. He says, "Kifi Mashir
But it's
Shuvin
good.
Lasos."
Unique is in the
He
chat.
has
He
to
said
get the
acknowledge
shus
me.
from his father.
We did though. We said
That's
shout
what
out
it
to you, dude.
is. So in other
Yeah,
words,
thanks for
the
subbing.
Kiva is that a son should not do
He
these
said
things for his
sub
father.
balloon.
Like
Everybody loves
that's
balloon
the
fart.
Balloon fart is one of
Right,
the
Vicky, I think
mainstays
if there's
here.
no one
You
else
know, we're
there,
very
a son
friendly.
could do it.
Originally it was
But really, you
Wadsworth,
should get the
but then
shus
he
from his
disappeared.
father
He
before
wanted
going
somewhere
ahead
else.
and
Yeah, I don't know where Wadsworth is
or
anymore.
cause the joint of blood. Incredible. And I will say, he's also presupposes that
Sometimes
the
he
son,
chats in,
that the father
but
has
he's
the
not. I
capacity
guess chatted in
to give
today.
the shus to
I
the
mean,
father.
he's
Let's say again, the father is not the mental capacity. The son is the caregiver. He's there. So again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally better to have someone other than the son to perform these duties, but again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishos, the son is permitted to do it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more Rishos a little bit later on today. So it's like Taco Pay, 85A, second line there. Very interesting page. One million rotations. That's the function of rotations. Then,
Yeah, I mean, Mark
then,
Barron was talking
now
about
she has a shliach
Elephant
of the
Graveyard
Hakoso
like the
to
New
the
York
color.
Times
Wow,
podcast.
listen to
That
this.
is hilarious.
His
Yeah.
son
He was
is
like, you
agent
gotta
of
eat
the
this
code
guy.
to strike his father or to
He
curse
goes,
his
eat this
father.
guy, yeah,
Now,
Elephant Graveyard.
what is this?
And they're like, okay, next
Now
question.
she has a shliach that
Please don't ask us.
is
Please don't talk about that on this.
in
It's
this
just
type of a
a
medium
newspaper, sir.
So what we're seeing now, the question is like this. Let's say
They
again,
don't want. They
yes,
listen.
right, Avram and
They got
Yitzchak,
their own simulacrum at the fucking
son.
your
Yeah, Jeff
Avram
Bezos,
was
believe
condemned
me,
by
Washington
David,
Post.
was judged by David from office, Galatians. Or Avram is going to be put in excommunication.
There was that one, the
Remember
moon
again,
land, or
so
the
now the
moon
shayla
link
is, let's
clip
say,
is
Yitzchak,
about
the son, is
the-
employed by the Bezdin.
something
So
about like
Yitzchak
how something's
go
fake. I
ahead and
forget.
carry out
With the
these
Kirk stuff.
sentences against his father. So again, it's not the son
I
acting
don't know,
as
but
his
you
own
know
volition.
he will.
It's the son acting as a shliach
At
HaBezdin.
some point
The
soon.
Gemara says, listen to this. Amalei, la'achamiyatiro. So the Gemara asks such fascinating questions. For example, right? Why is, let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged from off. This is where Avram is judged for the excommunication. By the way, so part of excommunication was a curse. You get cursed by David.
Brian?
So the Gemara says, you're never allowed to do this to another Jew.
Guillermo's so much more talented
Can
than
you go over
Cal.
to another Jew and flog them? Can you go over to another Jew and curse them? You're not allowed to. Gemara says, someone else stop.
Cal, do you know
Stop
the
another
band
Jew.
Swell season?
How are they permitted to
You
flog
heard the movie
someone?
once?
How are they permitted to curse someone? Listen, it's beautiful. Ella, Kavod Shamayim Hadis.
Yeah.
And then both say,
I
so
saw
why
them.
is it that Bezdin in general, like anyone in Bezdin, is allowed to
I
flog
wish
another
that
Jew?
I
curse
saw
another
them
Jew?
last night at the
Because
Greek,
Kavod
and the guy,
Shamayim
he
Hadis.
said that
Covet
they were
that
supposed
we
to
are
be killed.
obligated to display
Can you believe that?
Baruch
Yeah, they came
trumps
to LA.
any other
Yeah.
covenant. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against the Baruch Hu and they're deserving of Malchus, we're going to flog them. We're going to flog them. For someone who's deserving ultimately again of media excommunication, we're going to curse them. But it's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covenant of Kodesh Baruch Hu goes there and comes before the covenant of any other person. Akanami, Kvod Shemayim. That's the logic that ultimately again a son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or a son should be able to go ahead and curse his father to Negro as well. So again, that's Gemara's decision. So they say,
I've been there twice. This time we got the seats in the front. And they're super nice seats. Good food, very laid back. Everyone's friendly. It's not like one of those like venues where they're very strict about it. They're just kind of, oh yeah, your seats over there.
who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike
The
them.
Greek is the
Someone who I'm not
Hollywood
obligated to
Bowl
strike,
sauce on it.
certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. All right, so no idea what the Bryce is talking
It's
about.
very good.
So much
Very
in my
good
love,
place.
easy to eat even
Highly
mitzvah.
recommend.
So perhaps
Who would
both
you see?
cases in the Bryce are talking about makom mitzvah, where someone was deserving of malchus. Right? So you have someone who's deserving of lashes, and what happens? Chabad no, chabad.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah,
one
no,
Bryce
yeah,
is
you're a
talking
big
about
music
the
guy.
sun, and one Bryce is talking about someone else. In other words, and the Bryce is saying like this: when it's the son, even though the father is deserving of malchus, nevertheless, the son should not administer to the father. And versus someone else, where even though ideally you really shouldn't be hitting energy, but when you're working for Bezdin, and Bezdin is obligated to give a person malchus, so someone else is going to become instant. To which the Gemara says, well, Edi the Edi lotion of no, lotion of the Gemara says, no, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether we're talking about a son or talking about someone else. No kasha. And the makom mitzvah, functional the makom mitzvah. One is talking about makom mitzvah, and one is talking about not a makom mitzvah. One is the also saying, well, what does that mean makom mitzvah, not makom mitzvah? So the consciousness, what's makom mitzvah? Makom mitzvah is where someone is chayiv malchus from Bezdin. Shalom b'makom mitzvah means someone's not chayiv malchus from Bezdin. So someone's kind of in Bezdin, as much as we don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Someone's not chayiv malchus, you're not going to hit them. That's halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa is prohibited. So that's the halacha tradition is the sevida. Uma b'makom mitzvah she'mitzvah la'akoso mitzvah. Mitzvah shal la'akoso. So it says, listen to this. Even in the case of makom mitzvah. In the case of makom mitzvah, let's take this.
That is crazy that we're at the age now where the bands are like reuniting. Like I guess me seeing the swell season is like my parents forced me to see the Temptations.
Let's even leave aside that Yitzchak is the son, not his son,
Who's still alive from Peter
Yitzchak
Hall
is going to minister the office. Even in that case, what is the halacha? Yitzchak is not committed to deliver more than the mandated number of offices. This is the Raisa to cause someone even one more lash than they are hired for. That's what it says.
I went to Martha's Vineyard,
even in
and
the case
I
of a
stayed
person
at
who is liable
Chilmar.
to lashes,
And you know, Joe, I don't know how much you know about Martha's Vineyard, but that's where like Larry David.
there's a mitzvah not to give them any more lashes than they are liable
That's where
to.
Larry David
Shalom
and
makom
Alan
mitzvah,
Dershowitz got
where
into a
someone's
fight.
not liable
Do
to
you remember
lashes.
that?
So the Gemara says,
Larry David like got into his face and you suck, you fucking asshole. So I've always thought like maybe I'll run into Alan Dershowitz here, but I went to the Chilmar Tavern, which is right next to the cottage where we're staying at. And
okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, that's how the
we
Gemara
sit
is.
down,
Now, by the
and
way,
the Dersh
what do we do with
walks
this halacha?
up.
So the
He starts walking towards the restaurant, and I'm like,
Well,
oh my
let's
god,
finish
that's
up.
Alan Dershowitz. So I try to whisper it to my
again.
family, and they're all like,
What's the
what?
primary Shiloh?
I go,
We've
Alan,
already
they're like,
established
Alan,
about
they're
a
yelling his
son
name as he's walking
administering
out.
medicinal
And he
healing
sat at
to
the
his
table
father.
next to us, and he's literally like right next to me. And my mom's like, where is he sitting? I go,
Can a son
behind me.
carry
Okay.
out the punishment
And
of
he-
Bezdin upon his
I
father?
did a
If the
selfie.
son is working for Bezdin, is that liquor or
I
not?
wanted to give him shit, but my family was there, and I felt fucked up.
Listen to this.
I didn't. I saw him twice then.
Because
He was at the tavern, and then we bought tickets to a play, and his daughter was the star of the play.
and his son comes
So
along
we watched, because he sat
and
at the table
curses him.
next to me
His
there
son
too,
is
but then he
All
didn't
right.
thankfully
So
have
you
a
might
seat
say,
near
well,
me
I have
during
the
the play.
killer law. So he called the killer
Deal with all
law.
that, but yeah.
Another person comes along and hits
What's
or
that?
curses Avram. So the other person is
His
going to be
daughter?
Potter.
Yeah,
All right, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, "V'havinu involved, my shno b'no, my shno achos." Let's just show again, one more time. Avram is condemned to death. The Gemara says, if Avram's son Yitzchak comes and
the place
strikes
sucked
him or
ass. She kinda
curses him,
sucked, but
so the son Yitzchak is going to be liable. All right, if someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or hits Avram, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, "V'havinu involved." He asked, "My shno b'no, my shno achos." Why this distinction? Right? Why this
He
distinction
should have been in that play.
ultimately
The
between
play
son
was
and
just,
someone
you know
else?
who
But
Anna
look, this
Arendt
stuff is very
is?
interesting.
You
When
heard
the
that name?
Savin
Never heard
Bolrotzis
of her.
Be'eri Yosef.
She said she's famous for saying the banality of
So let's say,
evil,
what's the case?
describing the,
Avram was
you
condemned
know
to death. And what's the thing we spoke about earlier, much earlier in the sector?
so
About the process for leading
the
someone
play
to
was
death,
her
again by
getting
skila. And we go into the whole process of
interrogated, so it's
leading
like
out.
her and then a
What's the
soldier.
case?
So
The
Bob
case where Avram was
I'm
condemned,
sure could have been the
but
soldier.
he won't go.
And that'd be great.
It's a lot of
They'd be like,
things.
what were you
Right?
doing in the
He won't
library?
go. Right?
Oh,
You
you know,
won't
the
go.
library books are
So
big.
therefore, what you need to do, you need to practice. So how do you
She's like,
practice?
actually, I
You
like
hit him.
books. Oh, really?
Right?
What fuck?
Or you curse him. So the
Kind of
Gemara
pathetic.
says. So that therefore the Gemara seems to be making this
I go, I'd
distinction.
rather watch that than what I saw.
If the son
The
hits him
lawyer could have
or
been.
curses him, the son will
That,
be
we took,
liable.
that was another thing
If
that
someone
was kind of
else
funny.
hits him or
We,
curses him, they won't be
we
liable.
heard,
So
we
the
got
Gemara
a
says,
phone call from
"Vasheshes
Marley's
mukilov,
lawyer.
v'she'im l'sardim
On the street.
b'matzes."
Oh, yeah. His lawyer sounds ridiculous. He's like a fun Rob Pebble or something like that.
If that's
Like, he has
the
a
case,
fake
it's
sounding
to
name,
go out.
Rob Pebble.
Lucky,
It's also, he's like, oh, I can take a call from my lawyer. It's Frank Cum.
If we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, is it
Yes,
easy
it
to
is.
go out to meet
Why
his
does your
neighbor? Is it
lawyer
easy
have
to
this
go out
offensive
for
accent?
execution? So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his son hits him or curses him,
The
there's
lawyer calls it
liability
a
for the
bomb
son.
threat.
If someone else does it,
Hey,
there's
this is
not
an old Wall
liability.
Street.
Okay, but Shisha says, no, it's talking about a case even when he's not unwilling to go. He's willing to go.
Bobby Pebble.
Right, he's willing to go.
I'm gonna get you off. What do you mean
You're
you're
saying
in?
this out,
I'm
he's willing
sorry,
to
I'm
go.
waging an hour
If
by
that's because he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else
You
comes
got a
along
Frank Cum,
and
actually.
hits him or curses him, why is there not liability for the other?
Rob
To which the
Pebble.
Gemara says very simple.
Yeah.
You must remember, this is very important.
Bobby
When
Pebble's
Avram is condemned
attorney
to
at
death,
law.
what's his status?
At laws.
What's his status? He's considered to be dead. All right,
He
right?
sounded
Let's take a different
hilarious on
case.
the phone.
Someone like Avram is condemned to
He
death
was
by
like, here's what I
David,
want you to do,
and then
Mark.
Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability?
Yeah, well, Mark was like, are you sure that you want to be on, like, the pod? He was like, oh, yeah, that doesn't matter.
So halach l'maisa, the Gemara says like this: when Avram is condemned to death, so
The
someone else comes
attorney-client
along
privilege
and
exists
hits
even if you're
Avram,
on a
curses
podcast with
Avram,
400
there's
people
no
listening.
liability because they hit and they
They
curse the dead man. If his son does it, there is liability. Again, I want to say this is
Oh, they should. He's the best lawyer
of
around.
relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. Avram's been condemned to death. You're right,
Exactly.
but he is
If you want, if you
still
want
your
a
father,
big
and he's still living and breathing right in front of you, and therefore, again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. The Gemara says as follows:
I'm a big good lawyer. That's what BTL stands for.
By shoot not shun the
What are your qualifications? I want
So
you
let's
to
listen
yield.
to this. Fascinating thing here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just stamp. Right? I go over to Ruvain and I embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. That's right. While
Oh,
Ruvain is
yeah.
sleeping. Right? Ruvain is sleeping. So I say, so what's the problem of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Right? You don't know about it. So I don't know, Ruvain is sleeping and I put toothpaste on his face. Whatever. So I go ahead and he's sleeping. So I say, so interestingly enough, and he dies. He dies in his sleep. So Ruvain never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been caused him. So what's the halacha? I show Yashin in base. I'm chayiv. Now, both say, who am I chayiv? And Rashi says over here, she's actually right across chayiv. The Spichin Banov, the High Nani Loshna. Because I see, interestingly enough, Allah for myself, I'm obligated to pay Moshes to the heirs, right, to raise offspring, because they were embarrassed to this act.
That's a good question. Not to get political, but we could.
But Allah for
Who's a
myself,
better president?
even
Donald
if you
Trump.
go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are you bringing this up over here?
Yeah, I think
Because
so.
you wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and hits him or curses him, that Yaakov's not going to be tired. Why not? Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a
And I
dead
can't
man.
remember either.
They
Term,
cursed a
because I
dead
have
man.
great
So what do you see from here? That even if you do something to someone and that person quote is dead, they never realize it. It's still liability. Varaya, if I embarrass someone while they're sleeping, and they never wake up, I'm still liable to go ahead and take the embarrassment to the offspring. Hamas. You know what's the case over here? You say, what happens where again the injury to Avram is an injury that's not Shavakuta. So therefore again there's no liability. Right? For damages less than a puta, ultimately again there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara says, Amar Rabbi Ami, Amar Rabbi Yochanan, Hikar Kasher Shavakuta Loka. I thought we learned, but even if you injure someone and you right to commit someone and you cause them an injury that's less than Shavakuta, while there's no monetary compensation, you get Malchus, which the Gemara says, right, my part of the farmer, what does it mean when they say that if Yaakov goes over to Abram and he struck or he cursed Abram, it also would be his Potter. What does that mean, Potter? Potter, Mimamah, means that he's Potter from a monetary compensation, but there would potentially be Malchus. Michlal, did you know Chayiv the moment? So it says again, does that sound like over here, that his son would be Chayiv the moment? It's really strange. So it's the words of Allah, the Dino, Hakanami the Dino. Rather than saying, no. What it means is chayiv just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability. Like Yaakov, another unrelated party, will have his own liability. And after Hainu kind of deposit, they'll say, so why is it that another will be puzzled, right? How do we think condemned to death? Yaakov comes along and strikes him or curses him. Why is it that Yaakov is puzzled? The Nasi Ba'amcha lo sar. The pasuk says literally again, a curse amongst the people, you shall not curse. What do we learn from here? Wa'osei ma'aseh amcha. Well, only when is there a this person of a Jew, when he is Ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he's part of God as well. He behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has the sense to forget what is that indication, they're not behaving in conformity with the normative standards of God Israel, and therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, so I understand cursing. So now, by the way, this is actually very important because what this is telling you is the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they behave like a Jew. Right? Only when we call them Osem Ma'aseh Amcha. Only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like the Jew should. So the Gemara says, what about hitting someone? Right? What about hitting someone? You compare ultimately hitting to and therefore just like curses only applies to Amcha when the person is conducting himself in conformity with his standards. So hitting applies as well. So let's say that's the case when distinguished the fight for a son. Therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, if Avram's been condemned to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself to Amcha like a member of Klal Yisrael. If he's not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael, they have a lot of there's no prohibition to him or to curse him. And therefore, the son should be exempt as well. This is what I'll say. Gemara says, the Amra Pinchas Sha'asik Shiva. That's the case. The case where Avram did Shiva. Avram's been condemned to death, but he did Shiva before his execution. Achinami B'Sha'asa Shiva. So let's say, so again, if Avram did Shiva, then what? He is included back in Amcha. And therefore, again, his son is not permitted to curse him or kick him. So let's say this is a profound Gemara on a variety of levels. First of all, you see from here that halacha l'maisa, you can do halacha l'maisa, you can do tshuva until life, literally again until the end. And for that, I'm like to look for tshuva. Even if a person is on the deathbed, they have the ability to perform tshuva. So let's do certain things, traumatic things. Avram is being sentenced to death. Avram is literally again being led out to be executed. The possibility and the window of tshuva is still open, and so he folded us up into a little airplane and he launched us into the future like 5 hours. Such is the power of tshuva, the ability to affect changes in oneself or in one's life, literally until your last breath. That's the power of tshuva. That's another thing. Joseph sees himself, oh, he's about tshuva. He's about tshuva, then what should he do? What should he do? What should he do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. Well, you see, those are just because the person does tshuva doesn't necessarily mean that you can undo the effects of all of your actions. Sometimes you do things in life, or often you do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time. You can't simply undo that. It's an incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself can really undo everything. Right? As Moshe says, if you be the highest level of tshuva, you make Hashem Abba, even Zidonos Nas even your intentional awareness can become like mitzvahs. That is true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. There are realities of our actions, realities of our circumstances. You see this all the time, like in human relationships. So, it can happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. We see this happen a lot, especially in the context of marriage. Where I do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive, and then what happens? Let's say it happens to me that the offending party is out. Let's say it's argument's sake. Right? So let's say the person is owns it. So then what happens? Then a husband owns it, and he understands that he was wrong. He understands what does he do? He says, I'm sorry. Now, it's interesting. Often the husband's expectation is that with an I'm sorry, what happens? And I was like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said I'm sorry. It was genuinely, it was even like a little tear in the corner of my eye. Like I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that certain everything just like snaps back to what it was. Right? Everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. It's also because again, our actions have consequences. Our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important disciples to live with the right. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness and contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do is so incredibly and profoundly important. Because to understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back, you can't escape. Our may be about Shiva. Everything may be about Shiva. And what's going to happen after I become about Shiva? What's going to happen? What is the reason to say it? What's the reason to say it? Ashaka. Incredible. But now we have to kill it. Like, in other words, you can't undo it. In other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have set into motion. You are about Shiva. And in Shemayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms as a great about Shiva. But we're still going to execute you. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. I will say, how often do we do certain things thinking in the back of our mind it's not a big deal, but just kind of dial it back afterwards. And then you do it, and you can't dial it back. And stuck with the consequences. Shiva, always possible. But the undoing the reactions, or the reactions of my actions, often cannot be undone. Incredibly so. You must be happy. And that's just everything about Shiva. So it's not really much setting it up like this. You want to know why Yitzchak's son, this guy, if he hits or he curses his father, because his father gave up Shiva. He's not going to do Shiva. If that's the case, I'm just Shiva. Be happy. What's going on? Then someone else should also be liable for hitting and for cursing Adam. I'm not married, but I'm let me finish with the Amcha. Very interesting. No. What are you tired? I love the rest of the person offering another Jew. But ultimately, again,
Our first relationship
who is going to live. Meaning, again, let's set this back to the idea that someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, in halakha, is almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really create liability for someone who's dead. Right? The son is a different obligation, right? The son is the son. Right? The son always has an umbrella. Remember again, has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent or not. It's incredibly important. In other words, my parent is a good parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have cover. So your parents leave like this, even out on the street, gets to death, a son still has an obligation to honor his parent. But the rest of everyone else, obligation, because if you're dead, it's hard to generate liability for a dead guy. You know, okay, you know, Nami. If that's the case against the son should also be exempt. I'll say, I'm the days. Vivi Dahavi La'atamisa. You will say. Salakhamisa. No, we'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of Kibbutz Avva'im that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now, again, you can hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of hitting the corpse. Right? But the Maisa, you can't curse your parents after they're dead. So, for example, the color of the Nemo applies even after the death of a parent. So you see from here, and it's fascinating. Even if we look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he was sentenced to death, even so, cursing him, right, Yitzchak, the son, cursing him, would still be prohibited. Because you can't curse your dead parent as well. So, by the way, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of people of the age, even after death, the transcends after death, right? This is why Allah again. You know, this is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is one of the forms of people of the age, which has a lot to do with what their father says. Parents said to their child, I don't want you to say Kaddish for me after I die.
My parents are savage. They were from the
inside. Is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request? Okay, they dispense with that request. Yeah, a lot of shaylas like this in halacha about when a parent asks for something, that is very halacha. Kibbutz, right now, the point over here is that the obligation, the fact that it's a Shaila, indicates to us that Kibbutz Avayim extends even beyond that. So we must okay. So interesting conversation. Bottom line, let's remember, how did this all start? What was the Shaila? What was the Shaila? Right? Avram Yitzchak works for days, Yitzchak works for days. His father is Chayiv, ultimately again, from Malchus, or Orchos Valot, when the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition. Right? Or ultimately again, which is the similar case, right? Avram is being let out to go, is Yitzchak the son Chayiv, if he hits him or if he curses him. So certainly, certainly establishes, certainly cursing him is Chayiv. Right? Because Lamaisa, again, cursing the parent after the death is also a liability. So certainly he's actually physically breathing. So my other, what's about it, like, what's it? I'm going to about it, the thing, kind of, the day of the show. Lakor, Pina, Ben, Nasa, Shiach, Lakosa, or the Kalalo. So what's like, general, Halakha, Lamaisa, the son is not allowed to curse and hit his father, even if the son is doing so. In the capacity of an agent of basin. That's not all about can't curse right, you're probably known as the agent of basin, with one exception. Chutz mimesis, Torah, Shahari, Amatorah, with Sachmo, one exception. What's the one exception? If Adam the father was involved in inciting others to worship Allah, then the son is permitted to go ahead and in person carry out the punishment of basin, which makes us look like we've seen once somebody is inciting others to worship Allah, we definitely throw the book of in a general sense. Okay, so let's say, by the way, that is the halacha as brought down in Shulchan Aruch. Again, so this was actually, good, Rishman Avadash, this is good. So he goes into the Gemara says,
I don't know what to say.
The Gemara says, two halachas over here.
What's it called?
So, how you avi v'imo rishayim gimurim ba'ovei avera?
See, this is
Let's say
the
one's
7-hour
parents,
stream
but
break
now
right
it's
now.
rishayim gimurim. It's over avera. So listen to this. Afilu nigmar dinam lahariga v'yotzim laharik. Even if they're literally being let out to be executed, asur lo lahakosam ulakalam. You're not permitted to hit your parents. You're not permitted to curse them. Then he calls them potter. Now, Haskins, if you hit them or if you curse them, you're potter. Right? Why you potter? Because technically speaking, you're dead already. Right? Also, Shuba, Haris the Chayiv B'nerag Alei Kapapusha This is fascinating. So if one's parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Aaron is being let out to be killed. First of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Rothschild. Even though he's a Rothschild, Yitzchak still can't hit him. Yitzchak still can't curse him. If Yitzchak does hit a person, Yitzchak is technically potter because he hit and cursed a dead person. Okay, but he goes around and says, however, if Aaron did Shiva and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him in person, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parent. Incredible. Even though Yitzchak is being let, even though Adam is being let out to be killed, nevertheless, about Shuvah is about Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, Halacha L'maaseh in Halacha Hey, but I'm like, here, Agar Avigo Imo Aver Shalokim Alav, Chayev and Shliach L'Dayanim, Lo Yaki Osam, the Im Yitzchak L'Nidui, Lo Yishliach L'Dosam, Lo Yudah Lo Yakas,
Him and Lucas, I wonder if Lucas is on the stream. I don't know his name, but I met them at
should not be an agent of Bezdin to carry out Malchus, but to carry out Nidui excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back to Mishnah. Not finished yet. Hamasya other than that, it was highly actually Yasa by Kabula. As we actually alluded to this earlier in the last video, when you relate is actually the beginning of the parent. If a person hits his father or mother, he is not tied unless a person causes an injury. You have to think the Kabula. זה חומר במקלו ובמקר, שמקלו לאקה מסחייף, והמקל לאקה מספטו. But in the Torah, even though normally we hitting and cursing parents together, there is a stringency that person has over hitting, namely, that hitting your only chayiv when the parent is alive. Cursing on chayiv even when the parent is dead. Something incredible. Something about that kind of life. So let's say, so very important halacha. What this means is, right, Yitzchak goes over to his father Aaron, like gives him like a gives him a patch. It doesn't give a it doesn't give an injury. It's not good, but there's not going to be some level of liability. There's only liability that's taken the parent when you cause a kabur.
Oh, you know what? 3016, not a bad thing to ask. I
should have grasped. I
Nah,
actually, you know what? I have not. That's the one person I have not even grasped. That earlier I was like, I told them that I was grasping some bigger guests.
So there's redundancy in the pasuk, right? The beginning of the pasuk says, "Ish asher kalo es ovid ve'es imo." God says, "That a man will curse his mother and his father. Mosimas, he is put to death. Why? Ovid ve'ino kilo dalav both. He has cursed his mother and father. So why do you need to say the same thing twice?" To which the Gemara says, the second Ovid ve'ino kilo teaches me lachamisa, that there's liability for a person who his parents even after death. Even after death, even after the parent died, he's not allowed to curse them. Listen to this.
All right, see you later, Mofford. Thank you for always being so friendly.
Since the Messiah, the Torah goes out and
I've
equates
never asked her
hitting
either. The
and
closest I
cursing.
come, I said
Ma
social
makeh
workers. I
eno
asked.
chayiv elamikayim. Therefore, just like striking the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So to when cursing the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So we'll say, therefore, again, the pasuk extra phrase. Ovid v'imo kilo, to teach that there's liability for cursing parents, even once they are dead. Furthermore,
I want to smoke. It's almost
there is a couple, it's the couple, right? Uma makeh she'asabo ba'amcha kiba'amcha.
That would be crazy. Relapse
We
live.
like low chayiv, we go la'achim. So furthermore, again, when it comes to makeh, when it comes to hitting someone, so what does it mean? Asabo shelo ba'amcha kiba'amcha. So what that means is like this. It doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately again is living in fulfillment with the dictates of Jewish life or not. There's liability for hitting him. There's liability for striking any other Jew. So the Gemara says,
What the fuck is on this
I'm sorry, don't come on it. But yet again, there's not liability for striking someone after they're dead. When it comes to Matala, interestingly enough, the din of Matala is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. But if somebody is not what we call an Amchal, in Halacha L'maisa, there is no liability for going ahead and cursing them. Certainly there should be no liability for after that. Hamad Lomar, Ovid V'imo Kilo, Lachamisa. So now once I give the extra phrase, Ovid V'imo Kilo, teaches me that what? There's liability for cursing the parents even after they're dead. Alright, so let's analyze. So let me call up your hand to me. I said, like, yeah, I'll do it. So again, we'll see this in the Bible in just a moment. Put it on the son. That old phrase of Ovid V'imo Kilo is extra. Because the Pasuk already said before in the earlier part of the Pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase, Ovid V'imo Kilo? It's going to teach that even after the death of the parents, there's going to be liability. There was Rabbi Yoshia. My family, Rabbi Yoshia, who holds that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about here? Here we go. Desanya. Ish. The pasuk says ish. Now again, let's show the pasuk is ish. Asher kalo es ovid ve'imo. Why do you need ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish?
If I told you I smoked a cigar,
My family, ish. The rabbis pass tumtum va'androgynous. Teaching that even if the father is a tumtum and an androgynous, ultimately again there's no liability to the child for cursing the parent. Asher kalo es ovid ve'imo. Who will curse his mother and his father, in the Ella of the I only know that there's liability if you curse both your mother and your father. Aviv Shalom Imo Shalom Aviv. How do I know that there's liability even if I curse my father without my mother without my father? To which the Gemara says, Talomar Aviv Imo Kila. The pasuk then goes on to say, Aviv Imo Kilo. Aviv Kilo, Imo Kilo, the Rabbi Yoshia. So now you see what's happening over here? So Rabbi Yoshia says like this. Rabbi Yoshia uses that last phrase. When you look at the beginning of the pasuk says like this. Ish Asher Kalo Es Aviv Ve'es Imo. So what that makes it sound like when the reading of that pasuk is, there's only liability when you curse both of your parents. Rabbi Yoshia says therefore the end of the pasuk says, Aviv Imo Kilo, teach me that what? There's liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. Like Rabbi Yoshia uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yoshia says, Actually, you called the class of
Yeah, I
Yaakov.
got a text.
Rabbi Yonatan says, no, that's not how you read in general. Whenever the pasuk creates a grouping, the assumption over here is that even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do we mean by this? Minole, not the me in the color of the emo, most emos. The pasuk says ultimately again from the color of the most emos when we find in the Davos part the androgynous. That's burned out to teach. But in the androgynous people of the first level and the same people in the learning after the Bertorah Klosham Adam. So he's just talking in like a normative way. But listening, Chumrah the Makkah meaning the color. So why not highlight the idea that there's a Chumrah? Then Makkah is over the color. How so? Sheb Makkah, second one by Sheb Makkah also Boshul Ba'amko Kiba Amko by Makkah was a Christ Jews. Whether the Jews Amko or not Amko, you're trying to Masha is given the color. Ultimately, again, but that's different by the color. Because by the color, you only try the person who uses the Amko. Kasava, Makshim, Hakko, Mitzvah. You go ahead and ultimately, again, we compare or we by Makshim, we compare the halacha of Hakko to Klala. It's just like Hakko, you're trying for going ahead and doing it. So the Klala, Lema, Hani tonight. Let's say this number about these other tonight. Let's say, so like what? Tani Chada, very interesting case over here. Kusi Ata Mitzvah Hakaso, Yata Mitzvah Kilasa. Kusi. I will say now, again, remember, if you're going to get into Kusi in general, Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes Kusi just means a guide. Preferably just means a guide. Kusi is the same as Akum, right? In other terms, what Kusi refers to are the Kusi. Who are the Kusim? Like whenever again in Shamanis and the king of Ashur exiled the French tribes, they had a good strategy. You know, it's a strategy. His military strategy was whenever you conquer a people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homelands and you settle them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so you exile the French tribes, who will be put to your place? The Kusim. Where are the Kusim from? The Kusim of the Avodazara. There was an outbreak of lions, and they converted. There's a whole shaila about their conversion. Were they legitimate converts, not legitimate converts? You just bear that in mind. So the answer is follows. So Kusi after Mitzvah Haka, so there's no Shakri also. So Kusi, if you hit a Kusi, you're tight. If you curse a Kusi, you're not tight. Thank you, that's another advice. So he has done Mitzvah Haka, that's for the Haka. So ultimately by Kusi, you're not tight. If you hit it in, or for cursing, that you want to say Sabuel, including Alma, Kusi, Giri, and the same. That was the assumption we're making is everyone assumes that the Kusi were legitimate Giri. And that's the case in Mercy. So my love about Mercy. So what are they arguing about? So the Mercy are actually not called a flaw. One of the things is that we compare hitting someone to cursing someone. Umars and therefore get his liability. Umars cover. We're not seeing a call the flaw. And if they no, we treat them separately. You might say, well, not to the Alma. Everyone agrees. We're not seeing a call the flaw. We do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. The hard part, the hard so what are we arguing about here? Mar Saba Kusin Giri Arayos. Am I saying Mar Saba Kusin Giri Arayos? I'm sorry. Mar Saba Kusin Giri NSA. Mar Saba Kusin Giri Arayos. What's the Machokis? I will say the Machokis ultimately is what's the nature of Kusin? What Kusin Giri Arayos means that Arayos is the power of nothing. Right? They converted because of the lions. So therefore, they were not legitimate Giri. Other thing says no. They're Giri Emes. Legitimate lions. Legitimate Giri. So the Gemara says, Ihavi, Hani the Tony Allah, the Shoro to the Israel. So let's say, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, then what does it mean we say that the Shor of a Pusi is treated like the Shor of a Yisrael? To which the Gemara answers, and the Shmamino, that case of the Yisrael. Rather, we'll say, what do you see there? What is my focus? My focus ultimately is to compare Hakar to Klala or not. That is the fundamental focus of over here. So let's say, so just halacha l'maisa, just to change the case here. So halacha l'maisa, what we asking is that Hakar and Klala are treated differently. Right? That, for example, there is a din of cursing one's parent, or there is a prohibition of cursing one's parent even after their death. But halacha l'maisa again, Hakar right? Striking does not apply after the death of the individual. Right? Goes out after that, the parents. Sorry, we're going to go to the last class and last piece. We'll take over the Mishnah Nefesh tomorrow. If you're ready to stop, it's fast.
What the fuck?
That feel like hell yeah, fuck this.
He's gonna call his mom.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking to all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor. Talmud Torah sponsor. Social Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael. Dedicating all the Shomer Joshua this year. As a Zuchus for the Sorot Tzavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Adar, Abalin, Latova, Terry, and Steve Zinn, and loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef, going on the occasion of his 12th yard site. Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael Zechron Devracha, a week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Collis, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah Ben Zechariah Zechron Devracha, and our Dafyomi sponsor for today, Adam Blanca, in memory of Harav Moshe Ben Harav David or Moshe Feinstein, Zatzal, on the occasion of his yard site. We hope that in merit of our Talmud Torah. The families in the Tamar, the rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful before Masay Day. With that, thank you to my shade for always troubleshooting everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I must say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is pay 85. We are up to a next. We left off on pay down on the base 84b, and we left off 6 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The case, the question that Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting from his father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, we discussed the Mishnah introduced us to the idea that if the son injures his father, he's chayiv chelek. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions, Rav Masno and Rav Dini Bar Chumya, who both seem to say yes. But then the Gemara quoted two stories of Rav and Mar Braid Ravina, who do not allow their children to take out a splinter, to lance a boil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chadura. So the Gemara goes on and says, Hadisnan, Machat Shayaz, Vital Ba'asakot. Remember again, this is now switching over to Hilchos Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: that if you have a small hand needle, right, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and move that on Shabbos. It's not mitzvah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. 1 second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't you have to be concerned that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a greater injury. And causing a greater injury, especially one that draws blood, ultimately, again, is an issue d'oraisa. So what do you do? I'm sorry. Maybe it'll cause an injury. And again, although it'll be a shogeg, it's not an intentional chabura, but nevertheless, it's a shogeg of skila. Which the Gemara says, no, hasam mekalkel. That's different, because if there is a chabura that's caused by taking out the splinter, that's mekalkel. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, that's not according to the opinion that says mekalkel is pater. That in general on Shabbos, when you do something destructive, that is pater. According to the opinion that says mekalkel is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? Which verse is 1 second? Man Shabbos they don't mekalkel by chabura chayiv. Who is the opinion who says that mekalkel by chabura, that if you cause the chabura and it's skillful and it's destructive, that's your chayiv? That's Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon Amar Malacha Shin Tzricha Legufa Hatrala. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha Shin Tzricha Legufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds such a pater. Okay, so the word goes off. So we'll say, so bottom line, by the way. So what happens when we're just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chabura by taking out the splinter, That'll be a malacha shenetzricha legufa. In general, both say for Hilchos Shabbos, what do you Hilchos Shabbos? Malachas machshavas. You need something constructed and premeditated. If at the end of the day you do a malacha, but the malacha itself is not necessary, then ultimately again it's not after Shabbos. Now that being said, we don't take out splinters on Shabbos. Right? We leave splinters on Shabbos. We take splinters after Shabbos out of a fear, ultimately again, of a darshan and misgavim. Right? Well, even though it's a malacha shenetzricha legufa, we still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous sugya, what about a son doing bloodletting for fathers? Rabbi says this is a big shayla. In other words, again, I mentioned the share yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing this disease. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan Aruch asking in Hilchot, there's a whole section called Hilchos Kibud Avayim. Fascinating halachas. In Yerodea, it's in Reish Mem Aleph. So the Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Reish Mem Aleph Gimel Ramah Gimel. So it says as follows: Hayakot Takov La'aviv. Let's say again, my father has a splinter. Father has a splinter. The Shulchan Aruch says, Lo Yotzi Enu Shema Yavo La'asans Bo Chabura. A son should not take out the splinter lest he comes to cause his father to bleed. It will make his dam, or rofe, let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor, lo yak is dam la'aviv, or lo yaktif lo eder, afa pisha mechavin l'rfuah. A son should not do anything to a father that could cause bleeding, even if the intention is for a liquor. That's how it's going. Let's say that, but Ramah is a very important qualifier. Hagah, when is this true? When is this true? When there's someone else to go ahead and provide, we call this quote unquote service for the father. About an ancient after Lasso, who Mitzayr, Harry Makizo, the Koke close to Fimasher, Shu Lassos. So it's interestingly enough, if there's no one else there, then the son could do it. Son could do it. But Shalach is a very interesting qualifier. He says, Fimasher Shu Lassos. He has to get the shus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, the Lachativa is that a son should not do these things for his father. Right? That's the Lachativa. Right? If there's no one else there, a son could do it, but really he should get the shus from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause chabura or cause the drawing of blood. Incredible. And I will say, this also presupposes that the father is of the mental capacity to give rishus to the father. Let's say again, the father is not of the mental capacity. The son is the caregiver who gets. Again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood that although ideally better to have someone other than your son perform these duties, but again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishus, the son is permitted to do it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more on this. We're not a little bit later on today. Goes like top of pay 85A, second line down. Very interesting case. One million Rav Sheshas. Yes, the father shall Rav Sheshas. Ben wow, listen to this. Can his son be an agent of the court to strike his father or to curse his father? Now, what does this mean?